have another friendly 10 miles west, southwest.
Hello, my dudes. Hey. Something incredible has happened, my friends. Enigma server, which launched a couple hours ago, is full. 50 of 50 people, so I can't even get in. I was going to play there today, but I can't. We might hop in later when it starts to thin out a little. And Alpen's server is nearly full as well. There are about 80 or 90 people on the two main PvP Cold War servers right now. It's nearly 100 people. That's quite something. I've seen Alpen's server fill up before, but I've never seen two 50-player servers fill up for Cold War aircraft before. This is awesome. I hope that this isn't just a temporary thing, and that this continues to be the case into the future, because, man, holy fuck. Does DCS ever need something that isn't just another, Gen 4 BVR server? We're flying blue at the moment, because Reds slightly have a numbers advantage. It's not big, it's like one aircraft, but rather than leading into that, I decided I'd hop in the F5. We'd do a bit of that. Show some of these guys how it's done, maybe. More likely just get my shit wrecked. So this is one of Alpen's new missions. This is Alpen embracing the airquake, basically. It's called Fishbed vs. Tiger, as the name might suggest. It's literally just MiG-21s and F5s, like, going at it. There's no ground objectives from memory, it's just pure furballs. So we'll see how this goes. It's very different to what Alpen usually makes mission-wise. So I have my 1 vs 5 and 1 vs 5. Holy shit, dude. I hope you got a track file or attack view or something of that. God damn. I need to remember to get ground crew to the ground air. Already turned that on.
Copy.
One verse 3 and 10 minutes later, 1 verse 2. Ah, okay. Still, that's pretty good. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Go up there, and you'll stay up their radar. You'll be able to swing into the right, or wrong to the left. You'll be able to get in from the side then. Pull up on them.
And Magic, do you have a track on the guy at 015 at 15,000 for me? Ladies.
And then...
I do have him at 015 for 20, but I've got a furball at 040 for 12. 1 F5, 2 MiG-21s. F5 just fired.
Copy. On the way to 040 then.
Copy. Phoenix, 2 friendlies at 060 for 12.
060 for 12, Phoenix.
Roger. If you want to maybe help them and go into the valley with them, or if you want to be just bait and vector 028 40, your choice.
Magic, Hades 2, update on the furball off my nose.
Roger, friendly dead. You got a MiG-21 now, Bra 016, 4 miles, hot to you, 200. Second target cold, 6 miles cold. First target now on your 10 o'clock, 1 mile push.
Talio.
Looks like a single ship at the moment.
Yeah.
Second MiG went north 6 miles cold.
Yeah, it's really nice to have the R60s back.
Glasmer.
What I'm hoping, though...
Phoenix 2, tally on Hades flight.
Copy.
And Phoenix, you get a shot, please take it. I'm chasing them around. Low E.
Phoenix is miles away. Phoenix, could you vector 0 please, 30 miles. Just try and help AD.
0 for 30 miles.
Second MiG inbound to party 2 miles north of.
2 miles north, 81 is out deck.
Roger, he's coming after you, 1.5 miles, danger close. Recommend brake.
80's looking.
1 mile.
80's too.
Half a mile, 82 brake.
Oh
82, Tally.
shit! Not this again. No.
82, there's 3
Fuck.
mates in that part.
Why does it do that throttle
Phoenix,
shit?
2, Vector 352 for 20.
352, 20 Phoenix.
At least I didn't get stuck. That bug is always fun because you never know when it's gonna happen, and then just like all of a sudden your shit gets wrecked. Red team's not full, it just slightly outnumbered blue when I hopped on, so I went blue.
80's. I'm sort of stuck in a tree right now. Let me know if I got a missile.
Copy. Phoenix 2, Vector 342
Got a missile. 342 Phoenix. Yeah, it's 3v1 Phoenix. You want to get out of there?
Yeah.
I think this is the way to the runway.
Oh, Beast. Merlin, that guy's down,
I think.
That guy's screen blacked out.
Copy. Phoenix 2, Vector now, 04, wrong, 074, 20.
No fucking clue where the runway is.
074, please, unless you're in contact.
I don't know if I've flown from this airbase before, actually. This is, Nazaria.
Beast, I want you to...
Oh yeah, this is the runway, I think.
I want to try and get Phoenix up with you.
Yeah, this is the runway.
Copy.
Just try and stay low if you can. Phoenix, Vector 082, go on the deck. Beast is 16 miles from you. Fever 11, Merlin, welcome. Hello, Fever 11. Roger, Fever 11. So we need to try and keep up in a group. So you're alone at the moment. I'm just trying to see what we can do. Fever 11, I'd like you to vector 07830, please. 07830. 078 Fever 11. Okay, Beast. Once you've finished your turn heading west, or turning west, I'm then going to get you to go north up to Bowls. Fever 11, let's vector you straight to Bowls. 054 for 33, please. 05.
Maryland Phoenix, do I have a single bogey off my nose on the deck?
Beast at 108 for 9.
North, I
Okay,
assume?
so we're going to be going north. You're going to go, once you get to the valley, Phoenix 2,
Basel
then
al-Assad
you go to
and
the left
Hammer.
there in 022, please.
Got it.
Ah, west.
Phoenix, once you finish your turn, you'll see Phoenix on your nose at 294. You're going to get to the edge of that
north.
valley and then turn right.
That's right the
at
first time,
022, please.
north. Which means I'm gonna go right. Hey, proof.
Funny man Merlin.
I see the sort of public opening of Enigma
Russell,
server is going on.
surface.
Sorry, send again.
Roger. Got a friendly north of your call sign, Smash 11. Can you tally it within 8 miles?
Yep, heading north.
Smash 11, just do a left hand orbit, just pick up call sign Russell.
And Maryland Phoenix 2-0,
Thanks.
you wanted me to fly?
Roger. 022, so vector north now, please.
022 Phoenix.
Roger. Phoenix 22, you're co-located with Beast, is north 4 miles.
Tally.
Rossman visual on friendly.
Copy.
Merlin Beast, I've got a 21 nails, 11 o'clock.
No worries.
Tally 2 at my 11 o'clock.
Roger. Nearest target is 025 for 18, heading southeast at 2000.
Beast merge 221.
Roger. Phoenix, target now on your nose, 4 miles.
Tally, engaging.
Target now bearing 349 for 4, primary target. Fever 11.
Well, the thing with all aspects is, it removes a lot of the issues we have on here. So, like, stuff like not being able to catch Vigans is not a problem if you can just shoot them in the face, you know, at low altitude. It does mean that, you know, if you don't see a guy coming head on into a merge, you can get deleted before you even know there's someone there. But I don't know. I don't feel too bad about it. I need to play on there more to really get a feel for it though, because it's been that long since I have done all aspect Cold War stuff.
087 for 14. Verbal, 2 MiG-21s, 205s. Altitude is 4,000.
What I was going to say is, I'm really hoping that ED fixed the AIM-9B tracking behavior, so it actually trails, or actually tracks off the wing. Should be a 0.5 second delay, so half second delay before it starts tracking, not 2.2 seconds when the motor burns out. So it should basically behave like an R3S, maybe a little worse because the R3S has a better motor and a slightly better seeker. But it should be similar, and when that happens, if that happens, imagine what you could do. You could have actual early war, early Cold War sort of servers with the A9B and the R3S only, and then you could get rid of the countermeasure dispensers off the 21, get rid of the countermeasures off the F5, so you have no countermeasures, you've only got your worst, except for the R55 heat-seeking missiles. It would be quite cool, I think. Quite interesting.
614, vector now at 337 for 20. 337 for 20.
337.
Correction. Vector 0 for 17, please.
0 for 17.
Stay low.
Going deck.
Beaver 11 and Beast, vector 006, 9 miles, intercept, MiG-21's cold at the moment. Phoenix, just one to you in front.
Galley engaging.
Yeah, it's just one to your front. Beaver 11.
Hey, 3 Shy. Yeah, I hope you have a good time, man.
Phoenix 2, it's 4.5 miles.
And I'll probably catch up with you afterwards. So later on today, my time.
Break off.
I think you're a couple hours behind me, yeah? I think Singapore's a couple hours behind us. So yeah, I'll catch up with you later today.
I've been reading, ladies. Okay, picture. We've got from Bulls, north of Bulls, 3 ship. 002 for 11. Flanking east at the moment at 3.5.
Okay, yeah, so you're about 3 or 4 hours behind me then.
With a spread of 6 miles. Beaver 11, Phoenix 2, Beast. Vector now 272 or 7, MiG-21, 3000.
Merlin, Beast, who's the call sign on my nose?
Phoenix 2. Beast, Phoenix 2, Vector now.
Well, we're in daylight savings too, and I don't know if you guys do that.
Turn straight away.
MiG-21.
Roger, Fever 1-1. Be careful, Fever 1. You've got one north of you. It's 5 miles hot. Beast target now at 270, 4 miles hot to you. 2,500. Phoenix 2, same target at 314 for 5. Fever 1-1, you've got him Monday on your 6. 1 mile, danger clock. Circus 144 flight, vector 306 for 12.
30612.
Base merge.
Copy. Phoenix 2 merge. Fever 1-1 on your 6, 1.5 miles, danger. 1,000. Hades 2-1, Hades 2, Snake 2-1. Go on. Vector 039 for 21.
I'm down.
Fuck.
Surface flight MiG-21 furball at 276 for 7, altitude 2,500.
Radar's really picky today.
You're on at the moment, got 2 friendlies inbound.
1-4 tally.
For few 1-1, I'm still being followed.
Yeah, just keep bringing him down, bearing 211. It's still only 6, danger close. Flight vector now 041 for 16.
Tops of 21.
Chasing F5 on the deck.
Possibly.
Snake 2-1,
Both.
vector 026.
No, top. Circus 1-4, tally 2 MiG-21.
Right target, right target.
Yep, tally.
Smash 1-1, left hand target, you see. 271, 4 cold, heading south. 1-4, beast is Fox into. Miss.
Fox 2. It's going for a flare, I think.
And Merlin, confirm I'm on trailer in this fight.
Yes.
Fox 2. And missed. I've become a typical F5 pilot, I'm launching too close.
1-4, Smash 1-1, be aware, MiG's 33510 hot to you, 17,000.
Should have saved both those shots until I was better aspect.
Vector now 213 for 1
Oh
cold.
my god.
2 to Fever 1-1, he's still on his 6, got Hades 2 on his 6, 1 mile, 1.5 miles.
Amateur hour.
Okay, I'm going to turn around after this movement.
Snake 2-1, Vector 232, please, 5 miles.
1-4, I'm going to drag this guy left.
Roger, Beast is on his 6. Smash 1-1, you got one on your front. Be aware, guys, there's another one at 242 for 4. Okay, Fever 1-1, you're clear. 035 if you need to. Special Fox. Snake 2-1.
It's Fox again.
Special 1 call outs. Please adhere to the call outs I give you.
Go on.
Taking him right.
Roger, I need you to vector now 228 for 12, please.
Copy.
Okay, Smash 1-1 Beast and...
Well, at least he's wasting his missiles as well.
It's 6 miles north of you. Correction, there's 3 with you and another one joining the party.
Fever 1, Fox 2.
Spotsman break.
It's Fox, it's Fox. Holy shitball.
He's overshooting. Left.
Smash 1-1, you're okay at the moment.
Shit. The other one got me.
10 miles, MiG-21 hot at 13,000. Snake 2-1, same target, 270.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go. That was a good demonstration of what not to do in the F5 missile-wise. I did the typical F5 pilot thing and I shot way too close at way too sharp an aspect. You don't do that, you're gonna miss. You wait until you've got... You make sure you're more than 90 degrees off them. So when you're behind them, if you're 90 degrees off, the slightest turn will throw the missile off them. But if you've got a tail aspect at all, you just uncage, pull lead, make sure you got more than about a kilometer or a kilometer and a half of distance between you, and then fire. My issue is I've been flying the MiG-21 again with the R60s, and so I've got my range estimations for the R60s down, but for the AIM-9, that's the kind of distance where it can't turn. So you've got to bear that in mind. The AIM-9Ps don't turn real well close in. No, this is Alpins. I couldn't get into Enigmas, it's full. It might have emptied out a little now, I'll have to get in later, but yeah, it was packed. I could not get a slot. There were 50 people in there and there were 30 something in here, so Cold War is jumping in both flavors right now. Whole vodka squad on red side, it's quite hectic. Yeah, I saw that they were in there and I really wanted to jump in with them, but I just could not get a spot in the server. Which is a good thing, it means that there's a lot of people into Cold War.
Rearming complete.
Special 1, MiG on your 6, danger close.
Something is black. Splash, splash.
Who splashed?
Snake 2-1, splash, MiG-21.
Roger. Okay, Snake, Hades, and Fever, Vector, 090, 20 miles, please.
Copy. Copy. Ground air supply is now connected. Tally furball low, 090.
Yeah, 221's friendly down.
Duck out.
Hammer 2-1, Hammer 1-2, Vector 249 immediately. Get low and get out of the fight. Duck eye stuff. Hades flight is 4 MiGs, single F5 at 080 for 50.
Someone on Enigma's got a 29 in the Saber. I've done that.
Tally 1080.
I think. Have I done that? I know I've got one with a 9B.
Roger, you've got 2 MiGs.
No, I got a 15, as in an F-15 with the Saber on Just Dogfight, that's right. And I got a 29 with an A9B. I've seen Davey get a 29 with the Saber. Yeah, he did lower it.
You're going to get really overwhelmed here, guys. I recommend either you break out or you go to vector west.
Update on the guys you called out to the northwest, please.
Roger, Hades 2, target now 236 for 2, Snake 2, 1 merge, Charlie, Fever 1-1, vector north, Furball, Dakai, continue, 009,
Fox 2, Snake
38, please.
Flash, Snake 2-1.
Snake 2-1, vector 063 for 5, assist Hades and Fever 1-1, please.
We're in Dakai, repeat, 009, copy.
Yeah, Dakai, 009 for 35, please. Be aware there's at least 3 to 4 MiGs on the lake.
Fox missed.
Play with my air vents.
Press, I'm behind you.
Phoenix 2,
Okay.
vector
Come off, I
047.
have a missile, come off. 040, Phoenix 2. Fox 2, and splash. Nice.
Hold on. Okay, Hades 2, Hades flight, vector now 224 for 25. Snake 2, 1 vector 225. Okay guys, well done. Let's try and preserve these aircraft if we can, get back and get some more missiles. Vector now 227, get low. Roger, get low. You've got MiGs east of you, 10 miles hot, and a MiG north of you, 9 miles hot. Dakai, Merlin. You're going to continue 348 for 20, please. 348 for 20. Fab 99, are you on comms yet?
Fab is Russian, I'm not sure if he speaks English. All of the RAF guys will probably be on their own comms.
Copy. Thanks.
Zach's on. Uh-oh.
Okay, so Hades flight, just be aware you've got a MiG northeast of you, 8 miles, and another MiG 03148, all hot to you. So keep coming down the coast, keep coming down the valley at 228, please. Dakar, you're going to meet your friendlies are at 0 for 16, you're going to intercept them at 325.
Is he parking? What's he doing?
We're going to just have to drag them back down. We've got the Russian guys.
Sounds like he's running out of fighters, so I might take off now. I was going to wait, but I'll take
Tally,
off now.
ship low, it looks like off the peninsula, or the peninsula?
Yeah, that's correct. So the 2 F5s inbound, so they'll be, them and Dakai and Phoenix are going to be your buffer for you lot to return to base. Okay, Hades 2, Snake 2-1, 216 50, Fever 1-1, Vector 226 48. Dakai, I want you to continue on your path. You'll meet up with 2 F5s, both off comms, but they're pretty good.
Copy.
Phoenix 2, Vector 028 for 30, 25 please.
028, Phoenix 2.
Okay, Hades 2, Snake 2-1, and Fever 1-1, you're all clear. Continue now back to home plate. Okay, Dakai, friendly that you need to team up with is at 356 for 6. Flanking northeast and on the deck. Phoenix 2, Merlin at 021 now for 15. You've got multiple friendlies to your front, heading southwest. Just ignore them. Continue to Rene Malwed. That's where you're going to at the moment. Dakai, Merlin, because I've got no control over those guys at all, you'll just have to follow them in. 052 now for 3. Good luck, Dakai. I'll assist you as much as I can.
Dakai turn 052, copy.
Roger. Rossman, Merlin, which is just taking off, and Banzai's taxing as well, so if you
Alright,
want to wait
I'll
there.
circle left.
Copy. Okay guys, guys, well done for saving those airframes. That's saved us quite a bit. Favor 11, vector now 223 for 31, Hades 2, vector 209 for 30, Hades 21, Snake 21 at 207 for 33.
Marine Duck Eye, visual on the friendlies.
Roger, friendly's 2.5 miles cold to your front on the deck. You've got
this one
six
just took off, I think.
On the
Yeah, I might switch over a bit later.
086 for 21. There's also
Play in
another
here for a
4
bit.
megs inbound at 0356 for 27. Heading towards Bulls at the moment, or up to you guys. So that'll make them up to 9. Phoenix 2 friendlies now at 059 for 12. Continue. I know you're going to be a bit late to the party, but that's what it is. Okay, Circus 14 Witcher, known as Circus Flight. Circus Flight, vector 338 for 40, please.
33840.
Marine Duck Eye, got 3 on my nose to clear.
Roger. Duck Eye, all mix, unless it's the ones 101 for 3. Nearest MiG is 029 for 2.5, flanking west at 1400. Another one at 077 for 5, hop to you, altitude is 1700, and you merge with 2 other MiGs as well, 21. Phoenix 2, vector 088 for 9 now, verbal, at least 4 MiGs.
088.
Okay, be careful, the guys are just firing the missiles, they're going to get 1 out of 2. 1 MiG down. Duck Eye, break. MiG 21 only over 6, danger close, 1/2 mile. Phoenix 2, vector 108 and 9, trying to assist Duck Eye. Duck Eye still with you, danger close.
Tally on the verbal.
Circus Flight, vector 324 for 35, 324 for 35. Going to be a big furball, guys.
32435.
Still with you, Duck Eye. Phoenix 2. Furball is at 099 for 5.
Down, moving in.
Okay, Duck Eye, you got a friendly on his 6 now. He's got 1 on his 6, MiG on his 6 for now. Phoenix 2, MiG now at 1034, cold.
There's a cross on the
1200.
left.
Full sign sizzle.
Don't know if there actually is, but it feels like there's one.
Okay, we're starting to knock them down.
All out of
Duck Eye
MiG here.
Roger. Phoenix 2 target, 2 targets in front, 105 for 2.5.
Thank you for that. My
106
chat
at 2
alerts
miles.
are being problematic here. Hang on, guys.
Heading north slightly.
There we go.
Fox 2.
I can't see who that was, but I do appreciate whatever you just did. Thank you.
Flash 1.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Sometimes the Twitch app doesn't play nice with me.
You're going to turn right. Phoenix 2.
Working on it.
Roger. Okay, swing all the way around to 310. Circus Flight, continue at 329 for 27.
32927.
Phoenix 2, you're the last man, Phoenix 2.
Ooh.
Fox 2.
Concerning.
Roger.
Flash
Shield
7.
flash, well done. Okay, let's either... You're going to have 5 guns now.
Yeah, there we go. There's that 5.
Bravo 1-1 million. Bravo 1-1.
1-4 gun gates.
Roger.
Roger, Bravo 1-1, did you forget your call sign? Continue at 035 for 27, please. 035 for 27. There are at least 9 MiGs in the mix, maybe 10. 1 F5 at the moment. We've got 4 of you inbound to that verbal. Beast, vector 0 for 28, please. Beast, you've got Bravo 1-1, call sign buckaroo. 300 for 13, so continue north. Bravo 1-1, vector 034 for 24. Well done, Rodots 2. Circus Flight. I want you to just vector left at the moment, 233, let's not go in single. Sorry, I know there's 2 of you, but let's try and get 4 of you together. Okay, Beast, you've got 2 friendlies at 033 for 14. Buckaroo, Vector 083 for 16, please.
083, roger.
I'm going to get 4 of you together, and then we can go up and engage from that point. Beast, you're going to work with Buckaroo, who's on your left, 10 miles. Rossman, if you work with Witcher, stays a pair. Okay, right, let's start going up north, Jet. Beast, come left
probably a
at
friendly.
321 for 6, you'll marry up with
Yeah, 2 ship there.
Confirm these 2 guys are friendly on my nose.
Friendly. Okay, let's so Beast, Buckaroo is just west of you 6 miles. Witcher, Rossman, just vector north now, 004 for 9. Beast and Buckaroo, vector 023 for 10.
Roger, 023.
Smash 1-1, you've got 2 friendlies on your 3.5 mile. So you're going to stick together. So Smash 1-1, Jobel 1-1, and Hammer 1-2 are known as Smash Flight. Smash Flight, I want you to vector now 332 for 20. 332 for 20. Rossman, you've got a MiG on the 1.5 miles. Turning hot on you, 3000.
Fox 2, MiG 21.
1-2 for 3.
Splash 1.
Bravo, Buckaroo, stay with Beast east of you.
Fox 2.
Good splash.
Roger.
That's 2 down.
Beast on your 6, on your right wing. Sorry, Rossman on your left wing now, left wing.
Yeah, tally.
Danger point.
Beast, I got him in a left
yeah,
turn
yeah,
over
but-
the foothills.
Okay, good looks. You're low and targets have all faded. Smash 1-1, target now.
He's still flying.
1 at 0, 15.
What's that? It's an F5.
Jebel 1-1.
Can't see
and
my
Hammer,
MiG.
vector 3, 1 at 7, 20 miles.
We'll continue the left circle and then we'll come back around. I think he's
Jabba,
behind me.
Merlin,
Yeah, that's a MiG.
Go ahead.
Copy.
That is also a MiG.
So just continue to the furball at 337 for 30, please.
367, 40. Copy.
Okay, we'll switch you guys.
That's an F5. Fuck, where'd that MiG go? Oh shit, there's one.
Okay, we lost. Somebody else came over. Buckaroo.
Fox
No,
2.
C.
Splash!
Beast 2.
We just lost somebody though.
Yeah, we lost a friendly, unlucky. Still got another one on your nose, Rossman. Smash 1-1, left wing, 1
Gun
mile,
hits.
Bob, 2000. Gerbil. Hammer.
He's
you
so
need to
slow.
change it to Hamster, that'll be funny, won't it? Gerbil and Hamster. Vector 322 for 8.
Whoa! Shit.
Furball, right on target, MiG
I just
21.
got splashed.
Yeah.
Fuck, that was fucking quick and dirty. Jesus. Talk about a furball.
Chief, connect ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now connected.
Let's grab our usual 9p and fuel 150.
Request rearming.
That was a real quick and violent one. Like, I think we traded about equally, maybe slightly worse than them, but it's a lot of jets to see go down within a very short amount of time. You don't see that so often on here. So for those that missed me explaining it earlier, this mission is a new one. Alpin has decided to embrace Airquake for this mission. And so the objective is just shoot down the other team. It's only F5s and MiG-21s. It is absolute chaos. It's honestly pretty fun.
West.
I mean, you don't have the ground objectives to kind of
Hades 2.
like center yourself on, reference yourself on, but
Okay, copy.
it is nice just having nothing to worry about on the ground. Just go at it in the air.
Smash 1-1, you still with that MiG-21 on yourself.
Copy, copy.
Makes for a nice change.
Have anything on your nose?
And it's a good mission for the guys that just want to airquake and don't like the ground war. You know, they can hop on during this mission and they can have a really good time.
325, copy.
Ground air.
Smash 1-1, box 2.
Whoop. click out of the DCS window, Jesus.
Square is now
Well done. Okay, Chava.
Yep, flying the
Smash will
F5
be
again.
about to merge together now, friendly.
Blue team
Yeah,
needed
visual.
an extra
Roger.
stick
Okay, let's vector 299.
because they were down one.
11, please.
So,
299 for 11.
That is
Okay,
me.
guys, we're up to 25, 26, so well done. Just keep it up.
1, 2, 3.
Hammer 1, 2, MiG on your 6, 3 miles hop.
Go ahead and raise the nose now. So you could see the missile shots there were much better. I was actually in range and had good parameters when I took them. Compare those to my first 2 missile shots of this mission, and you can see the difference. The first 2 are what most F5 players do, the second 2 are what the good F5 players do. So it takes me like a short adjustment period after I've been flying the MiG-19 and the MiG-21 to get used to these missiles again, but you can see the difference. But you'll also notice when I ended up merged with those MiG-21s, instead of pulling the stick to my guts and getting slow, which is the MiG-21's game, I kept my speed up and raided around a circle. Now, I didn't necessarily beat them in a 2-circle fight because I'm not quite that precise,
3 miles cold.
but I was able to prevent them from getting easy shots on me. Their R60s missed because I was out raiding them on the circle. They couldn't pull for a pull nose authority for a gunshot without bleeding off speed. That's what you want to do in the F5. So this shit people do where they pull the nose and throw it into fucking scissors at like 200 knots, don't do that. That will kill you against a MiG-21. The MiG-21 can do that better than you can. And even when they fix the MiG-21's available G-load at low speed, it's not going to make that much of a difference. There's, the F5 guys have these things they like to bring up about this is that, this is broken on the 21, that's broken on the 21. I tested it the other day, it's not that much of a difference. So, the available G on the charts for the MiG-21 is about the same as the available G for the F5 in-game. Now, maybe the F5's underperforming, I don't know, but comparing the numbers as they should be for the MiG-21 and the numbers as they are for the F5, it is not a big difference. If there's an advantage to the F5, it's tiny. Too small for most people to make good use of, so
Yeah, you're gonna merge with that MiG.
it is, the 21 is overperforming at very low speeds, but it's not by much.
declare 020.
So you end up with a situation where, at best, it's going to become neutral instead of MiG-21 advantage, and that's still going to be a problem for the F5 guys because you're still going to be too slow to recover from it. The F5 can't regain energy if you're pulling the stick all the way to your guts doing 200 knots. In that situation, the MiG-21 is still superior because he can just dump his nose and get speed and get out of the fight. So, I don't think it's as big a factor as people are making out. I really don't. And I think once that is fixed, and hopefully it will be reasonably soon, I don't know when, once that is fixed, I think they're going to get a rude shock that it isn't all they thought it was. The other thing is, and it missed the last patch, I guess just it didn't quite make the cutoff time. But the emergency afterburner change isn't in yet. It was going to be in this patch, but I guess it just didn't make it, so next patch we should see that, and it should be interesting. I'm curious to see how Novak's programmed it. Whether it's 3 minutes and your shit dies, or like 3 minutes in a grace period, or 3 minutes and then some random factor. It should be interesting. I'm going to test it out pretty extensively once it's in the game.
010 friendly. Hot 500.
Might wait here and see if somebody else will take off with me. I hope you guys can hear me over SRS. I know they are quite loud, but I have hearing difficulties, so if I don't have the volume turned up, I can't hear what's being said. At the same time, when they're talking, I can't hear myself, so I'm probably shouting. So it's a good thing it's nearly 8 AM and not 4 AM like it usually is. Can't fly the F5 for shit in a dogfight, they always outrate me. Keep your speed up. If you keep your speed up around 380 to 400 knots, the MiG-21 physically cannot outrate you. The MiG-21's best turn rate like, best sustainable turn rate, that is. This is sustained, not instantaneous, but its best sustained turn rate is about 12.5, 13 degrees a second. Yours will be about 14, maybe 14.5. So it's a tiny advantage, but it's there. So the mistake a lot of the F5 guys do is that they bleed off their speed and then they just get slow. Because when you are very slow, the MiG-21 will outrate you. It arguably shouldn't. But again, like, it's not a big difference. Probably the biggest change will be that they'll hold neutral instead of beat you in the future when they fix that. But they still have every other advantage. So the key point is just, like, when I was out raiding that guy, holding 380 knots, I was barely touching the stick. I was just barely holding it back. You don't need much stick authority to hold your best sustained rate in the F5.
4.5, 10,000.
4.5, that's very precise.
6, wrong. 3 o'clock now, 2 miles, danger close. 11,000. Gerbil 1-1 merged. Hades 2 on your nose, 038 for 2, hot.
Hades 10, Charlie.
Copy. Fever 1-1, vector now 028 for 14, Dark Eye, vector 038 for 20, Witcher, vector 334 for 24. Gerbil, you can have another MiG just north of you, still hot.
It is. Just an AI, sadly. Well, not even an AI, it's just parked there, but that is an F4.
East of you, 5 miles. Just missed 86. Range is 1.8. Speed.
There's another F5 starting up.
600.
F5 on the runway at An-Naziriyah with me. Let's wait for the guy that's starting up. Or we can not, that works too, I guess.
Magic ready to spike range for big nose.
That's alright.
Range is 1.5. Snake 2-1 merge, MiG-21, Hades 2, you got a friendly, join the party.
Forgot my takeoff trim.
Fever,
Now, +6 takeoff trim for typical air-to-air combat config in the F5.
For 10, flanking east at 2000. Fever 1-1, target at 089 for 5. Be aware, Fever 1-1, Duck Eye, Witcher, we've got 5 MiGs joining the party north of the lake, 10 miles off.
Hey, Morphus.
Snake 2-1 slash.
Roger, Snake 2-1 merge, second MiG.
No, Tally.
Roger, altitude is 3,500.
Tally.
Duck Eye, you've got 6 MiGs to your east. Recommend coming round the back at Duck Eye, vector north, 7 miles, and then turn around and get on the 6th one.
Stick
Duck Eye, I've got one on my nose to clear.
Roger, just vector north, please, 0.
I guess he is going to orbit and wait for the other guy to take off.
070, 4 MiGs. Good luck. Phoenix 2, continue, 049 for 15, please.
049 for 15, Phoenix 2.
Roger. Duck Eye, target's cold at 123, 2.5. Also got one on your 10 o'clock, 1 mile. Duck Eye, clear 100 for 2.
He's taking a while to start up.
Snake 2-1 down, clipped to tree.
Copy. Phoenix 2-1, vector now 077.
Watch out for the trees on this map, they're made of concrete. And the hitboxes go all the way to the leaves.
Break.
Which is a bit silly. Hitting a tree should fuck you up, but hitting the upper branches... Aircraft do that with some regularity in wartime. In World War II especially, it was very common for Mosquito squadrons to come home with pieces of the upper branches of trees embedded in their carburetor intakes.
Maryland, Phoenix 2, it looks to be a fur ball in front of me. What am I looking at
You can brush a tree without wrecking yourself, but you can't hit one without wrecking yourself.
Phoenix 2.
Garrett, cheers for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the show. I would presume you are, since you Prime sub. Okay, let's... Why is my radar
the other ones are
not on yet?
2 minutes to identify.
I guess it isn't warmed up.
Witcher, break left. MiG-21, 1
It's a bit
mile
odd.
off. Okay, Okay, Phoenix 2, all targets in front are enemy, all targets are enemy. Watch and shoot, watch and shoot.
Fox 2.
So try and
We're holding this really close.
some of these losses. Okay, back to the south.
Really close. 2 aircraft difference in losses.
Phoenix,
1 difference in
break left,
remaining
break left.
aircraft.
2 mix hot. Beast, 2 targets now, 031 for support. They're going to get on Phoenix.
Alpin's GCIing for red today, I think. Oh, you know what it is? I probably turned the, I turned the video game down too
Does
far.
not make me feel good.
No, and there's another 3 north of you as well.
I got a little carried away with the game knob.
Bravo 1-1, Victor now, 05820, along 21 point southeast, 2000. Okay, Phoenix, you want to do a left turn now, come south.
So one of the things is by adjusting the gain downwards, you can actually spot targets in ground clutter a little easier. It also just makes it easier in the eyes.
Beast, Phoenix, sorry, 186 danger plus.
I do hope they overhaul the F5's radar visuals, and its radar in general. As far as I know, it doesn't have any filtering, so it should see clouds and stuff. It doesn't currently, but I hope they do overhaul it. I'm using a mod at the moment, which is why the jizzle bar looks a little different. But yeah, I hope they overhaul the visuals for this. The MiG-21's due for a radar overhaul because the radar is legit broken at this point. So that should hopefully be happening over the next few months. I don't know when it'll be ready. I don't know how fast work's progressing. Don't ask me. I only have little tidbits here and there. But it does need it. 34028.
Yeah, on the deck or higher?
Oh, no choice. I've got 5 MiGs on the lake at the moment, and 1 F5.
MiG-21 just crashed.
Roger, just keep them spinning. That's 2 inbound, 20 miles out. Yeah, that was
What, that just crashed?
No, he splashed Beast.
Why do you get me all excited like that, Merlin?
I know, sorry. I do try and line people up to get people, but they just ignore me and just continue flying in a straight line.
Oh, if he crashed, I was going to taunt him in chat, but you know, I'll have to save it for next time.
Yeah. Well, he, out of the 7 MiGs that you can see to you, 341, he is the left target, 334 for 14, hot to you at the moment.
Yeah, if I get close to him, I'll be able to visually recognize him. He's probably using the livery I made for him.
Yeah, he's probably got that one with the big heads
I actually considered if there was a way I could make the pilot's head bigger than the canopy, but no, can't do it and make it pass integrity check.
Yeah, no, that'd be funny though. That would be funny.
I couldn't get in. I should be able to now, so I'll probably switch after this mission, but I couldn't get in when I started the stream. It's full.
Rossman, got multiple MiGs now to your front, half faded, be careful. Chab up the moon. Buckaroo, target now 07810.
Fuck.
Chaba, left wing, 8 o'clock now, MiG-21 hot, 1 mile. Keep turning, Chaba.
Should have just stayed visual instead of trying to lock him.
Roger, it looks like he kind of overshot that one.
Something there. It's a 21.
Okay, Fever 1-1, Hades is just north of you.
Oh yeah, baby, show me that afterburner.
You're all headed now, 043434, Fever 1-1, Hades 2.
Shh, did he see me? He did not see me. Oh, yeah, he did. Fuck. Just keep our speed up. We don't want to scissor with him.
Magic 82 declare 030 low.
Oh, that was risky. Circus 1-4, I got one behind me. Right hand circle, south of the lake.
Roger. You got one that's on the left-hand side of the lake, friendly. Buckaroo, you got MiG only 6 danger close. Hades, you got a friendly south of you, 3 miles, 7,000.
I need to declare 030 low for Hades tip.
Fuck!
Roger, I've got a MiG.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen.
320.
I shouldn't have lined that guy up, I should have just stuck with mine. Ground air.
Ground air supply. Copy.
As soon as he saw me, I probably should have actually stopped trying to pull onto his tail and just got out of there. I got a little bit greedy.
Request rearming.
Me? Getting greedy?
Copy.
Never. I couldn't get into Enigmas. It was 50 of 50 when I started the stream. I hear it's got a few less players in now. But yeah, it was 50 of 50 on Enigma server and like 30 something of 50 on Alpins. So Cold War is jumping in all its flavors today.
Fever 110283, target faded.
Rearming complete.
Which is awesome to see, and hopefully will be a trend that continues into the future.
Hades, no job.
I would love to see the Cold War servers always be this busy.
Study. Apply ground air
Yes,
supply.
Fever, you've got Hades just west of you, 1 mile, half a mile.
Air is now applied. Hades 2 is the right turn over.
Ichthyosaurus.
I'm behind you.
Yeah, Hades 2, you got Fever with you.
I see that.
Snake 2,
Hades 2
1.
is going upstairs.
Copy.
Lifting low. Go on.
So Hades, you still in contact?
It's more people joining all the while as well.
No, Georgia.
Look at this!
Roger, I can see
Look
me.
at this!
Okay, so we've got...
While Enigma's server is full as well.
MiGs, the 3 MiGs at 069.
Holy
27.
shit.
Make that 4 MiGs. 2's going home.
That is so awesome to see.
From Hammer, just inbound, so... 4 MiGs at the lake, 05.
And it should help allay any fears that Enigma server is going to pull players from Alpins. I don't think it will. I think they'll feed into each other. What benefits one server will benefit the other. Because they're so different in terms of how they play and how the mission's designed. They shouldn't really compete, but they should complement each other very nicely.
Duckeye, Vector 04040, you're going to stay in the valley there.
Duckeye, copy, wait for Beast to catch up.
Roger.
Kinda laggy.
16,
Oh.
sorry, yeah, 090 for 18 to Ray up Airfield. Duckeye's waiting there.
In terms of like low performance or stuff jumping around, because I know he was having issues with people teleporting before. Because the issue is, I think with the teleporting stuff, a lot of the time it's when somebody's game is hitching or stuttering, it causes people to jump around on other players' screens.
30, please.
See, I had no performance issues even during the test where there were like 1,000 units on the map, but that's because my PC is pretty beefy, right?
Copy, Snake 2.
But I would suspect people with lower end PCs are going to have more difficulty with it.
Snake 2-1. Splash? No, splash. Roger, okay. It's just Snake 2-1, Vector now, 052434.
Call sign for the friendly
Good
engagement.
PC, except my graphics card. Yeah, well, graphics card matters pretty severely in DCS, to be honest. I mean, CPU does as well. Everything matters in DCS. It's one of those games where everything in your PC needs to be at a high level for it to run well. If you don't have enough RAM, it runs like shit, especially multiplayer. If you don't have a good enough CPU, it runs like shit. If you don't have a good video card, it runs like shit. Like, you just can't win. If you don't have it on an SSD, it runs like shit. Cursed.
Yeah, 82's on him.
Yeah, I would say it's probably CPU bound more than anything, but video card does still make a noticeable difference for sure. Forgot my take off trim
He
again.
was climbing left here.
Roger. On your nose, should be fever. Snake 21053 for 26, please.
Snake 21, copy.
Oh, we did not come out of that last engagement very well. We're a bit behind now.
Okay, beast that guy, you now merged.
Copy.
034 for 45, please.
RAM, CPU, and SSD is good. My graphics card's now 1066 gigabyte, like 5 years old. I mean, that's better than what I used to have, but yeah, like, you'd probably be feeling it now.
Inbound, 5 miles hot.
Okay, I need to leave.
So, before I built Beepski Mark II, Beepski Mark I was running DCS on a 1050 Ti,
3,500. Snake 21, friendly.
with very insufficient cooling. So,
Sorry, man.
that was kind of like the bare minimum spec for DCS, I think.
Be aware, 2 megs at least, it's
10 gig.
20.
10 gig is an odd number of RAM.
Copy.
7-year-old hard drive, oh yeah. So when I started DCS I was on hard drive, but within a couple months of starting to play, especially on Hoggit, which I was playing on back then, I just couldn't. I had to get an SSD and move the game over to that. And when I built Beepski Mark II, I didn't just put it on an SSD, I put it on an NVMe SSD, M2, whatever you call it. The Speedy Boy, Fast Boy. It's literally named Fast Boy.
Yes.
Um,
Slightly
so the game runs much better now. Still gets stutters and hitches from time to time, but nowhere near as bad.
I don't know where that EWR is.
What I need to do though is I need to get a second fucking SSD at this point. Well, a second NVMe. I've got like SSDs coming out my ears, but I need another NVMe to put Flight Simulator on, so I can get that out the way, get that on its own fucking drive, and then worry less about that. I'm also at the point where I need to back up my Flight Sim mods that I've downloaded onto another external or something. I've got an old external that I could never get it to work on my old PC, so I'll see if I can get it to work on this one. And if it is indeed in working order and it's not bricked from the factory like I thought it was, I just never got round to returning it. If it actually does work, that's what I'll probably do with it. I'll put all my Flight Sim stuff on that, like, so I have a backup I can reinstall, but at the same time, you know, without having to re-download, but at the same time it's not taking up space on my internal drives, because it is right now. It's almost filled one of them, because I'm addicted to nice free scenery mods. So I have to sort that out.
Chaba, I want you to tell you with Rossman Buckaroo, he's on your 132. So just, Chaba, come east slightly, 6 miles. In fact, correction, Chaba, vector 023 for 13. Rossman Buckaroo, vector 003 for 16, please.
003, 16.
Okay. Because the problem is, over Homs, they get the radar from Haller. So I don't mind people fighting at the lake, but we obviously lose that when they go low.
Merlin Beast, you want me high or low?
Hey, Brent.
What's your options on them?
Had 8 gig and my friend had another 2x2, so he gave them to me. It actually worked, it was better than 8 gig. Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
336 for 15. Let's have a look. Phoenix, who's at the highest? Beast, in fact, Beast, can you stay high? Duck Eye, I want you to hit the deck. Phoenix, I want you to hit the deck. Vector 340, please. Rossman, 2 mix on your nose, 013 for 3, hop to you at 3,000. Second one, that's 2 shift, and the second one to your left, 4.5 miles. Hop. Buckaroo, vector 321 for 5. Chaba, vector 014 for 12, please. 014. Roger, Rossman, you've merged, pass through it.
No joy.
Buckaroo, 3 targets at 306 for 5.
Shit.
South now, Rossman.
Tally. I'm gonna be turning across the guy in front of me. It's risky.
Okay, guys, stay safe, Phoenix and Dakai. You're both low. You've got the airfield in front of you, about 4 or 5 miles. Just Phoenix 2033 for 5, Dakai 316 for 5. Please just stay high and just let's see if we can drag them over.
Copy.
I got 2 on me now.
Roger. So, just for future reference, guys, I don't want you fighting at the lake. If you get to the lake, I need you to vector west out of that lake.
Good splash. Watch the second one, he's on your left.
Okay, guys, we've got another 3 F5s inbound to the party. Buckaroo, Rossman.
Where's that 21? That's him.
Okay, Rossman, target now. 334.
Wait, one. I got one off my nose and a friendly right by him. Good splash.
Yeah, friendly. Yeah, well done.
Sorry, say again that.
Just going to orbit Beast, Phoenix, and Dakar. Okay, Rossman on your right wing, 1 mile.
Tally.
Danger close.
Bringing him right.
Roger. Chabba, MiG at 1017, halt.
Second one pulled in behind. Caution F5 tail.
Buckaroo's on him.
Alright, this guy's gone the other way. I'm going to stick with the guy on my nose.
Fox 2 understand.
Chabba, friendlies.
Fucking master arm.
He was already dead, yeah. For some weird reason, my cannon wouldn't fire.
Roger. Chabba, 0573, MiG-21.
Fuck.
Fucking hell, stay on his tail to keep the pressure, but my cannon wouldn't fire. Someone come in. We have 2 triggers.
It's an F5.
Yeah, you're getting missile camera switch.
Somebody else got him, I think.
Okay, we've got Beast, target now 0305. Dakai, Phoenix, target now 1723. MiG-21, hot at 300.
Thought my cockpit was awful silent.
South of the lake, we've got MiGs trickling in.
Search radar from a 21. 21 nails.
One on your right wing, heading south, 10 right, head south.
Possible tally.
Roger, it's bearing 188 for 1.5 cold altitude.
Yeah, tally.
4,000.
He's going right. I'm gonna lose him behind a hill.
Dakai, target now 0158 cold.
This guy's on an F5, I think. Yep, F5, go left. Another MiG just passed my right, I think.
Yeah, 2 MiGs. Chabba targets friendly 009 for 1.5.
Fuck.
In trail.
I can't get an angle on this guy. I need him to go left.
Roger, so they're both MiGs in front of you, Rossman.
Oh shit, okay.
Chabba, you've got a MiG.
Oh, now he goes left.
Rossman, your friendly is on your 3 o'clock at the moment.
Fox 2. Splash 1.
MiG north of you, 3 miles, hot. 3,000.
Rossman down to guns, going left. Keep my speed. Okay, this guy's disengaging south, it looks like, behind the hills.
Still got 4 with you. Roger. Chabba, if you want to vector 3417, Buckaroo's got 4 on him.
Roger.
Dakai, let's...
Splashed himself.
Bring you, east. Dakai, 122 for 27, please.
Melon Rossman, my MiG.
Dakai, 215 for 11, please. Beast, you merged, MiG-21.
My MiG hit a tree, I think.
Copy. You got 4 at 0208.
0208. Guns only, I'll help out where I can.
Roger. Chabba, you've got MiGs 3 miles on your nose.
Copy, Tally.
Smash 1-1, vector 008 for 21.
I wonder if Buckaroo's had any luck getting Overlord bot to understand him. During the testing on Enigma server, he was trying so hard and she just would not respond to him at all. It's fucking hilarious. Okay, that's a MiG. Yeah, that's a MiG.
MiG is higher.
Cross merge, 21 left, right hand circle. Oh, he's gone left. Please keep that up.
Okay, Beast is still with you, only 6 danger close head. He's on your 024 for 3,000.
I can't tell what just crossed my nose, if it was an F5 or another MiG. Don't really care, I'll just stick with this guy.
got friendly with you. That guy, target now is at 218 for 5.
Ross splash on maneuver.
Vessel trash.
Fuck, we're a bit behind here.
For 9. Beautiful. Well done, well done.
Ross left circle 1 MiG.
Where is Ross at?
8 miles away, is west 20 miles.
Yeah, by the foothills.
1 vector 001 for 7.
Oh yeah, baby. Go left. Go left. You know you want to go left.
Creep in now, let's vector east.
See, I can't pull my nose. I'm getting slow. This is risky.
088, stay on the deck.
Oh yes, reverse.
Surprise them.
Missile, 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 missile. By the lake. ×2.
Chava checks.
Come on, come
Chava
on.
is danger close on you. Smash 1-1, be careful. You got the right hand target. Rossman is in trail.
Copy, I see the
Smash 1. Yeah.
Gun hits.
Down, smash on your left.
Engaging second MiG 21 in the tail.
Roger. Okay, Rossman, smash 1-1's coming up on your 6 to help.
Alright, I'm gunning this guy pretty well.
Okay, Beast Dakai, I want you to vector 075, stay on the foot.
Splash!
When you go 7 miles and then you're going to vector north up that valley.
Ross, I'm disengaging, going back for more missiles.
Roger, Fever 11, Hades.
Well, that was more like it. Holy fuck. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay, Smash 1-1 and Rossman, you've got 221s with you. Smash 1-1, you've got 1 on your 6, danger close.
Shit, send me to it, I'll help out.
331 for 2.
331 2.
Rossman, you're on your own.
Tally.
Rossman, friendlies at 300 for 18.
Fuck, I lost him. I'm having trouble keeping eyes on these guys under the clouds.
Roger, okay, they're both heading north at the moment, so you can extract south
Alright.
if needed.
I'm gonna run.
166 for 36. You got friendly, Beast.
Let's get the fuck out.
Merlin, Hades 2, 0902, ship lead trail track north.
Roger, mix.
Oh, it was fucking funny though.
1-1, MiG 21 at 06.
Like, I saw it coming. I figured there's no way she's gonna understand Buckaroo. Like, fuck. Half of the guys on this server can't understand Buckaroo. Sure enough.
Once you get to the top of this hill, you're going to turn right.
Overlord bot is racist against Glaswegians, apparently.
Single ship at 1500, but there's 4 behind him at 16 miles. Fever 1-1 merge.
Yeah, there's 2 of them, I guess. Fever 1-1, 1 to the north, 1 to the south. That's all I see.
Yeah, there's two with the fever and 1 further east 7 miles.
2 with the fever.
1 mile.
That was a good way to word
Can I
that.
have something off the nose?
Fever 1-1, you got 196, danger close. Yes, MiG 21. Fever
I'm out of
1
battery
range. Is 2 miles, 1.5 miles, hop to you. It's on your 7 o'clock, hop.
Yeah, I just put my ass to him.
Yeah.
Merlin, Circus 1-4, can I get a bearing for home? Now's it here.
175.
175, thanks.
That guy merged MiG 21 on your nose, 1 mile. 80s 2, still only 6, danger close.
80s.
Oh, as a naughty boy, I pulled 9.1 G there.
Can I get some help on this MiG or come along?
But wings still attached, so I think it's a function. The reason guys are ripping so easily is it's a function of fuel load, internal fuel load, speed, which they potentially modeled a bit wrong, and roll rate. So if you do like a really violent roll at the same time as you pull, or you're pulling in, then you do a really rough roll, it's going to fuck you up. But if you just chill out a little, you should be okay. So there's a limit in the manual when you've got more than half internal fuel and a clean or two sidewinder config. It's above, was it Mach 0.95, I think? And that's down to 6.5G instead of 7.3. And I think the reason that's in place, and I took a while to kind of realize this. The reason that's in place is probably because of the center of pressure shifting, so your controls become that much more sensitive. That's the only thing I can really think of, is the combination of fuel weight more aft, because the fuel tanks extend a bit further back when they're full, fuel weight further aft, and center of pressure shift. Now, I'm not an engineer, so that's layman opinion, but that would make sense for that limitation, because you would then have much more pitch authority, and you would be much kind of closer to your safety margin. And that's usually, if you have a G limit that shifts with airspeed towards a transonic region, like the MiG-29 does, that's usually why, is because the center of pressure shift combined with fuel weight gives you really absurd nose authority, which is not good. So I'm curious if that's the actual reason, and this is why I prefer part of the reason I prefer the Soviet manuals over the American ones. The American ones have a lot of really nice, pretty pictures in them, they got lots of charts, they're really good for that, but the Soviet manuals in the operational limitations section give you the reason for the limitation, the specific reason for the limitation, and the American ones do not. The American ones just give you the limitation and no explanation of why it's there. Unless that's in a separate flight manual, maybe, but in the Soviet ones, that's in the pilot's handbook. The limitation and the reason for the limitation, which is really, really good.
Oh, I gotta open it. 82, one off my nose, clear?
Yeah, Mig.
Looking lovely. And the one past that, 0240? Bike range, the 1 Mike 6, please.
He's broke off.
Copy.
4 miles cold.
Sounds like Dobbs is having some fun.
Okay, keep coming, Dobbs, keep coming. 233, just go straight through. Okay, continue now. Nearest airfield is 167.43, but I recommend going 230. 70.
It's a really weird runway. Like, it doesn't have any of the normal runway markings on it.
Recommend vector 186, and then I can get you to home plate to the right hand side there. Nazaria. Wow, that was interesting. Buckaroo, be aware, got 2 ships at 036 for 11 hot. You've got 2 friendlies south of your 8 mile. Psycho and Chaba, you're about to merge 5 miles with each other. So, Chaba, Psycho, vector 021.
God, the brakes on this thing are such dog shit. Why do the Americans not understand how to make good brakes for their aircraft? Assuming DCS has modeled them correctly. Like, why do the brakes suck so fucking hard?
Buckaroo, hook left. Hook right now then. 081, Buckaroo.
Okay.
Say again?
Buckaroo, hook right, 086 for 11.
The extra weight, I know, right? My gyro's a little sketced out, probably because I pulled mine too. Although I might also be on a slight hill here. Look at the... Bro, look at how many people are on here! How many people are on Enigma's server right now? This is... I don't even know how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8...
Psycho, MiG-29, 0315. Friendly down.
2, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 people on here. So 36 and 38, that is good. That is good to see. Both servers absolutely jumping, both at the same time. So I think that safely allays any fears about about the two servers interfering with each other's play accounts. Power of capitalism re-breaks. Yeah, evidently. So wait until I'm refueled before I can hit that. Oh, we've nearly evened it up again.
Magic buckaroo, there's 2 on my nose.
That's right, the fucking radar on this doesn't have a ground safety. I assume it should have one. I don't know for sure, but I assume it should have one. It would be weird if it didn't. I know it's only a weak radar, it's not going to microwave people's balls if they walk across the nose as much, but still. Braking implies a blue pilot could go in any way. Could in any way go the wrong direction? True. You guys want to know something interesting? So, the AUG-9, the notoriously monstrously powerful radar, the power output of that thing, its peak power output is about 10 kilowatts, I think it is. 10 kilowatts sounds about right. Notoriously powerful, amazing radar, can see you from a gazillion miles away. If it locks you at 100 miles, it's as if you're being locked by something right next to you. Who wants to guess how much power the MiG-21's radar puts out? And I don't mean the RP-22, I mean the RP-21, the short-range one. How much power do you think the RP-21 puts out at peak? Take a guess. I'll leave that one with you, chat. 14? Look at you! 60. 60 kilowatts. You know how much the Smirch in the MiG-25P puts out? Take a guess. For the MiG-25P, the original MiG-25 radar, not the update. 20? You reckon? You reckon? You're going with 20? 600. So, the thing is, I would bet you dollars to donuts, the reason the AUG-9 is so good is because it's low-powered but has very good filtering on it. Because the more power you feed through the radar, the more noise you're going to get back in return. So, whereas the Americans went for the finesse solution where they had low power output but, you know, just generally a clean radar signal, the Soviets went fuck this and just added more power to the problem. The result being it's noisy as fuck and it can't see very far, but by God, there is no jamming on Earth that will not burn through. Like, especially for the Smerch. That thing will burn through any fucking jamming you want to throw at it. Like, it's just... Like, I actually had to double check the numbers because I thought there's no way the AUG-9 only puts out that little power. But no, the AUG-9 puts out a fraction as much as even a MiG-21. Now that's, to be fair, that's assuming that the documented numbers I saw were not some sort of American big brain obfuscation to hide their true capabilities. I don't think it was. I think it was an accurate number though.
There is a MiG possible at 037%.
But, like, the MiG-25, for example, a fucking 600 kilowatt radar on a plane is just bananas. Absolutely bananas.
12 miles from Bolts, north of Bolt. And we've got multiple MiGs at 114 to 20 from Bolts. Snake.
Every time he says multiple MiGs, I just fucking think of Silence of the Lambs. Every time.
Beagle 1-1, friendly at 0675, possible purple.
Oh, it's wild, man. It's absolutely wild, the amount of fucking power that thing has. Like, you imagine somebody accidentally radiates on the ground with a fucking MiG-25?
You look like you're, are you chasing something?
Like, you would actually cook the ground crew. You would actually legitimately cook the ground crew.
Roger, okay, I don't see him anymore. Okay, if you want to join...
6 kills on my L-39, 4 times Conqueror in his Vigor.
You're at 1.
Has he added the road bases yet? Because those would be pretty interesting for the L-39 and C-101 guys. I mean, fuck, that'd be interesting for the F5s and the MiG-21s as well.
Okay, just need a break. I'll be back in about 5
What if the pilot was hungry? Yeah.
Um,
Microwave your own dinner.
one,
Just stick a chicken in front of the plane. Spear it on the pitot tube, you know. Easy.
3 miles cold.
Majority, there is a...
It's at 5,500. Phoenix 2, 0364, heading east, northeast at the moment, 5,000.
RAF F5 on the taxiway. RAF livery, that is. You've got your air brakes out.
Okay guys, when you take off, just head to, if you're on the west coast, just head to Renimawad.
Get a week break this week and my card rise on Tuesday. Better stream. Yeah, man. We'll fly together.
Recommend vectoring 351.
This guy taxis like a fucking grandma. Come on, let's go.
It's at least 6 meters
Come on.
south of the lake.
You can do it.
10 miles.
Find the accelerator.
Just coming onto the lake, and another 2 megs, 10 miles north.
Oh god, he's turning left. Please don't do that. There we go.
So we try and get them away from the lake, guys. Don't go to the lake, if possible.
There's another guy on the other end of the runway. He's
bit,
off the
guys.
side of it. Okay. Come on, I'll fly your wing. There we go, he's spooling up. Is he gonna do it? Oh my god. Light the burners, my man! Oh, he's actually doing a mil power takeoff. This is so sad. God, I could outpace that thing walking. He's gonna take the entire runway to do that at mil power. He might not even get off the runway at mil power. I think this one's fairly long, but we'll see. Oh my god, he made it! Barely. Now he's lit the cans. Because he's falling out of the sky. Look, he's right on the edge of a stall. Oh man. Oh my guy. Man, you got the combined thrust output of a pair of hair dryers. Don't be shy on the afterburners. You need them. Yeah, you need to go on a burner anyway, like... There's no reason to hold back. He said he'll add them soon.
Where are we fighting, guys? At Moab.
Probably just south of the lake near Homs.
I think I'm way up north. Hell, I think I made it way up there somehow.
Why? Why do I need any of this? Like, America, what is going on? Why do I need this shit? Why does my plane not automatically sequence its fuel tanks for me? I don't get it. Like, this left-right auto-balance shit. Why is that a switch? Why is that not something the plane does itself? Like, you know, say what you will about the MiG-21's ergonomics, at least I don't have this garbage to deal with, and the plane sequences its own fuel correctly. Hey Paula.
Fuck you, that's why.
Sounds about right. Cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Tier 3 for 17 months. This man's keeping me online. He's helping pay for my internet. But yeah, like, There are so many things about this plane that just make me scratch my head.
Yeah, they get really good coverage there. We do not. That's been the problem.
Zach's back.
I'm gonna come in at that right from 30,000 feet.
Ross, my MiG returned at 284, 8 miles, MiG-21 Colt.
284 for 8.
And 2 for Linden, same target at 095, 20 miles. Hot.
Oh, he's way out by the coast.
What's his angles?
It's gotta be low, it just faded. Beast, you're heading towards the lake. You've got a MiG-21 at 075, 22 hot. 22 miles, sorry, hot.
075, copy. Lake Hades to 340, declare left to right.
Sorry, I see nothing yet.
Make it a bandit.
Ross, mum, no joy. Oh, hang on, I got something gone left. Tally! Fox 2. Splash. He's still flying. Fox 2 again. Splash. He's dead this time.
Well done. Frostman, if you want to continue 292, 15 miles, there's a MiG-21 and F5 going at it.
292.15.
Take that back, just looks like 2 MiGs now. 2 MiG-21's hot for you.
Uh-oh. I got no missiles. I'm going to circle back around to the east and try and drag them into friendlies.
Don't turn right, you're turning into a MiG-21.
Oh, okay. Turn left then.
Beast, you could go 111 for 10 miles. 2 MiG-21s crossing your path.
Copy. Lake buggy up for 82.
If you want to fly, 255 degrees, 11 miles.
That's what I'm here for.
21 nails times 2 behind me. I fucking hate the rearwards visibility in this. I cannot see behind me. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Give me my periscope. Fuck. If I could take a hacksaw to this canopy and drop a MiG-21 periscope into it, I would. I absolutely would. Instantly.
This guy, okay, yep, that would make sense.
It's that guy's shoot.
Just to the right of him, about a mile, is Beast.
Rossman recommitting.
And altitude of Beast. On the deck. Beast, you behind that MiG, it looks like? Possibly.
Beast, you have a MiG coming up on your 6 MiG-21.
You on a right brake, Beast? On the nose,
Who
declare.
is you?
MiG-21.
Mikara Rossman. Do I have a friendly off my nose just past the edge of this bridge line?
Fox 2.
I only see you, Rossman, surrounded by friendlies, yes.
Okay. Good.
Splash MiG-21 for 82.
Do a defend the Atlantic conveyor mission.
Rossman, if you want to hit 3, 5, 4, 10 miles, 2 MiG-21s should be crossing left to right.
354 for 10.
Chopper, we know about 3,000 feet.
Buggy up, Hades.
Copy. Hades, all I see are friendlies around.
Going to dogfight
Hades,
mode.
MiG-21 at 212.
Since I'm not going to have time to finger fuck the radar.
212, Hades. Buckaroo. Left wing, Buckaroo merge. 82, on the south of you, 1 mile.
Rossman tally 2.
Off the hook now.
Fox 2 from Hades.
Java MiG-21 close up 1 mile.
You guys in that furball.
Behind you.
You guys in that furball have 2 more MiGs coming in from the southwest.
Only 6 danger close. Buckaroo,
Spotted dead.
Buckaroo, break left.
Shit.
Smoke, smoke.
Is that an F5? That. Oh, that is an F5. Holy fuck.
Break now.
Holy fuck.
21 down.
MiG-21, only 6 danger
What a
close.
shit fest.
Fever, break right. Java, target now.
Okay, trail. We'll go for trail. F5 in the climb that's being gunsed at. You got another 221 slotting behind you. Go for the slow guy. A bit more vulnerable.
Okay, Fever 1, you've got on him. Beach still in the scissors. So, Rosby, get the MiG on the right there, MiG on the right.
I got one right on my nose.
Copy, Beach is clear. Java, on your nose.
Yeah, he's dead.
Roger. Beach target now is heading northeast 288 for 1.
I got a little bit slower than intended, but that's okay, because he's gone around to the right.
This is flash 3 RTD.
To recover some energy.
Vector 2,
So see, he's quite slow. Missile!
20. Okay, Beast, I want you to pull out of that fight, that turn left, head south.
21 will be all over me.
I've got 2, he's in the turn fight with Chaba at the moment. We've got another MiG joining the party, Chaba just north of you, 1 mile. Okay, Beast, you're
That's
clear at the moment.
slow. Oh my lord.
Chaba.
Yeah, another MiG just joined the fight. Yeah, he shot past my nose. I'm committing on him.
Okay, Beast, you're tied with the MiG, 212 for 1. Right turn.
I'm going for the MiG with gun.
Roger,
How the hell did that hit? Okay, I have 2 MiGs in front of...
Well, do you got friendly? On your nose.
This guy's gonna outrun me.
21 call, 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I think he's outrunning me. Breaking off. I'm gonna go back and rejoin that fight.
Roger. Fight is
Kill the
1,
fucking
2,
smoke.
2. Still that small lake. Target is the south one.
Yeah,
Right.
tally.
Okay, we've got 2
He's going head on with me.
friendlies,
Oh
step
shit!
out.
Another just joined.
Roger,
He's just
popped in.
I'm on the new join.
Rossman, go for it. Yeah. Snake, vector 3554.
God, I wish I had some A9s right now.
Cap. Hate to say, guys, but are we out of...
This guy's keeping his speed up. How are we out of
Might be
aircraft?
on one side.
Oh, 1 airbase probably.
I don't know.
Oh, we should have some left. It might just be the 1 airbase. Got some gun hits.
Fox 2, Snake 2-1.
Got 15 on the right side.
Come on.
0 on the left
This guy's
side.
really keeping his speed up. He's doing pretty well. This is not a bad fight for the 21. Is keeping his speed up because the 21 doesn't rate well at high speed, but it rates okay at high speed.
On the 0.
Isn't it?
It's much better than getting super slow against an F5 that knows to keep his speed up. Oh, I just got splashed. Oh,
The only option is to
it's getting spicy. Fucking hell. Very spicy. This is why we need an F8? Yeah, absolutely. We need an F8 really badly. Man, this is intense.
Request rearming. Copy.
And this is some good coordination from Red Team. I haven't seen them do this for a while. It's really good to see. I just wish they did that when I was playing Red. Oh well.
Hobbs, I got, this is my last sortie. I gotta go after this. If you want to take my slot when I finish. I'm out, buddy. I'm out. Good night. Good night, brother.
See ya.
Rearming complete.
Chief, connect ground air supply.
Copy. Ground air supply is now connected.
Alex, Vector 223 for 13, please. Make 21, 2000.
Chief, supply ground air supply.
Copy.
Send.
Air is now applied.
Send. XX Moon. You've got MiG on your left wing, 1 mile. Hot. Hades 2, can you assist at 313 for 21, please?
Hades. And Magic 330 left to right, Singleton.
Yeah, it's cold at the moment, it's 32 miles. There's another one at 340.
Is that a friend?
Air is now applied.
No. Nearest friend is at 310, from 316 to 18, Furball, MiG-21, at 4,000 and 6,000.
Hades.
MiG is high at the moment, I think. No, sorry, friendly is high at 8,000.
Got additional now, looks like 350 low.
350, yeah, we got MiG inbound just to the lake, 4,000, 2,000. There's at least 3 by that lake.
Copy.
Hades 2, we lost the friendly, exit 10 miles to north. Hades 2, I'd like you to come south, join up with call sign Buckaroo and top of London, and people 1-1, please.
How far south are they?
They are at least 15 miles at the moment. Closest one.
Hades.
Top of London, Vector 302.
If Blue had an F-14 in that fight, yeah. Well, actually, you know what? If Blue had an F-14 in that fight, it would probably team kill at least one of us and then get splashed by a MiG. Because the issue is, so many guys on this server, when they get the F-14, think it makes them invincible, and they'll charge headlong into a merge with several MiGs at once, and they'll die to them. You know, some of them are better at handling it, like Zach, for instance, will kill multiple people before he goes down. But you still end up with the same situation where F-14s will put themselves in a really bad spot and then get punished for it. The classic thing on Red is if we see an F-14, we send at least 3 or 4 MiGs on it from different directions. Someone will eventually kill it.
020, MiG-21 called, 13 miles.
And say bearing range to friends you want me to rejoin with.
Roger on your left wing now at 133.5.
Angels?
1,000. Going to be 4 of you now mounted together. So this call sign Hades 2, Buckaroo, people 1-1, and Devil 1-1. Okay guys, flight 4. You're all within 6 miles. I'm just trying to think of the best place we can do. I'd like you guys to vector northwest, please, at 291.
Roger, contact on my nose, Buckaroo.
Roger, nearest target is 348 for 40. I want to try and get you to the west, guys, towards Bull, so I need you away from that lake.
Radar not warmed up yet, I guess? Yeah, still not warmed up yet.
They then get on the deck and I can't see them.
I'm on some, I don't know who it is, but it's an F5. I'm on there at 4 o'clock.
Roger, Devil 1-1, your call sign Buckaroo. So Buckaroo, vector now 288.
There you go, just wait now.
320.
Just leave it on that setting.
Roger, nearest target I can see is 336, 30.
Give it a tiny bit more gain. There we go. There were so many things I wanted to do on stream today. I wanted to do some Mirage 2000 stuff, but also Enigma server launched today, so I wanted to play on there, but then it was full and I wanted to play this mission, so it's like, it's just so many things. I might do a Mirage next DCS stream maybe, on Blue Flag 80s if it's populated, but today we'll probably stick to the Cold War stuff. The Mirage 2000's new radar is just beautiful. I was doing some BFM with it the other day and it was locking chaff instead of fighters, because I was in close combat vertical scan, and the first thing it saw was chaff. 314 for 40.
Hades, flight, Hades MiG-21 at 335 for 11, hop to you at 3000.
335 11. Tally 1 there.
Roger, beware the second one behind him at 331 for 40.
But yeah, if every DCS aircraft had a radar up to the same standard as the Mirage now does, God, it would be amazing. The gamers would be angry because it's not very gaming friendly, but God, it's so nice. Actually having to deal with real world problems in a sim, God forbid.
Roger, okay, I want you to continue west now, guys, at 278. And then we're going to turn in and then get back.
And I can't wait to see how the MiG-23's radar comes out now that they've demonstrated what they can do with the Mirage.
Hades, turn right, bearing 300.
Set up a 4-ship A7 carpet bomb strike. That does sound good. You see they gave it the really awesome microfilm moving map instead of the fucking digital one? I'm so hyped, man. I was just waiting for that thing to be put in game. And I hope it's suitably janky and it makes the noises. That'd just... oh, that would top it off. Poor Buckaroo's not having a good end of it today.
I'm giving you the big full picture, guys. Okay, no targets at this time. Just continue vectoring west, please, guys. Keep an eye out to the north. You don't have any friends to the north. Chabba, vector west at 272.
Merlin 1-4, MiG off my nose. Passing south.
Yeah, merge, yeah, MiG-21. Launch ship.
He has no idea.
Hades. Roger, he's gone south now, he doesn't see you. Half mile, 1.5 miles. Okay, Hades 2, flight friendlies now at 296.7. Cold. Hades.
Splash.
Roger, Rossman. Rossman, you are fairly close to the home plate. If you want to go back and pick up another ammo, 147, 148, 30.
I've still got one left. I'll go back once that's gone.
Okay. Okay, Hades 2, you got a MiG-21 at 018 for 8, hop to you. Altitude is 1200, descending. Fever 11, vector now 081 for 11. Chabba and Devil 11, vector 0497, please. Hades 2 on your nose, 043, flanking southwest, 1000.
Say range?
It's
now 1 mile. Left wing, left wing.
I feel like I'm being pushed right. There must be a southerly.
Southwest, sorry.
It feels like there's a... or westerly, I guess. Feels like there's one. Maybe there's not, but it feels like I'm in a crosswind. Like a fairly strong one if it's pushing me at this speed. Rossmum, tally 1 passing the lake, right to left.
Rossman, check 6, check 6. XX, vector 32917, MiG-21.
Good call, thank you.
Hug it up for 82.
Roger, you should, there's one in between you, but I can't see it. There's another 3 at 048 for 20. Oh.
Yeah, the one that I merged with is what I'm looking for. Flush 2.
Merlin Rossmum, I've lost sight of my guy. I'm in a right hand.
Roger, he's on your 5 o'clock.
Oh, I see him. Ah, he got me.
Okay, Shuffle Hunt.
R60. We traded 1 for 1.
You're still merged with me.
Fuck, it's getting close, man.
he's
It's
still
getting
alive, I can
close.
scope.
Really
Okay,
close. I think it was close last time too. I think the win margin last time was like 2 aircraft, so this mission seems to be really well... I mean, I'd say really well balanced, but like it always seems to be that the results within 2 or 3 aircraft of the winning team. So that's good to see. That's a good sign. And it also means that there should be a minimal amount of complaints from either side about, oh, we need this or we need that or, you know, whatever, like they usually do. Neither side really has a leg to stand on because they're both doing so closely to each other. Both sides have GCI, you know, both sides have roughly the same distance to fly to the front. It seems like a really... As far as furball missions go, you know, Alpin really hates furballs, but he decided to embrace it for this one, and as far as furball missions go, he's actually made a really good one. I'm not sure if that was planned or not, but he's done a good job of it. Sorry guys, I'm having some optical issues here. All the winch bags are on enigmas. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, it does seem that some of the real hardcore regulars are on here at the moment. Can't do that until I got engines.
Bearing 0433. Last
Oh,
I got a
that's
fight.
not what I wanted.
150.
That's what I wanted.
There's 3 friendlies in the
Ground
merge.
air supply is now disconnected.
Good evening, Inspector.
040.
Copy. Ground air supply is now connected.
Roger, Hades, just keep an eye out to the north, and east and west. Don't have anything being northeast west.
Air is now
Copy,
applied.
no bandits on scope.
No. Nearest one is popped up 50 miles northwest.
Hades.
Inspector Merlin, Vector 32516, verbal 2F5s and unknown mix. Alex, Merlin 313 to 32. Let's try and avoid the hillsides, please.
And I got somebody falling out of the sky south of Bureau, Merlin. Make it 240.
Air is now applied.
Yeah, we've got 2 friendlies, probably MiG.
Copy.
Hold on, good.
And Merlin, declare 190 for Hades 2.
190, nothing, possible enemy. They're a friendly at 171, 10.
Yep, 171, that's it.
Copy. Alex, Vector now 311 for 24. Okay, I've only got 1 meter that I can see at the moment, from Bulls, 346 to 50.
Copy. Ground air supply
And
is
82
now
RTB fuel.
Copy, Hades 2. Hades
Hey,
2,
Plop.
do you want to go to Dubai? Not Dubai, to Beirut, and then you'll be able to land and then respawn into slot there. It'll give somebody else an extra slot on the other airfield as well. If you wish, if not, I'll send you back at 154 for 30.
500 square, just give me a good vector.
Inspector off my nose to clear.
Dubai, he'd be flying for a while.
Possible make. Don't say anything.
Smoking target heading south.
You
Fly
go.
with me. Who's me?
Devil 1-1, but he's not on scope. It'll be a dead. It'll obviously act as if you're dead, Devil.
Can I land this or not? Sir, keep me
No,
flying.
I don't think so. You can try, but I don't think so.
It doesn't count anymore. Yeah, it's already dead.
Alright, Sarge.
Yeah, you can bring it home at this point, so...
If you're going to go 232 54.
Magic Chopper, can you vector me to the home plate?
Jabba, no. Oh, yes, I can, yes, I can. Jabba, yeah, can you go to...
Oh, we got the lead.
21253,
It's a narrow lead, but we got it. You know what I forgot? No, I didn't forget. My nose is raised, okay. Disregard. Disregard me. I'm wrong, as usual. Yeah, that was an F4. They're just parked as scenery. They don't do anything in this mission.
No, yeah. Land, despawn, get one from Beirut, and then it'll free up a slot at the other airfield.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Okay, heads up guys, we've got one plane from Hannah just taken off, and we've got flight 3 from Basel just taken off. Spectre, I want you to just stay where you are, just go in a left-hand orbit please. Just keep an eye out. There are no friendlies near you, well the friendlies that are near you, 20 miles southwest. Cool.
Service still pretty packed.
Alex Merlin,
Good to see.
Spectre is bearing 296 to 20. So if you head towards him, Buckaroo, vector 331.
Down.
Okay, see 5 MiGs now, 2 from Hammer, 3 north.
I don't actually know what that does.
So Spectre, you've got 3 ship.
Scale doesn't do anything with this mod, I guess.
4,000. 4,000. And we've got another 2 ship at 045, 30, hot at 2,000. Roger. Alex, vector west.
Is radar on the F5 even worth using? Yes. It can be a bit temperamental at times, but I would say it's definitely worth using, and MiG-21s, and especially MiG-19s, have crap RWRs, so all the concern about, oh, he'll know I'm there, like, no, they won't. They really won't.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a change to what we normally have at Rossman.
Yeah, it's really good. This is the first time I played this mission. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it is pretty good. We lost the last one, so just hoping that we might be able to win it. What are they looking like here? Okay, so Hades 2, vector 3230.
I see something, but I guess you missed it. Why is the nose shaking so much during rolling on runways? Is it because of the concrete material or mechanical issue? It's just because of the runway itself, and also the F5's landing gear is kind of flimsy. The MiG-21's kind of similar, it bounces around on the runway a lot.
Spectre is at 339 for 15. Beaver 329 for 22. Hades 1 and Rossman Vector 3274 30.
22030.
The first MiG now hitting the lake. We've got 3
And MiG-21 complaining against me and Zach in the F-14. If he never turned on his radar, we never knew he's behind us.
Another 2 MiGs 15 miles northwest of the lake, and a single ship at 033, 23 miles from the lake.
I usually, like, I get lazy with the radar, especially in the 21. I've actually mapped it to a switch finally, so I'm starting to toggle it more, but I do get lazy with it and I leave it on. I'm not too concerned if people know I'm there. Honestly, sometimes I want them to know I'm there, so they'll turn and give me a better gunshot. Yeah, like, MCON is overstated in DCS. Like, nobody in real life is flying in a combat zone with their primary sensor off. That's stupid.
And Hades 1, we've got a single ship just north of you, 356 for 9, Rossman, Hades 1, 030 for 8, hot to you at 2000. recommend
Tally.
engaging him and effective west when possible.
It's passing down my left side.
Okay, Spectre, Vector 336, Fever 11 at 351.
Oh, he has
Buckaroo,
no
0.
idea.
Okay, Rossman, target now on your nose. Eddie's,
Oh, now he knows.
Bait. Okay, guys, we're going to get up and around, and we're going to come around the south.
Fox 2.
From the north from them.
Ah, it's missed. Holy shit!
See if you had the extra missile.
Oh, that was Dobbs.
Yeah. Just that. Exit Spectre 318, please.
I still got a second missile because I got splashed before.
Alright, okay then. Okay, Alex, you merged. Okay, Buckaroo, Spectre, Fever, continue.
Can't continue that
going
fight, I'm
at
getting too slow.
012 now, please.
Spectre has a fast mover, left to right across my nose.
Roger, you got one at 328 for 3, cold, heading north at 1200.
Dobbs, I got this guy in a left hand down low. I think that was you that passed over me before.
Stalker.
Okay.
Repositioning for.
He's pretty slow, he just stalled out.
Okay,
Buckaroo, I've got 2 contacts on my right. One ending is my reposition.
Yeah, Buckaroo, Vector 087 now for 9. Spectre, when you get to that mini lake, turn right, 090. Fever 11, likewise.
He's really slow.
21 at 324 for 5.
Spectre, confirm this guy off my nose is hostile.
Friendly.
Alright.
Okay, Buckaroo, no, Vector 134
Can't
for 5.
quite get
Spectre, continue following Buckaroo.
the
Fever,
angle
keep
I
following
need.
Spectre. Keep coming right, Fever 11.
A little slow.
Now, Fever.
I'm gonna stay around 380.
Okay, we've lost Stalker, Rossman. XX now joined you.
Okay, I still got this guy in the left hand.
Buckaroo, target, left target. 101 for 2, heading south.
What happened to Doggo?
Be careful of the guy who's turning left is the F5 Buckaroo. Right, big 21.
See how we're slowly working around on his tail because I'm keeping my speed up?
Okay, Spectre merged, Buckaroo merged.
And now,
Fever,
it's kill
target
time.
now at 137 for 2.5 cold. 3000. Left turn now, heading north, Fever.
Maybe.
Kali.
Buckaroo, MiG on your right wing.
Fox 2.
Flare like mad.
Splash! And RTB.
Roger.
See? Simple as that.
Rossman,
Just hold your best sustained rate and kill him.
Double on and Vector now, 326 please.
Just takes a little patience, guys. A little
Buckaroo,
patience.
Spectre, you're going to have a MiG south of you. On your
Think
six,
of it like flying the MiG-19.
Spectre left, brake
The
left.
MiG-19, you need to hold a certain speed to get your best turn rate, and you just work around the circle. Same thing in the F5. Same thing in the F5. You know, the F5 has the nose authority, unlike the MiG-19, but if you pull that nose authority, you're going to end up in a bad place. So you want to gently pull the stick, hold about 380, 400 knots, and just work your way around that circle. You will march around on the MiG-21's tail. No matter what he does, you will end up behind him.
Spectre, you've got a MiG on your 6, danger close.
You know, even if he pulls as hard as he can, he does his low speed bullshit, not gonna matter, because you'll just circle around him. And then he'll have to eventually break out of it, either reverse or level off or something. Like that guy nearly stalled into the trees a couple times. So you will win in the F5 by doing that. You will win. You've just got to be patient and you've got to not get greedy.
Still on your 6, half mile danger close. XX is also on yours, break right. Fever is now 150 for 1. It's gone up at 4,000.
Okay.
Fever 1-1, you're about to merge with 4 MiGs at 312 for 3.
That's not good.
No, that's why it'd go the other way, but...
Yeah, he did. So that's something I do in the MiG-21. It's the same mistake I make. I'll get overconfident and I'll see an F5 coming at me and I'll think, aha, I can bait him, and I'll do the slow turns. And it'll, you know, 9 times out of 10 it works because they're greedy and they pull the nose and they do everything you're not supposed to do, and then once they get slow, the MiG-21 dominates them. But, you know, that 1 time out of 10, it's someone like Body Organ, or, you know, somebody who knows how to fight in the F5, and they'll just hold 400 knots, and I'll get slower and slower until I realize, like, fuck, he's outrating me, and now I've got no options. you know, if I reverse, he'll just pull in and do what I did to that guy. Like, there's nothing you can do once you fall into that trap. So it works both ways, guys. It does work both ways. Figure out where my airfield is. I think it's the next valley.
Guys, so well done. Load it back.
I would say it's a good one-circle turn fighter. It's not a good sustained turn fighter. But in a one-circle, the MiG-21 is fantastic. The MiG-21 has so much nose authority and can pull its nose so hard that, if you notice, actually, the more cautious I've got with pulling the nose in the MiG-21, the less merges I win. And the reason for this is, typically I would just go full stick back and pull hard over the top. And by the time the F5's starting to react to the fact he's merged, I'm already behind him for an R60. Like, that's the MiG-21's big strength in a dogfight, is it can just rip its nose around like crazy. It can't do it more than once, though. It's, you know, it's a high-risk, high-reward kind of maneuver. And then once you get really low speed, the MiG-21 can also stay in the air, and controllable at a speed where the F5 just drops out of the sky.
The other airfield.
So I would say the MiG-21 is a turn fighter, but it's a one-circle instantaneous turn fighter. The F5 is a two-circle sustained turn fighter. The F5 can one-circle, but it doesn't have the power to get itself out of that situation. The MiG-21 does. You get slow in the F5, you won't get that speed back. You just can't. The engines aren't powerful enough.
To avoid risk, guys. Don't fight if you don't have missiles. Go back home immediately.
Yep. Seconding that.
I'm sure I've been saying that all night.
The 21 isn't an interceptor. That's why. The 21 is a frontline tactical fighter. It is not an interceptor. It wasn't designed as an interceptor. It wasn't primarily used as an interceptor. It did have the ability to do intercepts. It was a secondary role for the second... Well, it was a primary role for some of the second-gen MiG-21s, and it was a secondary role for the third-gens. The first-generation MiG-21s could not do proper intercepts. They didn't have a proper search radar. They had short range and short endurance. They had no all-aspect missiles or radar missiles. Like, the first-generation MiG-21 was a pure, light, tactical day fighter. That's all it was.
330-23.
They did graft an intercept secondary capability onto the MiG-21, partly to fill gaps in the PVO roster because the Su-9 was kind of delayed, and the Su-15 was also delayed, and also because the Warsaw Pact allies and Soviet client states needed something that could do short-range intercepts, but Soviet interceptors were very different aircraft. If you want to see an interceptor by the Soviet definition, you look at a Su-9, you look at a Su-11, a Su-15, a MiG-25. Those are interceptors. They don't turn so well, they're fast, they climb well. The MiG-21's fast and climbs well, but those are the only two interceptor traits it actually has. Nothing else. But those are all fast, they climb well, they don't turn so well. They're big planes because they carry a lot of fuel. They have a very large, very powerful onboard radar, unlike the MiG-21. All-aspect radar missiles, unlike most MiG-21s. And they're also capable of being controlled from the ground. Like, they can fly from the ground. The GCI can basically fly them like an RC plane, which is not a capability the MiG-21 has. Hello, air brake. I'm way fast here. I'm going to have to do a bit of an S-turn to bleed off this speed.
Fever 1-1.
There we go.
126 to 18 to outer marker. Runway will be on your left.
Caution,
Runway will be,
caution the F5's lining up. I'm about to land. Sorry. I didn't see until the last moment.
All good.
Come on, settle.
Okay, Fever 1-1 is 17 miles out.
There we go.
Once the runway's clear, Hades flight, clear to take off. Devil 1-1, vector now 244 for 12, please. Tally up with call sign Buckaroo.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Buckaroo, you're going to be tying up with Devil 1-1, top of London. He's currently on your 3 o'clock.
Oh god, nozzle steering, please. There we go. When you go full rudder, it doesn't steer anymore. Like the steering cuts out.
Okay,
So I nearly ended up in the same.
Four ships.
Say 21. Yeah, it was kind of multi-role. It was.
So it's going to be Hades like...
It was, like, it's a tactical fighter. It's the same thing as an F-16. It's designed to be a fighter-bomber, but mostly a fighter. It doesn't have really any good precision air-to-ground capability, but it has some air-to-ground capability. Its design intent was to fly over friendly forces over the front line and clear out enemy ground attack aircraft, enemy tactical fighters, any enemy fighters escorting stuff. The MiG-21, like the MiG-23 and the 29, was basically meant to sweep up with the Soviet ground forces and provide air cover for them.
Okay, Hades flight vector now 331.
Problem I have with the MiG-21 is enough time to get the R-60 to lock. Well, wouldn't you know it, the MiG-21, as you hold the fire button in, part of the reason you have to hold the button in to release the missile, instead of just press it, is because it's uncaging the seeker head. That doesn't work in DCS. We should be able to hold the fire button, quickly pull the nose for lead, and then have an uncaged R-60. Could you imagine the tears that the R-60 would cause if we could uncage it in the MiG-21? But we can't. So you have to hold the nose directly on them. It means if you're in a sharp turn, even the R-60 with its great turning capability can't make turns because it's starting straight out and then cutting in, when really you should be able to pull lead and it should have a straight intercept to the target. Ted Kaczynski and Johnny Two Speeds, thanks for the follows. Appreciate it, guys. Okay, we should be good to go. Auto balance left, drop tank on. Gotta remember the trim and the nose wheel.
Okay, double 1-1. It looks like it's coming south for you. It looks like it's turning away slightly. Buckaroo, vector now 26447. Double 1-1, vector 268. Target faded. Double 1-1. Keep an eye out at 3114. It's on the other side of that ridge line. Buckaroo, continue now 2487, please. Alex Merlin, you on comms?
And Magic, declare Hades 1310. Hot, close.
Maybe on my 6. He's coming over the ridge line now.
Roger, Buckaroo.
He's in vertical.
Buckeye range for Hades, please. 2.
Roger, range is 318 for 3. Buckaroo, right hand target, MiG-21. 13,000 now, 13,000.
Oh god, the nose wheel steering is so sensitive on the F5. There we go.
That's Buckaroo, miss.
Hades 2 is engaged, Meg.
Hades 1, you're gonna get him. Hades 1.
I know. Merlin, keep the calls, but not the tactical engagement director, please.
Copy.
Hades 2 to shot and fire.
Okay, Devil is only 6 at the moment. 1 mile hop.
Flare.
Sometimes I do use the toe brakes, but the brakes are so ineffective on the F5, and also toe brakes are inconvenient for me. So I've got my pedals just sitting on the floor. I need to build like a wooden ramp or something to put them on, because with the crosswinds, the angle that the toe brakes are at, if they're sitting flat on the floor, is quite uncomfortable.
Got one lone fighter, but it's just constant. Can't just keep to texting him, that's all.
Yeah, sadly, just airfield decoration. They don't fly in this mission.
Okay, Hades 2-1 and 2, vector 0, 354. Buckaroo, vector 346, please. Okay, we've got 4 MiGs, at least 4 MiGs on the lake.
MiG-23 will be interesting because that's the best of both worlds. You got differential braking and nose wheel steering, high and low gain, so it should be quite nice to handle on the ground. I'm so excited for the MiG-23. So excited for it. Hey, little buddy. Yeah, I was trying to get on there earlier. I was going to do the stream on there, but I couldn't join because it was full. So I might hop on there after this mission.
Been in the lead.
And Magic declare for Hades 030.
Yeah, friendly, call sign, Alex. It's not on call.
Oh, is there a MiG-23 parked at the Red Airport? Nice.
You got 4 MiGs now at 0 for 21. Buckaroo, 10 miles.
360 for Hades.
Roger, 221 slacking east at the moment.
No, this is the Cold War server. This is Alpin's server. But I was going to join Enigma's new server, which just launched today, but it was full at the time. So we're starting on Alpin's, and we'll probably switch to Enigma's afterwards.
02449. On to you.
Copy. Be advised that we're heading 270.
Roger.
But you can see, even with Enigma's server on launch day, this one stayed populated just as long as it usually does, with plenty of people, so it's good to see. Both servers nice and healthy.
Buckaroo, continue at 322 for 10. You'll get up with Hades flight. Okay, Fever 1-1, Circus 1-4, just taken off. Continue now, Bra 317 for 50, 317 for 50.
317.50. Yeah, it does show that, doesn't it? Finally. Finally!
Fine, behind you, smooth weather.
Recently watched a documentary about jet aircraft and British engineer who invented the jet engine. Oh, Frank Whittle. So the guy in the documentary is telling about, gave the know-how and technical details of the jet engine to Russia. That is true. So after World War II, the Attlee Labour government, as part of a technical exchange of information with the Soviet Union, they offered them the Rolls-Royce Neme. Sorry for 18. So they offered them the Rolls-Royce Neme, and the Soviets, being clever, had their technicians go check out the factory with sticky shoes, so they picked up the metal shavings on the floor so they could figure out the metallurgical composition of the engines, and then the Soviets just reverse engineered them. So the engine in a MiG-15, the VK-1, is essentially a Rolls-Royce Neme built by the Soviets.
00520, heading south at 26,000. So continue going up north, you'll be able to then spin up behind him and try and get him.
I saw his contrails, but he's not vanished.
So it was probably not the Attlee government's smartest decision, but it is what it is. It just allowed the Soviets to catch up a bit in terms of jet engine development. Not like they couldn't develop it on their own, but it would have taken them a few more years to do it, so the British very kindly helped them accelerate. Kind of like how they accelerated their bomber development with the B-29. I'm not entirely sure, Super. I guess it was they didn't want to destroy the engines they already had to figure it out, so they just did that instead.
050 is 621 heading north, 16 miles.
Something off my nose there.
Yeah, single ship. There is one just plus of them at 30 miles. Fever 1-1, 338 for 9, cold, and 21 at 26,000. I don't think you're going to catch him. I'm not sure if you'll catch him. Okay, Alex, Buckaroo, expect to north, stay behind Hades flight. They're 6 miles north of you.
Tell me when within 3 miles.
Yeah, you're 9 miles away and you're not going to catch him.
Jesus.
Vector, fever flight now, Vector 272 please, 272.
This guy's turning.
Roger, it's Vector, looks like Vector.
Hey, Marduk! Just a resub, man.
Intercepting. I can shoot him from 3 miles away at this altitude.
Roger, is 8 miles, cold. 25,000, speed 550.
Merlin, Circus 1-4, Tally 2, my nose, flank right.
Yeah, Your target, the same target is at 301.9 for you. Fever is 7.5 miles.
Are these two things directly off my nose friendly?
Stay distant. 211, stay distant.
Just 37 miles. Rossman, vector 276 for 11 flip.
27611.
Merlin, Buckaroo, is this an F5 on my tool? Hey, on my nose.
No, yes it is, yeah. Call
Yeah,
sign
I was
Alex.
just looking at that.
Help.
21 nails.
Okay, guys.
Those probably weren't friendly then.
Rossman, continue at 284 for 9. Fever 11, you are 6.7 miles. Target is at 20,000 now, 600 and...
Yeah,
700 knots.
it's going away. I'm breaking off.
Roger, no, continue, 290 please.
290.
Okay, I'm hoping Hades, Flight, Buckaroo and Alex are all low at the moment. We're going to try and bring them in. So Fever Flight, continue 275 please.
275.
Alex and Buckaroo vector north immediately. In fact, Alex and Buckaroo mix
Yeah.
154 for 5.
They're out of range for their R60s, so I'll drag them into friendlies.
Fever 1 target now 3248, wrong 6.8, 8,000.
Keep my speed up. I'll drop back a little
now.
now.
Vector 162, 10 miles, big 21 hot.
So Mike Delta's trying to set a trap for them here,
Outside of right there.
and I think I'm the bait.
Alex, merged, right wing. Altitude 3,500. Target still heading north.
We do, yeah.
Target 1577 miles.
He's a regular fixture of Blue Team on the Cold War server.
1 to 3.5. Cold, 2,500.
Can you say who's offensive in that fight?
Step by step. Nobody's chasing each other at the moment. Hades 2,
I'm gonna recommit now.
1485. Alex, brake left now, MiG-21 on your left wing. People 1-1 merge. Alex, brake.
And man, you brake. Has one going vertical. Flare.
Fuck. Okay, well, we know where the MiGs are now.
Rossman, target 029 for 3. People 1-1, brake left.
Tally. Go right.
Brake on your nose, flanking left to right.
Fox 2.
Got a stuck
Splash!
Well done, Rossman.
Moving over Hades.
On your nose, merge 1. Second one is continuing, bearing 190, 1.5 cold. 1200. Alex, MiG is at 236, 1.5 cold. 3,000, 2,000.
Declaring one nose.
Left wing. Rossman, left wing. 80,
Range for 80.
21. 4.4.
Shit.
Alex, MiG-21 is 6 danger close, break.
Fox 2.
Rossman, you got 186 danger close.
I see him. He's under me, I'm high.
Nice. Flash big.
Hades, flight vector 016 for 5.
I just took a hit there.
Rossman is still with you on danger close. Alex, get him, he's on his Rossman 6. Right on target, Alex. Come on, Alex, get him. Got another 2 MiGs inbound, 2 miles off. Rossman, likewise.
Yep.
Flight vector 0237.
God, he's close.
Altitude is 2,000.
Tally 3 there.
Roger.
6 airplanes there.
Okay, we just lost Alex. Back to his Rossman. Oh, not. Well done, Rossman. Chabot,
Come on, give me nose authority.
Hades, foot. Hades on your...
Rossman, Fox 2.
The guy going right, Doc.
Copy.
I'm down to guns. Fuck, missile missed.
Oh, missed. Unlucky.
I'm hit. Oh, one swing of the shoot.
Fuck.
Chabot, target's just north of you, 1 mile.
Oh, my hands are soaked.
Chabot,
Sweaty.
target left. Dogger, MiG on your west. 9 o'clock. Hop.
Let's just spectate this fight for a while.
Things
Hey?
everywhere.
I know. It's the ones that are coming into you that I'm worried about.
Come on, kill him.
Okay, Hades 1 is 1 north of you, hopped. 1 mile.
5-1.
Okay, Chava, target is at 205 for 1.5 cold, 2000.
He's the one at 512, right?
Holy shit.
Chava, west of you, 1 mile.
Ah, they're back in the lead.
3000. Make Dog still on his 6, danger close.
They are back in the lead.
I got it.
Come on,
Roger.
guys. I'm gonna grab another F5
Keep checking.
before we run. Oh, no, we're out.
1 mile, Chava.
We are out of F5s at that airbase. I think Nazaria is out of F5s.
Another MiG here.
Yeah, we got 2 MiGs that I can see, Dog, and 2 F5s
Beirut's
in
out
a
as well.
right-hand turn. 3rd MiG is bugged out.
One splashed.
Roger. Chava, on your nose. Okay, Hades, friendly 302 for 1. Second target is 3 miles cold. 3-1
Phase 1 needs out for fuel.
Roger. Hades, Hades 1, vector 216 for 60.
Holy shit.
Well done, guys, well done.
Yeah, I think
Chava,
that's,
you've got him on the
on the
run.
left.
324 for 1.5.
All our available F5s are in the air currently.
700.
Copy. Tell you guns only.
Roger. Okay, you got a second one at 068 for 5, hot T. If you can get the chute, get it, and then vector southwest immediately. Okay.
Okay, I hit him, but still flying.
Roger, just vector west now, vector southwest, sorry.
Let's go check out their airfield. Where is it?
Okay, he's broke off, he's going slow.
Check out Basel.
He's at 109, I
It's on
think
the
he's going to
coast by
crash. He's at
Latakia, so it should
170
be
knots now.
reasonably easy to find.
So leave him, vector 145, 145. Just leave him, let him go.
There may be one in Beirut. Okay, 145.
Are any MiG-25s? Oh, MiG-23s even
Okay,
down here?
Hades, continue to Beirut, bearing 219.
I see one.
Chava, vector 1586, single lone ship, 9000, climbing rapid.
Oh! There's Su-17s
Well done, guys,
as
well done.
well. Sadly, both the MiG-23 MLD and the Su-17 have ancient
I think we came out on
models.
top of that one, so
Ancient
good
models.
Yeah, we got no planes either location, Merlin.
Roger, okay, it's just the ones that are the guys who are flying now. So we've got 2 planes.
Should I RTB
Yeah,
to
I'm curious
reorient
who's gonna win as
yes.
well.
Yes, I would recommend that's RTB. Bearing 210 for 63.
210, copy.
I don't know whether this is going to be a 2v1.
Too bad I can't spectate someone like in F2 view.
Soon see when this next thing pops up.
Darklanov, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Chava, target is
So,
at 147 for 10.
We'll hang out here, we might see some people
so just keep
RTB,
an
but we
eye
got
out.
nobody else taken off.
So if you're on your left wing
Buttons are you
somewhere,
pressing? Just WASD.
Hades, home plate is at 217 for
So
40.
after you die, it puts you into free cam on the
Well done,
position of your
gents.
death.
Then,
And so you can use WASD and then the
so, yeah,
mouse.
we don't have any. As I said, we don't have any.
So I got one swing of the
fighters.
chute, but I splattered straight into a tree, so I'm technically like my pilot's dead.
And obviously, I can't get to see the enemy. So just having a look on scope, they've got 2 MiGs, so it's a 2v2, guys. So you've got call sign Angus 11, who's got 0 kills, and you've got Perseus Kender, who's got 5 kills.
Ah, they're going back to Beirut. That would be why.
So it's just Doga and Chava. So let's do it for the blue team.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, we've got 5 fighters
Ooh, shit.
in the mix at the moment. So Chava, target now is at 214.7, still flanking south at the moment. From southeast.
Okay, should I engage or...
Yeah, if you think that you can get him, it depends on how, if you feel confident. This is the guy who's got 5 kills, so your choice.
What does that mean? Nothing TOS, I hope.
Yeah, okay. 210 42.
Control F11 is default free cam. F11 is the airfield view.
I can only advise
Control
I can't,
F11 is free cam.
Can't make you do it, I can just advise you what there is, what the picture is.
Jesus.
So it's a bit strange that we've got 89, so it's 10, 11 remaining, but we've only got...
Yeah.
That's a bit odd, that. I'll speak to Alpha Wolf and see if he's here to pop away.
Ah, okay.
Now, the scorekeeping may not exactly match the warehouse, you know?
Yeah.
He should have upped the warehouse to avoid this.
He needs to just set the end game as the 100 kills achieved, and doesn't matter about airplane count.
Yeah, I think he was...
Server's starting to thin out now.
I think he wanted to put it on just as a sort of... So people have got a bit
9
of
for 6. I'll take that. I'm happy with 9 for 6, considering I'm not that good in the F5. I did my part. As long as I was positive on kill death in this mission, since this is about kill death, I did my part. Normally I don't care too much about it. Particularly if I'm doing any sort of ground attack, I'm going to have a woeful kill death ratio. If I'm doing pure cap, I'm usually positive. So after a mission, I checked.
Keep saying there's 4 fighter pilots in the thing, but there's only.
Let me turn SRS down a touch.
There is nothing.
After a mission, I'll go through and I'll check TAC view and I'll figure out, you know, what happened, who I killed, who I got killed by, and I've got more or less a rough running total for every mission I've played in the past, like, year and a half, 2 years. It's a rough tally, it's not accurate, but I figured out I'm about 1.6 to 1. Something in that vicinity. And that's just in general. So that also includes stuff. I think that's fighters, and I think ground attackers. I don't remember if I counted helicopters in that, because I'm not going to get kills in helicopters against aircraft.
I just see 1 aircraft at Bulls at the moment.
It doesn't really matter, like, it's not that big of a deal, there's no stat tracking on this server, and frankly, it matters if the team wins, it doesn't matter if you have a sick kill-death ratio but the team still loses. But, as a personal metric for knowing when I'm flying well and when I'm flying badly, it's good to know, and it averages out to about 1.6. This past, 2 weeks? It's been a lot better. So, the past 2 streams, I think I died 3 times total, and I got, like, a shitload of kills. So the past 2 streams have been really, really good. And also a great demonstration of the power of having a wingman on comms. Because both of those cases, it was because I had a wingman on comms that I was able to do that.
Alpha Wolf's here, ask him in chat.
I was just speaking to him then, but he's not answering the chat.
This guy's probably RTB, or will be RTB soon.
Just away. He's on,
you know what'd be really fucking funny? If he ran out of fuel.
Obviously, he must be
He was messing with his kid, so...
Yeah. Okay, Jabba, you are 12 miles from Just take it nice and steady. Use the runway.
I wish I could F2 here. Like, I know why it's turned off, and I'm normally in favour of having external views turned off, but just in a situation like this where we're out of slots anyway,
Just next to the pier and stuff.
just so I can watch the fights a bit more closely, rather than have to try and manipulate the free cam, which I can't even do anymore since I'm in this slot.
Yes, it's all good. It's just on the...
Actually, there's a question.
It's going to turn around to land.
No, can't do airfield views, can't do ground units views, so it's no externals at all. So we're going to be watching top down over the map. Hey, Cotty. You've missed a hell of a furball, man. No land.
Before you get there, Chipper.
They're basing out of Hama and Basel al-Assad, and he's all the way down here. I hope he's got fuel for that. He's still 60 k's from home, 90 k's if he goes back to Basel.
So let's hope. Hopefully this will. Hopefully he might run out of fuel if he's just sitting there. The guy's just loitering around.
That's what I was thinking.
Balls in the lake. Yeah. Alex, it'll restart once we've either been eliminated or they get eliminated.
Oh god, not again.
It's probably about another 5 minutes by the time we get, maybe 10 minutes tops. We'll just wait for the guys to refuel the arm, and then we'll head into battle. And
How much would it suck? I don't want to jinx this guy, but how much would it suck to, like, accidentally end up off the runway and go into the sand or something?
More capable guy.
It's your choice.
Thinking about buying X-Plane 11, but on the other hand, X-Plane 12 might be out soon. Don't know what to do. I was toying with the idea of buying X-Plane 11 a while ago, because I wanted to fly the Tupolev 154. But I'm going to be honest. X-Plane might be regarded as the premium sort of best flight model sort of sim, but MSFS has good enough flight models, and the third parties are starting to put out some really good ones. It has the whole world as scenery for the price of the game. You don't have to buy any extra scenery. You can, but you don't have to. Like, there's just... This is the problem that I have with X-Plane, and the problem I had with FSX, the problem I have with P3D, is to make those sims look good and play reasonably well, you have to spend hundreds of dollars, right? Hundreds of dollars. For the admission price of MSFS, which is what, like 60-something, I think? For, like, the basic version of the game? You have the whole world with okay scenery. Maybe not good scenery in places, but okay scenery for the whole world. And you've got all these different planes. The flight models are going to be maybe not the best, but they're close enough, especially for the GA stuff. The GA stuff is quite good. The commercial stuff's a bit more questionable, so I've been told. But you're also going to have third-party devs coming to there, so you've got all the advantages of the flight model, all the advantages of the built-in weather. Like, more than the scenery, the built-in weather in MSFS is just... Like, I have never seen weather that good in any sim, and it's basic vanilla weather in the sim. Maybe you can buy a better add-on for X-Plane, I doubt it, but... Why buy that when you can have it for free? Like, you can have turbulence generated off buildings, you can have mountain updrafts. Like, that's all simulated, it's all there. I don't know how they're doing it. Maybe it's some really fancy trickery and they're just using canned effects and triggers, but it feels like it's real. It feels real to me. Good enough for me. So I would say, at this point, the only thing that would persuade me to buy X-Plane is if they made some sort of offer that can compete with that. Like, if they have weather that's at least as good as MSFS, and scenery that's at least, maybe not necessarily as good, but at least better than the default X-Plane shit, maybe I'd consider it. But until then, why? Like, this is the thing. The MSFS has kind of tipped the whole sim ecosystem on its head, because suddenly it's so much more accessible. I know people are going to be like, oh, it's going to let the Xbox kids in, and they have made some concessions to the Xbox crowd that make the PC version play worse. It is what it is. You can mod your way around that on PC. But it has made that level of flight sim so much more accessible to people like me who can't afford to spend $2,000 on fucking scenery. Like, you know, I can't afford to do that shit. I'm not well off. I live in a small flat. I kind of keep my head above board with rent and food, and that's about it. I can't afford to spend shitloads of money on a hobby. Not on the level you would need to for X-Plane or P3D. And suddenly I have a wonderful sim with the whole world that's accessible to me. It's what I've wanted since I was a fucking kid. You know, back when I first started playing flight sims on Combat Flight Simulator 2 Europe, I would set my longitude and latitude to random places and just see what was there, and more often than not it was a square tile of generic textures. But I always wanted a sim where I could go anywhere in the world and there would be scenery. And I finally have it. I always wanted a sim where, especially after I started flying in real life, where the weather was realistic, where it felt real. And this is one of my complaints with DCS, is the air is just dead. Like, even if you set turbulence on, it's a canned turbulence effect that applies to the whole map. There's no actual weather in DCS. I cannot stress this enough. There are pretty clouds, but there is no actual weather in DCS. You have some wind, some clouds. That's it. You don't have turbulence generating off of terrain or off of buildings. You do have wake turbulence now, which is a good start, but you don't have turbulence generating off of the actual terrain. You don't have an actual proper weather system because the dynamic weather is kind of a mess and nobody uses it because it's a mess and it doesn't synchronize. The new clouds are pretty to look at, but there's 3 layers of clouds. 3 as opposed to 32. And the presets are just like a texture. They use a texture map to set where the clouds are and where the clouds aren't. Like, it looks amazing, don't get me wrong, but it's not weather. It's not weather. And, you know, as someone who now has real-life flying experience, to me that's a big deal. You know, the experience of flying, so a Jabiru J170D, the plane I learnt to fly in MSFS, is as close as you will get to flying a real thing without getting in the real thing. It handles like the real plane. It reacts to, well, it handles like a J160 because they use the same flight model, but it's close enough. You know, it's pretty close. If you don't know the differences between a 160 and a 170, you won't realize. But it handles pretty much like the real aircraft. It reacts to wind like the real aircraft. Like, flying a Jabiru on a summer's day, and MSFS doesn't even simulate thermals yet, I don't think. You can get mods for it, but flying a J170 on a summer's day when there's a bit of a wind, it's like a washing machine. You're getting knocked all over the place. And in MSFS, that happens. You know, when I fly around Canberra in MSFS, as I pass behind Black Mountain, if there's wind coming from the other side, it throws me around. You know, if you want to get in a glider in MSFS, you can glide over the mountain ridges just off the updraft. Compared to DCS, what updraft? There is none. Like, you'd imagine how it would change strategies in DCS, or tactics in DCS, if you had to deal with mountain winds on Growling Sidewinder. Like, maybe you wouldn't be so keen to cockroach if there was a risk of hitting a nasty bit of turbulence and ending up in a tree. You know? Maybe you wouldn't do that. You know, maybe people would actually pay more attention to their speed on short final if there was a risk of actual wind shear. Like, all of these things. Maybe people wouldn't fucking hide in cloud cover if they actually, you know, flying into a thunderstorm actually was realistic. You fly into a thunderstorm on MSFS, you're fucked. You're gonna die. It's realistic. You'll fucking die if you fly into a thunderstorm in real life. Especially in a light plane. I mean, even in MSFS, take a Spitfire or a P-38, so a sort of medium-weight warbird, up into a thunderstorm, you're gonna die. It might take about half an hour, but you will eventually either impact the ground or overstress the aircraft. It will happen. And you don't get that in DCS. You know? So for all its faults, and don't get me wrong, the sim does have faults, but for all its faults, MSFS to me has been an absolute fucking paradigm shift in flight sims. Because it has made something at a level which was previously, like, that was accessible if you had, you know, 3 houses, a boat, and 4 sports cars. That was the kind of money you had to have a really good sim experience before. Or maybe you wouldn't have those things because you spent that amount of money on a flight sim. Now, for like $60 you can have that experience. Like, that's just fucking outstanding to me. And something I will say is I've noticed, watching reviews of different modules for MSFS, there seems to be some animosity or like a inferiority complex, I guess, between the DCS guys and the MSFS guys. Like, the MSFS guys get really, DCS players, shut up and go back to DCS. If somebody criticizes, say, the free F-18, which, again, it's free, so you've got to factor that in. But I don't think that's fair. I think both sims do different things well. DCS does the systems management really well. It also does, obviously, combat, which MSFS doesn't do at all. But you know what? I'll be damned if MSFS doesn't do a bunch of really basic pilot shit better than DCS. I don't think there should be any animosity between the two communities. Now, I have said before, and I stand by this, by the way, I have said before, I think the CiviSim guys have lower standards when it comes to modules, and I think that is true. You know, they're happy to have something that looks like an F-14 or looks like an F-15. Doesn't matter if it really flies like one, doesn't matter if the systems have any resemblance to real aircraft. If it looks externally kind of like one, they're happy. Now, I don't think they should really be that willing to accept that standard when they could accept a DCS standard in their sim. Like, that's what I want to see, is DCS quality flight models and systems modeling in that sim. Could you fucking imagine? And that's what it looks like we're going to get with the TF-104G, and that's why I'm so hyped for it. But this is what I mean. Like, DCS players have much higher standards when it comes to the fidelity of modules, but the MSFS guys have much better standards when it comes to the actual flying side of things. Flight models accepted. Some of them have high standards for flight models, but a lot of them don't. So I don't think there's really any reason for that animosity or any reason for that competition. I think it's stupid. I had the last 21, someone in the chat was really annoying asking for it, so I left it. I wouldn't have given it to him. I would not have fucking given it to him. If somebody in chat was being a bitch asking for the last 21, I would tell them to fuck right off. I mean, especially me, since the 21 is my main airframe. But, you know, like, even if I was newer to the 21, if somebody's demanding in chat, if they ask nicely, I'd consider it. You know, if he's like, hey man, could I please have the last 21? I have this many hours on the module, I am a god. Like, if it was fucking Zach asking for it, I'd say, you know what, Zach, you're better than me, take it. No, I wouldn't say that, I don't want to feed his ego. Fuck. Didn't happen. But yeah, like, if it's some rando and he's demanding a MiG-21, especially from me, I tell him, you know what, fuck you. I've been flying this thing since before you were fucking born. Get the fuck out. You know, like, I just...
Depends what they do.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Ask nicely for an airframe, don't demand it. You know, I don't demand people give me a MiG-21 slot when I join a server. I'll wait for it to open up. I might ask them politely, hey man, you know, can I maybe take a 21? But I'm not going to demand it.
Yeah. If they come together, we'll probably go downhill, Merlin. Make them find us. Yeah.
My Yak 28 fears no thunderstorm. No thunderstorm even. Oh, man, I want a fucking Yak 28 so bad. Actually, you know what, Cotty? You know what? Somebody should start modding for MSFS. I reckon if you made a Yak 28 or my baby, Su-15TM for MSFS, you could make a decent go of that. Because there's, like, the flight model is so much more advanced than IL-2, you could probably get it pretty close. You just need to get the visual fidelity, and I know you're in the habit of doing sort of lower poly modeling because you're used to IL-2 and you have a potato of a computer, but it's... you could do it. You could totally do it. And I would totally buy it. And then, you know, since it's a non-combat sim and they won't let you put stuff on the marketplace with weapons, just give it captive training missiles. Give it the 3 stripes, boys. F-18 and MSFS simulate some stuff more realistic than DCS F-18. Yeah, I was actually surprised to find that it does have the F-Pass page. I didn't think it would have any pages. It has some. It doesn't have many, but it has some. MSFS vs X-Plane Flame War still much larger than... Yeah, I'm not surprised. Look, I have not played X-Plane because I don't have that much money. But something I will say with X-Plane is X-Plane fanboys think entirely too highly of the Sims flight modeling. It's probably really good. It's probably really good. But from what I've seen of it, and from what I've heard about it from people who make flight models, it's maybe not as good as it could be because Austin has decided to die on the hill that certain things don't exist. And aside from that, a lot of the sort of really out there proponents of it act as though it's real-time CFD, which it's not. You know, it might not be pure lookup tables, but it's not going to be real-time CFD. You cannot run real-time CFD on a computer that currently exists in the real world. It doesn't happen. It's probably doing something similar to what MSFS does or what DCS does.
We got a T-ship of F-5s airborne waiting on some players. They got anybody who can fly?
No, actually, no. You have 0 F-5s in the way.
Just want a game that's DCS but Armor 3.
We have 2 airplanes in the
that would be nice. That would be nice.
Probably the last 2.
Oh yeah. I can see one now, 055 51, just taken off.
Make tons of money off boomers that won't notice the system is not being fully implemented. You could.
Yeah, we kind of gathered that they're going to...
And yeah, the Russian forum guys would burn him alive. The Russian forums, man, you do not fuck with the Russian forums. Totally agree it's spending so much money to make it look good, but was wondering if flight model of X-Plane is as good as X-Plane community stated. I would have to try it myself to know, and I don't want to spend that much money on a sim that I'm probably not going to play that much anymore. You know, the sole reason I wanted it was for the 154, and if Fearless ports that to MSFS at any time in the next 10 years, my reason for buying X-Plane is gone. But yeah, we'll see how we go. From what I have seen, the X-Plane flight model looks pretty decent, but again, like, the MSFS flight model is really good. The issue is just that certain things aren't fully unlocked yet, or certain third-party developers haven't worked out how to use it yet, or, you know, like Asobo's flight models, I think, are kind of, Asobo will put some effort in, but they don't necessarily make it the most accurate thing. So some of the Asobo aircraft flight models are a bit, yeah, like, you know, it's flying the 18, the Super Hornet, and it is a free one, so, you know, take that for what you will. But the F-18 Super Hornet, it's a F-18E, I think, the single-seater, it stalls at like 30 degrees or 30 units AOA, and it stalls violently. It's like, like, they haven't fully implemented the flight control laws, the leading-edge route extensions don't appear to do anything. So, like, it hits the right speeds. It hits the speeds for a Hornet, and it in general, it handles kind of like a Hornet, but as soon as you go into that high alpha regime, which the Hornet, that's its zone in real life. That's where the Hornet lives in real life, and in DCS. It just can't do it. It just can't do it. So, I'm thinking maybe some of the modders, because the modding community for MSFS is really vibrant, and they put out new flight models for a lot of the stock games, which are much more on point. So maybe the community will be able to take that and do something with it and make it into a proper Hornet. They might be able to. You know, like, that's one of the other things, is because people are so intent on modding this game already, you know, it's still fairly new, it's got such a committed modding community, maybe they'll solve all the problems, you know? Like, I can't justify the expense of getting into a whole new sim, buying it, buying scenery, buying planes, buying weather, because you have to, like, buy all that shit for X-Plane. And then setting up all my peripherals and my bindings for it. That'll take God knows how long. Like, it's just, why? Why would I bother? Rather have a Su-15 in DCS? I want it in both. Consider this, though. If you have a Su-15 in DCS, you can use it to shoot down stuff, which is what it was intended to do. But if you have a Su-15 in MSFS, when the airliner guys fuck up their nav and end up over somewhere they shouldn't be, they get to look outside their window and see that thing next to them. And then you give them the wing rock to kind of, like, follow me and also show the fangs. Like, imagine that. That'd be so awesome, man. Like, even if you can't actually shoot things down, just being able to roll up on someone's wing and flash the fangs at them, like, boy, you fucked up. That'd be so much fun to do. Now, granted, MSFS model matching's kind of sketchy by default, but there are, again, free plugins you can download which model match. And they don't just model match for players, but they model match for the AI traffic. So I got this add-on. It's decent size, like 2 gig or something. But it includes models for all the common airliners, all the common civilian GA aircraft. And so I see a 737 when I should see a 737. I see an A380 when I should see an A380. Instead of before where you'd see like a fucking 7.8 when you should see like a DC-10. Like, it made no sense before. So there are free model matching add-ons, and you could, say if you made a Su-15 module, you could just give them the external model and be like, here, add this to your model matching.
Hades 1 at 066 for 11, flanking south at 3000, Hades 2 089 for 10.
The Su-24 would be wonderful. There was a guy that was working on Morkva 55. He was working on a Su-24 like semi or full fidelity mod. But he's had a bunch of setbacks with it because of code changes in the back end of the sim and a few other things. I think he's still technically working on it, but it's kind of low-key now. And also he had a friend that was helping him work on it, and they've left the project, so it's a one-man effort now, I think. But that was looking really promising, so maybe one day we will see a 24. Oh, come on, Dobbs. Come on, Dobbs. Oh, you got a perfect shot. Just remember to uncage. Good shot.
Splash 1.
Perfect. Uncaged shot, 1.5 kilometers on a slightly turning target. Beautiful.
Setup. Enjoyed the hell out of it.
Cheers, man. Yeah, next time I'll just keep the aircraft numbers unlimited and let the counter do its job, and that's it.
Yep, that's perfect solution.
And,
Thank you, sir.
Mark, from your point of view, was it too much with 100 aircraft? Should we reduce that, or is it okay?
No, it was good. It was just about, that's about the limit, really. I think 100's good. But like as people were saying, you know, something on the runway, it'd be nice to have just so that we can look out and see what the weather's like and stuff like that. But other than that, all's good.
Sorry, the last one, what was it?
Yeah, so just if we've got a vehicle, a static ZU something or other, so that I can have a look, so that we can just see what the weather's like.
Called that a bit early, didn't
it? Where the sun is, cloud layers and stuff like that would be helpful.
Okay, so you need a unit at the airbase.
Yeah, just a static unit would be fine.
So the server's started to empty out now, but it's like 10 AM my time. The server usually empties out around this time.
Well done. So that's 1-1.
That was awesome.
Yeah, and by the way, Doga helped me with the counter, so shout out to Doga. Thanks for the counter function, buddy. This is around.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
I'm gonna hop out. I'll catch you guys later, but that was a really good one. Cheers for the GCR.
Hey, Rossmum.
Yeah?
Rossmum, got a question. You fly with anybody?
I'd fly with a couple friends from time to time. Usually just sort of a loose setup. I don't have a squadron as such.
Looks like they want to recruit you.
Ah, yeah.
I was thinking of actually starting a red equivalent to you guys. Like the 13th Guards Fighter Regiment or something like that. Because I usually fly the 21.
Copy. My Dogger and I have been talking about it just to balance out sides when they get uneven.
Hey man, when the sides run even, I'll happily fly with you guys.
So, thanks very much, guys.
Yep, catch you all later.
Till next time.
Thanks for the help.
Okay, let's pop out the server on SRS. Those two guys are really good with the F5. They're the main danger on blue team these days. Them or the RAF guys main the F5, so to speak. And so if you run into either 475th or RAF and you're alone in a 21, you're going to have a very bad day. Very bad day. I think most of my deaths in the 21 recently have been because either Dogger or Dobbs got behind me and just deleted me. Drulag and Darklanov, thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Let's see if Enigma's server is still populated. It is. So we'll play on here. Holy fuck. That's a bit of a stack. I'd like to fly with my usual red team buddies, but looks like blue desperately needs some people, so I guess we'll join Davey and Kebab on blue. We'll fly... Actually... might do some big and stuff, do some head of ground. Maybe. Oh, I could hit a depot. Yeah, let's do the Vigan. Let's go see if we can hit a depot. How can X-Plane possibly be more expensive than DCS? Because you have to buy, like... It's similar to DCS, so you buy aircraft, you buy scenery, maps in DCS, but scenery in X-Plane. Then there's add-ons for ground pushback, towing, stuff like there's just... The civilian sims, the costs add up really fast, because there's scenery, there's weather, there's ground handling for the aircraft, there's scenery objects, there's aircraft, there's fucking flight assistance, there's just so much stuff, it adds up so fast. Yeah, that's a pretty big stack. Vigan, AJS. We'll go from Sanaki's open, so the frontal airbase is open. Do they have Vigans there? Yes, they do. Oh, I can't slot up there? Slot just... Oh, okay. Interesting. So the slot blocking is in effect. We'll go back from Sochi then. It just means I'm going to have a bit longer of a flight, but that's probably a good thing, because it means I can plan out my flight better. Haven't played on Enigma server. How is it? This will be my first time actually on the live server. I did play during the testing, and it was quite hectic in a good way. Alright, let's get this baby up and running. I could go with a heavier load and make it one pass, but I need some countermeasures because I don't know what I'm going to have there for SAMs. We want high drags. We're going to take an actual Cold War Vigan loadout, which means no tip rails, no missiles there. I can take them on this server, they're available, I'd just rather not. I don't want to get into the habit of taking loadouts I shouldn't technically have for a Cold War Vigan. So the reason those aren't available on the AJ-37 as opposed to the AJS is that these two outer rails were wired for the AIM-4 Falcon. The Swedes bought the AIM-4 and figured they would use it, and then they didn't. So they didn't rewire these on the AJ, they rewired as part of the AJS upgrade program, which is a 90s program. That was also what added the data cartridge. That shouldn't be on an AJ, which is to say TURNAV shouldn't be on there either, because that runs on the cartridge. The Vigan itself does not have enough memory to run TURNAV. It has to run off the cartridge. I think the Vigans, it's ferrite core memory, so if you've never seen ferrite core, what it is it's little loops of like iron with copper. It's like a matrix of copper wiring with little iron loops in it, basically. Hence the name ferrite core. And that holds 28 kilobits or kilobytes. I think it's kilobits in the Vigan. Like, it's fucking nothing. And then the data cartridge holds about 3.5 megabytes of data, I think. Oh, bomber flight. Shit, I could have intercepted him, but we'll go with the air to ground. We'll take that. Aircraft should be up and running. She is. We're going to turn our cockpit lighting on, although it's daylight, so we're not really going to see it anyway. What else do I need to do? 251, I think, should be the... Let's check my frequencies. I should know these. Yeah, 251. We'll go 259, so I'm on the secondary channel, so I'm not cluttered up with everyone else. Or is it 259? Overlord, Circus 1-4, radio check.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, 555.
She has a different voice depending which team you play on. She's American on blue and she's British on red. Okay, so we're in bomb plan, which is what we need to be in. We're going to leave the bomb interval at 15. We're not going to plug in our cartridge yet, because I'm going to set some actual waypoints. Just need to get everything else up and running. I think that should be about it. Arm the seat. I'm going to have to hide that, I think. Oh. One thing I would like to see is, this is for DCS, not this server, but I'd like to see DCS have a filter in special options, maybe, where you can turn off certain elements of the chat box. I don't want to see kills, I don't want to see connect and disconnect notices, I only want to see actual chat, and that's because I have ADHD really badly, and when I see something pop up in the corner of my screen, I have to look at it. Like, I just have to look, and it's really distracting. Okay, so we are from Sochi. This is the death bubble around the airfield, just so people can't... Because it's one airfield start per team, and then the secondaries unlock. This is to stop people from disabling the main spawn, basically. So there is a death bubble, but it's all the way back here, and all the way back here. You can see the front line drawn on the map. It looks like it's... Oh my god, they pushed it back one! They pushed it back to Kataisi. Nice. They got a Shilka marked there. That's... Oh, someone's got some waypoints plugged in. Red strategic target 1. Okay. And then, hang on. What's this? B4. Aha. Aha. So that's our strategic target. Yep. Yep. Spiffy's waypoints are looking pretty good to me right now. So we'll go... Oh, holy fuck. You know what? You know what? I think this is going to be a really long flight, so I'm going to have to mind my fuel. Let's go B1. Oh, yep, that's B1. B2. And then I want to follow that until B3. B4. B5. B6. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to have the fuel for this, so I guess we'll find out. And then, where was the actual target? That's B6. So we'll go for this southern one, and that will be M7. There we go. So for that, we want to go in here. And then it's... hang on, what is it? Shift C. Rossmum is the 21st of November. Yes, it is, because it saves these over time, so you need to make sure you actually select the correct one. 7 marks. Yep, that is the right one. That's what we want. So we'll load it in. Okay, now we go to nav. So we should be pretty much good to go. Can you save waypoints without the cartridge? I could. It would take me 3 years to set up those waypoints, but you can plug it in manually with latitude and longitude. Or rather, longitude and latitude, because the Vigan is arse backwards. Hence, Lola. When it says ref Lola, Lola isn't a word, it's an abbreviation of longitude, latitude. So that's your reference point, longitude, latitude. Don't really need the whole runway, but we may as well take off from the end of it. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15 miles. Did she not hear me? Interesting. We'll try again. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15 miles. I probably did. She actually has an easier time if you speak normal.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
Oh! Yeah, she's setting it in kilometers because I'm in a Vigan, I'm in metric. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 30 kilometers. There we go. So she actually adjusts to which units your aircraft is in, which is cool.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 30 kilometers.
Yep, loud and clear.
And this is Body Organ. I'm in a vegan that was just to your right.
Yep, I saw you there.
I think I'll come along with you. I have no idea what I'm doing on this server, so I outfitted the same way you did, and I'll just tag along.
No worries. Yeah, I'm gonna hit, or try and hit one of the strategic targets way in the rear, so it's gonna be a pretty long flight.
No problem.
I'm just hoping I got enough fuel to do this. May need to do a refuel stop in Sanaki, maybe. What kind of weapons does it get? Pretty much everything except the BK-90 from memory. Oh, and I don't remember if it gets both maps or only one type. But yeah, no BK-90s. So it's more or less the same as on Alpins. It does get RB-74s, I think. Need to go zone 1 just to get some airspeed so I don't crash into the fucking hills.
Do you have the QFE for the target area?
I don't, but it's probably pretty close to where we are. Actually, no, it might be a bit above us. It'll be fine. I'm just going low drag, so I'm gonna eyeball it pretty much. Which one's the target altimeter? Is it the big one or the small one? I can never remember.
Well, left.
Should be about 120 meters, I think. RB-74s are locked now? Ah, okay. You mean it actually has to, or not has to, but it actually has a reason to fly strike missions instead of air-to-air? Surely not. I'm going to assume he's still behind me somewhere. Pick up some altitude, I think, until we get closer, just to save a little fuel. Left altimeter? I gotcha.
Roger.
.996.1. Dark and bad weather is the best time to fly some ground attack. Oh, the A7's gonna be so much fun. Is he still with me? Yeah, he is. I'm a really bad flight lead. I make power changes all the time without telling anyone, so if he can stay with me, he's doing pretty well. Dust. We do have an aircraft in front of us, probably a friendly F5. Thought I saw 2 smoke trails. Crosswind limit? More like crosswind suggestion, am I right? Okay, she's sipping a little up here. That's good. So I'll stay reasonably high until I get near the Inguri Dam, and that's where I'm going to go low level. The Mad Dog, I can speak. The Mad Dog 1968 and Bumpy Chef. Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate them. If I did miss anyone's follows or subs, I do apologize. I've been a little behind on the alerts lately. I have trouble keeping up with them. But I do appreciate it a lot. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Imagine taking off in MiGs from backup bases like this, strike some random stuff in Germany. Yeah, man. I can't wait till road basing is in. Road basing will be really something in the MiG. I mean, you saw me do it on Alpines last week. Or start of this week? Last week? I don't fucking remember. Oh look, we got a friend. Saber. So yesterday, off stream, yesterday afternoon, I did some flying with Dub. He's been getting back into DCS. And I finally got to, well, I didn't use the attackers. He was in the front seat, so he was using the attackers. Man, those things are fucking gnarly. I like those a lot. But, yeah, we did some gunnery, did some attackers. And then took the 21 up for a spin just to get him refreshed on that. So we might see Dub in here and in Alpine server in the not too distant future. What bird am I flying? The Saab AJS-37 Viggen. Thunderbolt in English. Managed to make road base on Veffelingen in armor that could take off and land with the Gripen, and to this day I wish to use it. If only armor had good flight mechanics. Yeah, like, flying in armor for me is just... I mean, the helicopters are kind of okay, even though the flight models are bad. Because at least, you know, it's not like the aircraft, it's not as obviously broken. The fixed-wing aircraft in armor are just, you know, like, the takeoff and landing distances are ridiculous, the maps are too small, the draw distance is too low, like, it's just... It's a perfect storm of not fun. Which is a shame. Because seeing fixed-wing air assets fighting overhead when you're on the ground is, like, the most aesthetic shit ever. It's quite the armada we got going on here. Nobody on the left side yet. We'll just leave that at this setting for now, because once I go low level, the radar might be a little more useful. Actually, you know what? No, we'll... There we go. There we go! That's more like it. Should probably play with the gain settings a bit, but... better than nothing. We got the coastline. We'll switch back to that mode. Yeah, that might be the go. See that big ring on the radar? That's our first waypoint, B1. Coming right slightly. I really like the Viggen's HUD. Once you actually understand what the symbology means, it's fucking excellent. So by putting my velocity vector, my flight path indicator on that dot, I'm flying right at my waypoint. The vertical bars symbolize my altitude. relative to the waypoint. And I got my horizon line. Like, the Vigen's HUD is quite nice. Very minimalistic, but it does give you quite a lot of information, even though it might not look like it. When we get Armor 4 in 2169, maybe it'll have a base for better flight mechanics modders that can work with. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Or maybe we'll be back to Armor 2 style animating models in Notepad. That was fucking hysterical. I have no idea why they thought that was a good idea. It's probably like the animations weren't actually unlocked, so to speak, and so the only way to do it as a modder was through Notepad. I think the original, like, the old GTA games on PC, when you modded them, were the same. You had to do a lot of stuff through Notepad, 3D-wise, like for models and for animations. And I remember with Vice City, with San Andreas and GTA 4, you could insert new models into the game, you could inject new models, but with Vice City, you couldn't inject new models. So what you had to do, or you could, but they had to have the exact same number of vertices and indices, which is, you know, corners and faces, basically, as the existing models, or it would cause an exception error and crash. Halo PC was the same, until they made Halo Custom Edition, where you could actually use the dev tools to inject stuff. So, like, back when I was playing GTA Vice City as a kid, well, as a teenager, I modded in the Brute Shot from Halo and the Halo pistol and stuff, but I had to model them to have exactly the same number of faces, so I used the existing models and then just chopped and changed them. You know, moved vertices around, so you had to... excuse me. You had these really neat tricks. Jesus. You had these really neat tricks, like hiding a vertex inside the model or something. Smoothing errors galore. It looked like dog shit, but at least it worked. You just try and get the basic silhouette and nothing else really mattered so much. Yeah, I do need a drink. I might grab one after this sortie. Need you to teach me this plane. I don't know that much about this plane. Josh Gnekas will teach you a lot better than I will, because he knows more about the plane than I do. I know how to do a few things, kind of, but that's about it. I'm definitely not a vegan expert.
Circus 14, threat, bra, 086, 30, 2500, flank southwest, Frogfoot.
Going low level. Here we go, that's what we want to see on the radar. A lot of trim down here at low level in the Vigen. It's quite a trim heavy aircraft. Especially with power changes. Okay, we just passed our other waypoint, so I'm going to fly the river until I get near the next waypoint.
21,000, flank northwest,
And that should put me at the point where I want to swap over to the other valley. So we're going to be hopping from one valley to the other a couple of times.
Tripwire, 7 miles. Overlord, Houston 17, tripwire, 10 miles.
Horizon 17, Overlord. I could not find you on scope.
She's struggling with the mic quality there a bit.
Overlord, East 17, tripwire 5 miles.
East 17, Overlord. Copy. Warning 5 nautical miles.
There we go.
East 17, merged. 239, 14,000, fish bed.
Uh-oh.
East 17, threat, raw, 1433, 21,000, hot, H, 6J.
Surprise!
7, merged, 144, 21,000, H, 6J.
Oh shit, that's a bomber formation.
What am I getting myself into?
Godspeed, my son.
East 17, merged, 237, 9,000, H, 6J.
At least those are mostly bombers.
East 17, threat, bra, 091, 5, 8,000, hot, fast, farmer.
So I'm going to take this turn here. Should be a turn to the right down this valley. It was, and then we follow this valley for a bit.
East 17, merged, 088, 11,000, farmer.
I'm assuming body organ's still with me. I can't see him. He's probably behind me. Trail would make more sense than echelon right in this kind of environment, so I'm going to assume he's on my tail.
East 17, merged, 006, 14,000,
stage one.
fish bed.
Just to give me that little bit extra power. The Vigan kind of struggles in mill power with any air-to-ground ordnance, due to a combination of being very heavy and quite draggy. Also the Delta Wing. So, you know, the slower you are, the higher AOA, the more induced drag, the slower you go. It's I think the Russians call it the second regime. It's what kills people in the MiG-21 on landing, is they get too slow, and the slower you get, the more you raise the nose, the more you raise the nose, the more the Delta Wing slows you down. It's not a good thing. It's a feedback loop. So the Vigan does the same thing, and so quite often when you're air-to-ground loaded, you have to fly the Vigan in stage 1 afterburner, sometimes even stage 2 or 3, just to get it to go where you want it to go, because it does struggle a bit with power. It's got an extremely powerful engine, a really, really powerful engine, like similar to a MiG-25 engine in terms of raw thrust output, but it's a very heavy aircraft and a very draggy aircraft, so you've got to kind of offset that. Okay, this should be our next tally.
Threat, bra, 159, 5, 16,000, beam west, farmer.
And we should have enough fuel actually to make it back to Sanaki.
Break,
maybe
East
even
17, merged,
such
175, 17,000, farmer.
Oh jeez, he's merged with MiG-19s. He's gonna have fun. I really do love the Vigan. I just wish Heat Blur would stop fucking around and fix it. Like, they've said that, like, they've acknowledged the issues and they've said that they meant to fix them, but it either didn't make the patch or they didn't quite fix it as well as they thought they did. I don't know. I just want it to work because I want to fly it more. Hey, Mike Delta, cheers for the raid, man. I hope you had a good stream. That mission was awesome, and you did really, really good GCI for us there. It was going back and forth a bit. I was watching the count like, oh shit, are we actually going to pull it out? But we did, just. It was great fun. Big Vigan patch next? Oh, please. Please let it be full of fixes. I know they got new features for it too, but I want the fixes more than I want the new features. It's like the 21. Like, new features for the 21 will be nice, but I want fixes first, because it needs them. This and the 21 both just have so much wrong with them at this point. They really need to put out a fix. The thing is for the 21, the nice thing is for the 21, that a lot of the things that need fixing are going to be overhauled anyway. Like the radar, for instance, that needs an overhaul. The ASP needs an overhaul, so, you know, one kind of satisfies the other. You prefer human GCI? I do prefer human GCI, yeah. But the bot's good to have. The bot's better than nothing. And if there's a mix of them available, that's quite nice too. So then you can rely on the bot for, you know, more distant calls, and when you get close in, you can hop over to the human GCI.
Overlord Feast 17, request OV dope.
Okay, which waypoint's this? B6.
Feast 17.
This is our
Red
final
Rock,
valley.
0485.
The next
3000,
waypoint should be
westbound
M7,
Frogfoot.
which is our objective.
East 17, Overlord, Bra, 0474, 3000.
The counter wasn't
south,
working
Frogfoot.
properly.
East
I don't think.
17, merged, 045, 2000, Frogfoot. East 17, threat, Bra, 0375, 1000, hot,
Hey, Saber.
Fishbed. East 17, merged.
You won't count the mission as a win for the blue team?
1000,
Ah.
Fishbed.
Well, we kept them close at least. We kept them on the ropes. I'm happy with that result. Look, I'm not much of an F5 pilot, but if I can do as well as I did, I'm happy. Fighters were correct, the counter was off. Ah, okay. Yep, I gotcha. What major Vigan bugs are you talking about? It overspeeds hideously, both in terms of the flight model itself, it goes too fast, and in terms of it has the negative drag issue, which most of the other modules have fixed at this point. As well as that, so that's a big issue, that's a huge issue, because it completely changes the way they fly. As well as that, the damage model's broken, so you can hit this thing with multiple missiles, and sometimes it'll die in the first missile, sometimes it'll shrug off 5, as if there's nothing wrong with it. Like, I've been in turn fights, stall speed turn fights in the 21, with a Vigan that has no wings, no canards, and fire coming out of him in 3 places, and he was fine. There was nothing wrong with him. Like, flight-wise, he could act as though there was nothing wrong with his plane. And there were missiles coming off of wings that didn't exist anymore. So, there's something really badly wrong with the damage model. There's the negative drag bug, and then I think Heat Blur were a little too optimistic with their speed figures for the flight model. The Vigan is a fast plane, it should be fast. Its VNE is 1350, but it should be able to do about 14 something, 15, low 1500s maybe, clean. But when it's loaded out with bombs, it should not be doing, or missiles, it shouldn't be doing more than 1550 or 1600 Ks an hour. There's no way. Like, if Saab didn't think they could beat 1600 with a shaved down, radarless, no external antennas, polished metal Vigan, then they aren't going to do fucking 1600 with missiles and antennas and paint. Paint alone adds so much parasite drag, it's not even funny. Like, something's skewy there, basically. And I think that's why the Vigan, part of the reason why the Vigan has this...
What's our target?
Strategic target. It should be a factory or something, or like a large camp. It's about 22 kilometers off the nose now.
Yeah, roger. That's what I was asking.
So, what was I saying? I don't even fucking remember at this point. But yeah, like, if they correct that, it'll change how... Oh, right, the whole Vigan is fast on the deck thing. It can sprint up to a high speed, because it does have a lot of thrust, but that's clean. You know, in real life, the pilots were forbidden from exceeding 1350 kilometers an hour. The Vigan doesn't have a skin temperature gauge. The F-111 does, that's why the F-111 can exceed that speed, as they know when the skin's getting too hot. So, there are a number of factors that go into it, but basically, you know... The Vigan is fast on the deck because it has a good autopilot, a good waypoint system, and trained pilots, not because of any innate capability of the airframe. Like, there are a lot of planes that are fast on the deck, but not safely. I'm worried I'm going to catch a Cub in the face. There's 2 Cub sites here.
Yep.
There are 2 Cubs here, by the way. One at either end of the target. So just, be ready.
Yep.
Circus 14, threat, Bra.
I'm going left.
1400, hot.
Oh! That was a fucking Shilka pilot snipe. No, it wasn't. Is that a Su-25? Oh, man. No, wait, is that... No, that's our Sabre, isn't it? What the fuck? No, it was a Shilka. I got pilot sniped by a Shilka. Okay, so... Maybe we need someone to deal with the Shilkas first. We did not hit the target at all. Oof. Oof. I might leave the strike aircraft to people that are actually good at this. I probably should have seen that coming, to be fair. Looks like Sanaki's open. We'll just go air to air, fuck it. Yeah, the Shilkas are terrifying in the Viggen, because especially if you're doing a low-level strike, they just delete you. They're so accurate.
Ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now connected.
I'm refuel. Oh well, it was worth a try. It didn't work, but it was worth a try. Let's go 3. I don't know if this has dynamic numbers for the RCAF livery. We want, yep, we got 9P5, so we'll go aim 9P5 and 150-gallon belly tank.
Request rearming. Copy.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what difficulty Enigma's got them set to. But Shilkas are, like, really good at killing Viggins, because quite often in the Viggen you're flying directly towards them at very close range, whereas the A-10 you're going to be, you know, orbiting at a further distance more often than not. So they are very effective at nailing Viggins on their final bombing run. And because you're on your bombing run, you can't really evade, right? You can't jink. I gotta reset my tripwire when I respawn.
East 17, Overlord, Bra, 111, 16, 500, flank northwest, Frogfoot, Hind.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15 miles. Oh, can't do those yet.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 nautical miles.
Fly ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
Crossbomb, my bombs went long, I think, due to the QFE.
I got pretty much face shot by a Shilka, so I didn't even get mine off.
Yeah, I watched it happen. I almost got hit by it as well.
I'm just going to take an F5 up for a bit now. I'll leave the strike to people that are better at it.
You did it right. The Shilkas literally have railguns.
I might pick the Viggen back up in a bit. We'll see how long I stay on for. What am I doing? Ground air.
Fly ground air supply. Copy.
Isn't there a way for the Viggen to use radar alt solution rather than QFE? I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. Red side, I'm more worried about the manual 40mm Bofors than the radar guided Vulcan. Yeah, I know, right? Vulcans seem to tickle 21s for whatever reason.
113, 10, 500, drag east, Hind.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
East 17, threat, Bra, 114, 5, 500, flank west,
You know what, I'll
Hind.
set my tripwire shorter. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 5 miles. 5 miles is
Merged,
close.
118, 500, Hind.
Did she get that command? Maybe not. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 7 miles. We'll just set it to 7. 7's a good sort of in the middle number, I guess.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 7 nautical miles.
If I leave it on 15, I'll get callouts before I even get off the airfield, because we're pretty close to the front line here.
East 17, bogey go.
East 17, Overlord, Bra, 020, 5, 2000, flank southwest, Farmer. Feast 17, threat.
I haven't tried Infinite, I don't know if I will.
1000, flank southwest. Farmer.
I'm very much a Bungie Halo person,
Feast
not a 343 Halo
merged,
person.
008, 1000, Farmer. Feast 17, threat. Bra, 058, 5.
Only the A4E was a legit module. Yeah, I wish.
Feast 17, merged.
I have suggested to Alpin that it might be feasible during some of his special events where he passwords a server. It might be feasible to use it in those missions, but I don't know if he's going to be keen to do it. Some of the Russian Cold War DCS community did a mission just recently, actually, with the Skyhawk. There was a stream of it, I think, so I've got to catch up on that at some point. I've got so many streams that I want to watch from other people. This is the hazard of being a streamer, is you kind of want to watch everyone else stream as well, and you just don't have the time. Oh fuck, there's a fight going on right on my nose. Not even off the ground and we're about to be merged. Okay, let's get the radar up and running. It'll still be on... Oh no, it's on right away. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Circus 14, Overlord, Bra, 093, 15, 1000, Beam South, Fishbed, Frogfoot.
It's probably what I can see off my nose now. What events? From time to time, Alpin runs special missions. Sometimes he passwords a server for them, sometimes he doesn't, but they're like... They're meant to be a bit different from the usual Cold War missions, so there might be more modern planes, or there might be like a different setup than usual. Shit. Let's get rid of that now. Which one of these is friendly and which isn't? Holy fuck, that's a furball.
Circus 14, Threat, Bra, 087, 7, 2000, Drag East, Frogfoot.
I think that's a Sushka I'm sorting onto. Holy shit. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. Maybe a 19, actually. The lead's probably a 19.
Circus 14, Overlord,
That's an F5 in front of me.
111, 4, 2000, Drag Southeast, Frogfoot.
No, okay, Sushka's over here.
17, Threat, Bra, 080.
He's getting guns.
500, hot,
He just got
high.
splashed.
Circus 14, Threat,
Oh,
Bra,
oh, the frame rate.
097, 500, hot,
That's an F5. Those are both F5s, I think.
17, merged, 074, 500, Hind.
That's also an F5. Oh shit, we're over
Circus
Kataitsi
14,
already.
merged, 093, 500, Hind.
He's at the airfield.
Overlord Fancy G69, comms check.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. Something... F5.
Circus 14, Overlord, Bra, 071, 2, 500, hot, Hind.
Right there, I see him. I'm gonna lose sight of him as soon as I go up, but I see him. Oh, I've got 9P5s, so I could probably take him from the front. Oh, maybe. The guy's getting gunned at. That's an F5. Where's this fucking Hind gone?
Overlord body organ set warning radius 3 miles.
Body XX, Overlord, I could not fully recognize your call sign.
That looks like a MiG-15. Overlord, Circus 1-4 shopping. I think that is a MiG-15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord,
Can't tell if it's smoky or not.
1, 500, beam west, Hind.
No, might be a Sabre. So if it smokes, yeah, no, it's a Sabre. If it smokes, it's a Sabre. If it doesn't smoke, it's a MiG-15. That's how you tell those two apart real quick. There's the Hind. Come here, you. We hit him, so now it'll be easier to see. We'll go up and around. Be careful, because I don't want that cub to light me up. Yeah, the F1 should release pretty soon, I think. It looks like it's nearly done. But then again, the F4Us looks like it's nearly done for a while, and that hasn't come out yet either. Probably because they're doing the carrier and stuff as well. There's a lot that's coming with the F4U, so it's going to take longer.
Overlord, I could not fully recognize your call sign.
I feel really bad bullying a helicopter like this, but yeah. Morgur, or Morgul even, thanks for the follow. Hey, there we go, we got him. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. Oh shit, Redfall's gonna push us back. They're gonna reopen Kataisi.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 052, 15, 3000, flank west, Fishbed.
Let's get some altitude. I'm just worried about that cub. So let's go north. Yeah, so I'm on a separate channel. There's two Overlord channels. The main one is 251. I'm on 259 because I figured 251 would be hard to get a word in edgeways, so I went to the secondary channel. So there's only like me and 2 or 3 other people on this frequency. It does mean I don't have comms with the other guys. Excuse me? A Shilka. A Shilka from where? What the fuck? Enigma, I think you might need to adjust the Shilka skill settings a little. That was fairly absurd. I don't even know where it came from. I do not even know where it came from. Jesus! Okay, well... yeah, let's just grab the F5 again. Yeah, I think the Shilka's skill setting is a little bit too high. Just a little bit. Plug that in.
Copy. Ground air supply is now connected.
I don't really even need fuel tanks from this airbase, actually. We'll just take off clean, since I'm at the front. Yeah, I mean, cockroaching shouldn't be, you know, the only viable tactic, but at the same time, getting fucking insta-deleted by a Shilka at that altitude is a little bit rough. Especially since I was climbing up to avoid cockroaching at the time it happened. Okay, power, gens, oxygen, IFF. I'll actually set it to match my attack number. There we go. Right. Set up the fuel because the Americans apparently can't design a fucking automatic fuel controller. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Set tripwire, 7 miles.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 7 nautical miles.
That is on. That's not.
Apply ground air supply.
Copy.
Are there kill messages? Yeah, in chat. I don't remember if I got it on the RWR. To be fair, I wasn't paying attention to the RWR. Chaff would really screw up those radars. Actually, yes. From memory, the Shilka radar is straight pulse. I don't think it has any filters on it. From memory, I could be wrong. Cotty would probably know better. But from what I recall, it's a straight pulse radar. It's a Ku-band radar. So it would be nice to see that model. It would also be nice to see Chaff fuck up the F5's radar, because it shouldn't be able to filter it either. The MiG-21 can filter it, kind of. It acts kind of like a jamming method, so it would be nice to see that implemented. Now the Mirage has kind of set the high bar for radar simulation. I did say I was going to get a drink, so I'll get the aircraft started up and we'll just let it idle for a minute, and I will grab myself a drink and maybe a quick snack. The R3R should get quite bamboozled by a lot of things.
9, set tripwire 5.
The R3R is not the best missile, let's put it that way.
Overlord, Fancy Feast 6-9, comms check.
You don't even necessarily have to notch with the R3R, you can notch the MiG-21's radar, but you can also make it miss just by beam aspect. Even if it keeps track, it'll still miss, because it just can't turn that hard. Anyway guys, give me a moment, I'm going to grab myself a cup of tea and a quick snack.
69, Overlord, I could
I'll
not
be
fully
right back.
recognize your call sign.
Overlord. Overlord. East 17. Request bogey dope.
East 17, Overlord, Bra, 091, 20, 22,000, flank southwest, Farmer.
Excuse me about to talk with a mouthful of biscuits, but the R3R is absolutely worth taking, because A, most F5 players aren't paying attention to their RWR, B, at least half of them don't even have it fucking set up correctly, and C, the ones that do know you've launched on them still won't fucking maneuver to evade it. So, the thing is, the MiG-21's radar is bugged at the moment in many, many ways, but one of the ways, which has been quite a sticking point for some of the blue guys, is it doesn't give a lock warning. It will give you a search nails on your RWR, which is how I could tell where they were in the last mission. I could see them on the fucking RWR. So it'll give you a search nails, and it will give you a launch warning. So when they fire an R3R, that's when you get the lock and the launch warnings together. But the actual, they can have you locked for 5 minutes and you won't know. So that's an issue that needs to be fixed. Even when it is fixed, I very much doubt it will make the R3R less viable, because so many F5 guys just have their RWR either in the wrong mode, muted, not turned on, they don't pay attention to it, whatever. But the R3R is fantastic because even if it doesn't hit, and this is the thing, like, they won't hit unless the target basically voluntarily steers into them. Even if they don't hit, they force some sort of pre-merge maneuvering, which can be really useful, especially at high altitude where the MiG-21's already at an advantage. If you've got a guy committing to you head-on, and you're going to go, you know, neutral wing-to-wing merge like you're doing fucking BFM sets or something, what you do is you yeet a couple of R3Rs at him, and that forces him to either fly into them and eat shit, or turn defensive. And if he turns defensive, that's going to set you up for a turn onto his tail with a follow-up R60. Now, the counter to this, the big brain play on blue, is to not brake defensively to avoid the R3R, it's to either beam to merge, so the R3R won't hit, which is kind of like notch to merge, except you're not really notching, you're just beaming at too high of an aspect for the missile to track, so like 30 degrees or more aspect, the missile won't really have much hope of hitting you, especially if you're fast. So that's one way of doing it. And then you don't turn into commit on the 21 until he's already, like, level with you. You know, you don't, so what happened the other day, and this is what Dogger had an issue with, is he did it right until he got too close. So he did it right by kind of beaming to merge, but as he got within, like, 6-7 kilometers, which is perfect head-on R3R launching range, he committed into me. He actually turned into me. And that's why I was able to hit him, because at the last moment he turned into me, and that's just solving all of my firing solutions for me, and the R3Rs hit. That's why he had that issue. He was doing everything right up until the point he actually turned head-on with me. So that's one way, is just beam to merge. The other way is you actually let them shoot at you, and then you do a barrel roll. It doesn't even have to be a particularly violent one. If you're fast enough, a simple barrel roll will defeat the R3R. In fact, it'll even defeat R60Ms. In fact, back when the server was... Alpin's server, that is. Back when Alpin's server was all aspect, the standard merge coming in neutral head-to-head was the MiG-21 would be barrel rolling all the way in, because the AIM-9P5 Seeker could see further than the R60M Seeker. So we would have to barrel roll all the way in to dodge any potential AIM-9P5s, and at the last moment we'd punch out an R60M at point-blank range. So that was the way it used to work on Alpin's server when it was all aspect, and that's basically the... You know, that's why we know how to defend R3Rs, because we already have the experience defending head-on Sidewinders the same way. You got to remember that the R3R might be semi-active radar homing, but it is basically a first-generation Sidewinder with a conical scan Seeker on it. Like, the Seeker literally looks like a dunce hat. That should tell you how good it is. But we call it God's Missile because it really does... It does sort out the people that are kind of paying attention from the people that aren't. It gives us that kind of cheap sucker punch that we can get going into a merge, and maybe knock down a 2-ship that we're flying into a 1-ship, and even it out a bit. Anyway, I'll be right back again. I'm going to grab my tea. Oh, and yeah, that was me that got the RS2 US kill in the Rainy mission. Again, the same reason, the guy flew straight into it. Alright, I've returned. I also just had a thought, which is, it would be really interesting, I don't know if they'll be able to do it, or if they will do it, but it would be really interesting if ED implemented, like, the flak altitude banding they have for the World War II and modern gun, you know, artillery-based anti-aircraft stuff. Imagine that, but for SAMs. So you could set a height restriction, as you can already set range restrictions, like what range envelope they'll engage at, but imagine you could set a height restriction. That'd be really, really cool. I'd love to see that. I don't know if it would be a, you know, a thing that many people would use, but I would like to see it in missions. You could do quite a lot of interesting stuff with it. Okay, I'm gonna have to top off my fuel a bit before I take off. So we'll just quickly do that. Oh, we're restarting the server to apply a quick fix patch, because it's been 6 hours. Okay. I have a good sense of timing. Well, we'll start back up once the server restarts. Yeah, I know, human GCIs are allowed on the server now. So, the initial theory was that if one team has a GCI and the other doesn't, like sometimes happens on Alpin server, it can be really unfun to be on the receiving end of. But after testing, it was kind of realized that, hey, Overlord gives you a good enough sense of where stuff is that it's not that big of an advantage anymore. So now you can have Overlord giving people the big picture, and you can have a human GCI steering people in, you know, for closer range stuff. Or directing the general strategy. So it's quite good. You know what? Let's be naughty and let's switch teams, because I really did want to fly the 19 today. Let's grab this beauty. Yeah, I'll leave the livery. I've still got to like properly do my personal livery in the 19. The issue is that the default paint kit is kind of, there's some issues with it, put it that way. Overstratos does want to redo it though at some point, which would be good. Let's use the fucking OZT, that should be fun. Right, let's get this thing up and running. You don't technically need all of those switches on. You do for those. Those are the fuel pumps, but those two, I think you only need one of them. But I just put them all on. I've got to admit, my MiG-19 startup is kind of like my 21 startup has become. It's a bit of a ritual, so I don't actually know what I'm doing with some of these switches. You know, I know vaguely the pumps are here, the cutoffs are here. These four are cutoffs, that's why you don't switch them on. But I just have a habit of switching things on without thinking about it. So I've got to go through and actually compare to the actual startup procedure, maybe modify mine a bit, same as I did with the 21. Although for the 21 I can't claim credit for that, I just stole Matt's. Because Matt already did the hard work on that one. Okay, channel for the 19. 132. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 30 kilometers. Am I on the right frequency?
Circus
Yes, I am.
Overlord, copy. Rolling 30 kilometers.
Overlord Angus 1-1, set tripwire 30.
Angus 1-1, Overlord, copy. Rolling 30 kilometers.
Okay, we need to actually get the clock running. That helps. We'll run a self-test on the radio altimeter. I usually don't do this, but we'll do it for the sake of it, because I need to kill some time while I check my navigation frequencies. Oh, and I need to not lean on that. So, we have a beacon at Kutaisi. 2 beacons at Kutaisi, in fact. 477 is what I want. So we'll go antenna 477. That should be it. Okay, that's already up. I think we are pretty much good to go. Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, close, seal. Put that back to the off position. That's just for the warning. So the tone we got tells us that radar altimeter is indeed working. Now, let me just recenter my track IR here. So I fidgeted around again, as usual. There we go. I'm on channel 5, by the way, Marduk. I'm on the secondary Overlord channel. Oh, you know what helps? Having a right engine. That helps, generally speaking. So the nice thing here is, when Alpen's server starts to die down in population, I can come here, and when this server dies down in population, I can see if there's anyone on Alpen's. I think that's going to be the big advantage here, is having two Cold War servers that have different playstyles, but share a lot of the same player base, is people will hop back and forth between them. So it's not going to, like, one server's not going to kill the other. It'll be like a sort of healthy feedback sort of system, and it'll bring more people into this server, because this server's a bit more beginner-friendly than Alpen's. And they'll get hooked on Cold War here, and then they'll come to Alpen's server, right? So it's a good system. I like it. I really like it. See, the game works fine for you? Yeah, it's working. I had a few stutters near the front line, especially if I zoomed in, but it's okay. Need quite a bit of throttle to get the 19 rolling at all. In fact, you need to remove the wheel chocks to get the 19 rolling at all, because I forget Razbam love their wheel chocks. So, a little lower. Right, Marduk, I'm rolling. 21 rolling there as well. People taking off every which direction. Which end of the runway are we actually using? I'm going to use this end, fuck it. Take off towards the enemy is what I usually do, so I'll do it here as well. Server is East Coast? I don't remember. I think it is. But yeah, it's in the US, so I get a good ping to this one. Well, I say good, relative. Good is very relative when speaking about ping and living in Australia. 216 is fucking awesome. Actually, if that's East Coast and I'm getting 216, then holy shit. That's like West Coast ping for me. Yep, Enigma server. So we did a mission on Alpen's. We did the Fishbed vs. Tiger mission on Alpen's, where we narrowly lost to Red. We had to go to the umpires for the decision on that one. And then I flew a couple flights on Blue on here, and now I'm flying on Red because the server restarted. So we'll probably do a couple more flights on here, and then I think I'll hop over to some MSFS. I might demonstrate a few things before going to continue the grand tour in the Spit. In fact, we may leave that until the next MSFS stream. Just because there's a bunch of shit I want to show you guys, and I don't want to be flying another, like, 3 or 4 hour leg of the journey at the same time. I don't want to be streaming literally, you know, fucking 18 hours today. So, I might do that next time.
It annoys me that it shows my position on the F10 map.
Yeah, it is what it is. It helps in you guys find their bearings. Maybe over time we can slowly poke them into learning to use the radio nav stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
477 on the Arc 5 for Kutaisi, by the way. How do you stand a ping that high? I'm used to it. I've played first-person shooters since I was a teenager with pings in the region of 250 to sometimes up to 300. You get used to it. Like, it was hilarious because I used to play on US servers a lot when I played Halo, and then when I'd come back and play on Australian servers, I was like OP because I had almost precognition because I was so used to leading targets and interpreting where somebody was going to be in a second or two, like interpreting their movement, that on an Australian server where my ping was 20 or 30 instead of fucking 300, I just knew at all times where everyone was going, and I could lead them perfectly. Actually, I had an adjustment period where I had to stop leading so much because I was used to the higher pings. But on a flight simulator, you don't really notice it as much. Especially the way DCS netcode works, you don't notice it so much. You know, a high ping is... As long as it's below, I want to say 350 milliseconds in a flight sim, doesn't matter. Maybe even higher. You could maybe go as high as 500. In a shooter, about 250 is the most that's comfortable. You know, once you get into 280, 300, it kind of sucks, but you can live with it. But in a shooter, like 200 is pretty comfy for me. The issue isn't so much high ping as packet loss. If you have a really shitty lossy connection, like say you're on wireless, you're going to hurt a lot more than if you have a good connection but a high ping. So, you know, having a good connection but living in the arse end of the world is better than having a really fast connection next to the server but having it really lossy. Running up. Brakes off. Burner. Need to readjust my track IR again. Fucking fidgeting so much. I'm just going to continue to climb up to altitude.
There's no road bases in this, is there?
Not yet, but they are coming.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I used to have a Wi-Fi connection for a very brief period of time. I've always gone for wired where possible. I don't even use the Wi-Fi on my modem. I have my modem wired directly into my PC. I cannot stand wireless anywhere in the process. It has to be wired, 100%. I got fiber to the premises. Actually, I got fiber to the home, technically. So, yeah, fiber to the home, and then that goes into my modem, and then my modem goes through fucking T6 into my PC. Or Cat6, whatever. Enigma, if you're listening in, something I would do in the mission editor is I'd turn the volume up on the MiG-19's IR seekers. It has to be done through the mission editor. The actual controls on one of the avionics boxes in the aircraft somewhere, I think, not in the cockpit. So you might want to turn that up a little just so it's easier to hear. God, I love this thing. Like a homesick angel, as the saying goes. The 21 does technically have the better climb rate, but I don't know, you just feel like you're climbing faster in the 19. It might just be because it's, you know, not a delta, so you don't have the induced drag to fight as you slow down.
Thinking about saving things like fuel tanks, I'm just punching them off when they're empty.
Punch them off when they're empty. If we've retaken the right sector of the front line, we should have Kutaisi open for rearming and refueling. It might just still have the spawn slots blocked. so you can always stop off there and pick up some bags.
Yeah, Rog.
Airframes are unlimited, weapons are unlimited, like, it's, you know, it's not like Albans, you don't have to really mind your supplies as much.
Oh, yep, cool.
Coming out of burner. I think Martiv's dropped behind a little, so I'll let him catch up. Gonna level off at 9 kilometers. We won't worry about the tracking radar.
Oh yeah, I suppose with the bot, it's probably better to get up higher.
Yeah, near the front it doesn't make a huge amount of difference, but certainly for fuel economy and flight time, like, you'll get to the front line faster if you're high up, and you won't burn as much fuel. If you fly on the deck to the front line, it'll take you about twice as long.
4 times as much fuel.
Yep. One of the other nice things about the 19 is it's so easy to hold a specific altitude compared to the 21, which is all over the fucking place. It's just a nice, simple aircraft to fly. Has a few unpleasant habits, but not too many. What do you mean, chocolate? If your full flight crashes, how the fuck are you meant to survive? I think that's like my favorite aviation meme because it's so fucking true. And it's even more noticeable in Sims. Is you have one group of people who are like able to navigate by the fucking alignment of the planets. Like, just no problems. VFR, IFR, Dead Reckoning, they can do it all. And then you've got, oh no, my flight crashed, I am lost and will now die. God, what a beautiful sight. The 19 is such a nice looking plane. I barely knew about this plane. I knew it existed, but I barely knew anything about it, and I didn't have much interest in it until it was announced for DCS, and then I really took an appreciation to it. And now, I love this thing almost as much as I love the MiG-21. Like, it's just such a beautiful aircraft. Phenomenal performance, especially for its time. Like, the reason this left Soviet service, it didn't, it got seconded to interior military districts. But the reason it wasn't in frontline service longer in the Soviet Union is just because the MiG-21 existed. If the MiG-21 hadn't existed, this would have been in frontline service probably until, like, the late 60s. Maybe even longer. It's just a phenomenal aircraft. Back it over the 21. There are certain things about it I prefer over the 21. Like, for sustained turn fights, this thing is just wonderful. The 21 can't sustain turn fight to save its life. Going left, because I've got it slightly off course. I do miss the 21's nose authority when I fly this and its speed, but the acceleration in this, like, the top end speed isn't there in the 19 because it's just too draggy, but the acceleration is unbelievable in this aircraft. This thing accelerates better than the 21, I'm pretty sure. It feels like it in DCS. Like, I've done formation takeoffs with 21s where we lit our burners at the same time, and by God, I outrun them. Until we get to like 1100 kilometers an hour, and then they catch me up and pass me. Like, it's such a fucking rocket ship of a jet. It's F6 for export, J6 for domestic. So the Chinese use J for fighter designations domestically, but when they're on the export market, they use F for fighter. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra 258, 131, 1500, drag southwest, Warthog.
A10, but he's way down low and he's still a ways off the nose. Oh god, that looks so good. Okay, so contrails start at about 8700. Good to know. So we're just slightly below cons.
Осень, вечер, ветер тучи, в доме свет опять отключен. И луны озябший лучик робко светит сквозь ветра.
Sure, missiles are awake.
Скучно, от души упрятан ключик, и с собой мир заключен ненадолго до утра. Мой мирок размером
Overlord Angus 1-1 shopping.
не потухнет, где-то гром печально бухнет.
Angus 1-1, Overlord, Bra 273, 48, 400, drag northwest, Warthog.
Оживет моргнув светильник, и раздастся в дверь звонок. Ночь такой.
Only thing is, with the radio navigation in the 19, you don't have a DME. So, part of RSBN is it's basically a combination of TACAN and DME. Well, VOR and DME, I guess. It's basically a Soviet TACAN, so it gives you range as well as the bearing. ARC is just a pure radio compass, it gives you bearing only, so I have no range information for this beacon. I know roughly where it is because I can see the river there, and Kutaisi Air Base is that runway. You probably can't see it because of the stream encoding, but there's a runway right there, that's Kutaisi Air Base. So I know we're getting pretty close.
Angus 1-1, threat, Bra 265, 30, 200, being south, Warthog. Angus 1-1, threat, Bra 281, 30, 400, hot, Warthog.
Still got fuel in the bags. This thing has really quite good endurance and range with these wing tanks. Quite good. I love to see that. This is such a beautiful sight.
Angus 1-1, threat, Bra 285, 30, 300, hot, begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra 258, 75, 500, hot, Tiger 2, Warthog. Angus 1-1, threat, Bra 259, 30, 3000, hot, Tomcat.
A10's working on our shulkers.
Светит сквозь ветра, одиноко, хмуро, скучно. От души упрятан ключик, и с собой мир заключен ненадолго до утра. Ночь, такое время года, что не глядя на погоду, гости в дом ко мне приходят, пьют прозрачную, не воду, а в душе моей к восходу. То ли комнат, то ли
I want to see if I can bully Overstratos into giving us a MiG-19 PM. So you lose the guns and the R3S, but you gain 4 pylons with the RS-2US. Could you imagine the memes? Like, that would be wonderful. It'd be useless in PvP. Well, nearly useless in PvP. It'd kill really bad F5s. But it would be so fun to actually run intercepts with it. And in this server, you are going to be running intercepts because the AI bombers. MiG-25 PD. I wouldn't hold my breath. I want a MiG-25. I actually kind of want a MiG-25P. Just to deal with the janky old radar. But the issue with the MiG-25 is not so much the map size, although that would help, but the altitude. DCS's draw distance is quite low. In fact, as you can see, I can't even see to the horizon from here. From 20 kilometers altitude, DCS looks horrible. Trust me. So it needs some updating there, I think.
1900. Hot. Tiger 2.
Uh-oh.
Row.
Diving.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra. 2 for 7. 30. 700. Hot. Tomcat.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
Angus 1-1. Threat. Bra. 253. 30. 200. Flank southeast. 2 ship Tiger 2.
Oh, fuck.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. It's Marduk behind me.
Circus 1-4.
That's him locking you, probably.
Bra. 235. 16. 1900. Hot. Fast. Tomcat.
Oh, fuck.
Angus 1-1. Merged. 228. 1900.
Sparrow!
Circus 1-4. Merged. 218. 1500. Tomcat.
Shit. He might have got Marduk. Maybe. Missile! Shit. And that thing turns so well, he's going to have the nose on me. These won't track head on. Oh, no, he won't. But he's going to run away. Now he'll have the nose on me, probably. Fuck. Come on, get slow. Get greedy, get slow. I'm behind the Tomcat, but he's too far for a shot. He's just passing Kataisi now. He's egress north into the hills over the city. He'll outrun me on the deck. He'll outrun me at every altitude. Come on, slow down. Slow down.
Overlord, Angus 1-1 shopping.
Angus 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 315. 11. 900. Drag northwest. Fast. Tomcat.
He's in the valleys north of Kataisi, like directly north of Kataisi, over the city. Oh, fuck, he's too quick for the missile to hit. This is where I wish I was in a tournament.
Him, I think.
Yeah, he's lead. He's heading west now. He's back in Burner. I just don't have the range for a shot. I got a perfect fucking shot lineup, but no range.
Yeah, looks like he's tracking back, cold now. Oh, he's out of Burner.
Something's locking me. Possibly one of us. He's coming left. I might get a shot here in a minute. Please. Please, stay out of Burner. Stay out of Burner and keep turning. Missile away, it probably won't reach. trying to force an overshoot. Oh, nice! Good kill.
Good teamwork, man. You forced him right into me.
Beautiful, man. Crossed his wake there. You see the plane shimmy as I went across it?
He was solely focused on you, 100% of his attention. I just got an easy kill. Thanks, man.
Love to see it. That's awesome.
Took a God's missile to the face.
Circus 14, threat, bra, 206, 30, 2200, flank east, Tiger 2. Angus 11, threat, bra, 200, 30, 2200, flank east, Tiger 2.
Don't see him yet. Oh, no, that's a bit of dust. Where is he? Overlord, Circus 14, shopping. Let's see if there's anything else.
Circus 14,
And get an update.
threat, bra, 211, 30, 100, flank east, Gazelle.
Oh, fuck.
Circus 14, Overlord, bra, 204, 14, 2000, hot, Tiger 2. Angus 11, threat, bra, 212, 30, 100, flank east, Gazelle.
I think I see him. Oh, the frames.
Circus 14, merged, 210, 2000, Tiger 2.
Zooming in near the front line is a
Circus
mistake.
14, threat, bra, 256, 30, 100, hot, 2-ship Tiger 2.
I don't see this guy.
Angus 11, merged, 220, 2100, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 14, shopping.
Threat, bra, 257, 30, 100, hot, 3-ship Tiger 2.
Oh, fuck.
Circus 14, threat, bra, 268, 30, 500, hot, Tiger 2. Circus 14,
I don't like that this guy's
threat,
dropped
bra,
out of a...
304, 30, 7600, hot, for ship Stratofortress.
Oh, shit. B-52s.
4, threat, bra, 220, 15, 200, flank east, Gazelle.
I did see a pair of dots here.
I'm out of fuel, man. I gotta start heading back.
220,
Alright.
200, flank east, Gazelle. Circus 14, threat, bra, 219, 15, 200,
Vulcan.
flank east, Gazelle.
I'm getting smells shoot back. I'm way low over their front line. Just about got shoot up by Vulcan.
200, flank east, Gazelle. Circus 14, Overlord, bra, 324, 5, 900, hot, Tiger 2. Circus 14, merged, 257, 300, Tiger 2. Circus 14, merged, 256, 300, Tiger 2.
Yeah, move far, Ross.
I can't even see them. I can see the Vulcan trying to kill me though. Jesus. Oh, there's one behind me. I see him now. Don't have aspect. Well, give me your tail. Give me your tail. He doesn't see me. He doesn't fucking see me. This guy doesn't know I'm here, but there's a second one. Missile away. Oh shit, did he get you?
No, and I'm way out.
Okay, I got one. There's a second one. They got somebody that's heading back to Kataisi. Oh, and I just got murdered. Wait, what the fuck? What got me? Did I rip somehow? Interesting. Did I overspeed, maybe? I didn't think you could in the 19 without diving. No idea what got me. Interesting. Four Tomcats. Do we have any 29s? Probably not. Oh no, we do. Marduk's in one. We got Pixie in another. But that appears to be it for... Hang on, Kutaisi. No, it's slot locked. Okay. Yeah, so they've got... There's 2 at the forward base, 2 at the rear base. Well, we bagged an F5 and we got an assist on a Tomcat. I'm calling that a success. That is a fair trade for a MiG-19. And TacView should reveal what got me. It feels like I ripped. Like, it sounded like I ripped. I don't think anything hit me, but I wasn't pulling that hard, to my knowledge. And the MiG-19 typically can't accelerate to a high enough speed to break itself. But maybe it did. Don't know. Let's check the TacView. It's one thing about the MiG-19 is that it models a lot of its limitations. So if you roll suddenly at transonic speed, you'll lose your ailerons. If you roll too rapidly with the tanks on, they'll fall off. Like, it has a lot of limitations built into it, which is good, and I wish more modules were like that. The 19 and the Jeff are kind of the front runners in that regard. The F-14 has a lot of internal systems limits, like breaking the gyro if you pull too many G, but it doesn't have a lot of external limits. But this definitely does. Which is really, really cool.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, 5x5.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 20 kilometers. So 20, 30 is a bit far. 30 is what I use on Alpins, but it's a bit far.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 20 kilometers.
I think that's everything. Debris? I don't think so. Possible, but I don't think so.
Overlord, Sausage, 6-9, set tripwire, 10 kilometers.
Sausage 6-9, Overlord, copy, warning 10 kilometers.
Davies in the F5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How are the teams looking?
Hey Ross, just an unrelated question. What do you think the best glide speed in the 21 is?
600 and something for range, 490 for endurance.
Well, stretching out the fuel tank a little bit here, so cheers for that.
If you're going to be landing low fuel, don't put the flaps out, and don't put the gear until you're sure you're going to make the runway. Like, if you get close enough, you can dump full flap just to bleed the speed, but don't do it until you're sure you'll make it.
Yeah, I'm sort of guessing about how much of a glide I'm going to need to get in, not whether that we're going to have fuel when we get there.
Are you landing at Kutaisi?
Oh, is that still available? Well,
Yeah. I think so.
Flying back. Oh well, I'm about 90k out, about 50 litres of fuel, so should be fine.
248, 100, Tiger 2.
See how much fucking tail authority this thing has at the low speed ARU setting. It's like a fucking air brake. So, actually, I'll demonstrate this to you guys now while I'm on the ground.
255.
Slot not allowed. Oh, it's probably locked the slots because of the front line moving or something.
Sausage 69.
Here we go.
Bra,
So, this is full deflection ARU.
Flank southeast.
So if I go
Ship Tiger 2.
manual, and then
Sausage
it's probably better if I...
Badge
maybe not.
236, 200, Tiger 2.
That's long arm, and then...
Sausage 69. Threat, bra,
short arm.
273, 10,
That's
100.
minimum ARU, or like that's short arm. That's the high speed setting, and you can see when I go
Badged 256.
long arm, which is the low speed setting, you can see the noticeable difference in tail deflection. So that's what the ARU does. That's all that does.
266, 100, Tiger
And that's
2.
why you don't fuck with the ARU, because it's an automatic system specifically to stop you, the monkey sitting in the ejection seat, from breaking the plane.
Sausage 69, threat, bra, 243, 10, 100, flank east, Tiger 2, begin.
Oh shit, you got team killed, yeah. Sorry to hear it, man, but, you know. Some people don't understand IFF, I guess, or have really bad eyesight, or play in VR, or some combination of the above, so... it happens.
Thought that never changes, remains a stupid lie. It's never been quite the same. No hearing.
Just a heads up, if you guys are having difficulty IFFing, it's the same thing that causes difficulty in spotting dots, which is turn SSAA off. So the way that works is it takes the average of, I think, 4 pixels, and that's how it does the anti-aliasing, so it looks really smooth. But what it does is, if there's a single black pixel dot against the sky, it'll average it out. 1 black pixel, 4 light blue pixels. It's going to be like sort of medium grey. It's harder to see. The same thing when you've got an aircraft that you can identifiably tell it's a fighter, but you can't see if the wings are triangular or cranked, or you can't see if the tail's long and triangular or tall and rectangular. If you turn SSAA off, it has a much more defined silhouette. Like, it's not as blurry, it's not as hard to make out at a distance. Now, I think the DCS long-range spotting with SSAA turned off is way overdone. Like, there's no way in hell I should be able to see a fighter-sized aircraft, like a small fighter-sized aircraft, like a MiG or an F5, from, you know, more than 50 kilometers. It's just, there's no fucking way. Shouldn't be possible.
I'm on a 50-kilometer glider
but, you know,
Puccini.
having the ability to actually make out what type something is, that is useful. So, I wish they would adjust the long-distance spotting downwards and adjust the short-distance spotting a bit upwards. I think that would solve most problems with DCS spotting. DCS players and simmers in general have unrealistic expectations of how easy it is to see aircraft in real life. The typical sim problem is that when you get close, it's harder to see them than it should be, but from far away, usually you can see them way better than you should be able to. It's the same thing that causes nav lights to be moth lights, as they're called in IL-2. Nav lights in real life, during daylight, you're not going to see them. You will not see somebody's nav lights unless you're standing next to their fucking plane. Even if it's a full overcast, gloomy sort of British weather, you might see the nav lights from about 50 meters away. You're not going to see them from 3 miles. Like, you just won't. Landing lights you might see a little further away. Still not miles away, but you might see them a little further out. But nav lights you aren't going to see. There's no way. Okay, let's get some altitude. So teams are looking pretty even. It's good to see. Server's nice and packed. I don't know how Alpine's population's going, but at this hour Alpine's server's usually emptying out anyway. And we had that server, like, filled. Absolutely filled. during prime time today. Let's go ahead and get the missiles cooled. Well, not cooled, they don't have any external cooling, I don't think, for the R3S. That's kind of why they suck. Get the guns armed. We got tone, we should be good to go. Are you descending from cons right now, Plop?
Negative, short final.
Okay. Somebody heading out. Might see if I can catch up to them and join up. Yeah, road bases will be really interesting. One thing I will say about, since I've turned SSAA off, is I think I've got some graphical glitches now with the MiG-21, because I was flying at night, and it was, so you know, like the covers for the jettison buttons and the covers for the countermeasure button and stuff, how they have like that arc of glow paint on them, and they're red? Well, it was causing red artifacts, same with the canopy jettison. It's causing red artifacts around the outline of the glow paint. So there's, I don't know if that's a SSAA thing or if it's a MiG-21 texture thing. I haven't adjusted those textures yet, so I've done all the labels, but I haven't done those. So maybe when I redo them by hand, it should fix that. I don't know. They've done something. I think this is when ED adjusted the global illumination again.
55k gliding. That's the longest I've done in the 21.
Nice. The glow paint at night actually is much brighter. It's more of a turquoise color now. It looks like the Mirage HUD, like it's a more turquoisey bright color. It used to be kind of a faint off-whitish green before. So something's been adjusted. I might tweak that a little more, because it looks good, but it looks like fresh paint, and I don't want it to look like fresh paint. I want it to look like it's been in service for a few years. Is that the mags, or is that a mags? Might be the mags. Hope he does a video. I would like to see his perspective on this. Hopefully he'll be out of sparrows by the time I get back to the front. Hopefully. Another con out there. Something I hope that ED do, and this is something that they need to do with MSFS, although I don't think MSFS even shows other player contrails yet, or other aircraft contrails, only shows your own. But contrails, like, nah, this ain't it. It needs to be longer. Like, contrails need to have a longer lasting effect, so you can see them much further away. Like, the draw distance on contrails needs to be basically infinite, and also they need to be longer. They need to have a longer dwell time in the air. I mean, that's a problem that's universal to a lot of flight sims, but in DCS and MSFS, like, these days, you don't really have an excuse, in my opinion. You know? They don't really impact performance that much. So... draw distance, it is. So as I zoom in, he's faded now, but there was another contrail that popped into existence over there. It is definitely related to zoom. But the shadow distance isn't, which is interesting. The shadow distance is fixed, and the shadows render in a box around the aircraft. So if you climb up to reasonably high altitude in this kind of weather, like, you can actually see it there. That's the edge of the shadow render box. There are clouds there, there should be shadows there, but that's the edge of the box. And you can physically see it when you go high enough. It is a square around the aircraft. Old Salty, cheers for the follow, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. We have just gone through the sound barrier. I don't know if we were going up or coming down though. trying to keep up with this guy. He's booking it. We're kind of on the edge of the sound barrier. I keep going through it and then back out. Contrails are literally forever long. Yeah, they're pretty long in real life, and they should be in sim as well. Speaking of supersonic, that is something that was brought up in chat earlier. I did see it, I just didn't remember to reply to it. But, yeah, the Hornet now in MSFS, you know, whatever faults the Hornet in MSFS has, they now have supersonic aircraft, so that we have sonic booms as well as supersonic flight modeling to at least some degree. I don't know if they model like center pressure shift and stuff. I assume they do, or if they don't already, they probably will. So we have that, and we have afterburner effects. The way the Hornet in MSFS does afterburners is kind of it's not bound to the throttle. It's a fucking toggle. It's like the MiG-19. You fucking push a button to toggle the burners on. Then as you come away from full throttle, it cuts them out. So, you know, a MiG-19 for MSFS would be perfect. It'd work just fine, but the Hornet, maybe not so much. So I think after we're done here, I will load up MSFS. I was going to do it anyway, but I think we'll take the Hornet out and we can talk about that for a while, and then I'll grab some other planes and we'll do maybe a few quick sightseeing tours. We won't continue the Grand Eastern Adventure this stream. We might do it maybe like next stream or the next time I do MSFS at least. So there will be an armor stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be doing anything after armor. It probably depends on how much shit I get done this afternoon. But I've got a bunch of real life stuff that was really stressing me out sorted now, more or less. So we should be good now. Yeah. I finally actually got some help I needed with a bunch of real life shit, so that should solve a lot of my issues and make my life a lot less stressful. Boat bug best. Look, I can't take credit for it. It wasn't me that did it, so like the thing is, I know I probably appear at least somewhat functional on stream. I'm kind of like, I'm not real great with like looking after myself. You know, I used to use the Asmongold scale of how messy my flat is. It's pretty good now because I've got an inspection coming up, but I usually either have to get my sister or my parents to like deal with stressful shit because I just can't. It won't happen if I have to deal with it. And my sister's the same way. She can't deal with her own shit, but I can do it for her. And I can't deal with my own shit, but she can do it for me. So, like, we're completely reliant on each other. So, both her and my mum managed to sort out a bunch of stuff, and then you know, the people that were involved were like, oh shit, we didn't realize, and now it's all good. Because if I need to tell somebody, hey, I need help with this, I have, like, problems doing this stuff, I won't tell them. I'll just smile and nod until they go away. That's how I deal with people. I just smile and nod until they go away. Which sometimes is good, sometimes works, frequently gets me in a lot of trouble because I end up in situations I can't get myself out of. You re-hit the body. That would be my sister's domain. My sister is the one that's into forensics. I have a passing interest in forensics, but she was actually studying it until she had trouble with uni. They found a bunch of bodies down the road from my parents the other day. It wasn't them what done it. It was some cold case stuff from back in the 80s. That was pretty spooky, considering they had the people involved around for tea a couple times. But yeah, no, that's my sister's responsibility, is hiding the bodies. Op was cancelled in announcements. There was a note that some kind of armor can happen with Sahara DLC check. Ah, okay. Okay, well there won't be an armor stream tomorrow, I guess. Or there might be. So we'll see if I do a stream tomorrow. I might not. Still in burner. My wing tanks are empty though, so we might want to get rid of them, and we might want to come out of burner. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. We're getting reasonably close to Kataisi.
Circus 1-4, Overlord.
It's down there. That's it there.
64, 300, in southeast, begin.
247. When she says 247, it sounds like 2 for 7. So when I first heard that Tomcat 247, I thought, 2 for 7? He's right under me. Fuck, I'm gonna die. So she could speak a little more clearly, maybe. The Sahara map looks really good. I don't really care for the PMC aesthetic, but the map looks really good. It's one of those things like Apex, I don't really care for the Apex weapons or the campaign or whatever, but the map's really good. So I bought Apex because of the map. Get rid of this, I'm overheating a little. Yeah, that's good then, because we're kind of lacking good desert maps. I mean, there's fucking what's-its-face, the one that we've been using, the Iraq kind of one, but it's like Arma 2 fidelity in a lot of ways, so the micro-terrain's not really that great. Micro-terrain is my big thing, like, you know, can you tell I was an infantryman for a little while? If there's not a ditch or a culvert or something for me to fucking get my head down in, it's not a good map. What source would you suggest to learn all of this AWACS stuff? You mean like how to talk to,
Threat, bra, 263, 20, 100, hot, Tiger 2.
He's on the deck. 2 A10s, oh boy. So to figure out how the commands for this work, Enigma should have a video in his Discord.
1800, drag west, begin.
Okay. I would very much like to pop those A10s.
Merged, 258, 100, Tiger 2.
Is he gonna come up and play with me? Please come up and play with me.
Circus 14, merged, 225, 1100, Warthog.
Let's dive in on the A10s.
Merged, 270, 100, Warthog.
Fucking hell.
You haven't found their Ross?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and bounce these A10s if I can spot them. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. Don't see him yet.
Circus 14, threat, bra, 279, 20, 500, hot, Tomcat. Circus 14, threat, bra, 201, 12, 2600, flank east, begin.
Fuck. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Wait, Circus 14, merged, 206, 1300, begin.
Oh boy.
14, Overlord, bra, 204, 6, 900, boom east, begin.
I saw Sam go up for him, I think. I don't see him though. I'm struggling, like I can get into a merge, but I'm struggling to actually spot them once I do. That's where human GCI is the advantage, because you can talk them directly on, you know, turn right, keep turning right, nose on. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. I wish you could ask where a specific contact is. Maybe you can, I haven't checked the documentation for it.
Circus 14,
I'd like to know where those A10s are.
092, 6, 1800, boom north, begin.
That's the big end.
Circus 14, threat, bra, 314, 20, 200, flank east, Tiger 2.
Something just got splashed up there. Or maybe the F5 did go up there. Where are these A10s? Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. A little stutter there. Hey Jack!
Circus 14, Overlord, bra, 346, 8, 100, hot, Warthog.
346 for 8, huh? They do have all aspects on the A10s, so I would rather not give him the opportunity. He's gonna be under me somewhere. but I still don't see him. Fuck, 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 fuck! Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. Where is this fucking A10?
Circus 1-4, merged, 302, 800, Tiger 2.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 341, 5, 600, Drag Northwest, Tiger 2.
It's all gone wrong, chat. It's all gone wrong. I don't even see any of these guys. I wish I could ask her, where's the A10? And just have her vector me onto it until I can get a shot off. Okay, I'm being locked by something. I don't know what. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 3002, 300, in northeast.
Oh shit.
Fast, Tiger 2, Bigger,
Someone just got
Woodhall.
splashed there. Oh fuck, okay. Hello, what are you? You look like an F5? Yep, that was an F5!
Circus 1-4, Threat, Bra, 314, 20,
Yeah.
100.
So when you get into a situation like that, that's where you really do want a human GCI, because I just could not see any of them until it was too late. Just in the interest of not streaming for the entire day, I think we're going to call it there, but this has been a pretty good first session, I think, on the server. You know, we helped bag a Tomcat, we bagged an F5, then we got shot down a couple times due to my own incompetence. So yeah, I will definitely be playing here more often. I'd recommend you guys try it out too if you haven't already. It should provide a nice contrast to Alpen's server. I think the two of them, like I said before, will help feed off each other and strengthen the Cold War community rather than weaken it.
Hog 1-1, radio check.
What server? Enigma's dynamic Cold War server. Illuri's the guy who TKs usually. Yes, but also, I noticed the last time he got blamed for it, that I saw anyway, the last time I saw him get blamed for it, and the 475th guys did a bit of taxiway justice to him, they actually mistook him for somebody else, because he slotted into the Tomcat after the actual Team Killer had left the Tomcat. So, in that one instance, Illuri was actually the innocent party, and he got Team Killed in revenge. But yeah, no, I've seen him Team Kill enough times, especially in the F-14, he should know better. Ah, Pixie's got the 29. Is it... Hang on. Is there a 29 slot? There is a 29 slot. Okay, you know what? You know what? Let's do one more. Let's fly this until we get popped, yeah? I see a 29 slot and I can't help myself. I love this plane so much. We've got R60Ms. So no R73s. We've got R27Rs. No 27Ts, but in all honesty, the R27R is what I carry. I don't use the 27T on the 29, unless I carry maybe one of each, which I don't think the 912 should be capable of. When I'm in a Su-27, I will carry Ts or ETs, but in a 29, you just don't have enough rails for them. I'd rather have the radar missiles. Is the Mirage allowed on the server? No, the Mirage is technically Cold War. The Mirage was entering service in like 86 to 88 was kind of when it was fully in squadron service. It didn't even have its semi-active missiles until about 88, I think, from memory. So it's very late for a Cold War plane, and the other issue is the Mirage is just a beast in BFM. For BVR, it's actually probably better for the server than like the Tomcat or the 29, because its radar is so well simulated now. But as soon as you get within visual range against the Mirage, you're dead. Like, the Mirage's fly-by-wire is such a huge advantage against these older planes, it's not even funny. Alpen did have the Mirage on his server briefly, and it did not go well. It really did not go well for Red Team. What's the frequency again? Where are you? 132. I'm staying on a secondary frequency just because it's less crowded. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Tripwire, 20 kilometers. Set at 20. I shouldn't really need that so much because I
Overlord,
get
admin 1-1, set tripwire 12 kilometers.
Circus 1X, Overlord, I could not fully recognize your...
Rude?
Admin 1-1,
Yes, that's
Overlord,
your
copy,
accent.
warning 12 kilometers.
English is understood.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15 kilometers. Set at 15, fuck it. 15, 20, whatever, it's all the same.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
So is there a way we can see whether
The F5 has some die-hard followers.
Fuel, or is it just sort of you gotta see? You should be able to always get fuel there if the sector's red. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Ink. Honestly, I like the F5 as a plane, it just doesn't excite any particular strong emotions in me. Primarily because it's so woefully underpowered and it's so well behaved. Like, I like a plane that's going to do something I told it not to do every now and then, you know? I like my planes to be a bit, you know, have a bit of dom energy. It's more fun that way. I keep forgetting, I've got nose wheel steering now, so I need to actually use my feet. So you think. Look, all I'm saying is, variety is the spice of life, and that applies to everything.
Angus 1 shopping.
Angus 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 282, 36, 400, being south, Tiger 2. Angus 1-1, Threat, Bra, 283,
Hopefully the damper will actually be on by the time I get to the runway,
Tiger 2.
so I don't continue my recent habit of taking off without it. By the way, the MiG-29 in this configuration, with R-27Rs and 4 R-60s, if you don't use the close combat vertical scan or the helmet modes, is pretty similar to how the MiG-23 is going to be. And don't use your countermeasures, or only use 6, or 12, no, sorry, 12. So it's pretty similar, in terms of speed and acceleration particularly. Turn capability, maybe not so much for an MLA, maybe for an MLD, but it's close enough. BVR-wise, it's a good simulator for the MiG-23. This song slaps so hard. Can the MLA carry the S8? I don't remember. I think so. Should be able to on the wing glove pylons. I don't remember if it can on the ventral pylons.
149. Взлет запрещаю. 149. Латиния. Взлет по готовности.
Oh, the fucking power of this jet. God damn.
Подавление 718,5,7.
I lost a tire because I waited too long to rotate. The MiG-29 accelerates so quickly on takeoff it can really get away from you, and I've read that the MiG-23 is very similar in that regard. If you don't fucking plan ahead and keep up with that plane, you're gonna have a whoopsie on takeoff.
28, 100, being southeast, Gazelle. Angus 1-1, Threat, Bra, 266, 30, 300, being south, Warthog. Angus 1-1, Threat,
Here we
Bra,
go with our climb rate of yes.
5200. Hot. Tomcat. Angus 1.
See you later, shitlords.
Bra. 322. 17. 200. Flank east. Gazelle. Angus 1-1, merged, 267, 3,300.
Come out of burner, so I don't waste too much fuel. Flaps are already up. Yep. Russia uses metric. So that's kilometers an hour, and when you're in BVR mode, which I am now, it's in true airspeed. So that's 810 true airspeed. The little I is, well, it's a Cyrillic I, but it indicates true airspeed.
Overlord Angus 1-1 shopping.
So I'm at 9,000 meters altitude, which is about 30,000 feet.
Bra, 339, 16, 200, flank southeast, Gazelle.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to be streaming probably for a while, because I'm going to do MSFS after this, but if you're still around, yeah.
Angus 1-1, threat, Bra, 244, 30, 100, hot, Tiger 2.
Bonkers out here with the self-escort memes. Always good to see a Sushka get a kill. Funny thing is, people kind of overestimate how long Imperial's been a international standard. That came about basically with the end of World War II. So a lot of European countries were rebuilding, and as part of their rebuilding they were adopting a lot of American and British equipment because that was all that was available. And also with NATO coming into being and the US being the dominant power in NATO, the US got to dictate a lot of what other people used. So until the end of World War II, France was metricized, Germany was metric. This is for aviation. These countries were metric for everything, but they were metric for aviation. So France, Germany, Soviet Union, pretty much all of Central Europe. Honestly, the only places that weren't metric as far as aviation goes were the UK and the US, and obviously their colonies. But, you know, the French and the Germans were both metric, and now they're imperial because of NATO. The international civilian standard being imperial is simply because the US was the one building airliners and selling them to other countries. Whereas the Soviets only, you know, they use their own airliners. They didn't really market them so much outside the Warsaw Pact and client states. And Soviet airliners were all instrumented in metric as well, but they had backup gauges in imperial so that they could talk to, you know, like Western air traffic control and still know where they were. So they had duplicated gauges for airspeed and altitude. What did I come back to? Measurement systems. So we're currently sitting just below Mark 1. Centimiles, oh god, cursed. So you'll notice our true airspeed is 1,030 kilometers an hour. Our indicated airspeed is 630 kilometers an hour, so that's quite a substantial difference at this altitude. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Angus 1-1, threat, bra, 257.
Notice how she prioritizes threat calls and merge calls over everyone else?
Circus 1-4.
Then she responds to you.
Bra, 270, 160, 600, beam south.
It's way out
Tiger
there.
2.
Yes, I am on Enigma's server. I've been on here for a couple hours now.
Angus 1-1, merged, 228, 1,000.
Yeah, it's basically the same as Bogey Dope, it's just quicker to say shopping. Hey Gypsy. Hope you're having a good one, man. Good to see you. Metric absolutely makes more sense. Like, I say this as somebody who grew up with both systems and I use both interchangeably, but metric makes perfect sense.
30, 500, hot, gazelle.
It's air defense. Interesting.
Ross, can I ask you a question, or are you busy right now?
Say again?
Can I ask you a question, or are you busy right now?
No, go for it.
So we're thinking about adding road bases between the middle and the main airfields.
Yep.
And what we'll do is we think we'll add like 2 to 3 slots per road base, have like 3 or 4 road bases between the middle and the main airfield.
Break.
And then instead of spawning the best weapons, it'll be like a MiG-21 with like R3Rs, R3Ss, and then whatever bullshit missiles move.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea. And then people can use that as a stop-off point if they're a bit low fuel returning home as well.
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, exactly. So what do you think about that?
Sounds good to me.
Alright, thank you.
Hey Dub. Good flying with you yesterday, man.
I'm coming up on the front, by the way.
Yeah, somewhere.
Overlord Admin 1-1 shopping.
Angus 1-1, merged, 255, 500, gazelle.
It's a hawk side or something. It's really determined. So that's the river there. So Kutaisi Air Base is about there.
Angus 1-1,
So we're still a ways out.
merged, 083, 500, Tomcat.
Fuselage tank's empty.
Break. Angus 1-1, merged, 083, 500, Tiger 2.
Merry Christmas.
Break. Angus 1-1, merged, 072, 500, Tiger 2.
Oh, poor Plob. Poor Plob.
Angus 1-1, threat, bra.
He's not dead yet, though.
10, 500, hot, warthog.
She'll say break whenever she gives a merge call just to shut people up.
Bra, 259, 57, 500.
No, that's fine, Dub.
Tomcat.
That's fine, man. It's good catching up with you. Did Enigma write this GCI? No, it's the one that Hoggett uses. Same bot, Overlord bot. Quickly becoming... I thought you might be. Yeah, I thought you might be. Yeah, I've been playing a bit of MSFS recently as well. I'm actually going to stream it after this. I've been pretty good though, man. I've been doing really well in DCS lately. You know, I've been actually getting sleep before streams. I think that's the secret, is actually sleep 8 hours before a stream and I just fucking destroy shit. You know, no more of this dragging myself out of bed after 3 hours. I'm going to go for 8 hours.
Admin 1-1, Overlord, copy.
I'll do some hind stuff? Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. Hoomst. Wonder if that's Enigma.
Overlord Admin 1-1 shopping.
Maple flavored cookies in the store now? Nice.
Admin 1-1,
I picked up some maple flavored fudge, like maple flavored Yorkshire fudge. Oh. My dentist is gonna fucking murder me, but god, it tasted good. Imagine being able to sleep when I want to sleep. I know, right? Look, I just sleep when I can. I'll roll with it. It might mean I have to push streams back or forwards a few hours, but whatever. Been having problems with TrackR and MSFS since the latest sim update. Since the latest sim update, it turns it off randomly. If I move my head outside the bounding box, so TrackR loses sight of my head momentarily, it turns it off. Sometimes when I launch the sim, it toggles it off. So there's something skewy going on there. Also, after the sim update, I had to reset all my realism settings like 3 or 4 times, all the assist settings 3 or 4 times, for it to finally resave them. So I've had a few issues since the sim update, but it works. It's just I've got to toggle it on, and it randomly turns it off sometimes. It's fucking frustrating. God damn it, Dub.
5,500, Tiger 2.
That's Kataisi down there, okay.
Overlord, admin 1-1 shopping.
That's a friendly, that might be Enigma. That's a SAM site.
222, 3, 4,600.
Oh shit, that's close.
Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. Oh, I see Enigma's contact. Yeah, that's Enigma, and then the F5 was right in front of him. I've lost him though.
Overlord.
That's him. I got him grabbed.
47, 100, North. Tiger 2.
Yep. So we got a friendly merge there. We'll go help him out. Actually, what we'll do... Oh, that's pretty far out. See someone high in the cons merge. Do you need help? Over Kataisi?
12, 100, flank east, Warthog.
I think that is a no. Oh, there's 2 friendlies there. Disregard, there's 2 friendlies. You guys have got another coming in, 50k's out, I'll go for that. So we're in track while scan at the moment. Once he gets closer, we'll go STT.
Overlord, admin 1-1 shopping.
We just lost the friendly. He's probably descended below my scan volume. Yep, he's back.
Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Overlord, admin 1-1 shopping.
The fucking supersonic acceleration on the MiG-29 is just incredible.
Overlord, Bra, 220.
Nothing accelerates like an angry MiG-29. Absolutely nothing. We just lost the friendly, I think.
Admin 1-1, threat, Bra, 263, 12, 8,200, hot, Tiger 2.
I don't know what that is. Might be a Tomcat, maybe?
252, 100, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 268, 15, 5,000, drag west, Tiger 2.
Splash!
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 289, 15, 200, in north, 2-ship Tiger 2. Admin 1-1, merged, 298, 8,300, Tiger 2.
Overlord, admin 1-1 shopping.
Merged, 269, 1,100, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 291, 8,600, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 259, 15, 100.
Ah, fuck. It was a waste of a missile.
Overlord, admin 1-1 shopping.
Should be a 21.
Admin 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 212, 2, 100, hot, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 350, 15, 600, flank southeast, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 248, 9, 500, hot, Tiger 2.
Overlord, admin 1-1, cancel tripwire.
Overlord,
Overlord, admin 1-1, set tripwire 7 kilometers.
1,900, hot,
Get the fuck out of here, get some altitude and come back and recommit.
Circus 1-4,
Also getting kinda low on fuel.
232, 500, Tiger 2. Admin 1-1, Overlord, copy, rolling 7 kilometers. Admin 1-1, merged, 294, 500, Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. No way an F5 will follow that maneuver.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 204, 2, 5,800, hot, Tiger
Maybe.
2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping.
Bra,
Close.
211, 15, 500, flank east, Tiger 2.
Yeah, I know, Rita.
Circus 1-4.
Oh, he's behind me, shit.
Bra, 0391, 6200, hot.
Dragging F5 up through the clouds, over Sanaki. I'm flaring.
I'm tied up, I can't help you, Ross.
Alright, I should be able to hopefully get the nose on him up here. I'm a little slow. There he is. Oh, he's popping out behind me. Come on, baby.
11, merged, 203,
Turn.
1100.
Way too fast. He's gonna overshoot. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, I fucked up bad.
Circus 1-4, threat, bra,
Feels like the damper's off.
15, 100, flank
Did I disable it somehow?
Admin 11, threat, bra, 252.
Okay, 680, 680.
1400, flank
685, let's go.
Admin 11,
I'm really low fuel.
merged, 254,
Let's see where he went.
3600, Tiger 2.
There he is, he's across the circle.
Overlord, Admin 1-1, shopping.
Why am I having so much trouble handling the aircraft? Did I hit his weight there?
Overlord,
I
bra,
wonder.
217, 200.
Oh, you know why? I got the aircraft trimmed fucking full nose down because I was so fast. There we go. This is the part where I need the burner, plug in the power, and I'm going to probably have to emergency land after this. Oh my god. Why are you like this, R60s? I'm so low fuel. Where the fuck did he go?
Overlord, Admin 1-1, shopping.
111, Overlord. I could not find you on scope.
Shit. Overlord, Circus 1-4, shopping. I'm actually going to lose a MiG-29 to an F5. I bit off way more than I could chew here.
Overlord, bra, 018, 2, 400, flank west, Tiger 2.
He's going left. Yeah, there he is. Oh, I keep losing sight of him. God damn, dude. They're so hard to see at this altitude. Come on, give me nose authority. Give me nose authority. Give me nose authority. Please. Oh my god, don't go for the... Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of fuel and die. This guy's really putting up a good fight for an F5. Really, really putting up a good fight. If I can at least kill him before I fucking flame out and stall.
Slash A10, looking for those F5s. Did you get yours, Ross?
Circus 1.
No.
14, 500, Tomcat.
Oh, I'm screwed.
Where are you? I can help you.
Right near Sanaki. Fuck, I can't hit this guy.
Circus 14, merged, 223, 500, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Admin 1-1, where is Circus 1-4?
Bra, 229, 7, 500, flank east.
I'm about to be out of fuel. I just got to run and hope for the best.
Overlord, Admin 1-1, where is Circus 1-4.
By Sanaki.
Admin 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 295, 28, Angels 1.
I'm mishandling the fuck out of the 29 today. Tell I haven't flown it for a while in BFM because I'm all over the place. I'm too fast and I'm too slow.
From Sanaki.
Yeah, that did look like a dead Tomcat, huh?
Or Kentucky, rather.
And I think he's broken off. He's probably low fuel as well.
So here you are hiding, guys. Hello.
Hey. Oh shit, he's gunning me. Just off the end of the runway at Kataisi. I don't have the fuel for this. I'm about to flame out. Fuel's gone. Get off the runway. I'm coming in to glide.
Overlord, Admin 1-1 shopping.
Circus 1-4, Threat, Bra, 178, 15, 100.
I need to actually get rid of the speed because I'm carrying way too much.
RB 1-1, Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Yeah, up there, service.
Don't have any flares.
I think I see them each other.
Admin 1-1, Threat, Bra, 279, 7, 600, Hot, Fast, Tiger 2.
I'm probably going to overspeed the gear and the flaps by doing this. Oh no! I was so close! I was so close! Oh man. I would have made that. Fuck. No, I didn't want to blow the... Well, I already blew a tire, but I didn't want to land with a blown tire and that speed. That would have killed me. Was that Kebab? Was that fucking Kebab I was fighting? God, I hope he was streaming if that was him. I mean, it'll show me in a really bad light in the 29, but I deserve it after that. But that was, like, for an F5, that was a phenomenal fight. I've never struggled that hard in the 29 against an F5. They're usually easy kills. But man, I had to work for that. I really had to work for that. Turn the radar off in the F5 so the RWR doesn't detect it? Yeah, you can, but it's like, it's not as big a deal as people make out. God damn. I wish I could anchor the camera to one of these guys instead of moving around in this janky fashion, but yeah. Oh, I don't know if I'd do that. Yeah. The F5 just had too much speed to fall for that one. He carried through. Oh, that was Pixie. Fucking hell. Well, that was a nice little fight, but I think I'm DCS'd out for the day before I embarrassed myself further in the 29. Maybe next time I play on here I'll do a little better. Moral of the story, don't get overconfident and fly down to the F5 to play with him. What I should have done, and this is something I criticize Tomcat players for all the time, by the way, so this is me getting a taste of my own medicine. When you are in a 4th gen aircraft with a radar that good being a relative term, there's no reason to get that close. When I got the merge call below me, I should have just climbed and fucked off and reset the engagement, or even just RTB'd. When you are in a 29, or a Tomcat, or whatever else, if you get a merge call for something like an F5 or a MiG-21, something you can outrun, something you can outclimb, outturn, something you have every advantage of, but most importantly, something your radar is much better than, just get out, reset the engagement. There's no reason to get into that WVR fight. Now, because I have the R60s and, you know, the close combat modes, I think, oh yeah, I can take an F5. The problem is I didn't see the F5 until he was behind me. So I'd already basically fucked myself because I didn't realize where he was until he was right behind me. So that's generally what you want to do, is get out, reset the engagement, and then come back in with your better situational awareness. Like, if you do what I just did, you will get the same result I just did, which is you will eat shit and die to an aircraft many times your inferior, right? Like, on paper, a MiG-29 should never, ever, ever die to an F-5, but it happens all the time because of what I just did. It's usually not me doing it. I'm usually the cautious guy in the MiG-29 that will turn cold as soon as something points its nose at me. But, it happens a lot when I'm flying the F5 against MiG-29s. They will get in too close, they'll turn across my nose, they'll probably be fighting somebody else, they won't even know I'm there, and I just get a missile at them. It's not the crate that counts, it's the man in it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and... excuse me. I'm going to switch scenes here. I'm going to take a short break, guys. Probably like 10 minutes or so. It'll probably take a few minutes for the sim to spool up anyway. I have noticed it's been loading much quicker since sim update 7, I think we're up to? Maybe 8? It has been loading faster, so it shouldn't take as long. But I need something to eat and just a little short break. So I'll be AFK for maybe 10-15 minutes. And I'll leave you with some tunes.
Свой байк, а не лимузин. Таких друзей больше нет. И в гостиной при свечах он танцевал как бог, но зато менялся на глазах, только вспомнит шум дорог. Все, что имел, тут же тратил, и за порог сделал шаг. Мой друг давал команду братьям, вверх поднимая кулак. Ты летящий вдаль, ангел. Ты летящий вдаль, ангел. И один друг на все времена, немного таких среди нас. Летящий вдаль, беспечный ангел. Под гитарный жесткий рок, который так любил, на Харлее он домчат смог до небес и звезд любых. Но он исчез, и никто не знал, куда теперь мчит его байк. Один бродяга нам сказал, что он отправился в рай. Ты летящий вдаль, летящий вдаль, беспечный ангел. Ты летящий вдаль, ангел. Ты летящий вдаль, ангел. Но он стал союзником рая в ту ночь, против тебя одного. Летящий вдаль, ангел. И летящий вдаль.
I have returned. Hello. So that was Pixie in the F5. So Kebab finished me off as I was on short final, but Pixie was the one I was fighting for a good 5 minutes. And that's a good demonstration of something that kind of doesn't get mentioned enough with the MiG-29 is how much trim it takes. So when I end up in a turn fight with somebody in the 29, especially something I know I can outrate easily, like an F5, I'm trying to aim for 685 kilometers an hour indicated airspeed, which is, you know, pretty much my happy place. The issue is, because I had been flying fucking hell for leather at that guy that got splashed before my R-27 arrived, I was still trimmed for high-speed flight, so I had almost full nose-down trim into the stick. So you'll notice I kept picking up way too much speed. I was doing nearly 1,000 kilometers an hour at various points there. And the aircraft just doesn't give you control authority when you're above Mach 0.85. And then when it did give me control authority, it was too much because I was snatching at the stick, trying to get some turn out of it. What I should have done was, before I dived into that merge like a moron, I should have actually back-trimmed it, cut my speed, back-trimmed it, and got it set for a turn fight. So it's something that, it's not the only aircraft where that's an issue, but I think the MiG-29, more than any other aircraft in DCS, if you go into a fight and you're still trimmed for the wrong speed, like if you're still trimmed for high-speed flight and you get into a fucking dogfight, you're in deep shit. Like, that's really not good for you. But that was really good flying on Pixie's part. Like, I just could not get a good shot on him. I tried a couple times with the guns. I'm curious to see how close those shots were. I think in at least 2 cases, he literally flew between the rounds. Like, I'm sure I should have stitched him at least twice there, but it looks like he just got skinny between them. So, that was really something. It's not an experience I would like to repeat, but it was really something. Anyway, I'm just gonna hope that this loads in as quickly as it has been doing off-stream, and then we'll get some flights in. And I hope I remembered... Oh, I did. Good. I was about to say, I hope I remembered to unmute myself before going on that whole long spiel, because it wouldn't be the first time I've forgotten. Don't like getting into a fight when I have 1.5k less fuel on the 29. Sometimes I'll even RTB at 2k fuel. Depends where the air bases are. So I knew that I had Kutaisi close by, so I could stretch the fuel a bit. But I didn't mean to stretch it that much. You know, I thought, oh, it's an F5. You know, I'll hit him with the R60s and I'll go home. It'll be over in 2 minutes or less. And it wasn't over in 2 minutes or less because he flared every single R60. I mean, they weren't the best shots to begin with. But they were shots the R60M should handle. But then the combination of aspect and flares just did the rest. Even the R60M, not just the R60 original model, but the R60M has virtually no flare rejection. If they see a flare, they'll dive on it with enthusiasm. And so you've really got to be careful. You really want to be taking shots on unaware targets, or at least... you know, baiting them into dumping their flares early or something like that. Because if they're flaring when that R60 comes off the rail, it ain't going to hit them. It really ain't going to hit them. Some of you who've been watching for a while may remember us flying with Seal on Phone Booth. and we were both in 21s, and Seal turned on his airshow smoke to show me where he was, because I was having trouble spotting him and the guy he was chasing. So Seal put his smoke on, and the F5 he was chasing thought it was a missile launch and panic dumped all his flares, so then Seal could actually shoot a real missile at him. That's the kind of thing you want to be doing with the R60. It cannot cope with countermeasures. The AIM-9P is much more resistant. It'll still go for them, but I've found that the AIM-9P is nowhere near as easy to flare off, and the P5 even less so. The P5 has quite good flare rejection for the era. Yeah, that was like a 10,000 IQ move. It wasn't even deliberate. Like, he was just doing it to mark his position so I could see him. But the F5 thought it was a launch, and so he panic flared. It's fucking amazing. So I think, just to start with, before I do anything else, we'll hop into the 18, so I can talk about that for a bit. So I've done a little bit of flying off stream in it, not much. Now, bear in mind, I don't fly the F-18 a whole lot in DCS, and obviously the DCS Hornet is a legacy Hornet, not a Super. There's quite a few differences there. But I have flown the DCS Hornet enough to have a feel for how it flies, and I can kind of compare it to this because of that. So, one thing I did mention earlier is it hits the speeds. So, I took it up to high altitude, and I just saw how fast I could get it. Mach 1.6 clean. Which is about right. I think the Super is 1.6 clean. The takeoff happened at the right speed, you know, rotated at the right speed. It landed at more or less the right speed. All the speeds seem to be on point, or at least close. The issue is the angle of attack. You know, an aircraft whose entire shtick is high AOA fucking high alpha memes. You know, something NASA used for high angle of attack research, and it stalls at 30 degrees. Like, what? It makes no sense. Now, also, as I was saying, it's still a good thing, because now we have supersonic, like, support for supersonic aircraft. We have proper support for collimated HUDs. So the HUDs that were in the 7.8 before were kind of fucky. They weren't, like, fully collimated. Now we have a proper collimated HUD. So that is now natively supported by the sim. So there's a lot of good stuff that came with the 18. So even if the 18's not perfect, hey, it's something, right? It's free. So I don't want to get too snobby and too, ooh, I'm a DCS player about it, but, you know, it's, oh, Stug's on. But yeah, like, it's not gonna set your fucking world on fire, put it that way. Let's go from NAS Key West. And let's actually start it on the ramp, so I'm not auto-started. I did buy the Just Flight Hawk, by the way, in a moment of weakness. It's pretty neat. I haven't really formed a strong opinion of it one way or the other yet, but it's interesting. It's got a few neat little features to it, and it looks nice. Alright, oh, the weather's shit. What a surprise, it was shit yesterday as well. We don't have much choice for liveries, not a surprise. We're gonna fill it all the way up. We can't carry any payload. I don't even think we can carry drop tanks. I don't even know if it simulates the drop tanks. Failures, we're not going to worry about. Customization, we're not going to worry about. I'll just leave it as it is. Time, 12:27 PM. Let's go. Xbox Hornet. How does it compare to the DCS? Oh, that's a spicy one. I never flew the DCS Hawk. I really wanted it. But the whole, like, I couldn't play DCS back then, my PC wouldn't run it, and I didn't have a HOTAS. So I was kind of watching from the sidelines. Like, when the MiG-21 released, I was gobbling up every video I could find on YouTube of the MiG-21, because I couldn't fly it. I really wanted the Hawk, and then I saw what happened with the Hawk, and I'm like, ooh, good thing I didn't buy it. You know, good thing I couldn't play DCS, so I didn't buy it in expectation, or I would have had a really bad time. Hornet at home. Yeah, really. So there'll be a few things I want to draw your attention to during the flight. Bit overspeeds. Seal has a video, and this is like the OG Vigan. Seal has a video from way back in 1.5, I think it was, of a Hawk flying with no wings, no tail, no nothing, and it shot him down. It was like the Vigan does now, but back then, and it was the Hawk. So sim does, like, overall loads a bit faster, but it still takes some time to load into a flight. 4.5 mile viz, that's not bad. 8 knots, wind, 41 degrees. I'm probably going to forget that and go to the wrong runway, who cares? My frame rate's probably going to be shit for a minute while it loads everything in. I have had some performance issues streaming this, but it's usually fine when I'm offline. I'm also going to pull my view out a little. And, yeah, about there, I reckon. I mean, okay, so it looks more or less like a Super Hornet cockpit. Please stop stuttering, Misfizz. It looks more or less like a Super Hornet cockpit, right? It's a little off in some ways, I guess, the geometry, but... First problem, the aircraft's not even got electric power, and yet my flight control surfaces are moving. So it shouldn't be doing that. I should not be able to move these without power, like hydraulic power coming off the engines. So it shouldn't do that. What is that control surface? It's some weird Super Hornet control surface on the top of the lurks. I don't know. I assume that's a real thing. And it appears to function as the air brake in this as well. I don't know if that's a real thing. Let's just go to the external view for a moment so we can have a look at the outside of it. I have heat blur, warm haze. I have warm haze coming out of the engines, even though the engines and APU are not running. But overall, I mean, the external model's not anything to write home about, but it's not horribly wrong either. It's a Super Hornet, you know. It looks like a Super Hornet. We'll give him pass marks on that. So I'm going to go left. I'm going to start up. Right, startup procedure is a little different to the DCS Hornet, if you're familiar with it. Or at least it feels like it's a little different. So battery on. Hello. Battery on. Instantly all this comes alive. You'll notice the HUD font is just... It looks like they used Arial. Likewise for the screens. But the HUD is collimated. So we have a proper working HUD. This is good. This is something, right? This is a proper working HUD. This I'm not going to criticize because I think the new touchscreen UFC is like Arial font. It looks like shit. In the real plane, I mean, not in this. This looks about right. But you can see the fucking NPCDs are, again, Arial font. You can see the bottom one is, yeah, you know, we won't judge it. We won't judge it. Okay, so I've got my battery power on. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to put the APU on. There we go. I'm also going to, after this song, I think I'll turn the music off just so we have the wonderful sounds of Misfizz. So the APU is running, we're going to crank, once I find the click zone for it, we're going to crank right. It takes ages to crank it. And I don't think moving the throttle out of the idle detent does anything with it. But that engine's starting. There we go, 26, 27. Catch. Yeah, she's caught. None of this shit, like, none of this is clickable. None of the... Basically, the only shit that's clickable are the buttons around the displays and the stuff you need on startup. We do have takeoff trim, though. We do actually have takeoff trim, and this will affect your rotation speed. I didn't realize they'd modeled it until my second flight in this thing. The first flight, the takeoff speed was all munted. The second flight, I pressed this, and wouldn't you know it, it takes off at the right speed. Okay, so we're going to crank... Hello? That's right, we'll crank left. We're going to step flaps to half. I really hate that I can't bind that to a momentary. Or, like, I can't... Not momentary. I can't have it bound like it is in DCS, you know what I mean. Anti-skid will turn on. Selective jet doesn't work because we can't carry external stores, not even fuel tanks, because no weapons. They forgot that weapons and fuel tanks both use the same pylons. Okay, we're gonna get our lights going, put them to half intensity, forms and position lights. There will be little hitches and stutters here and there, especially when I'm flying over the US, because there's just like so much stuff to load in, so bear with me. We will have performance issues while streaming. It is what it is, you know. None of this is clickable. I can't, as far as I can tell, there's no way to open or close the canopy on this, and I also don't think you can on the Reno pack aircraft either. Like, they seem to have not thought, people might want to open or close their canopy, unless they've got it bound to, or like they got a click function for it somewhere silly, but it should be there. Our console lighting, we're going to turn up a little. Instrument panel will turn up a little. We're in full sun though, so it shouldn't really matter. The air bleed is a thing. I don't know if it actually does anything, but you can hear the air bleed turn on and off. Oh, the APU does automatically shut off. Okay, well that's a revelation to me. I thought that I had to do it manually. We can fold the wings. We could probably do it without hydraulic pressure too, because they modeled it wrong, but you know, it is what it is. So I don't think the hydraulic system's modeled at all, or if it is, it's modeled wrong, because it shouldn't run without the engines running. But yeah, we can fold the wings. And I just fucked up my camera. Oh god. Hello. The click spots are kind of awkward, to be honest. Like, some of them are pretty awkward. There we go. Let's just center this. That is centered. Okay, we'll move this over slightly. Shouldn't the screens be white in the Super Hornet? I don't know. Yeah, earlier block they're green, I guess. I don't know enough about the Hornet to say that. So what we're going to do is, we could have that open, but I'm going to go TAC, support, no bits, no IFF, no mids, no CTT, no MUMI. Checklist, that works. So we got checklist, support, engines, that works. Hang on, wait, let me, engine, fuel, that's not implemented. Not implemented, yeah, whatever. Fuel, not implemented. Let's go menu. FCS, not implemented. UFC, nope. FPAS is implemented. Menu. Oh, actually, hang on. What about the sub pages? Climb, nope. Can't set my home fuel. Support fuel, so we've got our fuel system diagram, so that works. That's not modeled. ADI is what we were on before. HSI is modeled, obviously, because it's showing down on the AMPCD. HMD not implemented. You know, like, you could probably see most of this coming. That's not implemented. GPS not implemented. So what I usually do is I'll have, we'll go to this first. So FLIR not implemented. That's not implemented. That's not implemented. Harm display not implemented. That's not for the JSOWs. SA not implemented. Image not implemented. CAS. Hello? Not implemented. RWR, nothing. Target data, nothing. ASL, nope. Attack radar, forget it. Stores, absolutely not. But we do have the HUD repeater, which I'm going to leave on because this HUD gets bloomed out quite easily by the sunlight. We're going to go over here to our FPAS, just because I'm horrendous with fuel in this thing. We're not going to bother with the fucking that. I can't be asked. Oh, actually, no, we will. We'll set the scale. We'll set it to scale 160. Okay, so the aircraft is up and running. Both engines going. We're pretty much good to taxi, so that's what we're going to do. Parking brake is on, so we're going to unparking brake it. You can't push it in or out, it just turns. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't pull out or push in. It just rotates in this. And I think I just turned it back on, so maybe it wasn't on to begin with. Oh no, you can push it in. I stand corrected. Okay. I'm sorry, Asobo. I have told a porky. Cross the runway, ain't give a damn. And we'll backtrack on, yeah, we'll backtrack on this one. So flaps set to takeoff, or half flap, which is takeoff. I got my takeoff trim set, so I shouldn't need to touch the trim. Yeah, the frames are a little shit, not gonna lie. The other issue is that MSFS doesn't always play nicely with OBS, and I don't want to be changing my encoding settings every time I stream. Because OBS doesn't save the doesn't save in memory the encoder settings between the different CPU and the NVENC, so I have to redo it. Am I in DX12? I don't remember. I'll have to check. But the only thing that's changed on my streaming setup is the game was updated. Like, I haven't changed OBS at all. It's all the same as last stream. So, you know, last stream we did have some stutters and some frame rate issues here and there, but, you know, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't this stuttery, I don't think. It might even be smoother than fucking, like, it might be smoother on OBS than in-game. That's happened before. That's a really weird one, which I can't figure out. It's very odd when that happens. Just before we get too carried away, the HUD rejects do work. We can switch that to radar out, which we've just done. Don't know if the autopilot's functional. I haven't tested it. It probably is, to at least a basic degree, but I don't really use it. The game just automatically spawn in aircraft you bought or have in your inventory. Yes, that's how it populates airfields. You can turn that off, I believe, but I haven't. I've just left it on. I also have a mod that matches traffic, so if I'm at a civilian airport and there's a bunch of flights waiting at the gates, it should have aircraft of at least the same type, if not the same airline. I think they mostly use generic airline text just to avoid pissing off anyone about trademarks. Alright, let's send it. And I have to click a button to go into Afterburner because, you know, that's how this works apparently. Okay, she's rotated and off the ground at about 150. She maybe rotates a little earlier than I expected. It's a little inconsistent. Okay, we're gonna go flaps up. Gear should be up. Just double check. I think it is. Super does rotate that early. Okay, well that makes sense then. So I'm just going to stay in full burner for a moment, and we'll see how fast we can get on the deck. I'll give you a hint, it's not very fast. Yeah, it has much bigger wings. A lot of wing area. Just a bigger plane in general. So we're still accelerating. See that the HUD is indeed working. Like it's using the wrong font and probably some of the layouts not 100%, but it is a functional HUD and it does everything you need it to. So credit where credit's due. The HUD is good. It's the wrong font. That's the only thing they need to change is change the font on it and maybe some of the symbology. Don't hitch. Okay, it's probably because the sim is trying to load in like all of Florida. Oh, that's a fucking radio tower. Ooh. That was a bad time for the sim to stutter. But yeah, as you can see, if I'm flying more or less straight and level at this altitude, which is barely above sea level, we're doing about Mach 0.97-ish. We're not likely to get supersonic at this altitude. We can get close, but we can't get supersonic. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up. Trade some of that speed for altitude. Putting in a little bit too much bank here. There's the Florida Keys behind us. Yes, you did just hear Florida. We're visiting Florida, man. We're bleeding off speed pretty quickly because of the angle of climb. It does climb pretty well, though. I guess, you know, big wing area. You'll notice that it's very sensitive in roll. I don't know how much of this is the flight model and how much of this is just I haven't dialed in my HOTAS inputs properly. I've still got curves to work on for MSFS in general. Like, everything's oversensitive. So I think that's probably me more than the aircraft. We're still in burner, by the way. So we're up at 27,000. We'll give her a bit more. We're up to 15 degrees of climb. It does seem like the trim is not, like, it's not 100% on. Like, the whole 1G neutral trim thing is not quite there yet, because I find that I have to manually tweak the trim a bit to keep it from climbing or descending. It does have that generally floaty sort of feel in pitch that the Hornet has, so I'll give them that. That feels about right. Okay, we're up at 36, we're going to level off and just accelerate for a bit. In fact, what we're going to do is put the nose down for a minute just to pick up the extra speed, get through the sound barrier, and then we'll level off. So Mach 1.01, there we go. So we're going to go ahead and bring the nose up to the horizon. Like I said, it's got that floaty sort of feel the Hornet does have in DCS. And presumably in real life. Let's try and get the trim set here. Still in burner. We're now doing 1.2, or just under. Yeah, not quite, although I didn't really set the standby on the ground, so it might not be fully calibrated. This is what perplexes me. The mirrors are... Whoops, I can stick my head outside. The mirrors are, as in all MSFS aircraft I've seen, whether a SOBO or third party, the mirrors are non-functional. I don't understand why in a sim where they use real-time reflections for the cockpit canopy, like the perspex canopy, I don't understand. Even on like the dashboard, if it's shiny, it'll have real-time reflections. Why can't they have mirrors that work? You know, like it just seems odd to me. So we're in a little slight climb, because I'm a bit sloppy on trim, but we're doing 1.45 now. I'm going to just give her a little more nose down to try and stop her from climbing, and we're going to go external. Notice how quiet it is. Now, we have sonic booms. Finally. We don't have vapes, so there's no wing vapes, there's no shot cones, nothing. Maybe they'll add them at some point. Maybe maybe they do exist and they're just dependent on the atmospheric conditions, as they should be. I don't know. But we do have sonic booms, we do have afterburner plumes, although they're not very visible in this lighting. Like, it doesn't look bad. Like, for a free thing that comes with the sim, I know it'll piss Pom off, but honestly, for a free thing that comes with it, this is alright. It just, the only thing I would really change is if I was a modder that knew how to mod this game, and I'm sure somebody will do this at some point, is I'd change the font so it uses a correct font for like the fucking displays. You guys know me, I spurg the fuck out about correct fonts on things. So I would do that, and I would see if I could adjust the high alpha handling, like the high angle of attack handling, because that is not right. I'll show you in a bit. But the speeds, it's on for speeds. The general feel of the aircraft, that sort of elastic feeling in pitch, that seems pretty much right. You know, I'm not expecting a working radar or RWR or jammer or any of that shit. I don't care. Like, I don't give a fuck. Excuse it, the sim is trying to load in Florida again, so it's going to stutter for a couple of seconds. Wonder if the TF-104 was waiting for this? It was. They actually posted on their Facebook that they decided to hold off until after this sim update, so probably like a week or two maybe, just so they could check that they wouldn't have to redo their afterburner effects and things. So the TF-104 should be coming pretty soon. Please, Ms. Fizz. I had this same issue offline, so this is something I ran into not streaming as well. It just doesn't like loading large chunks of terrain, I think. I probably should turn my settings down a little bit for a smoother experience, but I can't say no to the visuals. Like, just, once it loads and starts running smoothly, it's really good. It's just, it takes a while for that to happen. Come on. Come on, please stop stuttering. Just download more RAM, I know, right? I'm actually tempted to pick up some more RAM. I also have a massive page file on my PC, but I do want to pick up a couple more sticks of RAM. You know, just so I have even less reason for this or DCS to run badly. Come on. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. We're up at 39,000 now. I need to trim the nose down, but it won't take the inputs when it's frozen. And I think the freeze is because I'm moving at Mach 1.6 over, you know, probably the most populated part of Florida. Yeah, I need to get another M2, actually, just for this sim, because I got DCS on an M2, it shares it with my operating system. DCS having the lion's share of the space, and then I need a separate one for this, I think. Most of my other games can just run on a normal SSD or even a hard drive. Oh, come on, we were this close to greatness, guys. It unfroze for like a minute, come on. Are you gonna behave? No, it's not gonna behave. Again, I think this is a Mach 1.6 over Florida issue, not so much a sim issue. But as you can see, we're in a very slight climb. We're more or less level, and we're holding 1.61. She will not go faster than 1.61, which is about right for a Super Hornet. You know, 1.6 clean is about right for a Super Hornet. Okay. Oh no! Every time I think it's going to unfreeze. Come on, load the scenery. Get it over with. There we go. Oh, we got somebody over there. I've got a mod now as well, which I was chasing for a while, but Conti and CCM filled me in on which one I needed, so now I can turn labels on and off. So if I want to join up on somebody, like we're having a fly along, I can actually tell which plane they are now. Look at those clouds, though. God damn. Alright, so we are okay-ish on fuel, and by okay-ish I mean actually we're not that okay on fuel. It's very light on the controls, especially at this speed. I don't know if they've got anything resembling fly-by-wire laws implemented. You can see my contrail back there. But you'll notice, and we'll see this more as I descend down to lower altitude and start maneuvering more, you'll notice that that kind of flip-flopping motion that the control surfaces characteristically make in fly-by-wire aircraft, this doesn't do it. A little bit of clear air turbulence up here, just a little bit. Florida down below there. Yeah, it probably doesn't. It honestly probably doesn't. So, like, we can already guess the hydraulics aren't simulated because I can move the flight controls with the engines off. So it's probably not simulating that. It's probably acting like it's mechanical control, and then they've done some tweaking on the flight model to make it act kind of like the fly-by-wire aircraft, but with mechanical controls, which is, you know, that could probably use some fixing as well. Try fly inverted and release stick. Holy shit, that roll rate. Okay, hang on. Let me just get the velocity vector kind of on the... Oh, it's freezing again. Sorry, guys. Didn't like that. It does feel... Yeah, it's descending. When it unfreezes, it's descending. Let's get it... Let's get it... Try and get it... yeah, no, it's descending again. But I also manually trimmed it, remember? So it might be that I've fed in like a bad trim input, because now I've put in a little nose down trim and it's climbing. I'm, yes, I am still in burner. Good call. We'll go back to mill. The Super Hornet carries a bit more fuel than the Legacy, I think. You can see we do have an FPAS page. It is giving me my optimum rage. Like, the FPAS actually works, which is cool that they've done that. I mean, it makes sense they would do that. I'd be surprised if they didn't, given that they're doing this for airliners as well, but the FPAS does work. Minus 1G. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright, well, let's punch down a bit. I don't think the G limiter's modeled. Well, maybe it is. I pulled like 9. Yeah, no, see, I can pull straight past through to 9. So the G limiter's not modeled, or it's like more relaxed than it should be. Because I know in DCS you can over G the Hornet just by pulling the stick abruptly, but this was a steady pull, that wasn't abrupt. Okay, we better slow down, because we might overspeed. I don't know if this model's overspeeds on this Hornet, but I don't want to risk it. So I'll pop the air brakes. They can come in. Please unfreeze. Please. Okay. We've got an airport down there. Oh, come on, man. Blackout is turned on. I have got it turned on unless the sim's gone and fucked my settings again. I just... didn't sustain it long enough. So I've got it set to the fighter pilot setting and the G-suit setting, and I think that will allow you to actually pull and hold 9G for a bit. It doesn't seem to factor in seat angle or any of the other shit that DCS or IL-2 factor in. It's just straight up like 9G or something. It'll start to black you out. Oh, there's cloud down here. That's kind of shit. We don't want to really be maneuvering in that. But anyway, as you can see, there's no sort of micro corrections from the control surfaces. The tail, you can see that the rudder is coordinating, so that's a thing. The rudder is actually coordinating my turns for me, but you can see that the control surfaces aren't really making those micro corrections you're used to seeing in DCS. Please unfreeze. Maybe Florida wasn't the best place to pick for this demo flight. So what I'm going to do, I'm down to 200 knots indicated. We're going to pull the nose. We're going to pull the nose, pull the nose, pull the nose. 9 AOA, 15 AOA, 20 AOA, and there we go, 30 something. She is stalled. I still have some degree of flight control. I'm right back stick, and you see it wants to do a wing stall to the left side. Like, I'm in a Hornet, and I'm just about departing the aircraft at, like, 25 to 30 AOA. Should not be happening. So that is the most glaring singular fault in this aircraft in MSFS, is that it just... The thing the Hornet characteristically does, this cannot do. It does everything else, but it cannot do high angle of attack. Oh, are they releasing an F-35? Jesus. Curious to... I probably won't buy it, but I'm curious to see how it turns out. I wonder if Sabre would be into that. Or if it's going to be like the F-35 mod for DCS, where it triggers the endless... fucking... Well, let me start that sentence again. It endlessly triggers him There we go. I remember how to words. Roll rate's pretty good. Roll rate feels about what I'm used to from DCS. That's full stick deflection. But I'm also going, you know, 400 odd knots. Obviously, Betty's voice is not the right voice. It's not Leslie Shook, it's just some generic voice. As far as combat goes, yeah, like, you're not going to have combat in this. But having them to fly around, this can model things DCS currently can't. So this can model, obviously, the whole world, but the weather is the big thing for me. You know, in DCS, if I fly a Spitfire into a thundercloud, nothing happens. In this, if I fly a Spitfire into a thundercloud, I fucking die. Which you would in real life. You know, like, having military fighters in this sim would be nice for just joy fighting them. But, yeah, like, I don't know how good the flight models are going to be. If it's a good flight model, it shouldn't matter which sim you're in, but, you know, like, some of the FMs are probably going to be a bit phoned in, like they seem to be for some of the existing supersonic stuff before this came out. You know, even this has got pretty serious flaws, but, like, a lot of the existing stuff was just nowhere near. It was nothing close to what it should have been. The F-104, from what I've seen, looks pretty good. It's probably better as a flight model than the DCS F-104 mod, but that's still, like, that's a mod and it's still undergoing development. It hasn't really been tuned in yet, so, you know, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I like having, you know, military aircraft in this just to sort of stunt around with and to go on practice intercepts on airliners and stuff. Like, I would love to have my beloved Su-15 in this, just so if, you know, some flight sim streamer gets lost off course while he's watching YouTube and reacting to stuff on stream, he will tab back into the sim to find a Su-15 on his right wing flashing its fangs at him. Like, that is my dream for this sim. I don't care if I can't shoot him down. It's probably good if I can't shoot him down, but, you know, to just be able to kind of give him the wing rock and show off the R98s sitting under the wings, that, oh, man, I'd be so happy. I'd be so fucking happy. I'd probably play this more than DCS if I could do that, like, no fucking joke. That is a lot of cloud. Alright, so I think we've demoed the flight model, both the positive and negative aspects of it. Let's go set this thing down somewhere and then we'll hop in a different aircraft, I think. And the next flight, we will stay in Florida, but we'll hop a little further up the coast. We'll go visit Kennedy Space Center, since I got some freeware scenery for that. I know Florida's like a giant swamp, but it never occurred to me how much of a giant swamp Florida was until I overflew it in this sim. Like, look how much water is down there. Like, that's water in between those suburbs. Like, holy shit, dude. Yep. We're gonna do a Jerry. We're gonna land into cloud and claim that we're doing it VFR. So if I had an IFR approach clearance, this is where I'd be cancelling it and saying, oh no, I can see the runway. Actually, no, that's wrong. I can actually still see the runway, so I'm still not in minimums. The classic Wagner approach. Okay, we'll get the brakes out. We're still a bit fast for gear. We'll go flaps to half. Flaps to full. We'll drop the gear once we get to about 230. I don't know what the limiting speed for the gear is. I can't remember. Okay, there it goes. We'll pull the brakes in. We're still fast. I know I'm not on speed. You can land this on speed. Like the AOA indexer and stuff does work. Oh, no, I'm way fast. So we'll pop the air brakes back out. That stuff does work. Holy hell, that's a crosswind. Oh my days, that is a crosswind and a half. Okay, well, hopefully we have enough runway here. That's at least 15 knots. It's probably more like 20 or 30. Navy landing. Whoa, Jesus! Am I landing into a fucking hurricane? Oh, please go back on the runway. Please? Pretty please? Oh my lord, I am landing into a fucking hurricane. Uh-oh. This is fine. This is totally fine. You know, oh god, there's the end of the runway. And the sim's freezing again, always a good sign. Okay, I'll go back to half flap. Where's the... I know it shows wind speed. Where is that? We'll go menu... support... What is it? What is it? What is it? How do you get the wind info, Steve? HSI data AC. Okay. So I'll go... The click zones in this are really weird. They're not where you think they are. Data AC. Yep, up there. Wind speed 13 knots. Really? Really? That's 13 knots? Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. There is no way that's only 13 knots. No fucking way. Yeah, I am over southern Florida. In fact, you can see where I am right there. Very nasty thunderstorm. Visibility of no, in fact. Let's get off the runway. I don't think anyone else is going to try land in this shit, but let's get off the runway all the same. And we'll taxi over to a parking area of some description and shut down, because I'll show you the shutdown procedure. I have actually, Veritech. I was on here, on Enigma server before I jumped on here. Got a couple flights in, couple kills, couple of embarrassing deaths. I was on Alpines before that, so I did like 5 hours of DCS, 5 or 6 hours of DCS, and we just booted up MSFS. Get a bit of this in. And you're right, this is not a Soviet aircraft, this is a Super Hornet. It's the free Super Hornet that came with the sim update, so I'm kind of being a judgmental asshole, as is the way of DCS players. But no, I think, like, for what it is, for a free add-on, it's not as bad as it could have been. To me, this feels a lot better and a lot higher effort than the FSX vanilla Hornet was. But there's still some pretty glaring faults with it that need fixing. What do you think of the Mirage in DCS? I absolutely adore it. It's probably my second favorite module after the MiG-21. I absolutely love the thing. I just don't fly it enough because I usually play on Cold War. Yeah, the stutters I was getting too, which is rare for me in DCS these days, but I think it's just over the front line when I was zooming in, my PC was struggling a bit. Okay, so the nose wheel steering, I can't do high and low gain. It's just a fixed gain and it kind of sucks. Parking brakes on. Okay, so to shut this down, there's no... See this? Flight idle. Flight idle. Oh, what's this? What is this? That should be idle. So that's not modeled at all. So the way you have to shut this thing down... Actually, does the probe come out? That's something I hadn't tested. Hello? Probe? I don't think it does. Did I see a cursor there for a second? No. No probe. Sag. So to shut this off, you have to actually turn the battery off, which makes no goddamn sense at all. It's the only way to do it. So you go over here and once I find the click zone for it, which is slightly offset from the switch, and then the gens. Once you turn the gens off, it kills the engines. This is the free one that came with the sim update. So it's like I was expecting it to be actually less effort than this. So I'll give them that. This is higher effort than I expected. It could definitely be a lot worse. But it would absolutely trigger the bejeebus out of Pom. You can guarantee that he would fucking hate it. But like I said, I think modders could do something with this. I really do think, and again, to demonstrate, I can't do it from this view, but to demonstrate, I've got the engines powered down, electrics off, everything's powered down. I should have no hydraulic pressure, but it even makes them sound like they're mechanically linked. Now, actually no, the Hornet does have mechanical reversion, but I think... Remind me, guys, those of you that do fly the Hornet more often, does the Hornet's mechanical reversion work on the ground before you start the aircraft, or does it only work with some kind of power to the aircraft? Because I'm pretty sure it's not a direct linkage still. It's the Super Hornet doesn't have mech at all. Okay, well, there you go then. That's a glaring mistake. But that also probably explains why it doesn't feel like it's fully fly-by-wire. It has auto-trim, but it feels like the only thing the fly-by-wire is doing is auto-trimming. It feels like the rest is just mechanical. Alright, so that's that. So we'll go back to the main menu. I do apologize again for the stutters and freezes. It's something that happens when I stream MSFS now. I've got to figure out what I can do to get rid of it without making the game look like shit. Hope it becomes a gateway drug for DCS and IL-2. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, maybe people get excited about flying the Super Hornet in this, as, you know, as simplistic as it is, and they'll go, oh man, maybe I should fly this in combat, and they'll jump over to DCS, you know, and DCS players might not enjoy flying that, but maybe they'll come over to this sim and try some of the different stuff. Like, if you're a DCS player, and you've kind of taken the attitude, oh, I don't fly airliners, I don't want to, you know, like, I get you. I totally get that. But I would recommend trying this out anyway, because the general aviation stuff, like flying a Piper Cub, or flying a Warbird, or flying a Cessna 172, that feels as real as anything. You know, beyond some quirks of the default flight models and some of the ones with the third-party stuff, the weather feels real. Like, it feels really good for general aviation. Airliners, maybe not so much. Breedle said it wasn't quite right for the airliners he's flown, but, you know, I wouldn't really expect that, to be honest. It seems like the whole sim is oriented more towards general aviation. Some of the flight models are kind of, like, incomplete, if that makes sense. They're missing things they should have, or, you know, they're just not fully featured. But it's not a limitation of the flight models themselves. It's just that flight models weren't programmed to that extent, I think. Let's start off here. No. So we'll fly something else that we've flown in DCS. And this is part of the Reno air racing pack, if I can remember where it is in the list. It's up top, I think. And then, which one has steam gauges? I can't remember. Some of these have steam gauges, some of them have screens, because all of these Reno Air Race ones are actually based on the real aircraft, like the specific ones from the air races, so the cockpits are completely different from one plane to the next. However, this default L39 should be basically stock, so we'll take this, we'll grab the red one so we can go faster. We'll fill her all the way up. We're not going to use that much fuel, but we'll fill her all the way up, and we will fly. Hey, Jabbers. Yeah, I took it for a short fly, actually in the same spot around Kennedy Space Center. And I thought, on my first impression, I was like, it doesn't quite feel like it's doing what it should be doing. But then I realized it's been that long since I flew the fucking thing in DCS. I booted up DCS, flew it around. I'm like, actually, it's not that bad. It feels pretty close. I misremembered how much adverse, or actually how little adverse yaw the L39 has. I thought it had a lot more in DCS, but nope. I was probably thinking of the C101. Thoughts on the DAR TBM? As in sim, I don't know. I haven't flown it in the sim. In the real world, I don't know. It's one of those aircraft I don't really have an opinion on. It's cool, I guess, if you're into turboprops, small sort of like. It's not my thing. Have you tried any T6s? Not yet. Not yet. No. I also haven't played P3D, and I haven't flown A2A's T6. The only A2A product I have is their Spitfire Mark 1 and 2 for FSX. I haven't flown P3D at all, although I gather it's pretty much the same as FSX because it's just Lockheed Martin branding it and improving a few things. I could be totally off the mark there. Don't crucify me if I am. Right. So here we go. A lot of these switches aren't clickable. Some of them are, but a lot of them aren't. Battery. We're just going to turn all this shit on because I don't think it actually gives a fuck if I overload the electrical system. Pretty sure it doesn't, in fact. Ah! Oh no, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's my marker. So MRP is the marker beacon. RSBN is obviously a short-range navigation, radio navigation system. Yep, that's all military stuff, I guess. So they don't model that. Canopy's already hermetically sealed. I don't think we can open the canopy. Like I said, I don't think we can open the canopies on any of the Reno birds, including this. I'm gonna move my viewpoint up a bit. I feel like I'm tawny flying this thing. Jesus, look where the headrest is. I really feel like I'm tawny. Okay, let's... There we go, that's more like it. Now I feel like a real person. I miss his streams. I wish he'd stop enjoying the real world and come back and hang out with us fucking maladjusted weirdos again. Flares don't work. The marker flares. None of that shit works. That's all weapon systems anyway. So, turbo starter. Am I missing something? Do I need to hold it in longer? Hello? Turbo starter, please. I've done something wrong, and I can't remember what I've done wrong. Fuel pumps, are they on? They should be. What do we got here? It's nothing really important. Put the anti-ice auto, put the nav lights to like 60. No, I think it should be running. I think it should be running. God, what have I done? Switch the APU and then hit the turbo? APU switch. Where? I can't remember. Can you tell I don't fly the L-39 much? That's for the flight data recorder. Oh, that would be why. What the fuck is that bound to? No wonder. Okay, now. Might need to hold it. You go ahead and punch in takeoff flap. Make sure it actually... Oh no, that's right, because I'm thinking of my DCS bindings. I've got it bound up completely differently in this. Real world is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Who the fuck goes outside? And see, we've got our gear indicators on the wings and on the nose, so that's actually modelled, which is cool. Kind of a space nerd, so hopefully someday I can fly in from Ellington Field to Patrick in a T-38A. Probably. Someone will probably do a T-38. I'm actually kind of surprised no one's announced one already. Or at least not that I know of. Oh, okay. Pitot heaters. Cool, we can turn those on. That doesn't work. Oxygen does. Okay, let's spool up the actual engine. The click zones are, I don't know, they feel off. But I also changed the interaction type back to the like legacy type from the fancy new one, which highlights it in blue and puts a like massive annoying label on the screen. I think I hear it spooling up. Yeah, it's N1's moving. We're spooling up. Turn the... Oh. I really hate that the fucking zoom is bound on the mouse wheel, which I need to use to scroll interact with this stuff. It's so annoying. There we go. Okay, no, that's too red. We'll just leave it there. Hope Milviz will do it. They have one in P3D. It's well reviewed. Yeah, that'd be quite nice. It's actually, it's Czech. The Soviets were the main operator of it. They used it as an advanced trainer for the Air Force, but it's Czech designed and built. Aero Vodochody. They had 2 of these at the airfield I learnt to fly at, and an L-29, which was the Delphin, the predecessor of it. I never got to fly in them, unfortunately. It was a bit too expensive for me. Okay, we'll get the brake off. Oh, that's the emergency brake. We don't want that. Okay, so that's on. That's off. There we go. We'll start taxiing. It acts as though it has nose wheel steering, which it shouldn't. It should be differential braking. But differential braking seems to basically not be a thing in this sim at the moment. So, you know, it is what it is. Hopefully at some point they can get it working properly. It looks pretty good. It sounds pretty good. Sounds more or less like an L-39. So there we go. That's why I still can't land a Spitfire. Yeah, the Spit's ground handling is just a disaster. Because they can't get the tail wheel to stop acting like it has steering. It should be free castering, but it acts like it's a steering tail wheel, which is all kinds of bad and wrong. It's not just the Spitfire either. A lot of the Warbirds have the same issue, that they shouldn't be able to steer with the wheels, but they do, and it makes it much more complicated to fly them. This weather, though. I don't know about this. This is not going to be conducive to sightseeing, to be honest. So, let's just fuck that right off. We'll make it... Oh, no, what am I doing? I don't want to do that. Ground level. No, we'll leave it at sea level. Clear skies. This is what I want to do. We'll go... Scattered? Yeah, scattered works. We'll raise the bottom layer a bit. Let's put them... Let's make them nice wispy boys. Way up there. Yep, that looks about good. So the presets, I don't know if it's just me, but it looks like the preset weather has been improved a lot, and because you can change the cloud layer altitude, it does help. So even if the preset looks kind of gashed to begin with, you can alter it. But live weather is still the best looking, obviously. You know, like, I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. Give this a little bit of back trim. Hopefully not too much. And while I'm lining up... Hang on. I might want to... This runway looks worryingly short from here. Is this like some sort of weird cross strip? It probably is, isn't it? Hello? Can I open... There we go. Ah, yes. Yes, it is some kind of weird cross strip. We're not going to take off on this. We're going to go left and take off that way. But just before I do... See what I mean about the model matching? So that looks like a Qantas jet over there. Don't know what Qantas are doing here, but oh well. So we've got some airliners. So it's something. It's not perfect, but it's definitely something. And it means if I want to intercept airliners, I can actually do it. Someone to do a tutorial about changing weathers. I'm very frustrated with trying to change wind, practice crosswind, stuff like crabbing. I haven't really tweaked it much other than just moving the clouds. But yeah, like you can, I guess you can add a wind layer and then control that. Ah, with this, there you go. There you go, so you can control the direction, the speed, the gusting. Oh wow, yeah, look at that. That's quite cool. I like that. And then you can change the, oh man. Yeah, look at that. It's wild. Okay. Well, I might have to play with the weather system a bit more now that I've looked at that. They might have, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't really played with the weather much, so it is a mystery to me. Alright, let's get this beautiful little thing up in the air. I do need to start flying this more in DCS, maybe on Alpen's server. It's quite a good place for it. Oh, too much zoom. Okay. Up. Flaps up. A little bit more back trim. And we want to come around to the north. We are probably going to get a bit more stuttering and freezing because, you know, it is what it is. MSFS and OBS do not get along well at all, and getting them both to behave at the same time is very difficult. It's like I only have these kinds of performance issues when I'm streaming. When I fly off stream, I might get a stutter here and there as it loads in terrain, but like it runs butter smooth. The frame rate's like high enough that I can't tell that there's a frame rate, if that makes sense. Okay, we'll come off full power. What does it say? Avoid continuous operation 74 to 77, 84 to 80 something. Is that referring, which fucking needle is that referring to? Is that N1, between N1 and N2, or is that for N1? No fucking clue. We'll just operate it here. Fuck it. Ain't give a damn. Let's Cape Canaveral off the nose. I like this moody lighting that these clouds are creating. That's something. That's really something. But you can already see, like, what I was talking about earlier with DCS and weather, you can see what I mean. Like, DCS has pretty clouds now, but it has 3 layers of pretty clouds. Look how many layers of pretty clouds we have here, and they're like infinitely variable. I can control their density, I can control their altitude, I can control how thick the layer is. You know, like, there's just so much I can do with this that I could never do with DCS. And I'm guessing that eventually DCS will get more advanced weather simulation. I'm sure it's on the cards, I'm sure they want to do it, but, you know, until it does get that, DCS is a combat sim and a procedure sim. The flight sim part is very, like, you know, the flight models in DCS, don't get me wrong, the flight models in DCS are fucking phenomenal, but the actual air, you know, the thing that you fly through, the thing that's really important in a flight sim is just dead in DCS. A cruise liner about to prang with a fucking tanker down there. How's the new Cold War server? Been working, so I haven't had a chance to see it. Chaotic, but good fun. So I helped, I rope-a-doped a Tomcat into Plob's MiG-21, flying the 19. I tried to do a deep strike in the Vigan and got pilot sniped by a Shilka because those Shilka gunners are uncannily accurate. And then I got shot down in the F5 by, fuck, what was it? It was another Shilka, wasn't it? Yeah, another Shilka. Things are the bane of my existence in that server. But yeah, it's really good. It's really, really good. My advice is, unless you're communicating with other players on the team, be on the second Overlord channel, because then it'll be nice and peaceful and quiet, and there'll only be like 3 of you asking for fucking shit from Overlord. The main channel gets pretty crowded. Probably because it's client-side. Putting too much cloud calculation might slow the netcode too much. I mean, for this, the fact it's client-side is more so there so people can customize their experience more. But in DCS, it shouldn't matter. Like, in DCS, they should be able to do proper weather simulation. It's just... look, it's an old engine that's kind of had stuff patched onto it with bits of sticky tape. The priorities have been elsewhere. There's probably 1,001 reasons we don't have proper weather in DCS yet, but it's something we do need. And I don't think it's something that's beyond the realms of possibility. It's just ED will need some time and resources to do it. I mean, they said they want to do the whole world, so that'd be a good start. So that's SpaceX down there. Looks like a pair of Falcon 9s or something on the pads. I'll be able to play until Wednesday. I gotcha. I had a really good time. Man, I wish you were around, because on Alpen's server beforehand, I couldn't get into Enigmas at first. It was full. Enigma had like 50 players in his server, and at the same time, Alpen had 40 in his. Like, it's... Cold War is popping today. But yeah, in Alpen's server, he had a mission which was just... You would have loved it. It was pure furball, F5 versus MiG. He finally caved in and made an airquake mission, and it's actually really fucking good. And we came that close to winning it, but unfortunately the aircraft counter wasn't working properly, so Red technically won by, I think, like 9 or 10 aircraft, but we came very close to beating them. It was really, really good. I was flying an F5, you know, as you might guess, from me saying we, because Red was pretty stacked when I got in, so I took the F5 up. I think I got 9 for 6 or something, so I did my part. I killed more things than I got shot down in, so I'm happy with that. Oh, the backseater's not there. I thought he was there, yes. I wonder if you can turn that on. Like, toggle that in the menu or something, maybe. I actually... Maybe if I win the lottery, I'll go back up to Bathurst and ask old mate for a joy flight in the L-39, tell him to let me sit in the front and fly it. I'll just say, yes, I have experience flying this. No, obviously I'm not fucking type rated in it, I wouldn't do that. I might ask if I could sit in the front, but you know... You don't fib about what kind of aircraft you're type rated in. That's very, very bad and very stupid. Never do it. I can fly a Jabiru J170D, and I can fly a Bristol, BRM Aero Bristol NG5. That's it. That's all I've flown. That looks much better. Much better. So when I overflew this the other day, because I didn't have any scenery for it, the launch pads got turned into sheds. And a lot of the like elevator towers got turned into very funny shaped apartment blocks. Be like the US Air Force jet. Fucking Bobby Bond, man. Yeah, that was not a good idea. Like, he was not a bad pilot either. Bobby Bond was a Vietnam fighter ace. He was not a bad pilot. But he made the supremely idiotic decision as a 50-plus-year-old general to go single seat in a MiG-23BN, not even a fighter variant, but the bomber variant with even more marginal stability. Single seat in it, fucking took it up to Mach 2 on his first flight, and the thing wasn't rated for Mach 2. The 23BN is limited to 1.7 for reasons of fucking stability. Like, like, the US Air Force lost a good pilot, as well as a very high-ranking officer. They lost an irreplaceable airframe. It was just bad fucking news for everyone all around. It's just... He shouldn't have done it. He should have fucking known better, but it is what it is. If somebody offered me the chance to fly a MiG-23, I'd probably jump on it too. Mind you, I know more about the MiG-23 than Bobby Bond did, so maybe I'd do better. Having not flown a fast jet, but at least understanding the aircraft a lot better. There's the vehicle assembly hall. The size of that building always gets me. It's such a large building that if the dehumidifiers were to stop functioning, it would actually form its own weather systems. Like, that's how how much air is in that building. It's incredible. And you can see the roadways and the tracks they use for the transporter to move rockets around. Because they have to get them from that building to the launch pads, right? So that's why they've got these lovely big wide roads that look kind of like concrete railway tracks. Because the caterpillar that moves stuff around has to go on them. Now there should be, there's the museum as it were around here somewhere. It's got all the historical rockets they used. I think it's further north of me. So I'll turn around and find that. That landing strip there, by the way, that's the shuttle landing strip. I landed on that the other day in the L-39. It's weird it's not in the default when it's probably the most famous aerospace building in the world. Yeah, it's kind of odd. You know, you'd think if they're going to put a point of interest in, a handcrafted point of interest, what fucking more interesting point could you get than the fucking Kennedy Space Center? Mind you, having said that, no one's done fucking Baikonur yet either, so the Cosmodrome has been left unloved. There isn't even free scenery for the Cosmodrome, which in my opinion is fucking shocking. If I knew how to make scenery for this sim, I'd do it myself. I've also been trying to tell Pom when he gets home, he needs to figure out how to use the editing kit. Yeah, this is a scenery pack. It's free. You can get it on flightsim.to. Just search for Kennedy Space Center and it should come up. So I've been trying to coax Pom into learning the scenery editing tools for this, and then making a fucking scenery pack for Ashgabat, and then offering it to the Turkmen government, to like their tourism department as a thing, like a joint venture. He should totally do it. So I gotta say, like, the Sims autogen scenery does not do Ashgabat justice at all. And it's the kind of thing I could see Pom actually doing. Need handcrafted North Korea scenery for reasons. One of the first things Pom did when the sim came out was he got in the caravan and did a combat caravan flight over the border into North Korea. That was fun. I want to say month or so after this sim released, Pom had some very amusing streams in it. But yeah, the L39 handles quite nicely. It's a pain to trim it. Trimming in general in this sim is kind of annoying. A lot of the modules, the trim might, either moves too fast or too slow. Like the trim rate's really fucky. So for this it feels like it moves too fast. It's kind of like in DCS where I overshoot, undershoot, overshoot, undershoot. But for a lot of the warbirds, the trim barely moves at all. So I can be hogging the... Like, I've got my encoders on my Virpil panel tuned in for the trim, but they don't move quickly enough, and I've got the, the trim hat doesn't move it quickly enough. It's just a pain in the ass. So I can't find the rocket museum, but I know it's around here somewhere. Anyway, let's keep flying. Let's keep going. Live 30 minutes away from all this. Oh, you'd be, I don't know which way the wind's coming. I think it's coming from the south. You're going to be in for some fucking wonderful weather in about an hour or 3, my dude. Like, you should see the fucking thunderstorm just over the south end of Florida right now. I landed a Hornet into it. It wasn't a very good idea. I don't know how I survived that. This is not live weather. This is me using the preset because the live weather is so shit. But the live weather down that a ways is, ugh, yikes. Just west of the vehicle assembly building? Okay, well, we can go check that out. Put a bit more into that turn. Oh. Like with all the other modules I've flown in this sim, you can stick your head out through the perspex. They don't appear to have any kind of limit on it, unlike DCS or IL-2 where you bump your head off of it. Doesn't matter in this. What? Error GA... Oh, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Nothing important. Actually, south according to Google Maps. Okay, well, we'll head south of it. Come on, pop down that way. Man, I know it's kind of cliche, but this sim looks so good. Like, this looks like real life. Like, honestly, when you're at this kind of altitude, it looks like real life. The lighting is really well tuned. I think it's the lighting more than anything. So I don't know how many of you guys have used some of the freely available converted Google Maps stuff. I'm not talking the texture pack that you can get. I don't use that because of the reason I'm about to explain, but like the actual photogrammetry stuff from Google Maps. So I have a few of those. Some of them are better done than others, but the reason being that Google Maps doesn't tune the color balance. So a lot of them have sort of a bluish tint to the shadows, and it throws out the whole color balance. Whereas you look at the sim, and I don't know if they've done it probably with the AI, but Asobo have gone through, and wherever they've used photogrammetry, wherever they've used satellite imagery, whatever, they've shifted the color balance so it matches as closely as possible with the terrain around it. So the color balance, the lighting balance is just on point in the sim by default. Whereas if you start importing custom scenery, it might look good in full sort of broad daylight lighting, but under the clouds like this, it might stand out really badly. So that's something that they really nailed, is the lighting in this sim looks absolutely, like, spot on to me. And it's realistically difficult to spot runways if you don't see, like, the runway lights are too bright, and this is an issue I have with all sims. You can see the runway lighting from, like, space. Like, it's just fucking stupid. Same with nav lights. You shouldn't see nav lights from more than, like, 100 meters away from an aircraft. Even 50 to 100 in total overcast. On a clear day, you're not going to see nav lights. You just won't. You have to be standing next to the aircraft to know they're on. But, you know, if it weren't for the lights, for the approach lights, like, runways are hard to spot. My old airport at Bathurst, I couldn't see the runway until I was about 3 miles off the end of it. So when I was coming back in from the training area, I would look for there was a mixing plant, like a dog food mixing plant, at one end of the runway, and it had quite a tall main building. So I would look for that building, and that told me, right, well, the runway's just past that on the other side of the highway. I could see the highway better than I could see the runway. So, what do we got here? A bunch of admin buildings, I guess. And then we'll double back around, we'll head north. Back towards the vehicle assembly building. I've been doing a lot of flying over the, that looks like a shuttle fuel tank. Might be. I've been doing actually, that's probably a museum there, now I look at it. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I've been doing a lot of flying over the southwestern US in the sim, because it's an area I haven't really seen much in real life. Every time I've flown over it in the real world, it's been nighttime, pretty much. God, it's beautiful. The southwest of the US is just gorgeous. Florida's a bit swampy for me, but the southwest is just, if it wasn't for the climate, that'd be my kind of place, I think. Yep, there it is. Just gotta watch I don't slam myself into the trees here. How many G are we pulling? 4. It's not too bad. 4 G turn. Yeah, there we go. So we got the fuel tank and boosters off the shuttle. We got all the rockets down there. So cool. Lots of phallic objects. How are we on fuel? We are good on fuel. We got 700 kilos left. In Huntsville, Alabama, they have a full-scale standing model of the Saturn V. I don't know if it's in the sim or not. Yeah, I don't know if it would be. Maybe. If it's not in the sim by default, someone local will probably add it. That's something I've noticed, is a lot of people are adding their local areas to the sim, which is really cool. Like, I've got a bunch of really nice photogrammetry scenery for random parts of Germany, because random Germans have gone, oh, my neighborhood kind of sucks in the sim. Let me go find you know, the Google Maps photogrammetry data and tune the color balance on it and get it all nice and pretty. So it's quite cool. I can't wait for the F-104, man. The F-104 in this is going to be so nice. And the radar works. That's the big thing, is the fucking NASA F-15 radar actually works. Like, oh, we're going to be intercepting airliners all day long. It'll be great. Now, if only we had a proper interceptor. Not interceptor at home, which is actually a tactical fighter, which really sucks in the role. Look at, like, this is all photogrammetry around here, but look at it. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Like, it looks real. It looks real. If you maybe slightly adjusted the color balance, just to make it look like cheap film or something, or, you know, like a cheap digital camera, and had anti-aliasing cranked up maybe a little further than I have it, you wouldn't be able to tell that this isn't real. Like, you would not be able to tell this is a sim. Like, that looks real to me. And you notice as well, and this is something quite good with the way that they've done this, is where it populates an area with trees, it matches the color of the trees it generates to the ground beneath. You notice that? So whatever the color of the ground beneath the trees is, that's what it color matches the trees to. So it's always consistent. Like, it's always internally consistent. Everything is matched to itself. And I think that's the truly clever thing about the way they've done this whole world thing, is that they've made it consistent. Because anyone can take random bits of scenery and slap them together and say, oh, look, we got the whole world. But actually having it blend in well enough that the only way you can notice when you've moved from one area to another is when the satellite resolution changes. Because that's about, or, you know, it goes from photogrammetry to autogen. But otherwise the colors match, the lighting matches, everything else matches. It's really, really quite an achievement, I think. Look how big that building is. You can still see it from here. It's a vehicle assembly building right there. It's fucking massive. What is your favorite flavor of Tim Tams? Caramel. I do love me some caramel Tim Tams. Yeah, even the autogen, unless you know an area quite well, a lot of the autogen is convincing enough. So, for instance, in their Game of the Year trailer they released, Canberra is spot on. Like, I live in Canberra, I can tell you it's spot on, and I can tell you why. It's because it's photogrammetry, right? Sydney, on the other hand, they did that shot of the Opera House. Sydney looks like shit. The Opera House is the only thing there which looks correct. The buildings in the background are totally fucked, because the autogen turned them into, like, generic, shitty office buildings or apartment blocks, and that's not what Sydney looks like at all, and I don't think they even had Centrepoint Tower. Now, I have the Orbeck scenery for Sydney, which is on point. You know, that's correct, but... How's the response to the 39 engine in Misfits? I don't know, let's find out. There goes idle. Okay, it's stabilized. There goes full. Okay, it's a bit fast. It's a bit far... Oh. Excuse me? That was interesting. It didn't like what we just did to it. You see that? I should probably be near an airfield when I do this. Yeah, look at it. It's like surging or something. Huh. I'm not moving the throttle now. It was just surging on its own. So if you ram it forwards too quickly, the engine surges. I don't know if there's any real consequences modeled for that, but the fact it does it is pretty cool. Wonder if they took a dive on some cities like Sydney to help out developers like Orbex. I do wonder, but I don't know for sure. Sydney is kind of a weird case, because Sydney is a major sort of international city, but it doesn't have much photogrammetry. Like, Google has better... even Google, and Google tends to have more than Bing, Google has better photogrammetry of Newcastle than it has of Sydney, which is kind of bizarre, but, you know, whatever. So maybe that was partly it. Maybe it partly was to help out companies like Orbex. Maybe they just economized on cities they could get away with autogen, and they figured, oh, Sydney's good enough, only Australians will notice. Meanwhile, if you don't do every fucking major city in the US, you could imagine the forum posts, you know? But as I keep saying, this is why, with my little joy flight through Eastern Europe and Central Asia, that's why I'm doing that flight there, aside from my own historical and sort of cultural interest, is the fact that the scenery there hasn't been touched, except where I've downloaded something myself. You know, it's all autogen, there's no human-curated stuff there. Photogrammetry cities are very much based on availability. They have all the cities in Bing now, as well as a number from other sources at this point. Yeah, so you would be surprised which cities are and aren't photogrammetry. So for instance, when I first found out that photogrammetry was a thing, it was on Google Maps like 5 or more years ago, was because I went and checked Newcastle to find something. I was like, holy fuck, they got Newcastle in 3D. And I mean, all of Newcastle, basically from Stockton down to almost Lake Macquarie, is photogrammetry. It's great. I found my old house, well, 2 of my old houses. You know, it's wonderful. You can read the fucking signs on the side of like the murals on the side of buildings and stuff. Edmonton, my hometown, is also photogrammetry. London, obviously, is a major city, so it would be. But those are the first 3 I found. So Newcastle, rather, Edmonton, and then London. But there's obviously a lot more than that. And particularly with Canada and the US more than anything, a lot of places are photogrammetry. Europe as well, like, especially for Google, Bing has a few less places available for photogrammetry, but, like, for Google, pretty much most of the Netherlands, like, most of it, most of Germany, like, they got huge areas available now. Hey, CCM! Cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're doing some L39 at the moment. Picked up with some DCS earlier, so I got my couple hours of combat in, and now we're just cruising. SJ Fly, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yep, Florida indeed. We paid a visit to the Kennedy Space Center. Now we're paying a visit to Florida, man. Well, I think we'll set this down somewhere around here. How am I going on fuel? Oh, man, this thing sips. This thing fucking sips. What the fuck? Surely. How much fuel have I got? There's no way. I've been running it at almost full throttle this whole time. Jesus, it lasts forever. Hey, R. Singleton. Cheers for the follow. You know what? Let's keep going. Let's just keep going. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this weather too. This is the preset weather. Bombs away. Thank you. Yeah, this is the preset weather. So this is what I was talking about the other day, CCM. Like, this is preset. All I did was move the bottom layer up to high altitude. This is scattered, I think. Recommend some good DCS campaigns. I unfortunately cannot. I have a handful of DCS campaigns. I had actually the new MiG-21 campaign bought for me just recently. I still haven't played it yet. I'll have to do that. But I'm not really a single-player guy in DCS. I fly PvP. The reason mostly being that the AI in DCS is not really fun for me to fight against. If the AI was a bit better, a bit less predictable, I'd probably fly campaigns and fly PvE stuff, but it's PvP for me. I can't cope with the AI. The modelled Ram air turbine in this plane made me happy when I discovered it. I can't remember what actually deploys it. It's either one of those or one of these. I think it's one of those. But yeah, I know it's modelled in DCS, but I didn't know they modelled it in this, so that's a revelation to me. It's not an engine, it's a hairdryer. Yeah, I know, right? How's the L39? It feels alright. You know, I can't compare it directly to DCS, so something I did the other day when I was like, oh, it feels like it's not flying quite the same. I loaded up DCS and I immediately realized, 1, my field of view is completely different. 2, I'm sitting higher up in the seat. Like, all my points of reference are out completely, and when I actually watched my instruments instead, I was like, oh, it is actually flying about the same. So, I mean, it feels like an L39 from my limited experience via DCS of what an L39 should feel like. It looks nice, it sounds nice. One thing that's kind of struck me with all of these, as well as with the F-18, which I've gone through earlier, there's a bunch that's not right with the F-18, but it's free, so I kind of expected that. You know, it's a decent stepping stone to get people hooked on fast jets, and it gave us supersonic flight and collimated HUDs, so I'm happy with that. But something that I've kind of noticed with this and the other Reno planes and the F-18 is I don't think you can open the canopies. I don't think that's modeled at all. Like, you can unhermetically seal the canopy on this, but I don't think you can open it unless it's like a keybind, or because that should unlatch the canopy. It should be unseal, pull that lock back, and then open it, and none of that works. All I can do is unseal it. And the emergency jettison doesn't work either. Red lever, third one from the right. Ah, generator, yeah, there you go. So if I go yeet, and then we go out of the cloud. Oh yeah, there it is, you can see it. I've got my landing lights on because I'm dumb. Blind everyone in front of me. That's actually really cool, I didn't think that they would model that. Alright, let's get out of this dive, let's pull the little spinny boy back in. Where... oh, that's right, landing lights are over there, aren't they? I don't have a lot of time in the L-39, even in DCS, so I've got to hunt around the cockpit a bit. It's not like the MiG-21. I could start the MiG-21 in my fucking sleep. In fact, I'd be worried if I was allowed to sit in one at a museum or an air show. I'd be genuinely worried I'd accidentally start the thing up. Oh, a little bit of stutter. But we're actually, you know, at a reasonable speed now, not Mach 1.6, so it should clear up pretty shortly. It's just as it's loading more chunks of terrain, I think. Sub Vigan, I've seen that one many times. Yeah, the Vigan's little ram air turbine's quite cool as well. I think that one automatically deploys anytime the landing gear comes down. Oh, come on. Come on. Florida Man is too powerful for my PC, apparently. So, a bit of a disclaimer. I have had issues getting OBS and MSFS to play nice together. It's always something. I've had to switch my encoding back between CPU and NVENC and CPU, NVENC, just constantly back and forth, and it still hasn't fully solved the issues. So there will be slowdowns and stutters from time to time. It's, you know, it is what it is. I can't really do much about it. I know it may not be the most pleasant viewing experience, but I mean, if you play this sim, you probably experience the same thing when you play it, so, you know, whatever. Something I've noticed is, you know, DCS players get shitty if their frame rate drops below 120 because it's a combat sim. Whereas I've noticed a lot of guys that stream civvy flight sims are quite happy to truck along at like 10 frames a second because, you know, if you're in a tube liner, who cares, right? Which is fair. I'm so used to combat sims that when it gets stuttery, it really kind of gets on my nerves. 30k miles in the DCS shop but can't seem to use them. Ah, that's another one I can't answer because I'm on the Steam version of DCS. The standalone guys would be able to tell you, but so when I started playing DCS, I got the original Black Shark and the original A10 module on Steam because they were gifted to me by a friend back when DCS was a new thing. And between not wanting to transfer over because it was a headache and also the fact I use Steam so much, it just makes sense to stay on it. I'm still on the Steam client, and for me, it's better than standalone. I mean, your mileage may vary. I know this is a hotbed of debate in the DCS community, Steam versus standalone. For me, Steam is the option, because I don't have to worry about updating, it does it for me. I don't have to worry it's going to delete my whole hard drive because I forgot to set the right directory. Not a problem. I don't really roll back versions, so that's not an issue. I don't switch between stable and beta. I just play closed beta and never swap around. Like, Steam just works best for me, and we get sales maybe a week or two after the DCS sales, of equivalent sale value, I guess you would say. Updates happen within the hour, usually within 5-10 minutes of them hitting standalone, so it's not like we're behind. And new aircraft sometimes take a while to come to Steam, especially if ED forgot to clear the pre-order with Valve first, but that doesn't bother me. It just gives me more time to kind of reconsider my financial choices. So yeah, like, I use the standalone client for the test version of the game because I need to, so I can test it. And I need to sometimes roll back to specific test versions to see where a bug stopped happening, but I don't use it for normal DCS. I use Steam. Is the L39 on that $20 Reno pack? Yeah, the L39's from the Reno pack. I decided to just pick up the whole pack rather than kind of pick and choose planes out of it for the same reason that, you know, I'd recommend buying FC3 instead of the MiG-29 or the F-15. You just get so much stuff for the money. It's in my opinion, it's worth it. Like, there's a lot to play with. And the other thing, and this is what I was saying with the F-18, is the modding community for this game is so active and so talented that any issues, you know, any shortcomings with flight models or any systems that don't quite work properly or whatever, like me not being able to open the canopy because I'm a whiny bitch from DCS, the community can probably fix that. You know, the community have fixed a lot of stuff in the sim already, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility for them to fix that. I'm getting a little stuttery down here, but oh well. Peg mine at 30, and I'm happy with that for civvy style bush flying. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't need, you know, 120 frames a second or 140 frames a second for normal flying. You know, 60 is already more than enough, I think. 30 is fine. Like, I'm probably sitting at about 20-something, 30-something here. This is workable. It could be better, but it's workable. Reno stuff's encrypted, so no modding there. Ah, fair. Okay. But the Hornet, yeah. Like, I honestly think with a little bit of modding, that Hornet could actually be quite decent. So they need to fix the high angle of attack flight behavior, because it's just wrong. It's not a Hornet. But it's hitting all the numbers for speed. Takeoff speed's right. Landing speed's right. Maximum speed at low level is right. At altitude is right. So the speeds are right. All that's right. It's just the high angle of attack handling and the way that the control surfaces are actually working. And I think those two things are probably tied together. I don't think they programmed any sort of flight control laws in it. I think they've just given it basically mechanical controls, but a 1G auto trim. Like, that's probably all they've done, is just said, fuck it, give it 1G auto trim and don't worry about the flight control laws. The flight control laws, you can fly a DCS Hornet with folded wings. The Hornet will actually fly with folded wings. So will the F8 Crusader in real life. So will the Phantom, I'm pretty sure. Like, most Navy aircraft can fly with folded wings, it's just a really bad idea. And there were a few cases historically, particularly during Vietnam, of pilots forgetting to unfold the wings and taking off like that. They said they did say they did actually fly-by-wire code for the Hornet. Well, they didn't do it correctly then, because the Hornet's fly-by-wire should allow it to pull up to like 50 degrees angle of attack without tumbling out the sky. Like, the Hornet will stall, but it won't tumble out the sky and wing stall and flip-flop around the place. Like, if you've watched Pom in DCS, the shit he does in the Hornet... I might jump back in DCS after this and show you what I mean. Obviously, Legacy versus Super, but they're similar aircraft. Just the Super's bigger and heavier. And a bit draggier and a bit more high lift. But, you know, like, the whole point of the Hornet is that it can throw itself around at 50 degrees or more AOA and not give a fuck. Like, the flight control system on that thing is wild. So something's clearly fucky there, and the fact that you can move its control surfaces, and this is... I wasn't sure on this, but Steve set me straight. The Hornet doesn't... or the Super Hornet, rather, doesn't have manual reversion like the Legacy does. It's all hydraulic, it's all through the fly-by-wire. So if you're not running the aircraft powered up with the engines providing hydraulic pressure, you can't move the control surfaces. And yet, in Misfires, I'm sitting there with the battery off, gens off, engines off, and I'm moving the stick and I'm seeing all the control surfaces give me full response. And they're clunking around like they're mechanically linked. So it's... Look, it's for a free aircraft, it's less phoned in than I expected. It's a much higher effort than I expected them to do, but it still needs quite a bit of work to get there. But it could get there. Like, with modding, it could get there. And I think it's worth modders sinking their time into, because, you know... You fix that issue with the flight model, you fix the way the control surfaces are working. You know, you maybe pretty up the cockpit by fixing the HUD font and the screen fonts to be the correct ones. That's a pretty decent free aircraft. Like, you know, you don't have the attack radar or the RW. You don't need them. Like, You got your FPAS page, you got your engine management page, you got your HSI. Like, that's pretty much what you need, you know. Quality half-assery is very much their mode of operation, it seems. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, I could see something like that. It's, you know, I'm not going to complain, because for what it is, and for how much it cost, like, the price of admission to this sim, this is just phenomenal. Like I was kind of ranting about while I was waiting for it to load, like, to get this kind of experience in something like P3D or X-Plane, I would have to spend at least a couple $100. Minimum a couple $100 to get scenery half as good as this, and weather half as good as this, and a plane as decent as this. And this is just kind of something that Asobo cranked out as a tie-in with the Reno Air Races. Like, to get that in X-Plane or P3D, I'm looking at hundreds of dollars. This was what, 80-something Australian for the whole Reno pack. This scenery is fucking free with the sim, and this weather is free with the sim. It's a no-brainer to me. It's an absolute no-brainer to me. And I know that might upset some of the hardcore X-Plane or P3D guys. I don't want to say your sim's shit, I just want to say your sim is too expensive for people like me who can't afford to sink that much money into a single hobby, especially when my flying hobby is mostly combat. So for me, that money goes to DCS. Are you already in Jacksonville? I think so. I think so. I'm not real familiar with Florida geography, but I guess. So we started off at Patrick Air Force Base, and now we're here. Let's go check out downtown. You can see the photogrammetry does struggle with bridges still. So this is somewhere where, if I was local, I would be modeling those bridges by hand and then overriding the photogrammetry with them. Like, the photogrammetry is great for everything else, but places like that where it fucks up bridges or ships, that's where I'd be hand modeling and saying, look, I'm a local. I fixed it. Here we go. And I was actually considering, like, if I had 3DS installed or whatever they used to do it for this, I would actually do that for Newcastle and Edmonton. I kind of considered. I only moved there after I finished school. I've lived there for I lived there for a total of about 10 years. But Newcastle is my Australian home as far as I'm concerned, and Edmonton is my home. You can see as well the way the traffic patterns work. So this is something I've commented on before, but the sim uses photogrammetry or satellite imagery, 2D imagery, to generate autogen terrain or generate photogrammetry. For traffic patterns and for bodies of water, it does not use satellite images, it uses road maps. And so you'll frequently see cars crossing the water, actually driving on the water under a bridge, because the road height isn't set on the satellite, or not the satellite, on the road map. Or you'll see them driving off-road across somebody's fields, or like across a forest or something, because there is now a road there that didn't exist when the satellite imagery was taken. So you will see little sort of discontinuities like that in the sim. You'll also see where rivers have changed their course over the past 5-10 years. The satellite imagery of Newcastle, Australia is about, I want to say, nearly 10 years old at this point. Edmonton is probably about 10 years old as well. So I'm going to guess that most of the photogrammetry is about 10 years vintage. 8 to 10 years. Building heights are also from OpenStreetMap. Those are occasionally wrong. Yeah. Did you install the Google Maps mod? No, I did not. And the reason I didn't do that is because of what I was alluding to earlier with the color matching. You can see the bridge clips into the water and they're driving through the water. So the Google textures, while they might be higher resolution and more up to date, the autogen won't generate buildings off them. So if there's a whole new district that's been put in, it's going to look like dog shit because it'll be all 2D. And they're not color matched. So you'll get these jarring transitions between one that's winter, one that's summer, one that was taken on a sunny day, so it's bright, vivid green, one that was taken during a kind of like shitty, cloudy weather, or during winter, and it's like, you know, the color of the ground's totally different. Yeah, the Google mod is Look, first of all, it's very likely that either Microsoft or Google or both will issue a cease and desist on it. Second of all, it just, like, the consistency is not there. And one of the things that really I love about this sim scenery, and this is what I was talking about before, is the consistency. Like, they have made it internally consistent. Even if they only have satellite imagery of an area from winter, and the area next to it is summer, they will adjust. I think the AI does it. I think it's automatically done. It will adjust the color balance to make it look like it's summer on both. You know, or it'll try and hide the snow, or make the snow look like it's sand or something at least instead. So you may have noticed in my screenshots I put in Discord when I was flying over Mayak and the area around Chelyabinsk, there was kind of sandy looking patches. That wasn't sand, that was snow, but it was color shifted to be green and sort of yellowish. I think we saw that around Pripyat too, actually, from memory. So that's where it's taken the imagery in winter and it's just gone, oh fuck, it doesn't match, and it's shifted the color. Yeah, the blending's fantastic. Level of fuckery that does to your system is also questionable. Yeah, I don't trust myself to do that kind of thing anyway, so I'm happy with what I got. I'm honestly happy with what I got. You know, I have been downloading, people make photogrammetry from the Google Maps data, so I have downloaded those. Those aren't sketchy at all, you just install them to the community folder. They are big, they take up a shitload of space, but they're not, you know, they're not sketchy. And if Google C&Ds them or Microsoft C&Ds them or both, it doesn't matter because I've already got that shit downloaded. What are they going to do? You know? One of the things I'd love to see, and this is maybe getting a little carried away into the realms of fantasy here, but one of the things I'd like to see is, and maybe they could do this with the AI, since it's evidently very good at finding things like clouds and editing them out, is being able to set a time period, like being able to set, oh, I want photogrammetry from 10 years ago, I want photogrammetry from 2 years ago, you know, or even have it set, look, I want this area to look more or less as you think it would have looked in 1970 something, you know, like just having the ability to kind of fudge, oh yeah, this is, you know, kind of, look, if you have aerial imagery from back then, I guess it'd be easier. If you got, oh no, I just realized, you know what you could use for that? The fucking Soviet military maps. The fucking Genstab Soviet military maps, because they had maps of the entire fucking planet down to good scale and near precise accuracy in the 70s. I bet you anything you could make a decent, like, sort of AI algorithm that would pick up those maps and go, oh, yep, there's a building there. Pick the right architectural style for, say, like 1960 something. You could totally do that. Holy fuck. Well, maybe in a couple of years, maybe not now, but you could do it. It's theoretically possible. This plane is payware. This scenery, no, this is just default scenery. Snow implementation's also not amazing. I've only seen snow twice, briefly. So I can't comment on that until I've got more experience flying in it. But they actually attempted snow, which is more than you can say for basically any other game except GTA 5 at Christmas time. So that's something. You know, having seasonal changes is really underappreciated in games. Really underappreciated. Don't fly the L30. I was flying the L39 in DCS last night, alright? Not on stream though. I do need to fly it on stream. Maybe next time I'm on Cold War I'll take it out for a spin. But it does, it looks really good. Seasons on their to-do list, excellent. I know that some people have made mods for it already, it just changes the ground textures, but yeah, having an actual official Seasons add-on would be great. So we got somewhere we could land down there, but let's continue up ahead. I saw a runway, yep, just over there. And we'll hop over somewhere else in a different aircraft. Where am I? Jacksonville, I think, in Florida. I think this is Jacksonville. I'm in the right general area. If we bring up the VFR map. Yeah. Oh no! No! I stand corrected. Is this it? Yeah. Okay, no, this is where we are. Jacksonville, yep. I still looking way down where we spawned in. Wonder how hard it is to get a license to fly subsonic jet aircraft? PPL. PPL with type rating? Not hard. In fact, I think PPL with type rating is enough to fly supersonic, but the type ratings are hard to get. I think. I could be wrong on that, and it probably varies based on country. And it also makes a big difference if you carry passengers or if you don't. If you carry passengers, it's automatically a commercial license. But if it's something single seat, like say a MiG-21, I'm pretty sure that's just PPL and type rating. But you have to get someone that already has the type rating to actually clear you to fly it. And that can be very expensive and very difficult. Especially in the western parts of the world. Was or was a private owner of a Harrier here in the... Oh my god, could you imagine? That'd be so much fun. It'd be so expensive, but it'd be so much fun. Yeah, so I was saying this earlier, but the airport I learnt to fly at, Bathurst Regional Airport at Bathurst, hence the name. There was a pair of L-39s and L-29. The 39s both flew, although I only ever saw one of them actually flying. The L-29 I think was a Hangar Queen. There was a pair of LIM 2s, so Polish-built MiG-15s. Well, they were 15 UTIs. They were the twin-seat trainers. One was a Hangar Queen. One of them belly landed like 20 years ago and was on trestles next to the runway, which is a shame because the canopy's totally fucked now. Like it's brown from the solar degradation. It's a MiG-15. It's not hard to repair, but you know. And an L-39, Jesus. Reformatted my fucking SSD and had to reinstall DCS 4 times. Oh man, yeah. Like having to reinstall, well, having to format a drive is already a nightmare scenario for me, but having to reinstall something like DCS, God, no please. Do not want. We're a bit fast. We'll just drop full flat. We'll actually pull the air brakes out. Starting to get some frame stutters here. Okay, air brakes can come back in, gear can come down. Start putting a little power on, bit of back trim. Because I'm coming in pretty steep, that's why I've got so much speed carrying through. You may notice my landings are very much... Sound stutter. Haven't had that before. My landings are very much by eye. Very not by the book. This is just how I fly and everything. I do try and be a little more disciplined in real life. Well, I did when I was still flying, but yeah, like in Sims, I do everything by eye, by feel. A little bit of a headwind here, which is just what we want. A little more power, a little bit of a flare. Do you want to settle maybe? We're a little fast. There we go. Mains are down. Bit of an aero brake. There we go. Nose is down. Yeah, the L-39, and this is quite pleasant to fly. Real nice for just cruising around in. Great visibility, as long as you lean around the headrest. And move your viewpoint up. I've had to move my viewpoint up substantially because it was giving me the tawny view before, where I had my head buried down in the fucking dash like that. Is there military liveries for this? No. So this is just there's a stock L-39, which is this, and then there's the Reno L-39s, which each have the livery of the real jet they're based on. Что? Hello? There we go. That was weird. Yeah, there's one of the Reno ones that's kind of got a camo theme, but you know, there's no actual default military liveries. You could probably make one or install one, but they just don't come default with the game. Or with the pack, rather. Yeah, high performance is medically restricted, because you don't want some guy who's on death's doorstep flying a fucking 8G jet and actually pulling 8G. You know, that would not be good. The Reno one's called American Patriot, fairly ironic on a Czechoslovak Soviet airplane. Yeah. There's an Australian one too, I noticed. Actually, I think there's 2 Australian ones. What is going on with the scenery here? Oh, that's what's going on with it. You see that? There's a bump there. That's interesting. That's the first time, I think, in this sim that I've encountered that issue, where there's actual, like, bumps on the taxiways and runways. Like, that shouldn't be there, I mean. Like, look, see how the terrain drops off? And then we got a gap there, which you can actually see through. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there's back face culling there, so this is interesting. It's not even like it's a scenery conflict, because I don't have any custom scenery for Jacksonville. It's just default scenery is a bit janky here, I guess. The resolution on the height mapping was kind of stanky that day. So this is that model matching mod I was talking about. Some of these... So it does have real airline liveries. It also has, like, made-up liveries. Including some sort of Easter egg Twitch meme ones, which are nice to have. You know, every now and then you'll see one and have a bit of a giggle, but... so this means that, you know, when I land somewhere, there's actually airliners parked. It's not just Warbirds and whatever else I have installed, but there's actually airliners, and some of them are even real airliners. Or like, real airlines. And when I go to intercept a random airliner, it might be a real-life flight, and if it is, it'll be the same type of plane, the same livery. Or it should be the same livery. Alrighty, we want the parking brake on. For this, I think it's the same process as the F-18, where the engine won't actually shut down by itself, so we're just going to start hitting power switches and watch what happens. So here go my inverters, once I find the click zones for them. That's the engine power switch. Okay, that's all of my electrical power gone, and yet we still have an engine. So the solution, and we'll hermetically unseal the canopy, because I can do that for some reason, even though I can't open the canopy, as far as I can tell. But what we'll do here is we will go... where is it? Shut down, shut down, shut down, shut down... We're just going to use the emergency stop, because that's the only way I know how to do this. There we go. Engine stopped. Cut the fuel with this. Yeah, I guess I could do that too. But there should be, like, I should be able to lift this over a gate into the stop position. So, the Asobo aircraft do not simulate detents whatsoever. Even though you can hear the throttle detents, they're not simulated. So, idle should be there. And then there's a detent that you should lift it over. You can actually see it there. Lift it over, and then it goes into the stop detent, which will kill the engine. Same with the Hornet, the detents aren't simulated. But that is the L-39. It's a nice little plane. You know, for the fucking money it costs for the whole Reno pack, the Reno scenery with like all the air show crowd and the static displays and stuff. Like, I can't complain. I really can't complain. Especially given the pricing on CiviSim stuff usually. Like, I don't know about you guys, but coming from combat sims, I look at the kinds of money that CiviSim guys spend on, like, the tiniest add-ons, and I'm just beside myself. Like, how the fuck do you justify that much money on something? But, like, honestly, for what it is, Asobo seem to have tried to really get some decent value out of this stuff. And look, how good does that look? Like... How good does that look? Lighting wise, the terminal building, like everything. Except the fucking random holes in the ground. And this is why, you know, for all its faults, I do really like this sim, and I decided, you know, I was tempted to buy X-Plane 11 before this came out because I wanted to fly Fearless 2154. I still want to fly the 2154, but you know what? I can wait for it to come to this. Because at this point, why would I buy X-Plane with all the attendant costs of getting decent scenery, getting decent weather, getting decent planes, all that bullshit, when for the price of admission of like 60 fucking Australian dollars, although I did buy the more expensive pack, which is like 100 and something, like 110, 120, whatever. But for the price of admission of that, like, look, this is default scenery. Look at this. Default weather. Look at this. Like, I'm beside myself, dude. Like, unless the other Civvy Sims can really fucking ramp up their marketing points, like, you know, have God's own flight model. I know X-Plane is claimed to have God's own flight model. I don't know how much I believe that. But either have God's own flight model or offer something comparable to this. Like, I just don't know how they're going to compete. I really don't. Really, really don't. Yeah, I do know about the 2134. I've been watching the guys' streams of it. It's looking really, really good. I'm pretty keen for that. Let's just go back to the interior camera so it doesn't spoil me in the external next time. I don't know if it will, but yeah, it looks really, really good. Really good. Might have installed 25 gigabytes worth of AIG flight plans. Yeah. See, I don't really bother with the sort of flight plans or the charts or any of that shit. I just kind of fly VFR and sometimes cheat using the GPS if I'm in an area I'm not familiar with. But I'm flying this as like a sightseeing sim mostly at this point. You know, and occasionally I'll jump in the Jabiru. I wish there was a Bristol for this. There might be. I'll have to check. But occasionally I'll jump in the Jabiru and I'll fly it around just to at least pretend to keep my proficiency up, because I haven't actually sat in the real thing for fucking more than 3 years at this point. So at least when I get back in the plane for real, I can remember where shit is. Austin made it clear he doesn't like the satellite imagery because of how it looks close up. I mean, so what? Look at DCS. DCS takes the same standpoint. DCS doesn't use satellite imagery. Well, it does when you're way high up. I don't know if you've noticed the textures change between high altitude and low altitude. It's really noticeable on Caucasus because it literally completely changes. There are whole lakes that appear in Caucasus when you fly high enough up that don't exist in the actual map. If you don't use satellite imagery, then you're back to the fucking DCS or like 1990s flight sim method of using generic textures. And generic textures look shit. Like, I'm going to be real here. Nothing you can do will make generic textures look good. Like, even look at DCS Syria. Syria is probably the best looking DCS map at the moment. At low altitude, even it doesn't look that great. Like, the ground is just so dead and samey. Like, it just... I don't care if it's a bit pixelated when I'm real up close to it, as long as from a workable altitude, it actually looks like real life, or close to it, you know. Fuck, even at low altitude, Misfizz looks better than either DCS or any of the other sims I've seen. Like, it just... I don't think that argument holds any water, to be honest. I really don't. Oh, the airline flight plans. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, and like a lot of people buy hundreds or thousands of dollars worth of add-ons, and then Asobo includes something that's comparable for free. Maybe it's not quite as polished or it doesn't have all the same features, but they'll include it for free. It's like, why the fuck would I bother? Like, why would I buy it when I can just have it? You know, like, it makes no goddamn sense. Let's... Ah, okay. Where are we? Ah! I got some decent scenery for Japan, because I got a lot of... This is from Google Maps, these areas. Let's fly... And I'm going to fly from down here because I want to see something specifically when I take off. Let's fly from Nagasaki and go to Hashima. And then we'll just fly around. But I want to go to Hashima because Hashima is really cool. It's somewhere I'd like to actually visit in real life. So let's go from Nagasaki. Let's take... What should we take? I got so many planes. So many planes. This is quite nice. And so is this. But I think it was the Arrow that was causing crashes. I've experienced several crashes to desktop while flying the Coronado stuff. I can't figure out what's causing it. I think it's me specifically trying to do something is causing it, but I don't know what. So I don't want to jump in one of them on stream only for it to crash a sim and me have to restart, because that would not be good. But I'll have to figure out what's causing it. It might not even be those. It might be something I'm doing. You know, the modules might be fine. I took the first flight over Japan I took this up, which is a little bit ironic, but you know. The DC-6 I have flown a couple times. I haven't flown it for a while though. I need to learn to start that thing up cold. Junkers 52 I've flown off stream. I went for a fly along with CCM around Cairo, which was awesome. This is quite cool. The cockpit could use a visuals overhaul, but it's quite fun to fly. This is what I actually, well, no, not a 160, 170D. This is what I learnt to fly in real life. Although the 170D is using the 160 flight model, so it's a little different than it should be. I need a separate program running for that to work. I haven't tried that yet, though. I need to try that. I wish this was flyable, because I love tri-motors, but no, not flyable. Yeah, I got the Hawk. I just bought that the other day. I caved in. Couldn't help it. The Noop is quite nice, but it'll take forever to get anywhere. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm not in a hurry. Let's grab the Noop. Now, if only I had an Albatross D5, my favorite World War I fighter. Let's take Cigogne. Yeah, we'll grab full fuel. This is going to be hilarious, especially if there's any kind of wind at all. If there's any weather, I'm fucking dead. I think the Aussie L39 has fucking glass cockpit, doesn't it? Yuck. Glass pits are disgusting. I don't know if I'm going to remember how to start this, so let's just hope for the best. Flight conditions don't look too bad. Have you played the Flying Circus? So I haven't really played much Flying Circus, but I played its predecessor, Rise of Flight. I played quite a lot of Rise of Flight, and the Albi D5 is what I mostly flew in that. In fact, I got a couple of custom liveries I made for my aircraft in Rise of Flight. A bunch of old screenshots of it too. I should probably upload somewhere. So I haven't played Flying Circus to any real extent, but I played Flying Circus's daddy. Oh shit! Hey D-Chill! Hope you had a good stream, man. I presume you were racing. Welcome everybody. We're about to do a bit of flying around Nagasaki, and specifically I want to go check out Hashima Island. And we're doing it in a fucking Newport 17, so this is going to be hilarious. And probably take like 3 hours. Once the sim loads. Driving a BMW around Bathurst? Ah! I gotcha. I should see again. I check every couple of weeks, see if anyone's made custom scenery for Bathurst Airport. I really want someone to do it, because I want to fly around Bathurst in the Jab and just kind of see how good it looks. Bathurst is auto-gen, as far as I know. Oh no. Oh, this is great for sightseeing. Oh, actually, yeah, it's not too bad. The ceiling's not too low. Or yeah. This works. Maybe. God, this is going to be such a train wreck. How do I start? Well, shit, that's the throttle. Those are mags. Oh, fuck. No, don't want to zoom in. That's my fuel. Ah! They're starting the plane for me, I guess. That's kind of them. Oh, maybe they're not. And then... Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hey, there we go. And I don't remember what I bound the blip switch to. Oh, no. Blip switch. Blip switch. Blip switch, where are you? Shit. It's not that. It's not that. This is kind of important, because this is how I control my my engine output when I'm in the air. It's that button there, but I don't remember what it's bound to. Give the gun a hit. We might wait until we're in the air to do that. It could be a bit of a range safety issue. Check our controls. Yep, they're all working. Oh, we got P-38 behind us. Let me just real quick check controls. I don't even remember what the fucking thing was called. It'll be on my... probably my throttle? No? Bound only. Oh, fuck. No, that's my stick, that's why. Throttle. Power management. Hello. There we go. Engine instruments, toggle master ignition switch. 31. What is button 31? Oh, fuck me. It's... Okay, I've got the blip switch bound down there. Interesting. I think that's it anyway. Is it? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, we'll try it. That wasn't the blip switch. Nor was that. I got it bound to something on here. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Am I playing on multiplayer? Yes, I am. I should be. I think I'm on the Northern Europe server still because I was playing with CCM the other day. Yeah, North Europe. I usually go on West Coast US, but I'm still on North Europe. I may as well leave it there. We can fold our windscreen down for whatever reason. This is the gun trigger here. I don't know what the binding for that is, if there even is one. So you just click it to fire. Okay, let's... That's... Oh, that gets rid of the gun. That's right. So we'll keep our gun. We don't have a radio. We've got our instruments. We'll get rid of the parking brake. This will be fine. This thing doesn't have wheel brakes, by the way. You know, it's a World War I plane. Wheel brakes weren't a thing yet. So this is going to be fun to taxi. On the other hand, we can just cross the grass. Taxiways are for squares. Oh, hey, there we go. Oopsie daisies. We got a Hornet. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, I should have probably warned you. It does like to tip over a bit. Unless that's... Is that one of you guys, or is that the AI? I can't tell. The AI probably hasn't been taught how to handle a supersonic jet yet, so it could well be the AI. I've seen the tip over on your nose thing is very AI energy. It does that a lot. Oh, it's you? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Take it easy with the power when you're taxiing, because it will tip over. Where is a windsock? I mean, I don't really need much runway to even take off, but... Oh, I've got a fucking streamer on my plane. What am I saying? Okay, let's... Oh, no, keep the throttle on. I wish I could remember what my blip switch is bound to, though. I bound it to something. I remember binding it to something. I just cannot remember what it was. This is in Newport. Newport 17. This is where the lack of brakes is going to be a problem. Yeah, this'll do. Fuck it. Eat my castor oil, ATC. The world is my runway. Oh, Jesus. Little bit violent there. I'm gonna have a dead arm from flying this, because there is no trim. Trim did not exist in World War I. But there we go. We are airborne. At a whopping speed of, like, 120 kilometers an hour. Well, we actually got airborne at, like, 80. We're doing 120 now. 150. Oh, my God. Blistering speed. 140. There we go. Interesting, the nav lights on the Hornet are in a weird spot. So we got a solar farm here at Nagasaki. And then we got Nagasaki written in... like shrubbery or something. I do in fact have a compass. I want to be going southwest. We also do have this. If I can find the click zone for it. It just plays a sound effect and, you know, animates the gun firing. It doesn't actually do anything. No, it's a Newport 17, like I said. Noop 17. French boy. I forgot we had the Lewis gun up there. That one fires too. Or fires. So, if you buy this through the marketplace in the sim, you can't even mount the guns, let alone fire them, because Asobo, well, Microsoft really, but also Asobo have the whole no weapons, no warfare policy, which is also incidentally why the Super Hornet doesn't have drop tanks, because I don't think they really thought that one through. But if you buy it directly from Big Radials, who are the developers off their website, you get the guns. And I don't remember if you can pivot the Lewis in this upwards. I know in Rise of Flight you could. No weapon singers because of age ratings, yeah. It was funny, I was watching an argument between, it was like a DCS guy and a Civi Simmer guy, and he's like, oh, you know, if you want combat, go to DCS. Microsoft haven't even touched combat, and even then it was obscure. It's like, are you on crack? Like, the first flight sim I ever played was Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator 2 Europe Edition. Like, back in my day, right? Back in my day, Microsoft had the Combat Flight Sim franchise. Like, that was the Combat Flight Sim. There was European Air War, Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator 1, 2, and 3, and, like, that was it for World War II sims, pretty much. Then Red Baron for World War I. Interesting my labels have stopped working. Yeah, the fanboy arguments are stupid. What is that? Is that actually a Hornet, or is it just model matched to something else? Because those nav lights do not say Hornet to me. Jane's Erasure? I didn't play Jane's, but yeah, you're right. Just flying this thing fucking full tilt. This is how you fly a rotary engine World War I bird. And then if you want to cut the engine power, say if you're going into a dive and you don't want to overspeed, you just blip the blip switch, hence the name blip switch. And what it does is it momentarily cuts fuel to the engine, because you can't really have a proper variable throttle on the rotary engine. It's the reason it's called a rotary engine is because it's directly attached to the propeller hub. The propeller and the engine are both spinning as one unit, which is also why these things have pretty vicious torque. It's why a lot of World War I aircraft turn tighter to one side than the other, like noticeably tighter, is because the additional torque of the engine spinning, not just the prop, causes it to do that. Now, my favourite World War I planes are all inlines. The Albatross, the Pfalz D3, the SE-5A, they're all inlines, but the rotaries were kind of the big World War I thing, especially early on. It is the F-18 from the base game. Well, then I don't know why your nav lights are appearing like that, because your nav lights are like off the edges of your wings. It's really odd. Some sort of weird model matching issue going on there. How did the machine... so the top machine gun, you just reach above yourself, like, you know, over your head and pull the trigger. But this one, you'd have this. And in some World War I planes, you actually had a proper trigger on the stick, or near the stick at least. Nav lights are a sim bug, been around for a bit. I gotcha. Yeah, fair enough. Now we're gonna get a pretty brutal... Oh, maybe actually the wind's coming from my left, so we might be okay. I was gonna say we might get a pretty brutal downdraft on the backside of this mountain, because MSFS models that. DCS does not. Because DCS doesn't have a weather system. Not properly, anyway. Oh, yep. Nope. There we go. I can feel it. It's pushing me down. It's not as bad as it could be, though. So this is just all auto-gen, and as you can see, it's better in some places than others. Oh, we got a dam here. This is quite a cool area of the world, though. Like, just these cities built into mountainsides is really cool. It's not something you really see here. I would actually like to visit Japan sometimes. I'll just have to make sure to steer clear of all the neighborhoods the weebs go to. Yeah, the first air-to-air engagements were done with pistols and sometimes rifles. You imagine a guy doing the whole mounted cavalry thing, flying the plane with his knees while he's leaning out the side with a fucking rifle. That was how the first fighter engagements actually went down. Likewise, the first bombings were people throwing grenades and mortar shells out the side of the cockpit. The first actual fighter aircraft, I think, appeared in 1915. And it was partway into 1915 too. It wasn't right at the start. So, like, the first year or so of the war, planes were being used exclusively as scouts to spot for artillery or spot enemy troop concentrations. And then some bright spark had the idea, oh, they're spotting our troops. We need to shoot them down. But how? I know. And jumped in a plane and went up and chased down another one with his pistol and his rifle. So that was the early history of air combat. It was very spicy. Sounds pretty cool. Doesn't have the howl, but it does sound pretty cool. It sounds like a jet. Definitely sounds like a jet. Do you want to give me a supersonic pass? See if I can hear the sonic boom. You might need to... Oh, no, you probably need to get a bit higher, though. We'll go in a dive, because the Hornet can't... or the Super Hornet can't go supersonic level on the deck. Oh, man. That's some weather over there. So Hashima should be down this way, I think. It's down further south. Hashima Island was a coal mine. It's a very small island off the coast of Japan. It was found to have a decent-sized coal seam under the sea, under the seafloor. So they started a coal mine, and they started mining outwards, kind of fanning out from under the island, under the seafloor. It was opened in the 1880s. Mitsubishi owned it, I think. And during World War I and the occupation of Korea and the Sino-Japanese War and then World War II, there was a lot of forced labor happening there, mostly Koreans being deported from the Korean peninsula, brought to Japan, used as forced labor on Hashima. And then it was open through till, I think it was like the mid-70s they finally closed it down. And all the buildings are still there. They're sort of crumbling now, though, from the climate and the sea, but like, it's very densely populated, like it was when it was populated. It's very densely built up. It looks kind of like a battleship from a distance, and in fact its nickname in Japanese, I'm not going to try and pronounce it, but it's Battleship Island. Weren't some POWs doing slave labor there when they dropped the A-bomb? Probably. Wouldn't be surprised. But the bomb dropped on Nagasaki, which is the other side of that ridgeline, so it would have been somewhat screened from it here. Look how good the water looks. Like, because we got this wind, you can see the actual waves on the water. Oh no, it's not lightning. So the anti-aliasing in this, when you sort of rapidly move your head when there's a transparency, like these cables or like a gun sight or something, it causes this weird blue artifacting, and it always looks like lightning for some reason. But no, it's not lightning. It's not quite that bad weather yet. Yeah, it's just kind of southwest of Nagasaki. So we should... I think it's just like way off the nose there. It's taking me forever to get anywhere because I'm in a fucking World War I plane. If I open the VFR map... It should be... Maybe it's this one down there. It's not even the big one, it's like a little tiny fucking thing. I think that's it there. So we're still a ways out. If any of you used to watch, like, what's it? National Geographic, I think it was on. It was either Discovery or National Geographic. I think it was Nat Geo. Before they went too hard in the fucking capitalism paint and started producing garbage. Like Life After People, I think it was called. It was a series about how human habitations would weather the test of time if all people just disappeared and stopped maintaining them. You know, it's kind of... It's the premise of it's not exactly highly academic, but it was interesting to watch because it goes through how the climate affects human environments, how tectonics affect them, like various things like that, the kinds of animal life that would move into an area and how they would affect it. It was really interesting. I really liked that series. And one of the episodes they did was on Hashima Island. That's how I know about it. So ironically enough, it wasn't through my World War II interest that brought me to knowing about Hashima Island. It was my interest of abandoned places. How much fuel do I have left? Still a decent amount, I think. I'm pretty sure I'm still nearly full. No, I'm half. Interesting. Did I set this? Oh, I didn't set it to full when I spawned in, I don't think, so we'll set it to full now. There we go. I'm gonna try to get the F-18 to do the boom. You might need to dive in from higher altitude, because at sea level the Super Hornet will do about Mach 0.97, I found. It won't go much faster than that. Looks a bit ominous up there, doesn't it? Hey, Paula.
Damn it, Ross, I have been at work for the past 8 hours and here you are still live.
Yep, I sure am. Cheers for bits, Paula. Hope work wasn't too stressful for you today. Makes it already slower than the... Yeah, it's slower than a Legacy Hornet already. So the Legacy Hornet theoretically is capable of 1.8 clean at high altitude. The Super's 1.6. Likewise, the Legacy's a little faster on the deck. You got a boom? I didn't hear it, so you might be a little too far away from me, maybe. Or I just wasn't paying attention. Don't get me started. Oh, it was one of those, was it? My condolences. Pick up a little altitude. It really doesn't like going inverted. Something I learnt in Rise of Flight is the World War I biplanes really do not like being upside down. If you make them be upside down, they will attempt to punish you for this transgression. So yeah, it doesn't like being inverted. So this isn't it. This is a populated island. I don't know what it's called, but this is not Hashima. Hashima is much smaller than this. Hashima is that kind of squared off shape off the nose. In fact, that's it right there. Just to the right of my wing struts. So I've been witness to not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 car accidents. Holy shit. They sound like they're even better than Canberra drivers then. Fucking hell, man. Well, at least you're a witness to them, not involved in them, right? That's something, I guess. Heard the Stearman stops working if inverted long enough because it starves it of gas? Probably. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, fuck, that's true of the MiG-21. And the Viggen, I think, in DCS. I'm pretty sure the Viggen will cut its engine if you fly it inverted too long. The Hornet technically will, but the Hornet it's like 20 seconds or something ridiculous. You know, you get a fairly decent grace period for it. I think the Viggen it's not because of fuel, but it's oil. Takashima, aha. 2 of them were drunk drivers for sure. Fucking, I had an appointment the other day, and I had to get an Uber there because I missed the bus. And the guy in front of us, who was on the job, by the way, as a work van, he was all over the fucking road. He had to have been smashed. Fucking lunchtime on a weekday. Nick, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There is Hashima Island in all its glory. So Hashima Island is actually, I think it's been reopened to tourists, but there's certain buildings you can't go in because they're in danger of collapse. You can see the seawall built around it to keep it from flooding during storms, which is part of why it gets that battleship-like silhouette and the name Battleship Island. But yeah, this was a coal mine, an undersea coal mine, for about 90 years. 80 or 90 years. So obviously these great big concrete block houses were mostly built in the 50s, 60s and 70s. I think one of them was built, and 1 or 2 of them were built in the 30s and they're still standing, but see just how densely populated this was. I mean, if you think about how many people would live in this sort of commie block style structure, and then how close together they're packed. So this is all the coal miners and their families who used to live here. You can see they're all overgrown and everything. It's just a really cool place. Let's go land ourselves, and I might grab something a little faster to continue buzzing around this area. Just gotta figure out where to land myself. Where's an airfield? I almost suspect with enough headwind I could probably land on Hashima without fucking my plane up, but I don't want to risk it. Should be a little airstrip around here somewhere, surely. Or maybe not, actually. It is Japan. They don't have a lot of space. But it took us forever to get here, and I don't want to fly all the way back to Nagasaki. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's land on Hashima. So the wind is from the south, I think. I just wish I could remember what my blip switch is bound to, because I need that to land. It's not that. It's not that. Fuck me. I thought it was something spring-loaded. But apparently not. It's not that. It's definitely not that. That'll kill my engine properly, which I don't want. So this thing flies more like a kite than a fixed-wing aircraft. Yeah, Nagasaki's the closest, then fuck it. Let me, lip switch. I can move this, by the way, to point up. You know, woohoo. That's gonna be our spot there, I think. Oh, that's gonna be really sketchy. That's gonna be really, really sketchy. Especially since I have to click the blip switch because I can't remember what it's bound to. I know I had it bound to something, I just cannot remember what the bind was called, and I can't remember what it's bound to. I'm actually going to cut the throttle back to idle, and it should hopefully cut the engine. Oh. But I don't have brakes, remember? Oh, we're on the seawall! Oh no! Oh, we straddled the seawall. Oh well. Oh well. It was worth a try. If I can maybe figure out what I have that button bound to, I might be able to do it. That can be a future landing challenge, is land on Hashima without breaking the plane. Let's go back to the main menu. And, let's see what else I could fly. Might grab... So we've checked out Hashima. Let's stick with Japan for the time being, but let's fly from... oh, there's an interesting bridge here, apparently. Okay, well, let's fly from here. I like how the airports all have their names. That's cute. Aircraft. Fly a Harvard, but that's still going to be pretty slow. Texan, sorry. I'm used to the British name. That's still going to be pretty slow. Fucking some of these racing Mustangs are monsters. Yeah, let's take Voodoo out for a spin. I'm sure that'll go fine. D5DI, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The Pilatus was just added last patch as well, I think. I haven't flown it yet, but I know next to nothing about the Pilatus, and to be honest, it's not really my type of aircraft. I really like the Yak 52, but the slip ball issue... You know what? This was updated recently. Let's fly it. The slip ball's probably still wrong, though. Delivery. I quite like, actually, the red and grey one. Yep. We'll go with full fuel. 85 pounds. Jesus, what kind of fucking pilot and passenger am I carrying? Let's make it 150, I guess. Yeah, this is good. I don't know what's happened here. Nemeth, you might wanna sort that out. It's probably using characters that the game doesn't recognize for it. It should recognize Cyrillic. I don't know what it would be. Let's give ourselves, for this aircraft, a more authentic tail number. There we go. And it should show the tail number. Okay. Let's close that. Let's set it to daytime. Thank you very much. Oh, no. There we go. That's daytime. We'll go from here. Okay. So I really like this thing, but there's a few little issues with it. One of them is the slip ball is not working the way a slip ball is supposed to work. Instead of chasing it with the rudder like you're supposed to do, you do the opposite. You rudder away from the slip ball, and that makes it come back to center. It's fucked, to put it frankly. Now, apparently there was an update just the other day, so I don't know if that's finally been fixed. I kind of doubt it, because that's been a persistent issue since it released. But otherwise, it's pretty good. There are a few other little sort of minor things, like the sounds for the gear and flaps are the wrong kind of mechanism, but fucking big whoop. I swear everyone's trying to kill me. Yeah, that's generally how I approach driving, is everyone else on the road is probably trying to kill me. First one was an Eastern European lorry driver, what even is proper technical stadia vehicle. Then a BMW, of course a BMW, and a Polish registered VW Passat decided to run a red light and get hit by a fucking light train. What? Holy shit. Then a brand new Peugeot E2008 was all over the road and hit a mid-divider. Then lastly, a dumb decided to drive full speed up a sidewalk and hit a tree. Amazing. Fucking amazing. The sim's taking a while to load. Give it a minute. It's pretty cloudy here too. Ah, okay, well we're right here, but that's good because now I can set my fuel full. There's my wing registration. Okay, so I haven't actually cold started this before, so this should be interesting. Mags are already set to both, which is interesting. Battery on, generator on, all of those are on, all the consumers are on, and they probably shouldn't be. It's pneumatic valve. Oops, excuse me. So I can guess. Okay, now that's open. It's already set. Max. Okay. So we need to prime the aircraft, I guess. Oh, there we go. I have no idea how many times I need to do this. I hope I'm not going to flood the engine or blow it up. That's the windscreen wiper, which doesn't work. Here's the engine start, so we're going to... I think the brake's already on. Okay. Fuel pump. Oh, you know what? Fucking fuel valve. Close as pull, open as push. Mixture? No, mixture isn't a thing. What am I missing? Light, nav lights. We'll turn the panel lights and the nav lights on. We don't need the strobe. Pitot heat will turn on. Helps if I read the enunciators. Because generator. Generator's out. I know that because it's not powered on. Like the engine's not running. Trim neutral. Stall warning. Yeah, well, obviously, because we're not fucking off the ground yet. What is this? No idea. Let's turn it on. Okay, the engine doesn't want to catch. Out of a hunch. Yeah, no, okay, that's not it either. So... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We might need to do a cheeky auto start because I can't work this out. Like I said, I haven't cold started this before. Oh, there we go. Never mind. I just didn't prime it enough. We good. Where is my parking brake? I do not remember. I think it's one of these switches or something. Cockpit lights, no. Fuel tanks, total. Parking brake, parking brake, parking brake. Where are you? I think it was somewhere silly in this plane, like somewhere I wouldn't think to look for it. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. There we go. It's exactly where I'd think to look for it, actually. Okay. Come on. Why... Did I just turn it on by accident? No? Hello? Why can I not move? Full prop hitch. I don't think you can collide with that. Something is obviously stuck on the fuel box. I don't think it's a collidable object, but maybe. And I can't get pushback. And I don't remember the controls for slew either. Y is slew mode, but I do not recall... Ah, that's how you do slew. Okay, disregard me. She's still stuck on something. It's like the parking brake's on, but it's not. Or it shouldn't be. Did I just see movement? It's like it's got wheel chocks on or something. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but it doesn't want to move. And I have not had this issue with it before. Open the cowl flaps up a little and the oil cooler. Just so I don't overheat it while I'm doing this dumb shit. Oh, no, go away. It's so weird. Hold the brakes? I am holding the brakes. There's just... something is not right here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. That's not what I wanted to do at all. I cannot work this out. It's really weird. That's my trim. I might have to just hot start, like, spawn it in hot at the runway, because I know it works there, but I've done something to it, evidently, that it doesn't like. I don't think that it simulates wheel shocks at all. Maybe it does. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. Just doesn't want to go. Well, at least we got the thing running, so we'll just respawn it real quick on the runway, and we should be able to go. It's annoying, but, you know, shit happens. The only thing is maybe if there's a switch in a position it doesn't like, but it should be okay. Right, let's set that as departure, and let's go. So, fuel boxes I'm pretty sure don't have collision. I don't think any of the ground objects like the, you know, the trucks or the little ramp people or even the other parked aircraft, I don't think any of them have collision. You can just taxi straight through them. Buildings obviously have collision, but like the fuel Bowser doesn't. Right, hopefully we'll be able to take off this time. Well, we might do 1 or 2 more brief flights, and then I'll quickly hop over to DCS and throw the Hornet around a bit so I can demonstrate more clearly what I was saying about that thing's high AOA handling. And then we'll call it a stream, because I've been going for 8.5 hours. Oh my god, why am I like this? Oops. Is that Flagstaff, Arizona? I know it's along the Grand Canyon somewhere. I think that's Flagstaff, isn't it? It's on top of the fucking Mesa like that. I need to fly there. That looks really cool. That looks really, really cool. I have not actually overflown the Grand Canyon yet. That's one of the places I haven't visited. So I've flown pretty much all around sort of northern and eastern California. I've flown around basically the entire NTTR, but I haven't gone that far northeast. So I've gone north of it into Utah, and I've gone kind of south of it, but I haven't gone northeast towards the Grand Canyon. Flagstaff is around 40. Is it? Okay, well, what city is it then? It's not Flagstaff, but there's a city that's right on the edge of it that I'm thinking of. Does it also start with F? Why am I confusing it with Flagstaff? I don't fucking remember. We might visit it. That might be where we do our next flight, actually. Okay, please. Please, can we fly? Oh, it's moving. That's promising. Alright, let me get my lights on. Navs, instruments, pitot heat. Well, not that. Clock heat can go back on. Hello. These click zones fucking do my head in sometimes. There we go. We're already rolling. We're just going to take off without flap. I don't think we need it. Just zoom in a little as well, because I'm sitting kind of far back. There's not really much yaw tendency on takeoff in this thing. The engine's not exactly the most powerful thing on Earth, so the gear is pneumatic from memory, so it should actually make a hissing sound, not an electric sound. I think the same with the flaps, or the flaps hydraulic, I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure the gear's pneumatic. Same as in the Act 52. No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. We're going to keep going for a while, I think. Okay, let's... Oh, a little bit of stutter. Grand Canyon Village, was it? Okay, well that would make sense, you know, considering it's on the edge of the Grand Canyon. That would be the thing to name it. Why are you stuttering? Please stop. Been messaging on Discord? Ah, I'll check afterwards. Please stop stuttering. It's probably because I've got so much scenery for this area, like photogrammetry scenery, it's probably struggling to load it all in at once. I just wish it did this while we were on the ground, not while we were in the air. So give it a minute and it should clear up. Oh, please. Please, flight sim, there we go. So I'll bring the revs back to a little more than that. 80%. Yeah, let's leave the power setting around here. So where's that fancy bridge it was telling us about? It's somewhere around off the nose, I think. A bit of a city over there, we'll go have a look. Oh, the Norwegian one where the guy's on the sled. Polar probably has the link to that saved somewhere, yeah. I bet you Polar has that saved somewhere. Okay, so let me just check something. I'm going to trim rudder left to chase the ball. They fixed it! They fucking fixed it! Yes! Finally! That was like the one thing that stopped me from enjoying this plane more. But, you'll notice the accelerometer's still doing something backwards. So the accelerometer's still backwards. The air pressure gauge is, I don't even know what it's doing, but it's not showing me air pressure. But the slip ball at least now goes in the correct direction, which is good progress. Good shit. Thank you, Nemeth. So this is all auto-gen around here. I don't have photogrammetry for this area. This is all auto-gen. Interesting. The Boneyard? Yeah, so I've actually flown around Davis Monthan, and I was doing it in Discord, and Saber, who used to work on F-35s down there, he was walking me, well, you know, he was kind of walking me through, talking me around the area as I was streaming it. And he told me to go check out the museum. The fucking museum looks awesome in this because the photogrammetry's there and you can actually see all the different aircraft. It's really, really cool. So if I do get over to the US anytime in the reasonable future, I would like to actually go visit down there. Man, look at that storm. That is not something I'm keen to fly into. Look at that. That just looks evil. That looks absolutely fucking evil, doesn't it? And if I did fly into that, I would die. Unlike DCS, you fly into storms in this sim, you're not going to have a good time at all. This thing has fancy Russian auto mixture? I think it does. I think it does. I don't see a mixture lever. It has this, which actually locks the prop pitch to the throttle, which is quite cool. Right, does it lock it to the throttle, or does it just lock it at what it's at? I think it locks it at what it's at. So if I want to leave it, say, at 81, 82%, and then I... Yeah, see, it's basically acting kind of like a constant speed unit, I guess. Except not, because it already has one, maybe? I don't know. I'm not real familiar with the mechanics of the Yak 18T. Flying it. I do actually want to do a stream where I go storm chasing. Not maybe in this plane, but in something a little more substantial. And we'll go storm chasing, and I'll show you guys why flying into a thunderstorm in real life is how you die. You know, as opposed to DCS, where it does basically nothing. But that looks positively fucking evil to me. I would not in real life fly anywhere near that if you paid me. Man, Japan is really pretty. Like, really pretty. unlock that. Need to get this thing trimmed out a little. I don't think I have aileron trim. Actually, no. I think I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. Where's the indicator? It must be on the passenger side. I don't see it. But it seems like there is aileron trim. I have no idea where the actual trimmer is. But it's behaving like it has it. And then we should have rudder trim somewhere, which I don't really need to use at the moment. And then we got nose down, because it's climbing a little. Bit of both. Bit of both. Sat. Oh, air temperature. That's the outside air temp. That's what that is. So that's the air pressure. Left side is main, right side is emergency. That should be for the actual pneumatic system, maybe for the wheel brakes, but it's not working. That's outside air temperature. That's a accelerometer. That's my G meter. Compass, obviously, it's got a radio compass built into it. That's an ILS, I think, or something of the sort. Obviously, your ADI, your VSI. This is your manifold pressure. Clock, you know, like the one sitting on my desk, except mine's a 30-minute model. This is your rate, and your, yeah, it's your rate, and the ball is the something separate, I think, or they've just updated this one, but not that one. Maybe they've done that. This is my ampermeter, and then when I press this button, it becomes a voltmeter. Screw it. Cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is my revs. Top one is temperature for something, probably oil. Then fuel pressure, oil pressure. So fuel pressure is the yellow one. Remember, Soviet aircraft, yellow is always fuel, and then black is oil pressure. Altimeter. This is my airspeed down here, all the way down here, which is not where I would have put the airspeed. I would have put it up here. Then this is temperature for something else, probably coolant temperature. Another temperature, maybe cylinder head. Well, actually, that might be cylinder head temperature, and then one of these will be oil. I don't know. Sim's having a bit of a tantrum right now. Bear with me. Well, this is a fully aerobatic aircraft. That's why it has an accelerometer. It's like a Yak-52. It's fully aerobatic. And that's our fuel gauge down there. As always, the yellow dot means fuel gauge. I think that's our rudder trim. That's one of our trim gauges. I think it's rudder trim. So yeah, this was used as a light trainer, and also for general sort of aviation, civil aviation stuff in the Soviet Union. So although they may not have had general aviation as we know it, they did have like a very wide-ranging sort of national air cadet program, the DOSAF, which is like the Army, Navy, and Air Force kind of cadets program, combined cadets program. So they had shooting clubs, they had like leadership courses, they had like scout type things, they had glider training, they had aerobatic training. So all of that came under DOSAF. It was like a combination of sports and outdoor sort of stuff and military. The idea being that, you know, every Soviet citizen, if the time came, would be fit, healthy, and have at least some useful soldiering skills. You know, it was kind of a thing that it's not just useful to the military. It's useful to have, you know, young, healthy, energetic workers. It gave people a lot of practical skills. So that was a very widespread national program. And they would have flown things like this. They also flew the Yak-52 and the L-39 and the MiG-15 once it was withdrawn from frontline service. DOSAF flew quite a few MiG-15s from memory. And it still exists, although I'm not sure to what capacity. I know the organization itself still exists. No, I'm not on console. I'm on PC. I do have a Xbone, but I don't stream console stuff. I just stream off the PC. Ah, there he is. There's Joe. I don't know what's going on with those nav lights. That's fucked. Now, something I wonder, does this sim model wake turbulence yet? Because I've seen references to it, but I don't think it models it. I have yet to see wake turbulence do anything. And I've tried to fly in an airliner's wake to no avail, so I do wonder. It'd be cool to have. It does in the Reno races? Ah, that's probably where I saw it then. So if it does it in the Reno races, I hope they make it a global option that you can turn on everywhere. That'd be quite cool. Yeah, I really need to visit Japan. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And also, from what I've seen, Tokyo still has a lot of, like, 60s and 70s era brutalist architecture, which I'm all about. So I got natural beauty and beautiful brutalist architecture, both in the same place. Yes, please. I want to improve... Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I'm kind of on the fence about DCS wake turbulence. I used to think it was really overstated, but now I'm not sure. Like, it's... It might still be a bit overstated, but at the same time, I think it's just kind of undersold how big of a deal wake turbulence actually is. So this is something, right? Like, I don't want you guys to think I'm some sort of expert. I'm not. I have no formal education in engineering. I'm a student pilot. I'm not even fully, like, qualified with my license. I'm a student pilot who hasn't flown for a few years, so... I'm doing a constant learning process as I play flight sims and as I read up on aircraft. Like, if I say something, always fact check it, because I could be wrong. Like, I don't want to be giving you guys, like, the wrong idea about stuff. So if I try and intuit something and get it backwards, which I did quite often when I first started DCS, if you watch some of my early streams in the Su-27 or the MiG-29, I had the radar function completely back to front. But, like... I don't know, it's been a learning process. I've learned so much about the aircraft I fly and about flying in general, just from playing sims and reading about different, different crashes, different historical air engagements. There's so much out there. It's just, you're always learning. Won't escape the weeb shit, it's impossible. Yeah, I know, right? Although, so... a couple of years ago now, my sister, who is a weeb, wanted to go to Supernova, which is like a big, like sort of pop culture, comic, anime, gaming, whatever convention in Sydney. This is going back like 5 years or more. And she was still, I think, like 16 or 17 at the time, so I got voluntold to go with her. And I was like, oh man, this is going to suck, it's going to be so sweaty, it's going to be full of neckbeards and weebs and weirdos, and oh my god, I'm going to hate it. First of all, I ran into an old friend from school, which is quite neat, catching up with her again. And second of all, I was actually stunned. Like, there were a lot of really, really good-looking people there. Not just girls, either. There were some good-looking guys there. Like, I'm not, that doesn't do much for me, but I can appreciate good looks no matter who has them. You know, I don't care who looks good, just that if they look good, I notice. But no, there were some really good-looking people there. I was like, what the fuck? I was expecting neckbeards. But I did count, there was something like 40... I think the final count was 43 or 44 fedoras. I was running a tally over the course of the day on how many fedoras I spotted. But, like, some of the people that were there, like, holy shit, they did not look like neckbeards. I was pleasantly surprised. Supernova. It's like a big convention that they have here. I don't know if they've had one for the past couple of years. I guess not because COVID, but my sister went, so I got dragged along. It's going back a few years now. Your flight simmers. Hey man, long time no see. Hope you're going well. Sound horse? Yeah, I should probably get another drink. I've been going for like 9 hours. Oh man. Why am I like this? Going fantastic? Glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. We're, so the reason Weebs came up is we're flying around Japan at the moment. We're flying around Japan in a Yak 18T, with, you know, thematically correct registration. But yeah, we're in Japan. What time zone am I? I am GMT plus 10, but I'm daylight saving, so I'm technically GMT plus 11, I think, at the moment. Need to trim those up a little. There we go, trim neutral. So this is what we're flying. The Yak 18T. It's quite a nice little plane, honestly. Same engine as the Yak 52. Vedeneev M14, also the same that the Kar-26 agricultural helicopter uses, but it's not even a 2-seater, it's a 4-seater, I think, 4 or 5-seater. Quite a lovely little plane. One of the aerobatics teams in DCS, fuck, which one is it? It's a Yak team. I think it's mostly French guys. They displayed during one of the team events last year or the year before. They were really, really good. But they actually have a mod to add this to DCS. Now there's the cockpit's not quite finished. You can see the sky through the footwell. You know, it's not complete, but they do have it in DCS, and it was quite cool seeing it in the display, because I didn't really know this thing. Well, I was dimly aware of it, but, you know, I wasn't very aware of it. So when I saw that it was available from Nemeth for MSFS, I picked it up. And I actually really enjoy it, especially now they finally fixed the fucking slip ball so it goes the correct direction. I can actually coordinate my turns without sending myself into a spin. The communist Cessna. I guess it could be, yeah, I guess. Look, we don't need to remove Japan. Japan is fine. We need to remove the weebs, right? We need to remove the weebs. So the first order of business is we need to deal with the Pocky supply line. We need to cut that right off. Now, like the Yak 52, this thing's kind of underpowered. The M14 is quite a neat engine, but it doesn't produce much power. Oh. Okay, so sometimes in MSFS, bridges go all the way to the ground, even like hitbox-wise, even if you can see the air under them. But auto-gen bridges are usually as they appear. What the fuck happened to that one? What? Huh? What is going on here? Auto-gen bridges are usually safe to fly under, and you can see what I meant about the way it does the road mapping, by the way, how there's traffic driving under the bridges instead of over them. But anyway, let's, that one's a little low. I could probably do it, but it's a little low. But that one, we're going to take a crack at. There we go. I think I just barely brushed a tree, but we made it. Put a little more power on as well. Give her about 90-something%. I could honestly probably run this thing at full tilt, and it wouldn't care. It's the beauty of the M14 engine, it just doesn't give a shit. The thing is, I've noticed with a lot of Soviet and even Russian engines, aviation engines. Oh, whoopsies! Joe had a bit of a close meeting with somebody's lounge room there, I think. Their rated power, their maximum power, they can run at indefinitely. Kind of like the LA-5 in IL-2, you can run it basically indefinitely at its maximum power setting for the, I think it's for the 5FN. Whereas on a Western engine, you've got to really carefully manage your power usage and the amount of time you spend at combat power. These things don't give a fuck. You can run them full pelt. So the Car 52, for instance, the emergency mode for the engines that you have to unlock the manual throttles for, it just pulls another 400 horsepower out of its ass. Like, per engine. It just pulls that out of its ass completely. And it will run like that for 30 minutes. Likewise, supposedly, according to Rosoboronexport promotional material, supposedly the engines will run for half an hour with no oil pressure in the system whatsoever, which I find quite alarming. So they designed this stuff to be monkey-proof, so you can kind of hog full power and it won't care. Whereas if I was in a Western aircraft, it would definitely care if I did that. It would have a bit of an issue with me doing it. Hey Mesa. If we ever get a Cobra in DCS, I guarantee it's going to be an AH-1Z. Yeah, it probably will be. It probably fucking will be. I hope not, but it probably will be. What is this? Bruh. This is probably meant to be a hydroelectric system or something. How much do you want to bet? It's a hydroelectric, like, cascade system. And the autogens turned it into this. Which is a shame, because this is something that would look really cool if the sim didn't fuck it up. Don't show Pom. Yeah, the bridge texture's on the ground. Yeah, the AI is not perfect. It has its moments. Oh, that looks cool as fuck. Give me some more power, please. Little yak. I would like to go up there. She's probably not going to have the moxie to get us up there. But we'll try. So, Nemeth for FS9, and then they ported it to FSX. Nemeth had a Car 26. God, if they make a Car 26 for this sim, I would be on that like fucking white on rice. I'd be so fucking quick to buy it. I want a Car 26 so badly. It's like a Weir. Yeah, like, that looks like a Weir, see? Or like, not a Weir, but they're cut lines to slow the water. Oh, no, maybe it is a Weir. Yeah, it is a Weir. It's to slow the fucking water down, I guess, when the snow melts. So it doesn't come fucking flooding down the hill and wipe out the neighborhood at the bottom. That's what it is. That's quite cool. We're struggling a bit for airspeed. Meanwhile... wow. It's got a little bit more power than I do. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, I am... that stall speed's getting awful close. And the sim just hung up. Please unfreeze. There we go. Okay, now I can afford to dump the nose a little bit for speed. We'll start coming around. We'll do kind of a... We'll barber's pole our way up the mountain, I think. That's going to be how I have to attack this. Just because I don't have the power to do it any other way. Honestly, I'm probably close to this engine's effective altitude as well. Like, she's going to struggle. What is that light down there? Oh. Landing gear. It's, yeah, it's warning me that I'm low to the ground and low speed. I think this... I don't know if it has a radar altimeter per se, but it has a low altitude warning. It'll come up with a Poznaya Visita or something like that. Or Visita Poznaya, rather. Which is dangerous altitude. Submarine Force of World War II. Would you be in? American. Until we had to fire one of our own torpedoes. But I would not want to be... Probably not Japanese and certainly not fucking German. The fucking U-boat arm, like, by about 41, 42? Nah. Dark Souls, but underwater, no thanks. They added G-loading. It's always been a thing, it's just some of the flight models don't necessarily exhibit the characteristics you'd expect them to. But like the actual sim flight model absolutely supports it. So it turns out upon further review of information, old mate jumped the gun a bit on that video, I think. Or was not accurate in what the actual problem was. Man, look at that view. See, sent anyone we want to die without a trace of Kriegsmarine? Yeah, exactly. And that was actually a thing. The Kriegsmarine, particularly the U-boat arm, had such a ridiculous casualty rate, and by casualty rate I mean they dead, that people who were staunchly anti-Nazi but still in the armed forces that were politically inconvenient, the Nazis didn't want people hearing any of what they said, they would put them in submarines. And they would either get sunk by the British or captured, and they would never be heard from again. Meanwhile, the Air Force, other than the Waffen-SS, obviously, the Air Force was probably the most virulently Nazi of the armed forces. So every time someone goes on about their apolitical, air quotes, apolitical blonde knights fighting chivalrously in the skies, like, nah. Not gonna happen. And the few instances of something resembling chivalry that happened in the air all happened on the Western Front, oddly enough. Never happened on the Eastern Front. I wonder why that might have been. Have a Nazi Air Force, an ambivalent army, and a communist navy. Yeah, pretty much. Well, we got up here eventually. It took us a while, but we got up here. What altitude are we at? Fucking... what? 1,500 meters? Yeah. Yeah, 1,500 meters. She struggled all the way, but here we are. Man, that looks so fucking awesome. That's really something. Yeah, so you can see that's, if I can stop sticking my head out of the cockpit, that's exactly what that is they put in a series of weirs and like chicanes and stuff to slow the water flow as the snow melt comes down the hill, so it won't wipe out the town down bottom. So that's exactly what that is it's a whole series of weirs to slow the water down and dump it down into the sea. It's quite cool. Alright, and come off the power a little now. Stop thrashing the engine so much. Trim nose up a little, just hold the altitude. Your warship's so tough the crew will be cooked alive by HE shells. Yeah, and put all the cable runs that control the turrets in exposed places where one HE hit from an obsolete gun can knock out all of the gunnery on the ship. That was a big brain solution, wasn't it? Oh, is it lava flow? Oh shit, that's crazy. Yeah, it's a Yak 18T. Sorry about the freezes. It's probably trying to load Tokyo or something. Das Boot is amazing. Yeah, I love that film. Of course, in the original German with English subs. I don't do dubs at all for war movies. Well, I have Stalingrad, the German film from 1993. I have a dubbed version of that, but that's because literally that's the only version I could find. I couldn't find the German version. I might be able to swap it. I'll see if I can find someone on eBay with it and do a swapsies with them. Hey Joe, cheers for the follow, man. Hope you're enjoying the scenery around here as much as I am. Das Boot without subs would just be swimming. Why are you like this? But yes. Oh, can we unfreeze? There we go. So yeah, like that's look at that. That's pretty substantial engineering work that's gone into that. That's crazy. Oh, it's so beautiful from up here, man. So beautiful. Let me get this dust on the screen. Let me see where we can land around here. We might hop over somewhere else in a different aircraft. Oh wow, I'm nowhere near as far east as I thought I was. Holy shit. We're actually not all that far from Nagasaki. I could probably turn around and go back there. In fact, I could turn around and go back there, I think. Eh. Where was it? It was... No, wait, hang on. I'm lost. That's Korea. I'm very lost. Send help. I've forgotten how Japan works. Oh, you know why? No, I'm not between islands. What? Where was it? Yike. Go land at Yike, huh? It's a bit of a flight. Let's land at RJFT. So where did I take off from? That's where I took off. RJFS. That's where I took off from. And then that's Nagasaki there. Yeah, okay, so I know where I am. I'm southeast of Nagasaki. As I fly in circles. Oh man, that's screenshot material. That's fucking gorgeous. Holy shit. And my sim's gonna freeze because I just took a screenshot. How dare I? That is really something. Okay, so from here I want to go pretty much east. As far as I know, the radio nav in this does actually work. I've just never used it, so... It's this weird blend of Soviet-era navigation and Western navigation. I'd rather just have the Soviet-era stuff, because I kind of know how that works, at least. Give me an Arc 5 and I'm happy, and a frequency list. These work, by the way. They don't do much, but they do pop down. Frame rate's dropping a bit, probably because of all the buildings and clouds and stuff in front of me. If I pass that airport, you'll find a pretty nice volcano with a valley around it that looks like the Alps from the ground. Ah, really? We might go past it then. We'll fly back past it, then come back and land, maybe. Big, couple big ships down there, actually. I was doing some flying around San Diego yesterday. It was yesterday, like yesterday evening. And there was a pair of, well, no, two Arleigh Burkes and a Perry coming out from the naval yards in the sim, which is quite cool. Like a little convoy coming out from the naval yards past I think it's a new airport that's being built, or has been built but isn't completed in the sim. It's quite cool to see. Boats add-on is awesome, yeah, absolutely. Do you have an add-on for shipping traffic? So I've got a couple. I've got a free one that adds a bunch of different ship models. I think I've got the guys that do the paid ones. They put out a free one as well. I've got that. So I've got a bunch of different ones. I don't think I've got any. No, I think I might have got one of the paid ones. I don't remember, like the cheap one. I'll have to go through and check, but. Like, I'm just kind of holding off spending too much on scenery stuff in case some gets released for free by modders. I don't want to sink too much money into this. You know, I already have sunk a fair bit in, but... I don't want to spend myself out of house and home and end up with no DCS money. Okay, so we want to go... Oh, it's under that cloud, no wonder. So I think the paid add-on, or one of the paid add-ons I don't have, adds actual wakes for the ship, so I don't have that one. but it looks kind of funny, ships moving around without wakes. Yes, I have that. I have that. We love VFR. So actually that caused a conflict with the scenery at Chernobyl. Specifically the actual chimneys on the power station and also the oversped. Should have been paying more attention to my speed and not chat. That's the second time I've done that. I think it's a little sensitive to negative G because I was kind of pushing the nose down to fight the trim. We'll call that a complete flight, whatever. So it conflicts with that, but I think that the guy that does it is going to be releasing an update fairly soon that fixes that issue. But yeah, I use that for everything. That's great. Let's do. So let's leave Japan for now. Oh, that bridge was all the way up there, so we were nowhere near it. I went the wrong direction. Yeah, so this is what we were flying over. So if we zoom in on the satellite imagery, that's quite the engineering project. Yeah, look, it turned these banks, which are there to stop it from busting over and getting into the farmland in the town. These got turned into fucking office buildings or warehouses or whatever. That's really cool though. EU version with hugely increased coverage. Yeah, nice. That's awesome. Oh, is this one of the places I have photogrammetry for? Which ones do I have photogrammetry for? It might be. I don't know. I know I do have photogrammetry for a whole bunch of towns cities in Japan. I just can't remember where. I know I've got it for Tokyo. Probably Osaka as well. It just won't display it. So when you have custom scenery, it doesn't display it. I don't think on the on this view. Look how fucking densely urbanized this is. Like, holy shit. This is all built up. Like, all of this. It's fucking crazy. But you can see why space is at a premium in Japan. It's just all mountains. All mountains. Look, the tools are there to make a really good flight model. It's just what you do with them. And a lot of developers haven't really put the effort in yet. Some of them have, but a lot of them haven't quite put in the necessary effort yet to get the full potential out of the sim. Oh, the sim just crashed. It didn't like me zooming in on Tokyo, apparently. So I'm going to have to restart it. Bear with me, guys. Oh, man. I think we'll do, like, maybe 2 more flights. In the meantime, I'm going to grab myself another drink before I lose my voice. So I'll be right back. I'll leave you guys with some music.
Executed by a medicine. Perhaps the answer will come someday soon. Rational explanation. Up to secret, they learned parts of a dismembered female body had been found at a remote. And where is the rest of the body?
it stuns me that... Oh, I forgot to switch scenes. Sorry, guys. It stuns me that I still somehow have 41 of you sitting here listening to me, like, spurg the fuck out about earthworks in a country I've never been to. What a world we live in. Anyway, let's get some tea and a snack. I'll be back in a minute.
What if your mind worked like a television set? What if you could change channels at will, put into programs no one else could see? And what if you could never turn the set off? Rational explanation is hardly necessary.
It's nearly loaded back in, so it should be up and running shortly. Hello. Yeah, you would. The flights, they take a while, but not that bad. But the sim itself is quite slow. That said, the latest sim update has made it much faster. It was taking like more than half an hour before, now it's much quicker. Like, it's less than half of what it used to take. You know, when I first got the sim, it didn't take long. Then when I started adding tons of add-ons, it took forever, and now it's back to... It's still taking a while, but it's not taking anywhere near as long. Which is good. So anyway, yeah, I really like the AK-18. Now that they've actually fixed the slip ball, which was my biggest fucking complaint with the plane, I'm going to have to fly it more. I don't know what I did to it there. I'm going to have to go back and watch the VOD and figure it out, because I was so busy talking to you guys, I wasn't paying attention. I might have nosed over a bit hard. I know it doesn't like negative G. Or I might have just oversped it. I probably oversped it, because I was running the engine at full tilt, so... It's one thing with the way that MSFS does crashes and stuff, like it doesn't... Because there's no damage modeling. The damage state is... yes, it's fine, or no, it's broken. So in DCS, if you overspeed, you can make bits fall off the plane. You can make the plane not do things, like, properly. In this, it's just a dialogue box, you broke the plane, and then the flight's over. Like, it's... I get they don't want to do a proper damage model because A, that's expensive and complicated and not really the focus of CiviSim, and B, they're worried about people, like, reenacting fucking 9/11, but at the same time... You know, especially for general aviation stuff where you can, you know, you might technically overstress the plane, but the wings aren't going to come off. I feel like that could be modeled better. And I don't know if there's even the capability, really, for third parties to model it, if I'm honest. All right, let's let's go for a buzz around. Excuse me. It's Glen Canyon. I'm going to be flying through here at some point to my F4U sightseeing tour. Oh, there's someone else flying over it. Oh, that's an actual flight. That's American Airlines 1244. We could potentially try and intercept them, but what's this? Oh, that's a little... It's Grand Canyon Airport. How long's that runway? Looks like a grass strip or a dirt strip or something. Oh, Page. It's fucking Page I was thinking of. I don't know why I came up with Flagstaff. That's it. It's Page. So we'll fly there. Let's take something different. Let's change it up. Hey Golo, good to see you, man. Hope you've been going well. Let's take the Harvard Texan, whatever you want to call it. Let's take that this time. Which one do I want to take? I wish it said on these, like on some modules it has like a little symbol to show that it's a glass cockpit or a steam gauge cockpit. I wish I knew which of these was glass cockpit because I fucking hate glass. Let's just grab this one. Just guess. Yep, only one livery because it's this actual aircraft it's based on. That specific aircraft. So we'll grab that. Oh, no. We need to do something about this registration. This might not work so well on an American-built aircraft. Worked on the AC. It won't work on this. Alright, let's go. I won't start it up from cold because I haven't figured out how... Well, I haven't tried to start from cold and I don't want... You know what? Fuck it. Let's start it from cold. I ain't give a damn. You guys are just going to have to be patient with me when I inevitably flood the engine and have to restart the flight. Yeah. Should check time of day as well. I don't want it to be dark. I mean, I'm sure it looks pretty impressive at night too, but I don't want it to be dark. Because we want to actually see the canyon. It's one thing about this sim is these loading screens. Like, most loading screens are renders. The DCS loading screens are renders. They don't even use screenshots of the aircraft. They actually render the aircraft so you don't have the aliasing, and then they overlay it over a screen capture of the background, or just like a matte painting of the background. These are screen captures from the game. Like, these, I don't think these have even been touched up at all. These are just, this is what the sim looks like, pretty much. Which is a big selling point. Big selling point. Should be done loading pretty soon. Man, I can't wait to get the 104. The only issue is flying at Mach 2. You can imagine how often the sim's going to hitch trying to load terrain beneath itself, but, you know, like, doing a fucking transcontinental flight across the US in the 104 would be amazing. Okay, there we go. Let's hit fly. I want to pull my view back a bit, and I want to raise it up a bit. Oh, yeah, kind of there. Right. Quantity, both tanks. Oh no, that's mags. I'm dumb. That's a warning lamp, I think. So that's mags. That's my trim. Interesting place to put it. Okay, those are my 2 fuel tanks. I did set it to full, didn't I? I think I did. Master battery. Alternator. I assume. Boost pump. Primer. Whoop. Yeah, let's prime it. Pitot heat. Probably shouldn't turn that on startup, but whatever. Avionics master. No, not strobes. Landing lights actually can stay off. Instrument lights can come on. Cockpit lights. Is that clickable? No. Cockpit and fuel lights not clickable, apparently. This is my engine primer. 2, 3, 4, 5. I might have overprimed it because I don't know if the electric primer works at the same, like, on the same thing. That makes sense. Probably doesn't because I can't words. Crack throttle. Mixture. Okay, is that one. So we want that fully forwards. Pitch. My throttle. This fucking throttle, after 2 years of the sensor being out of whack, actually works now. I fucking swear to God. Okay, well, now I can rebind all my twin jets in DCS to run off both throttles. Wonderful, thank you, Thrustmaster. Let's go ahead and... Oh, no, hello, where's the... Can I click the fucking switch, please? Come on. There we go. They added that exhaust smoke last patch too, which is quite cool. On its own. On its own. I mean, it might break itself again, but we'll see how we go. Okay, brakes. That's my parking brake. Can I... Yep, release the parking brake. Still can't open the canopy on this, which I find kind of odd. This acts as though it has tailwheel steering. So the sim doesn't natively support free castering tail wheels, even though it said in one of the patch notes they'd done something to improve it. It still doesn't natively support it, not properly. It's still acting like it's steering by the tail, which it shouldn't. Can I get... If it's not a functional mirror, I don't want it in my face. Like, DCS, I leave the mirrors on because they're functional mirrors, but here, if it's not working, I don't want it in my face. That Joe? I don't know, because the labels aren't working for some reason. Okay. Oh, it is. So he has to be a certain distance away for the label to work, I guess. Where is... Have you flown in the Velocity Taxi? No, I haven't. Where is the windsock? Is there a windsock? There should be, somewhere around here. I don't see it. Let's just fucking guess. Let's go right. I'm near this end of the runway, so we should have enough room to take off. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense that it would fly like an RC drone. It looks like an RC drone. Just bigger. Come on, turn, please. Yeah, I hate how this braking system works. Come on. Jesus, there we go. Took a bit of power, huh? The sounds, the rattling that you get. That's something that Asobo really put a lot of effort into. There was the windsock. Is the sound design. The rattles and shakes you get as you roll down the runway are just spot on. Like, it's amazing how close it is to actually being in an aircraft. Sound design is something that so many people overlook, and it's so important. So fucking important. Hello, trim. Trim, 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 trim. Need a lot of trim. Look at that. Like I said, like, I'm not a hot climate person. I hate the heat, but just the beauty of it really gets me. Like, anywhere in the southwest of the US is just such a beautiful place. Oh, this has an accelerometer in it too. I guess they actually kind of want one for the air races, hey? To know they're not fucking braking the plane. Dry heat. Yeah, I mean, that is something, but it doesn't help much. Heat still sucks. God, look at it! Fucking look at it, man. Oh my lord. It's just beautiful. Damn, son. Where'd you find this? Holy fuck. Canyon... I was thinking the exact same thing. I just want to do a little bit of a look around above the canyon. But yeah, let's canyon run. Hopefully this bridge is not, you know, a massive wall as far as the game's concerned. It isn't? Oh, it was! Okay. Okay, Ms. Fizz. You give me a bridge in a canyon like that, of course I'm gonna try. Like, come on, man. Who wouldn't? Okay, well, we get to practice starting up the Harvard, I guess. So I want that fully forward, I want that cracked. What the fuck is... Oh, that's a carb. Master battery, alternator, boost pump, primer, yeah, whatever, you do your thing. Both mags, pitot heat, master avionics, oh no, not strobes. Navs, same fucking thing I did last time. Instruments, can't do those, can't do those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're good on fuel. Just make sure it hasn't defueled me at all. It has, the cheeky bugger. It likes doing that. You really gotta watch this sim between flights. It will suck the fuel out of your plane and not tell you about it. Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Nope. Bruh. Seriously? There we go. Yeah, I know. But, you know. If I turn off collisions... Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want that. If I turn off collisions, I'll probably end up developing all kinds of bad habits. We already know I'm prone to bad habit development, so... I play DCS, for instance. So I don't want to get too carried away with it. Man, the fucking instrument panel on this thing's really tall, huh? Not the best visibility. I do wish I could open the canopy and hear the fucking wind rushing through my digital hair. But, oh well. Come on, turn. Turn! Not only is it tail wheel steering when it shouldn't be, but the like, trying to differential brake with the toe brakes is just... It won't move. It won't budge. Oh, really, my guy? Whatever. Not like they have collision geometry. Unlike that bridge. Oh, really? Yeah, that's annoying. I'm kind of surprised that, like, they didn't put a higher priority on getting proper car-string tail wheels, or nose wheels even, because they're so important for so many aircraft in the sim. Like, it's just odd that they wouldn't have one. Oh, it helps if I check my RPM is actually where it should be. I thought I was moving a bit slow. Okay, gear up. Little bit of frame rate chug there. So we'll bypass the bridge this time, unfortunately. I was hoping that we could go under it, but no fun allowed. Do I? No, I do have rudder trim in this. Why is it not moving? Hello? Ah, it's slow as fuck. That's why it's not moving. Yep. I know, we're going to fly all the way along this and then down towards it. Well, that's the plan anyway, as long as I don't run into anything or run out of fuel. See what I mean about matching the foliage color to the terrain, by the way? The terrain here is kind of parched and dead looking, so the trees and shrubs are all parched and dead looking. You know, you don't get random patches of vibrant fucking green in the middle of the desert. Yeah, this is gorgeous. Like, this is just amazing. Okay, I'll come off the power a little because I don't want to overspeed it. It's a little misty down here. Whoa. See, the water's not perfectly flat. It's because of the way MSFS generates water. It applies a water shader to anything it thinks is water, and sometimes the things it thinks are water are not flat. This would actually be a really... Oh, I don't know how deep it is. Like, I guess the river at the bottom isn't probably that deep. But it'd be an interesting place to fly the Icon. The little flying boat. Or the Grumman Goose, actually. The Goose would be amazing down here. Or the Widgeon. Either of those. It's so cool having the mist in the canyon. Incidentally, fuck, there was something I was going to bitch about on the 21. I wasn't sure if it was going to make Novak want to, like, hit me with something, because it was something really pedantic, and I can't remember what it was now. But one of the other things I would like to get with the 21 at some point is have more of a sort of audio feedback of when you're really pulling. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, those of you that fly the MiG-19, but you can hear the wind rushing over the canopy when you pull high AOA in that thing. And I'd like to have something similar for the 21, where, you know, you can, at least to an extent, by audio, interesting, you can you can gauge how hard you're pulling. I'd like that in the 21. Oh, no, I remember what it was. It's the fucking brake pressure, because the brake pressure in the 21, per the manual and per the placard limit on the actual cockpit, the wheel, or the pneumatic bottles that power the wheel brake should be filled to 130 kilograms a centimeter squared. And in the sim, when you spawn the first time, it fills them to 150. When you rearm, I think it fills them to 130, but the first spawn's always 150, it should be 130. Like I said, pedantic. It doesn't really affect anything much. It just gives people who are bad at taxiing even less air to work with, which, you know... I like to watch people suffer for their bad habits. I also like to suffer for my bad habits, so that's the kind of thing I would like to see fixed. It's the thing I really like about CLOD. The airframe creaks are awesome. Yeah, except when it gets stuck in the looping sound bug. I need to play CLOD again on stream. That's such a good sim. But the issue is just getting OBS to play nice with it. Like, to stream CLOD, it has to be the first thing I stream, and I have to go through this arcane summoning ritual to get it to actually hook the right window. And even then it might drop it randomly in the stream, so 1 minute you're watching me shoot down stuff in CLOD, or more likely get shot down, and the next minute you're staring at the fucking map screen, because that's the window it captures instead. You know what, this is making me want to play New Vegas. I should check up on how Fallout 4 New Vegas is going. For those of you that don't know, there's a community-made mod to basically remake Fallout New Vegas, but in the Fallout 4 engine. And it looks phenomenal, like, amazing. And New Vegas is one of my favorite games, so that's something I'd love to see. You know, Fallout 4's engine it's still the creation engine, so it's still technically Gamebryo, but it's a lot better than the hacked-up version of Gamebryo they use for New Vegas, so it'd be nice to play it again, but with actual decent graphics and smoother gameplay and less bugs. Glasses are a lot less uncomfortable with the headset, so I've been fine with using head tracking more. So if I could stop playing Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, like, really the main limiting factor for me is when I fly a sim, I want to stream it and share it with you guys, but I can't easily stream CLOD because every time I try and stream CLOD, I have that same fucking issue where OBS hooks the wrong window. Oh man, this is... Oh! Look at this. Put some power on because I'm going to need to climb out a little here. God damn. It's just so beautiful. The two things that I want to do after flying around this area, Fallout New Vegas and Kenshi. because the area I'm set up in Kenshi looks very similar to this. It's a bit south of the Holy Nation, near Bad Teeth. How much a canyon you're going to fly? A bit before the Glen Canyon Dam is very fun. If you're close to the ground, the dam is a very surprising challenge. I don't know, I'm just going to kind of tool around, I guess, and look for anything that looks fun to dive into, pretty much. There's a EFM Bell 47 for DCS. The art's a bit rough, but it does have an EFM. To what extent it's complete, I don't know, but the issue is it trips integrity checks. So I had a quick play around with it last night, found out it tripped integrity, so I had to uninstall it. But might be a fun little thing to install every now and then and buzz around with. Topic of sound. So, interestingly, the nicest soundscape in MSFS is in a small, jank-looking add-on made by one Italian man, Caproni Bizzola C22J. That name rings a bell for some reason. Oh, there was some. I think it was an Italian plane I was going to buy, and I just never got around to doing it. I've still got the fucking webpage open for it. I was watching. Wait, there was one that was a German one, and there was a German design and Italian build. I can't remember. I was watching Conti fly it, and I was like, that looks really cool, I need it, and I just never got around to buying it. Oh yeah, no, it was that one. Yeah. So there was that, and then there was, I think, fuck, who designed it? Was it Dornier? Might have been. It was like a post-war German GA aircraft, or stunt aircraft, like aerobatic aircraft I wanted to buy, so I'll have to check those both out. So where exactly are we? Because I got a bit turned around in the canyon there. Yeah, so we've got a fair ways to go. Fair ways to go. I'll get some altitude, I think, so we can look down on this from above. This is amazing. Like, man, if it wasn't for the climate, I think I would want to live somewhere like this. Just no people around for... I mean, it's kind of weird. So I don't deal well actually in person with people, and I never have. But I like being around people. So I've always tended to want to live in cities, near to the city centre, ideally. But at the same time, something like this just looks like... I could just go outside and just walk in any direction and not give a shit. Like, it's somewhere like this, it's like the rest of the world doesn't even exist. There's your signs of civilization. A couple of narrow tracks cut into the shrub. That's it. That's just stunning. Absolutely stunning. There are so many places that I want to actually go and see in person. I don't know if I'll ever get to see many of them. Certainly not all of them, but one of the nice things about this sim is, at least in a way, I can enjoy them. Even if I can't go there myself, even if I can't be there in person, you know, I can get just a little taste of what it would be like. So, obviously I'm sitting here talking to you guys, so I'm not being particularly antisocial at the moment, relatively speaking. But, you know, sometimes when I'm sick of people and I don't want to deal with that shit, I can load up the sim and I can fly somewhere like this and just forget that other people even exist at all. really do be making me want to play Kenshi, though. I haven't played it for like a year at this point. Because I think the last time I played it was just after I moved to this place. So yeah, not quite a year. Like 9 months or something. 9, 10 months. Oh man, look at it. Fucking look at it. Some stretches of interstate in Arizona and New Mexico with signs that say next service is 100 miles. I mean, there are places in Australia that have no services for several hundred. But yeah, it's not quite the same. Like, I don't know. It's just different somehow. Now, to be fair, in full disclosure, I haven't been to the Australian outback. The furthest west I've been was actually at Kapuka when I was in basic training. But, you know, like my parents, for instance, have flown over roughly where my parents lived before in the sim. As I think the first MSFS stream I ever did, I flew roughly over where they are. They're within, as a crow flies, they're within about 30, 40 miles of the southwestern fringe of Sydney. So they're, like, technically they're next door to Sydney. They're next door to the biggest city in this entire country. But there's a more or less impassable mountain range between them and Sydney. Now, these are Australian mountains, so when I say mountains, I mean like this level of rugged, but not very tall. Really scrubby, bushy sandstone. It's not so much mountains as everything around it is gorgeous, I guess you could say. Like they're not really, it's not really an uplift, it's more like it's been eroded away over time. And so they're really close to Sydney. I've got my feet off the pedals right now. It's basically flying itself. They're real close to Sydney, but because of those mountains, and because there's only a couple places you can even cross those mountains by road, they're a remote community. Like they're in a remote community. They count as remote. The nearest town to them is about, I want to say 20 minutes, half an hour's drive away. And this is, you know, like 100 kilometers an hour kind of drive. And it's a small town of about maybe 100 people, maybe. The school my sister went to there was like, I think there were about 20 kids in the entire school. Maybe not even that. And then the next major population center to them is 45 minutes drive from them. 45 minutes to an hour drive from them. And that's 2,000 people. So it's like, it's nothing like this though. Where they are, it's all farmland. So it's not like it's not like it's empty. It's not like there's no signs of life. There are signs of life. It's just farmland. So it's, you know, it's out of the way. But this though, like, I don't know, man. This makes me feel a kind of thing. You know what I mean? Really makes me feel a kind of thing, especially with the back seat empty. No one's there, so it's like I'm just up here by myself, just chilling. Me and Joe, wherever he's gone, somewhere around here in his Hornet. We're the only people for God knows how many hundreds of miles. There's a road down there. See it? Looks like it's running in an old river wash or something. Just a dirt road. No cars on it. Nothing down there. I could do this all day. Like, I'm not going to, because I don't want to bore you guys to tears, and I don't want to lose my voice. But I could, honestly, I think I will do this at some point. Like, the next time I have a really shitty, stressful day, I'm just going to load up something nice and slow like this, or the Jabiru, or fuck, maybe even the Newport. And I'm just going to fly around the desert. Ah, there he is. There he is. fucking incredible. Alright, so Grand Canyon's south of us. It's just on the other side of this Mesa type thing. So we'll head down there. Check out Alaska. Oh, dude. Fucking Alaska and DC-6 made for each other. I haven't done any flying around Alaska yet. The furthest northwest I've gone was actually when I was flying the other day with CCM. We were flying up around some of the bush strips in BC. By the way, if you haven't, and if you guys in chat, if any of you stream, like, feel free to just, like, tell people, yo, I stream too. In fact, if you stream and you're in chat right now, just, like, hit X or something. Just X up in chat if you stream. Go follow these guys. But anyway, CCM was doing a bunch of bush strips in the area. He's actually made the scenery for them. So he made this whole scenery pack, and we were flying around them, and they're quite awesome. There's an old Empire Air Training Scheme airfield. You can tell it's Empire Air Training Scheme because it's got the RAF triangle. It's got the 3 runways in an equilateral triangle. It's all abandoned and run down, and we were flying around there. I took the P-38 out. That was fucking amazing. It's awesome. Cathorius is not a fan of Microsoft. Not a fan of Microsoft at all. Is that something down there? Is that Joe? Where do you go? Where does Hornet go? It's probably him. It's moving too fast to be a GA aircraft like I'm in. Just fuck, dude. Just look at it. Fucking look at this. BC's fun to fly around until you go too far. Yeah, until you go to my neighborhood. Come to Edmonton. We don't have hills. We don't have any hills. What's a hill? Never seen one. I was actually really disappointed. One of the first things I did when I was able to finally run this sim on my PC was I went to fly around Jasper, because Jasper is just breathtaking. Last time I went home, we spent about a week in Jasper. Was it a week? A bit less, I think. It was like 3 or 4 days in Jasper. And it's like, if you guys have not been... Don't go to Banff. Banff was fine, but Banff is like fucking tourist central. Don't go to Banff. Go to Jasper. Jasper is the real Canadian Rockies experience, right? Without all the fucking touristy shtick or the look at me, I'm a quaint little imitation fucking European town, like, bullshit. It's just breathtaking in real life. Like, that couple of days in Jasper alone sucked like all the misery and soul-crushing depression out of me from like the past how many years and just fucking yoked it into the mountains. I was so happy, so fucking happy for that whole time. But I tried to fly there in the sim, it looks like shit. Like, the autogen really did not do the Rockies justice at all. There's like rivers levitating above ground level, like, oh man, it's a mess. Hopefully they fix it at some point. But this, on the other hand, like, this is just, oh, perfect. You know, I was going to do another flight after this, but I don't know if I'm going to have time. I'm just content to buzz around in this thing. Like, I could do this literally for hours. Like, literally for hours. Oh my god, there's like an actual road down there. It even looks like it might be paved. Or is that a railway? It's probably a road. Holy fuck. No buildings, though. These little tracks that just... Like, for those of you who've seen No Country for Old Men, for those that haven't, watch it. It's a fucking excellent film. But for those who have seen it, like, looking at this just... I know it's a different place. I know that's set in Texas, but, like, the desolateness of it, and just imagining one guy going out, walking out onto that fucking mesa, and standing at the top of that cliff and looking out over all of this. Like... Holy shit. Like, life-changing kind of experience right there. Oh, I hear an F-18. I heard an F-18. He's probably gone under me. Oh, no, he went over me. There he is. Back when I used to still play New Vegas before I modded it to the point it broke, which is the reason I haven't played it for so many years. I just broke it and haven't been able to get my mods working since. There was a mod that added a whole new area to the game. Like, it was almost the size, I think it was almost the size of the original, I don't know about the original game map, but it was, like, huge. It was like the size of Honest Hearts or something. And it was just this. It was this. It was called, was it Dry Canyon, I think? Dry Canyon, Dry Wash, something like that. Dry Canyon, I'm pretty sure. And it was just nothing. It was just this vast expanse of nothing. And it had like a little rundown shack as a player house, and there's just nothing else. There were enemies. There were mutants, you know, there were geckos, there were rad scorpions. Not many, there were a few. It was pretty sparse. And occasionally you'd run into things like raiders or bandits, but it was just, it was this. It was canyons and gullies and dry riverbeds, and there was a really rickety suspension bridge over a canyon. Oh man, I think I spent as much time there as I did on the actual like game world, because it was just so peaceful. Let's get one out in front. My sim's probably going to freeze as it saves these. I have like 10 gajillion Steam screenshots on my PC, and so every time I take a screenshot using Steam, it shits itself. Should probably do something about that, but you know, that's not how I roll. Do I see buildings? Oh my god. Yeah, there's like a little... Somebody has a ranch or something. Well, it's not even a ranch. Somebody lives down there. Somebody lives down there, I think. Looks like a house. Or like a couple of houses, maybe. Yeah, something down there. Let's head back for the canyon. I can't remember where it is. I don't remember if it's along the length of the Grand Canyon proper, or if it's kind of on an offshoot of it or something, but there's a spot. Oh! The fuck do I turn that off? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. Okay, that's not it. Where's my... Oh, fuck. Where's my volume? Ah! That's not my... That's my fucking navigation system. God, I'm dumb. There we go. There we go. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that. Somewhere around here is... Actually, it might be even... I think it's further north. I think it's in Utah. It's a section of canyon, and it's actually got, like, a city built into the sort of face of the canyon down the bottom. I think it is in Utah. And it was the ancestral Pueblo people who built it, like, way back in fuck knows when, like 20,000-30,000 years ago, probably. But they built their homes into the sides of the canyon, and they lived in these, like... That's just cool, dude. Like, that's fucking amazing. Like, just imagine for a moment, you're one of the people who originally lived in this area. before any of these airplanes, any of this fucking chit chat on the radio, any of that shit turned up. It's just you, your family, you know, the rest of your nation, which is maybe like a couple hundred people, and then this. And this is all you know. This is all you've ever known. I'm getting to the point where I really want to get my eyes fucking lasered. I'm getting so sick of my fucking glasses. Constantly fidgeting with them because they piss me off. And they're always dirty, so I can't see what I'm doing. But at the same time, I don't want to get my eyes lasered because I know you're not supposed to read shit or be in brightly lit rooms or, God forbid, using a computer while you're recovering from it for like a day or two or something like that, and I can't go 5 minutes without reading something. Like, I would not be able to do it. They'd have to sedate me for a week. Some of the textures are a little stretched, which isn't really surprising. The satellite can't see that well down into a canyon. But, man. Like, even with the water sometimes being wonky, even with the textures being a little stretched, like, this is something special. And I really hope at some point I can actually get to see this in person. Little creaks and judders of the airframe when I maneuver it. Like I said, the sound design in... Oh, that's narrow. Do a knife edge up that. The sound design in this sim is probably one of its most underrated points. You know, the scenery is amazing. The weather is, like, incredible. But the sound design really is what puts you in the plane. There's little creaks and rattles. The buzzing of the instrument panel kind of vibrating as you roll down the runway, the quiet ticking of the fuel pump, like all of it just puts you right there in the plane. Probably paying attention to my engine pressures and temps because I have been running it pretty ragged for the past... How long have I been flying? Like an hour at this point, probably. Oops. We have an airport nearby. We do. Grand Canyon is just down. As luck may have it, the Grand Canyon. I might fly into there. I kind of want to do a bush strip, but we'll maybe fly over it and then loop back and find a bush strip somewhere. I don't want to land at a big airport. Oh my. It just opens out. Another little narrow one that it just opens out into this with the sun directly above it. There's some Pueblo places like you described earlier in New Mexico and Colorado. Yeah, well they'd be all through that whole area, I guess, following the river. As all human civilizations tend to do. They're always either by the sea or by a river. say the Colorado River running low on water is a big problem. Yeah, it would be. It really would be. For the people around it, for the whole environment. Like, literally, civilizations rise and fall on water, on rivers. That's why, you know, water rights, particularly in East Africa, water rights are becoming a big thing between Ethiopia, Sudan, Egypt, because of the damming of the Nile. Water access is such a big deal. Everyone thinks about oil or about iron or coal or uranium even. Nobody really stops to think about water. Water is the most important thing on Earth. For us, for everything else. Like, everything humans do depends on water. If we don't have water, we're fucked. Like, not only as in we drink it, obviously, fucking duh, but all our industry depends on it, our agriculture depends on it. Everything we do as human beings is tied to water. Like, everything. Hey, Burian, start over. Yeah, it is, and they import water overland. Like, they got these whole canals, and I think it's, I think the main water supply to, where is it, Phoenix? I think it was Phoenix. It's like a whole ass viaduct that runs, or aqueduct rather, that runs across the desert. Like, it's incredible engineering-wise, but if that dries out, or if your source runs out of water, or if somebody holds it hostage, like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, you know, it's just... It's not gonna go well, put it that way. It's really not gonna go well. Oh, wow. I wonder if those are actual huts or houses, or if the autogens turned a rock into a house. It does that sometimes. Some real fuckery in that part of the US. At some point they messed up and created an inland salt sea. Yes. Yes, I've heard about that one. You know who else fucked up and created an inland... Well, there was an inland sea. They disappeared the inland sea because they were busy trying to grow fucking corn and cotton in the middle of the desert. Yes, that would be our good friend Corn Dad. Got a bit carried away with the Virgin Lands campaign. That's actually, the sim probably won't do it justice because the satellite imagery in that part of the world is pretty sketch, but I actually should, you know what, maybe let's go there next. I could keep going, I really could keep going. Let's check out the Aral Sea next. So I'll find, where are we? Oh, we still got ages to go. Man, we got so far to fly. I didn't realize the scale the map's at. That's a long way. Let's keep going. But yeah, we might go down to the Aral Sea and check that out. And I think after that, there were a couple of other places I wanted to go, but I think we'll have to save them for later streams. Because otherwise I will be, like, streaming basically 24 hours, and I don't want to be doing that. I need to eat, and I've got people I need to talk to about stuff. Oh, no, shit, that's right, I was going to go back to DCS and do the Hornet stuff, yeah. So we'll land this, we'll do a quick buzz around the Aral Sea, like 5 minutes. In and out adventure, 5 minutes, he says. 6 hours later. But then we'll hop over to DCS really quickly. I'll take the Hornet up just to throw it around and show those of you who don't fly the Hornet in DCS what I meant about high angle of attack handling. And also, I got a bit of an airshow display I threw the other day. I might show you guys. By the other day, I mean last night. I did a bunch of different versions of it, but the server track files kept not, well, like the client-side track files kept not working. I couldn't open them. So I got sick of it and finally made my own mission and just flew it. But by the time I did that, I was already frustrated. So it's not the best piloting, but it's a decent show of the MiG-21's capabilities, I think. Oh my god, look at that. Fucking look at that. Wish I could get that mirror out of the way. Oh man. Oh man. I just can't get over it. I honestly can't get over it. Like, I knew it would be impressive, but I thought, you know, oh, the sim probably won't do it justice. It's doing a pretty decent job of doing it justice, all things considered. A little ways to go. So once we pass this bend, we can kind of climb out of the canyon, shoot off to the left. And we'll overfly Grand Canyon Airport. There's a little town there as well, and then there should be a bush strip we can land at nearby. I don't want to land at the big airport. Well, it's probably not a big airport. It's probably like maybe a concrete strip runway with a couple parking spots, but I want to land at a bush strip. There's Joe up there. So I can toggle those tags on and off now, which is quite handy. But the issue is I've got to figure out how to unbind F12 from the in-game user interface, because it turns the tags back on, and F12 is the Steam screenshot key, so it's like every time I take a screenshot the tags toggle back on, which is a bit annoying. A little bit further. Oh man. Yeah, that's stunning. Absolutely stunning. I think, I don't know. I kind of want to have a whole stream one of these days. Like, I'm going to continue the magical mystery tour of the East, obviously. But I kind of want to do like a whole series of streams in this where I just fly around here in Misfits in something nice and leisurely like this, or a Jabiru or something of that vein. This is actually faster than a Jabiru by quite a bit. But just fly around here and take it all in. There. So let's get some altitude. Let's roll out the top. Let's try not to stall ourselves. Oh my god. And straight into another valley. Holy shit. Over the right side of this mesa. I can only imagine, you know, for whatever other faults it may have, flying this in VR would be mind-blowing, actually mind-blowing. Like, this specific area in VR, flying something like the Harvard, or, you know, oh fuck, imagine doing a glider here. Imagine bringing one of the gliders out here. Like, that would just be insane. Just total silence except the sound of the wind rushing over the wings. I'm icing up. I'm icing up. Look at that. It's coming through that mist. I'm actually icing up in the Grand Canyon. I do love the desert. It's fucking beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, can we unfreeze? I took one too many screenshots. I have made a terrible mistake. There we we go. Now contracted a third party to do their official glider content. Interesting.
Monka.
Hey Enigma. Cheers for the Prime sub, man. Appreciate it. Had a lot of fun on the server earlier. You will see me there regularly. But maybe you'll see me here more often. Holy shit, man. I can't get over it. Like, I cannot get over... Like, and this is in a sim. This is in a fucking sim. Like, if I went here in real life, I might just, like, roll over and die. It's like, well, that's it. I'm done. Like, life is over now. What am I gonna see that could top this? Ignore the stretch textures. Oh, look at it's all... There's a road. Oh, and a lookout. Well, yeah, I can see why. Definitely want a good view down there. But look at all the trees all of a sudden on top of here. Like down there, it's totally arid. Motherfucker, I turned you off. Shut the fuck up. No. Shit. Fuck. Well, there's a magical button that solves that problem. No, this is just vanilla. This is vanilla MSFS. So the Google Maps stuff for the satellite imagery, I'm not using it, partly because it's a bit sketchy, like the amount of fuckery it takes to get it working. And second of all, the textures aren't color matched to each other. So one of the things about the Bing textures, even though they're lower quality, they're color matched to each other, so it's consistent. And consistency, which is a good word to not be able to say consistently, consistency is a big deal for me as far as visuals go. So I'd rather have lower res but more visually consistent textures than high res ones that don't match color at all. Oh, okay, so that's the airport there. So that's Grand Canyon Airport. I mean, it's not a bush strip, but it's not exactly big. But there was a bush strip. Oh, it's back there. Is there another one further down? There's one there. L37. What's L37? That's like another half hour. Oh, that's probably an hour, because that's fucking Page up there. Yeah, we're a ways out there, boys. Alright, let's double back. Actually, no, you know what? Let's just keep going this way. Let's just keep going this way. How much fuel have I got left? Where the fuck is the fuel gauge on this thing? Oh, it's probably fucking electronic, isn't it? Avionics. Fuel. Where? Where fuel? Or is that it there? That might be a flap indicator. Hydraulic pressure... Oh, there we go, fuel. I think I got heaps. Let me just confirm, because I don't know how to read the gauge. I'm assuming the empty bit is... Yeah, the empty bit's how much I've used, so I got heaps. I'm going to switch tanks, just so I'm not asymmetrical. There we go. Burn off a little off the other wing tank. Change of frequency on it. Is that what it's coming through? Is it coming through the Garmin? How do I turn this motherfucker off? Oh no, fuck, that's not what I want. How... I want you to be quiet. Shit, oh, volume, there we go. No, zoom in, zoom in. Shut! There we go. I don't want to hear anything else out of that little fucker. Interrupting my tranquility. How dare it. Oh, man. Oh, man. It is truly a curse. Oh, there we go. That's that bush strip I was going to land at Grand Canyon. We'll just land there. It is truly a curse that as somebody who fucking despises temperatures above 20 degrees Celsius, like, this to me is one of the most beautiful things on Earth. Like, I love it here, but I would die. I would actually die. Now, I don't know if Joe will be able to get in where I'm going to land, but this should be okay, hopefully. Wish I could open this canopy, though. I really do. So that kind of clearing on the right wingtip, way there in the haze, that's where I'm going to land. In theory. In theory. I'll give her a little bit of flap. Probably dropped him a bit early. Give her a little more flap. A lot of nose up trim here. Currently 32 degrees F. What's that in real units? That's like not much, hey, it's pretty cold. Zero? Oh, it's freezing. Okay, well that would explain the icing. Yeah, that's cool then. I could deal with that. 32 degrees Celsius and above. Fucking kill me, but... freezing, I can deal with that. I don't like the fact I can see trees. I really don't like the fact I can see trees. Let's, I think I've got space. I think I got space. I'm just going to have to angle it between the trees, which is going to be interesting. Let's dump the flaps all the way. Cut the power all the way. It's going to be slightly uphill as well, which is good. It'll shorten my rollout. We're icing up again. This is meant to be the bush strip, I'm pretty sure. It's fucking marked as a bush strip. Oh, whoops-a-daisy. It's enough to make you weep. Oof, fucking bounce. I'm a little worried there's going to be a tree in front of me. I can't see over the nose. There was a tree in front of me. Ah! Who puts trees on a bush strip? Really? Am I online? Yeah, I was. So that's 2 times we've stacked in... No, 3 times we've stacked into the ground today. We're doing well. Oh well. It's not the landing, it's the journey. Right? That's how that works. Weather in northern Arizona is cool. In southern Arizona, according to Wikipedia, the record July high in Flagstaff is 36 Celsius. 36 Celsius sucks, but at least it's not 40, which I'm pretty used to at this point living here. Canberra doesn't get quite as hot. So we went all the way down from the Glen Canyon Dam, all the way down here. Did I fly under that bridge? I don't remember seeing that bridge. So we didn't go, no, we didn't go down there, that's right. So we went down there, then we went overland. Where did we go overland? Fuck, I'm lost. I don't even remember. Oh, I have the stupids. This isn't the bush strip. This is where I attempted to land. This isn't the bush strip. The bush strip, well, there's one there. But the bush strip I was looking for, which looks more or less the same, it's just a cleared gash in the tree line. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Hang on, what the fuck is this? Oh, there's some sort of pattern in the trees. It got my attention. Actually, yeah, it's up. Oh, it's just the terrain, I guess. Yeah, so we had a fair bit of an adventure. That's a hell of a place to fly around. Right, the Aral Sea, before I get sidetracked too much more. Ironically, still appears to have water in it on MSFS, which is not the case in real life, I can fucking assure you. Возрождение! Yes, let's fly from Rebirth Island. This is totally gonna be safe. No chemical weapon residues, no anthrax to be seen here. Don't worry about it. Mr. Alabek said that it's all gone. Actually, I'm pretty sure he said the opposite. Where do we want to fly? What do I want to fly? I have not flown this yet, but the view from the cockpit's probably going to be pretty shit because of all the framework. Let's just fly the Arrow and hope it doesn't crash the sim. And if it does crash the sim, we'll just go straight to DCS anyway. So this appears to be underwater. Believe me, it's not, or it shouldn't be unless the sim has done something. You know what? It's entirely possible that the sim has gone, oh, this is marked as water on a map from like 1960. I'm going to put water here. It's entirely possible that that has happened. And if that has happened, I'm going to spawn in the water. It's going to be hilarious. But yeah. Where the fuck is Kantubek? Kantubek should be around here somewhere. Fucking Rebirth is like 3 times this. Should be 3 times this size even before the Aral Sea started draining. Yeah, it should be Rossmann. But it's a 0 instead of an O. And I'm going to switch actually back to West USA. So Joe, if you're still wanting to fly as well, switch to West USA. Just since that's what I'm usually on, it makes it easier for people to join. Yeah, let's fly from Возрождение. Just don't breathe too hard. So for those missing why I'm joking about anthrax and not breathing too hard, this was the Soviet Union's main chemical and biological weapons production facility for a great many years. And it has been the subject of a lot of conjecture about where their supplies went after the Soviet Union stopped being a thing. Also, the Aral Sea, which used to be, as the name would imply, a large inland body of water, is now mostly desert because during the Virgin Lands campaign, Mr. Khrushchev got a bit carried away with trying to grow cotton in fucking Kazakhstan and decided to divert water off the Aral Sea to feed irrigation canals. As you might imagine, this did not go as planned, and it dried out the entire fucking sea to the point where now it's basically a puddle. Like, it's almost literally a puddle. There's barely any actual water left in it. One of the wonderful solutions proposed by the Soviets for this, to refill the sea, was to chain off chain off a string of nukes from the north, like from the Arctic Circle, basically, from the Arctic Sea, all the way down through fucking Siberia, right? They were going to use nukes to dig a canal to refill the Aral Sea with fucking water from the Arctic Circle. Like, I shit you not. They set off like 2 bombs and they realized this is dumb as fuck, and they stopped. Like, oh man. Yeah, Khrushchev had some very interesting ideas. Interesting. Oh, is it nighttime? I'm gonna have to change that. I want it to not be nighttime. I mean, it looks cool, but I want to actually see where we're going. It does look good though. Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's the good shit. That's the good shit right there. Okay. Yep. That's fine. You can go away. Where are my cockpit lights, panel lights? Whoa. There we go. Switch lights. Yep. Okay. That's closed. That needs to be closed or we're going to have a bad time. I need to actually move my viewpoint up a little. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. I need to move my viewpoint up a little because I hate these views where you're staring down in the cockpit. I like to look up. I like to look where I'm going, not at my fucking crotch. Okay. Are my radio... That can go off. fucking want my radio. Fuel pump goes on. Landing light, nav light, strobe can stay off. Pitot heat can go on because it's probably pretty cold at this time of year in the RLC. We should have a bit of trim. Let's set, not full flat, let's set to like half. My pitch is maxed, my mixture is maxed, parking brake is that thing down there. I love this. I love this aesthetic. This cockpit is just beautiful. Did I accidentally turn my parking brakes on? Hello? I might have. Yes, I did. Big brain. Oh, look, he's left. So this is something they added with the Reno Air Races. An aircraft low to the ground will now leave a dust plume behind it. Whoop. A little bit early on that rotation. Gear up. Yep, I know. Flaps coming up. Bit of back trim to counter the flaps, or the fact that we no longer have the flaps out. Oh wow. Using that thrust to weight ratio, I see. Okay, we'll get rid of the landing light. We'll leave the, oh no, we'll leave the navs on. The click zones are a little off. They feel like they're offset to one side slightly. That should be Cantubec. And there's lights on. Pretty sure there shouldn't be lights on in Cantubec. Nobody has lived there for a very long time. So, Vozrozhdenie Airfield is just an 8-point star, basically. It's got 4 runways and it forms a cross because I guess the wind here changes at the drop of a hat. I need to not run the crap out of the engine. Please and thank you. Yep, that is Cantubec. It's not a very big town. It's not even a city. It's literally a town. And that was for the workers, soldiers, and their families who worked at the chemical and biological weapons facility here on Rebirth Island. Vozrozhdenie means rebirth. Many, many moons ago, there was a source mod in the works called Ivan's Secrets, and it was set in Cantubec. And unfortunately, it ended up becoming one of those many mods in the sort of late 2000s who stagnated long enough. Like, they had really promising progress on source, and then they decided they were going to switch to CryEngine, just randomly. That claimed Raindrop as well, which was another sort of post-Soviet semi-apocalyptic Stalker-esque mod that I was really looking forward to in Source. Like, these mods looked good in Source. These mods in Source looked better than fucking CryEngine does. And they inexplicably decided, no, we want to go to CryEngine, and then they just died on their ass and never ended up releasing. So those 2 mods I will be forever heartbroken about. Look at the dimples on the wing. It actually looks like an aircraft skin. But yeah, like, I was really hyped for it. It never ended up happening. But this is Rebirth Island, Vozrozhdenie. So, town of Cantubec, I think that's part of the actual weapons facility there. And then a lot of the island was just used as a testing range. Before the RLC drained, this was quite difficult to get to. So a lot of people had, like, there were fishing boats and shit. Like, there's a lot of coastal communities, coastal at the time, that used to do a lot of fishing in the RLC. Obviously not anymore, because there is no sea anymore. So it's quite apocalyptic, and I think, actually, the music video for the end of summer, I think it is, Konchitsa Leta, the Kino song, I think it was that one. It took scenes from Igla, and I think that was filmed partially around the RLC. because there were like shots of boats just in the middle of the desert, and there's only one place pretty much, well, two places on Earth that happens, one in the US and one here. Well, I don't know, three, because the Atacama. So if we're heading west now, I guess west is the best way to go to get to land. But this all used to be sea. This used to be sea floor. You can see that the Sims put a little bit of water in there still, but basically the Aral Sea is now a puddle. There's all the water is concentrated up on the northern end of it, so I can open oh, I don't think I can open the... No, I can open the VFR map in this. It wasn't working before. You can see, yeah, like you can see the water is basically gone, and even a lot of that shouldn't be water. So the northern part of the Aral Sea has a little bit of water in it, and that's about it. Vostochnia is no longer an island. It hasn't been an island for about 10 or 20 years. It's rejoined with the mainland. You can actually see where the shore used to be. That used to be the shoreline. And now it's just desert. The Arrow is quite nice to fly. It looks nice. I like this style of plane. Like, I'm usually not that into sort of Civi GA aircraft, but like the aesthetics on this are just on point. Like that sort of 70s, 80s look, or maybe even, yeah, 60s, 70s look, I guess, for this. It's beautiful. Very slight climb here, which is okay. Just stay in it. It's variants 90s onwards. Well, the fucking interior decoration is very 60s or 70s, honestly. Like, if you got rid of this fucking garbage, those look okay. Get rid of this garbage and, like, look at this. Oh, look at this. That's the good shit right there. Oh, that's the money shot. And then, like this. A fucking Telex. Who does this anymore? Like, look at this fucking thing. This is awesome. These do fold down, by the way. You've got your power settings there, your takeoff and landing checklists. If you open this, and this is part of the whole Microsoft Flight Sim damage model thing, if you open this in flight above a certain speed, the plane will just insta-die. It'll say you overstress the aircraft. That's bullshit. Like, you wouldn't want to open that at high speed, but the whole, oh, you've destroyed the plane, like, nah, leave it out. See the sun coming up behind me. Oh man. Oh man. I can't get over how good this sim looks, man. I cannot get over it. It's fucking stunning. It's not a bad looking little plane, hey. Really not a bad looking little plane. And there is just a whole hell of a lot of nothing here. So a lot of these airfields are where the shore used to be and is no longer. We might actually, I think we got some water in front of us. Like, it shows it on the map, but I think I actually see water. So that's one of the few places where there's still water left in the Aral Sea. But all of this was seafloor. It wasn't very deep. Like, that's part of the reason the Aral Sea disappeared so quickly. It wasn't a very deep sea. It's large, but it's quite shallow. I think maybe a couple meters. That was about it. Oh, look at the fucking lighting on the cockpit, man. I cannot get enough of this. I just cannot get enough of this. This is another one of those places. It doesn't have the awe-inspiring terrain of the Grand Canyon or the American Southwest in general, but just, there's nothing here. Absolutely nothing. Just you, the plane, and the sun and the clouds. And just seemingly endless desert. So I think we'll... I'm not going to fly around the whole Aral Sea. That would take way too long. I think we'll... Fuck, I'm just looking at the distances involved. That's going to be a flight. But I wish I could draw a bearing to that. But if we turn basically southwest, that should take us there. There we go. That's a screenshot there, I think. Sun peeking over the clouds, just above the horizon. Another one there, with the moon. Oh, and that's the sim freezing, because I took too many screenshots too quickly. Oopsie daisies. So yeah, I guess today has been a desert appreciation kind of day. We started off flying on Syria in DCS. Now we're, you know, then we flew around the Grand Canyon, and now we're here over the Aral Sea, or what's left of it. That's what I mean about nav lights, by the way. In real life, you might see a faint... He's teleporting a bit. You might see a faint pinprick of light, but you would not see that much. Like, there's no way. Nav lights are really overdone in Sims. Really, really overdone. I kind of get why, so you can do traffic avoidance properly, because, you know, your eyesight's not as good in the Sim, but in real life you would not see that so clearly. Yes, I am still on, and in fact, speaking of dams, we just saw some earlier. I attempted to fly under the bridge by the Glen Canyon Dam and found out that it has a solid hitbox that extends all the way down to the water. So this is the kind of area, and I've said this before, with the Flight Sim Eastern Adventure. Once we make it through Ukraine, which is going to be a while. Once we get through Ukraine, and then back up the North Caucasus. We'll cross the Caspian again. We'll hop over the Caspian Sea again, and we will fly through here. So we'll fly to the Darvaza gas crater, the Devil's Throat. We'll fly to that. We'll fly around sort of the northern mountains of Iran, like on the Turkmen border. We'll fly along there, and we will come up here to the Aral Sea. We will fly around the Aral Sea during that journey. Is that actual water? I think it's meant to be a cloud, or maybe even snow. I wonder. But yeah, we will be flying around this area during that journey. I couldn't contain it any longer. I had to come see the Aral Sea for myself. Salt? It could be. Yeah, it could be, actually. It's a bit, like, pure white for salt, though. Salt around these parts is usually kind of a, like, that. That would be salt. But maybe. Oh, man. I underestimated the vastness of this and the speed of this aircraft. God. That is a long flight. That is a very long flight. Do we have any bush strips? I don't think we do. I don't think there is such a concept as a bush strip in this part of the world. This This is fucking, where is it? That's Ashgabat. There. TAA is Ashgabat, I think. And then Murray. Oh my god. I think... one of these is Murray. I can't remember which one. No, actually Murray is further east, I think. Is it? No, because this is fucking Afghanistan down here. This is fuck. Uzbekistan? No, Tajikistan. Uzbekistan. I can't remember which one is more southwest. One of these is Murray. One of them is. I can't remember which one. Because that's, I'm certain that's Ashgabat, because that's the mountain range, and then this is Iran down here. This is the Caspian. This is where we were flying. Yeah, that's Ashgabat. That's Murray, I think. UTAM is Murray. So I may have just accidentally set myself a flight, an equivalent distance of Ashgabat to Murray, which is... oops! Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. It would be much quicker to turn around and go back and land at Vozdozhdenia, but you know what, let's go for a little while. I might do a bush landing somewhere, find like a salt pan and land on it. I don't want to keep going for another like 5 hours in this sim, so we're not going to fly the whole way. It'll take too long. This aircraft's too slow. If I was in a jet, I would do it. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm trying to persuade Pom that he needs to learn the scenery making tools and do a proper scenery for Ashgabat, including all the fucking RGB pro gamer lighting at night time. Yeah, I know. I actually asked about that after the first test, because I wanted to... You know what, let's land on that salt flat over there. I don't want to fly for like another fucking 10 hours in this sim. As much as, like, as beautiful as it is, and as much as I'm enjoying just chilling, like, I have shit I need to do. And I've kind of lost track of time. It is now 6 p.m. Oops. 11-hour stream. It's probably going to be 12 hours, because I've still got to do DCS after this. Fucking hell. Alright, let's prepare for landing here. Yeah, I know. She doesn't like it when I pull the power back without dropping the gear. Land. Oh, no. Put the landing... Fucking that one. There we go. Put the landing lights back on. That's the... You see that? That's the shore. That's probably the shore there. So yeah, actually this salt flat would have been... And there's water. Look. There's water. So we're actually going to land on the shore of what is left of the Aral Sea. Which... Yeah, if we look at it on the map, that's exactly where we're going. So the sea should have gone, like, around here. Like, it was big. It wasn't deep, but it was big. But considering I'm zoomed all the way out, this is the largest scale that I can set the VFR in-game map to. And look at the scale involved, like, look at the distance involved. That's where we took off. UTMO is where we took off. Look how little distance we've covered on this map. Like, that is how big this sea once was. And now it's a couple of thin ribbons of water in the south and a bit of a pond up north, like maybe a lake up north. Yes, I know. I know. Shush. I like the gear sound for this. It's very, I don't know, mechanical. Sad robot noises. Full flap. We probably don't really need full flap. Put on a bit of power. A bit of back trim. Well, a lot of back trim. Yeah, I probably could have gone half flap. So we'll actually pull in one stage of flap. Just so I can land a little longer. This hopefully will be flat. It's a salt pan, so it should be. Then once we're over the shore here, what used to be the shore, we can dump the flaps all the way out. If we need to, we might not need to actually. Because the Virgin Lands campaign involved a lot of very intensive cotton and corn farming in the desert in the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. And Nikita Khrushchev was not the most environmentally conscious of Soviet leaders and didn't realize what a fucky-wucky he'd made until it was too late. This is the Aral Sea, or was the Aral Sea. See the way the sun distorts when it's above the horizon? Like, they actually got that effect in-game. That's fucking awesome. Just the attention to detail, man. The attention to detail gets me. I'm not entirely sure, actually. I think it was saltwater. I think. It would make sense it was saltwater, given where it was. Cool. I'm not going to bother shutting the plane down. We're just gonna pop out of the flight. Yeah. And I'm going to quickly fire up DCS and demo what I meant about the Hornet, and maybe go through a quick track file, and then I'm going to finally end the stream. Okay, so you might have missed the takeoff, but where we took off was Возрождение, which is Rebirth Island, you may know it as, and if you played Call of Duty, you would recognize that name, and you would recognize that name because it was one of the primary centers of Soviet chemical and biological weapons development. Yeah, it really is. It really is, Patrick. What's this for? Oh, that's Maple. There we go. I should have noticed that beforehand. Sorry, Maple. Let's hop over to DCS. Whoop. Bear with me. Normally I'd get some music going for DCS, but it's just going to be a short... Actually, you know what? No, I think we will. I think we will. remember to link my throttles together. Although I probably will. I'll have to check. Let me actually just now, before I switch scenes again, let me check where the axis is on this. And if it's actually back to being where it should be, then I can rebind all my dual throttles. But if it's not quite in the place yet, I'll leave it a little longer and we'll see if it corrects itself over time. I don't know why it's corrected itself at all over time. It makes no goddamn sense, but you know, whatever. Thrustmaster build quality.txt. Throttle HOTAS. Let me check. Thrust left. Okay. No, it's still off. Okay, it's still off, so we're gonna unbind that. I'll have to try and figure out where exactly, like how much it's off by and see if I can fix it. But, whatever. It's not quite there yet. Alright, let's get DCS up and running. So we will also see if I can remember how to start this thing up in DCS. It's a little more involved than MSFS. Okay, we'll get my pilot out of the way because I'm going to need to click stuff. Let's switch liveries for a start. Actually, no. We'll grab one of the, Can I grab the Aussie ones with this? Yes, oh no, I can grab the Canadian ones, even better. I like the Australian ones, but the Canadian, like the Sim 3.0 liveries are just, oh. Let's just take a clean aircraft. This is a Legacy Hornet, not a Super, but they're similar enough. The flight control laws basically work more or less the same way. But we'll take a clean aircraft, because that's what you have in MSFS. So, armor seat, battery on, APU on, engine crank right. Go ahead and turn those on, although they're not going to come on yet, I don't think. Okay. There we go. See how I pulled the throttle out of the detent to actually get the engine to catch? In MSFS, you don't do that. In MSFS, your flight idle is the actual idle cutoff position, because they don't seem to have simulated any detents, any cutoffs, or afterburners, nothing. Like the afterburner in this is, I think, a lift through or something like finger lifts through it. In MSFS, it's click a button, like you're in a MiG-19. Because there's no detent simulated on the throttle. Okay, engine crank left. You can start it with a bleed air, I don't. I just started off the engine crank. Go takeoff trim. Reset the flight controls. We'll just hit takeoff trim again because I probably just fucked it. Nuclear consent switch, which is rewired to the nav flare. So it's not relevant for us. Okay, left engine spun up. There we go. Anti-skid's already on. And I gotta try and remember. So radar to standby. This goes... I think it's ground. Or IFA. No, it's like IFA. But I don't turn it to IFA yet, I don't think. I need to turn these on, is what I forgot to do. So these need to go on. You won't worry about the HMD, that's not really something I care about. At this point, where is... Oh, I gotta fucking wind it that way, that's right. What do you do if your throttle doesn't have a detent for afterburner? You either just remember that like the top 25% of throttle is afterburner or something, or you could bind it to a switch or a button, I guess. I don't. I mean, I have a detent, but even when I didn't have one, I just bound it to the top 25% of the throttle. Or the top 10% rather. Okay, fucking... Yeah! There we go, that's better. Stored heading. No, stored heading, hello, and then... Fuck, how do I do that? I forget. You box the stored heading, and then you do something. Oh, you just wait for it to tick down, I guess. Yeah, you wait for it to tick down, I guess. Those are our bits. Let's run the bit test on the flight controls. It's been a long time since I've flown this, so I'm a bit rusty. INS degraded, yes we know. You can see what I mean about the fonts being wrong, obviously. You know, it's not really a big surprise. We want to turn that on. There we go, now we have a HUD, and it kind of scales in. So, radar altimeter. Don't worry about setting up data link or IFF. We're not flying in combat, we're just taking it for a joy flight. Okay, well that's good. Then let's go... Support menu, let's go FPAS, which is what we had open in Flight Sim. You can see the layout of the page is different. And on this page we go... I had the HUD repeater actually, so we just go HUD, and that was the HUD repeater. I think our ground alignment's good enough quality. I think it's when it gets below... You know what, we can leave that. That's fine. And then we just switch to IFA when it's happy. Yep, it's happy. 0.5. IFA. There we go. Happy days. Now, the canopy controls are down here. And I can close it part way. Or I can close it all the way. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Parking brake's still on, I know that. Flaps are half. Put the lights on. Will become a nice visible moth light. Where are my... They're on this side, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Formation can go to like medium brightness. Position can go to medium brightness. They should be on. Cool! I think we are basically ready. The APU switched itself off, which it also does in MSFS, which is credit where credit's due. How new are you to the 18? I'm not new to it, I just don't fly it. I fly Cold War stuff, primarily Red 4. So I have flown the 18, I can kill things with it, I just rarely fly it. Oh man, the old RCAF liveries look so good. This is acceptable low-vis. I usually intensely dislike NATO low-vis liveries, but this is a good low-vis. This looks good. Okay. Get rid of that. Oh, Obogs, yeah, good call. We're not gonna be, well, we might be flying that high. Maybe. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the stream title. I came up with it shortly after rolling out of bed this morning. Yep, it was already reset. It should be, I'm gonna hit reset on it again just to make sure, but it should be reset and then take off trim. So the reason I popped in this is because I was flying the Super Hornet in MSFS and I was talking about the differences between it and the Hornet flight model in DCS. Again, Super Hornet compared to Legacy, there are differences, obviously they're two different aircraft, but there's enough commonality between them, particularly the way the flight control system's programmed, that when I'm struggling to get 30 degrees AOA in a Super, something's not right. Go high gain. I think the last time I would have flown this thing was nearly a year ago. Okay, there we go. So there we go, we're off the ground, but the Super does take off a little earlier because it's got a larger wing. I didn't bind my gear on the gear handle on this yet because I haven't flown it in a year. But there we go. Gears up. Flaps are up. So let's pull some alpha. I'm a little too fast actually. I accelerated too much. I'm not used to flying the Hornet clean. When it's clean, it actually does pick up speed quite well. There we go, 28, 36, 37. No wing stall, because the fly-by-wire system's fighting it. Like, I can just hold the stick pinned fully back, and the aircraft is totally symmetrical. I can use the rudder a bit to roll it, but the aircraft is stable. No, this is a Legacy Hornet. This is the normal DCS Hornet. So I'm just using the rudder to kind of auger into the left here. But you notice the difference? Like, remember, as soon as I got near 30 AOA in MSFS, the plane was just bucking over to one wing and trying to go into the ground. I have to force it to go onto one wing here, using the rudder. So here we go again. And this is something, you know, when Pom was streaming, and when he gets back probably as well, you'll see him doing it. He'll just fly above the airfield, pulling, like, ridiculous AOA and not giving a shit. Because the Hornet's designed to do this. Like, look, I'm 9800 knots, 30 AOA, and the plane doesn't... 40 AOA, it doesn't give a shit. Now I just release the controls, put the power on, and we've regained controlled flight. So it's... like, and you can see, like, if I maneuver the aircraft and we watch the tail surfaces, you can see that slight flutter to them. That's not me, that's the FCS correcting my inputs. I'm sorry, but we have to, because I'm trying to demonstrate something, a difference in the flight model. So those little tiny flutters the tail plane's doing, that's not me, that's the plane. Like there again, that little sort of flutter it did. There we go, 36. It's stable like this. I'm just holding the stick back, and it's perfectly happy to do this. I have a little bit of roll authority with the stick, not much. I have more with the rudder. $50, 54, 55. 57. There we go, 57 angle of attack. It just doesn't care. Just does not care. And then power's already on, release the stick, and we got flying speed back. So you can see there's a difference there. In roll, the roll rate's about the same. Feels about the same. Maybe a tiny bit faster in the Legacy Hornet, but it's a smaller aircraft with smaller wings. In pitch, it feels similar. So remember how I said the Hornet has that kind of rubber band feeling in pitch? It's loose, it's not snappy and tight like the 16 is, it's kind of loose. It does that in DCS. I'm fast again because, you know, clean Hornet. But it does that in DCS, it also is doing that in MSFS. So I think their flight model is probably not super wrong. It's just near the edges of the envelope, and the high angle of attack stuff it really needs looking at, and it's probably because their flight control logic isn't working properly. You'll also notice I have much more nose up authority than nose down. I have barely any nose down authority. This is full forward stick. Whereas if I go full back stick, instantly the plane goes up and just dumps all its speed. And then if I go full left rudder, if I had split throttles, like if my left throttle was actually working and I could do split throttles, I'd be able to do J turns and shit in this plane. Like, you know, it's designed to be able to handle this high of an AOA, so it's just bizarre that in MSFS it can't do it, you know. It's like the selling point of the Hornet is its high angle of attack, low speed handling. So to have a sim where you can fly a Hornet but it can't do that. Yeah, roll rate's about the same. It just... You'll notice as well that the fly-by-wire system's limiting my tail authority at high speed, so I don't over-G the aircraft too much. Doesn't do that in MSFS. MSFS doesn't seem to limit your G at all. And then, if I get a little more altitude and then go up and go inverted, we'll see what the trim does. So I haven't touched the trim hat. This is just default trim. So if I level off, it's a little imprecise to do because the aircraft doesn't want to... See, I'm level. It's hands off, 1G trim. I haven't touched the trim hat. Now, if I roll inverted and then try and line up my flight path vector with the... Yeah, it's 1G trim. It wants to go down. It doesn't have negative. So remember how in MSFS I rolled upside down and the aircraft stayed there? Or it very slowly started descending? Here it goes straight over. MSFS is a good sim. It's just that a lot of the flight models aren't quite as good as they should be. So a lot of the vanilla aircraft just need a touching up here and there. Some of the third-party aircraft are either not that good to start with, or they just aren't using the most up-to-date version of the flight model. The sim isn't the problem. The problem is that, you know, the amount of development time and money that goes into a really good flight model is just, a lot of them aren't doing it yet. So like a lot of the early releases from the third parties were just ports from their FSX or P3D or X-Plane modules, and they were using the legacy flight model, which is not good. You know, you may as well be playing FSX but with better graphics at that point. But the MSFS flight model itself is quite good. It's quite a powerful flight model. It just needs the right inputs. And as far as weather goes, like, it just smokes DCS. DCS is not a flight sim, it's a combat sim. Like, I will die on that hill. DCS does not simulate flying, it simulates air combat and systems management. If you want to simulate flying, you go play MSFS, because in MSFS, if you fly over the mountains, you'll get an updraft on one side, a downdraft on the other. If you're not careful, it'll smash you into them. DCS, forget it. In MSFS, you fly into a thunderstorm, you'll end up upside down, stalled, and possibly overstressing the plane. In this, fly into a thunderstorm, who cares? It won't do anything. There's nothing. Maybe there's a canned turbulence effect that plays over the whole map, but there's nothing actually from the storm. So, MSFS is actually like a flight sim, whereas this is a combat sim. They've got two very different priorities. If you put the weather system from MSFS into this, then boy, you would have something fucking special. Going for longest DCS stream today. Well, it hasn't just been DCS. But I'm going to hop off here shortly. Let's go set this thing down. Then I'll run that track file, and then I'll be out of here. I appear to have lost Kataisi. There's the river, so it should be on my... No, it's not on my nose. Where am I pointing? I'm pointing southeast, that's why. Should be off my nose now. Over there. There it is. I see it. No, that's Sanaki. Okay, I'm further west than I thought. So I've got Kataisi behind me and Sanaki off the nose. We'll go land at Sanaki. When the Hornet's actually clean, when the Hornet is a clean aircraft, it's not that slow, but god, you put any stores on this thing and it just turns into a brick. Like, I'm not used to seeing more than 360 knots in the Hornet. Ever. Like, ever. I rarely see into the 500s on this thing. Can you do aerial refueling in MSFS 2020? Not that I'm aware of. Somebody will probably mod it in eventually, but I don't think it supports it at the moment. Go half flap. Get rid of the boards here as well. Just need that to slow me down a bit so I can dump the flaps. There's the runway. Which run 4 AMRAMs and a pair of 9Xs? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I usually do. 4 or 6. Get rid of the outer pylons, just run the cheek stations and the inboards, maybe with doubles on the inboards. It's actually surprisingly less draggy with doubles than singles. Like double on the inboard than if it was 4 singles, you know what I mean. But it's like, it's not a fast jet, but it feels a lot more spry when it's clean. Yes, I know. Oh, I keep forgetting I haven't bound the gear lever in this yet. Still on the keyboard for it, because I haven't flown the Hornet for, like I said, about a year. Can only take doubles now. If you want it single, it'll still be a single missile and a double rack. Really interesting. Very interesting. Quite often I'll run 4 AMRAMs and then 2 Sparrows. I like bringing the Sparrows just to catch people out, because a lot of people, especially on places like GS, they're like, oh, a radar missile, I'll just notch it. Like, bitch, you ain't notching a Sparrow. Oh, I fucking hate this landing system so much. I absolutely despise this thing's landing system. I think this is the closest I've ever come to keeping it on speed for an entire landing, though. Oh, no. There we go. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's like the only thing I genuinely despise about this plane. I like the Hornet, but god, I hate how it lands. Smack. And then it's got shit-awful brakes that do absolutely nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. How I usually land this plane is I just ignore all the HUD cues, I override the autopilot landing logic, and I fly it like a normal plane. I flare on landing, I trigger the fuck out of POM by doing it, but I don't care. Miss me with that slamming shit on the deck business. I like to land things nice and softly. Right, I'm not going to bother shutting it down. It's not the purpose of this exercise. The purpose of this exercise was to demonstrate the difference in how it flies, which I think we've done. So, replay Scuffed Edition. This is what I want. So this is something I flew, get this HOTAS off my desk, this is something I flew yesterday. So I was trying to, and I have been for a while, trying to work out like an aerobatics routine, because I kind of am tempted to try and get into one of the DCS air shows that people do, but I can never work out a routine, and I'm not consistent enough. Like, I'm not an aerobatic pilot, I'm a DCS combat pilot. Like, I fly on Cold War and I shoot things. But I have kind of started to get an idea together for the 21, and this is just me trying to demonstrate some of it. So who knows, maybe I'll actually work out a proper routine, I'll get rid of my bad habit of flying too close to the runway so people aren't destroying their necks to look at the plane, and I might see if I can get into a virtual air show at some point in the 21 and show the Gen 4 guys what this thing can do, because a lot of them don't realise just how agile this plane is. So we'll sort of speed run it through the startup procedure here, because nobody wants to see that. And I'll do one run from inside the cockpit so you can see my perspective, then I'll do like a sort of spectator view, I guess. There we go. And, in fact, I have a particular song that I would like to play next. If I can find it. In fact, as much as I love 633 Squadron, we're just gonna hop to this one now. And I think it's like about a minute in. Yeah, about a minute. There we go. So this was just a mission I threw together quickly. I flew the original routine on Mugger's aerobatic server, and the track file didn't save. Then I flew it on his other server, just the Caucasus Aviation Playground. That track file didn't save properly. It saved, but I couldn't access any of the cameras or use my keyboard for some reason, so I couldn't even get to the escape menu. Then I tried on Aerobatics Online, and it was the wrong time of day. I tried on the Aerobatics Online modded server, and it was the wrong fucking weather. So then I just made my own fucking mission and said fuck it, and did it offline. And also, this is another way the periscope proves its superiority, is I can line up my smoke, my airshow smoke, in the periscope against the airshow smoke I can see over the top of the canopy. So I can make sure my loops are straight by doing that. So it's just like an index line, you get them to line up perfectly and you know you're straight. Sunday for you. Look, what was I going to do on a Sunday anyway? Nothing, right? Supposedly, we aren't doing an armor mission tomorrow, or there might be armor, but not a mission. I don't know, I'll have to check that out. If we aren't doing anything, I might skip the stream just because I'm not going to have a voice by tomorrow. But yeah, I'll be streaming through the week anyway. We'll do some more DCS. We'll probably do some Mirage 2000 on Blue Flag if I can get in while it's populated, because I really want to show off that thing's radar update. It's wonderful. And then we'll probably do some more MSFS. We might do another part of our Great Eastern Journey, and then later in the week maybe some IL-2 if I can squeeze it in somewhere. I would think, well, maybe not for the adapters, like the plugs for them, but I would have thought that anything an AMRAAM could fit on, a Sparrow could fit on, because, I mean, they're the same body, aren't they? It's just the fins are different. And obviously, I guess the electrical connections would be as well. Or maybe not, maybe they're the same. I don't know. I'm also not sure if I want to keep the smoke for an airshow display. It helps you keep track of where the MiG is, and it can kind of show me where my flight path has been, so it helps me do some maneuvers, but A, I forget to turn it off until after I'm on the ground and I realise I've just smoked out the entire airfield, and B, it's, I don't know, it feels a bit overkill, and it hides that wonderful afterburner plume the MiG-21 has. Plus we only have white smoke. I'd like some red smoke or something. You know, something a bit more interesting. You can also see that even though clouds now render above runways and water, smoke doesn't. So we can see the taxiways through my airshow smoke somehow, because, you know, DCS. This is flown with 2 missiles, by the way, which is another thing. On Aerobatics Online and Mugger's server, I couldn't carry any weapons, but when I fly displays in this, I try and carry at least 2 missiles. It's just a bit more of a flex on the Hornet guys when you show how much performance this jet has with its missiles on it. Flew it without a belly tank, because the belly tank would not be something you would use when you're throwing it around with this many Gs. I pulled a couple of 8G turns in this show, so the belly tank would get yeeted even if it was empty. So you can't see it from the cockpit, but this is a slow pass, gear, flaps down, and air brakes as well. Holding it steady at 300 k's an hour. The secret to this one is you don't put the flaps all the way out. You put takeoff flaps, not landing. If I put landing flaps and I need to abort the maneuver, I can't go to afterburner or the engine will die on me. So I use takeoff flaps. It also means I'm less draggy. The 21's already struggling with the gear down, let alone the gear and the flaps. So it just makes it easier to only use takeoff flaps. And I had to leave myself some altitude to recover at the end there because it sunk a bit as well. Six AMRAMs, 2 AIM-9s, yeah. I think that's Pom's go-to loadout is 6 AMRAMs and 2 AIM-9s. So he uses the doubles on the inboards and then the 2 cheek stations. Super Hornet demo flown with 3 tons of load, did a pirouette with it. I think I've seen that one. I think. So, shortly, at some point in this routine, I think it might be on this next pass or the one after, you'll see me do a very big boo-boo and recover it just because somebody overestimated how long they could stay inverted before their engine would shit itself. I thought, oh, I've throttled right back, I'm out of afterburner, it should be okay to stay inverted for like 10 seconds. So I did a knife edge here, and I was already kind of worried about 0G'ing the engine. It tolerates negative G better than it tolerates 0G, so anything where you're forcing the nose down with that kind of, you know, to 0G is a really bad idea. But when I did the inverted pass, that was the big bad idea. And part of what I need to get in the habit of doing is the area I'm in right now, where I'm about 1 kilometer or 2 from the airbase, is where I should be flying. So I'm actually far enough away from the crowd, even though this isn't a real crowd. They use cameras set up where they would be, so that people aren't like doing these ones, trying to look at me. They can just look straight ahead. I have this problem that, you know, like at a real air show, the plane can be 2 kilometers that way, and you can still see it clear as day because you have these wonderful things called human eyes, whereas in the game, we don't have that, and you have to zoom way the fuck in to see the plane with any kind of visual fidelity. So I get in the habit of flying too close to the runway, and I also use the runway as a lineup reference. So I need to fly further out away from it. So I got a few things to work on, but I think I will try and get in one of the aerobatic shows at some point. I don't know which one, I don't know when, but I will be flying the 21. 23 air show reveal, that would be something. That would really be something. Like, the first sighting of the MiG-23 module in-game by the public is at a fucking air show, and it just, like, clowns on everything. That would be amazing. Like, oh, you thought this thing couldn't maneuver? You were wrong. Spend less time reading the national interest and more time reading the actual aircraft documentation. I think this was the inverted pass here. I think? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There goes the engine. So about just under 10 seconds. That was a big mistake. So here, I'm relighting the engine in a panic, like, oh fuck, I'm flying away from the runway. I have to turn 180 degrees to land. There's no airfields in front of me. And I'm also at reasonably low speed. Thankfully, I had just enough speed to get the engine relit, but it was a bit scary. A little bit scary. And there we go, it's caught back on. So, a point of order for you guys that are flying the MiG-21. I would recommend binding your air start switch to something accessible, but once the engine comes back on, turn it off. There are 2 reasons. First of all, the circuit shouldn't be on for more than 45 seconds continuously. I don't think it has any consequences in the sim, but it would in a real aircraft. And 2, this does have consequences in the sim. It's feeding off an oxygen bottle. It uses a little limited supply of oxygen in one of the undercarriage wells. I think it's one of the main gear wells. And that's what supplies the air to restart the engine. That is a limited supply, a very limited supply. If you don't turn your air start system off, you have 1 relight, and then you're done. Whereas if you do turn it off as soon as it's relit, you've got 2 or 3, or maybe even more. So that's a big thing that people forget to do, is actually turn it back off, or they think, oh, it doesn't matter, I'll just leave it on for the whole flight. It does matter. You will not get your engine back the second time you flame it out. Even if you have plenty of speed. It just won't. It needs that oxygen to run through the engine. Recommended a friend the 21, he got it today. Got his first flame out going Mark 2.2, proud of him. That's the way. That is the way. It's absolutely what you do in the 21 when you first get it. So I think, was this the one I landed on? I think this is the landing. Yeah, I figured I'd better not push my luck after that flame out, so this is the landing. But I should fly out further, so this is something I need to remember for the next time I land like this. Is I need to fly out past the outer beacon and then do a lazy loop. I don't want to go straight up or I'm too high, too close, and I end up too fast in final, which is what I'm doing here. I'm not going to overspeed the gear or flaps at this speed, but I'm going to float most of the way down the runway, which I don't want. It does mean I land right in the middle of the runway in front of the crowd, but it's not really good form. So I need to start that loop further back. Not too much further back, but just a little. So there's the landing. Let's rerun it, but I'll go to an external camera. Yeah, it does. It really does. It's like the 29. The supersonic acceleration is just bananas, and the 23 will be like that too. Okay, let's go. So you can see the configuration I'm using here, which is... Let me just recenter my track IR so it's not skewy all over the place. We got 2 R13Ms, and then no fuel tank because it would yeet itself off during the display. I don't know about really good, but I do try. I've been flying the MiG-21 in DCS for about 3 years now. It's my most flown module. I have probably about 1,500, 2,000 hours in it, so I know a thing or two about the plane. There are people that are better than me, but I know a thing or two. No JADOs. I don't really like using them. They're just, like, they're funny for the first time you use them, and after that they're just kind of awkward and shitty, and the effect isn't very, like, they don't look as good as they could. I think they need to redo the effect for them. So I don't bother. I don't actually have a follow age command set up, now you mention it. I should probably do that. Best looking missile for the airshow, that was the logic behind it. Yeah, I know, Chocolate, I can't help it. I need professional assistance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to yeet myself down the flight line. Let's actually pick up some speed here. Let's go be one of the crowd. So let's position ourselves in between the crowd so they don't get in the way, but like here. And we'll just lower ourselves down to like actual normal human head level. Imagine you... Yeah, but then you don't have any countermeasures, and they're really draggy until you fire them. It's not worth the extra weight and drag and the lack of countermeasures just for like 10 seconds, not even 10 seconds, like 2 seconds of mean power. You're better off using the emergency afterburner at that point. I'm just going to accelerate time until I taxi into view. There we go, and we can... Oh, once I'm out from behind that hangar, we can lock the camera on, and then I can let the padlock do the hard work. There we go. I'm also going to freeze my track IR there, so I'm not constantly throwing it out of whack looking at chat. All Hornet demos in DCS should be flown with 2 tanks and 2 slammy R's for max meme. Yeah, really. Look, my position is, whenever I fly something in the 21, it's with at least a combat-capable loadout. I don't fly this thing clean. Even if I'm just doing a high-altitude demonstration, anything, it's 2 missiles minimum. Usually 4 or 6. Like, I'll do a full combat load. What are we doing today? So, we did some Cold War in the F5, we did some Cold War in the MiG-19, we did some Cold War in the MiG-29, it didn't end well. Bit of Vigan as well. Then we did some MSFS for many hours. And now I'm just finishing up with this track file, which was flown last night. And the perfect song, perfect timing on the music. How long have I been streaming? 11 hours, 46 minutes. I didn't mean to. It just happened again. I'm actually going to re-enable my track IR so I can give you perspective against the ground there. Hey, Alush! 12 hours, at least I can say hello twice this way. Yeah, hey, welcome back! Yeah, it's been a long one. I spent like 2 hours flying around the Grand Canyon and just marveling at the beauty of it in Flight Sim. I was quite impressed with how well it's turned out in the scenery. I really want to go there in real life now. Just chill. For those of you who have the MiG-21 and are wondering why mine sounds so good, if you go on the ED forums, go to the MiG-21 section, check for the pinned thread, NIN's Sound Mod. It's pretty much a must-have for the MiG-21 module. Look, I probably will get 8 hours of sleep. I just won't get much else done today. Also, I probably won't be streaming tomorrow if we're not doing an armor mission, so I can get less sleep tomorrow. I don't need it if I'm not going to be streaming. And now we got the meme song. I'm not too sure about this maneuver, so I was planning on it being a steeper climb and then kind of corkscrew out, and like a stepped climb almost, but I didn't give it quite enough pitch angle, so it ended up being just kind of this weird kind of quasi-victory roll. I might cut that. I might cut that and just do the vertical corkscrew instead. So I think technically you're not meant to overfly the crowd directly, and so instead of overflying the crowd, I just flew directly at them and then went straight up. So I think I'll keep this vertical corkscrew, so it looks pretty cool, and it usually sets me up really good for another maneuver. I think I'll keep that. But I'll get rid of like the oblique corkscrew, because that just doesn't really... Like, if I don't fly it perfectly, it doesn't really work, and it doesn't look that good. The other thing is, I have a habit of, I'll do all my maneuvers, but I'll set up at the end of the airfield, do a half Cubanate, come back, and then, like, I'm maneuvering at the ends of the airfield, not in front of the crowd in the middle. So I'll have to start, like, flying where I am now, so the camera can get a better view of the aircraft and the ground and the clouds and shit in the background. And then get, like, all my loops and rolls and shit happening in the middle of the air, like, the middle of the runway, not up the ends. Yeah, it is, and that's why DCS is the go-to sim for virtual aerobatics. Like, pretty much all the virtual aerobatics guys fly in DCS. This is the slow pass. So, as you can see, gear out, take off flaps, air brakes out. And that was about 15 units AOA, which is, I don't know, like 10 degrees true AOA, something like that. It's a bit. The nose is pretty high up, as you can see. And that's 300 kilometers an hour, holding altitude. That was just at mil thrust, I didn't need to use the burner for that. Actually, I think it was slightly below mil thrust. So, I could do the recovery better, I probably should have plugged in the burner earlier before retracting the flaps. But that's something I can work on. Then this was a slow, like low speed, high AOA kind of turn. I did, I think, 2 of those. There was another one I did later where I turned back towards the audience. Or was it later or earlier? I don't fucking remember. So I think this is where I did the knife edge. Yes, it is. No, this is where I did turn back into the audience. My bad. That's the triple roll. 3 is about the limit of what you get. You can see the inertial coupling was pushing me towards the ground. Also, I had the aircraft not quite trimmed perfectly, so 3 rolls in a row is the most I will dare to do in the 21 when I'm that low to the ground. I also have a pretty heavy saturation curve on my roll axis, because otherwise it's just too sensitive. I can't... Like, it's fine for flying, but for combat, I can't fucking hold the nose on someone and aim, because the sensitivity is too high. When I get... when I get a proper, like, center mount, floor-mounted stick, with a lot more, like, an actual proper stick extension, then I'll probably turn it back up, so I've got full response. There's a knife edge. It wasn't a good knife edge, but it was something, I guess. With a little camera work, this would probably look a lot more impressive. Like, the guys that they have doing the virtual air shows are really, really good with the DCS camera views. Really good. I'm just doing, like, the low-effort version here, where I use the free cam and padlock it to myself. Enigma was like top 1 or 2 place in population for 10 hours straight. Now sits at 5th place 14 hours after launch. Yeah, that's good to know. That's some good shit, man. I hope it stays like that. Fucking show people how good the Cold War stuff is. Yeah, the 3 clunks. You can hear the gear locking either in the down or up positions on the MiG-21 module, no matter where you are. Like, the sound plays client-side on the UI layer, not on the actual aircraft cockpit audio layer. So it's really weird. In FreeCam, you'll hear it when I come into land. You'll hear clunk, 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 and that's the gear locking. You can also see here this snail shell I'm drawing. This is the MiG-21's magical ability to shrink its turning circle by half, just by pulling the stick back. So you can see the first loop was sort of normal radius, the second one was half. And it does that turning horizontally too if you hold the stick all the way back. So you can really, like, people who haven't fought 21s before get a real nasty shock when it does that to them the first time. There's the inverted pass. This was the big mistake pass. And right there's where my engine cut out. So all of this that I'm doing here is just me trying to relight the engine. I'm making very gentle stick inputs to keep my speed up, but at the same time I need to come back towards the airfield in case it doesn't relight. I need to land, right? So just a gentle turn, and I also don't want to overfly the crowd, because that would be bad, apparently. You know, that's ended poorly a few times in the real world, so... Right there is about where it relit. You can see the puff of smoke as the engine lit. I think that was actually... I went into afterburner just to get my speed back. Oh god! Oh no! Giggles! Cheers for the raid, man. I'm just about to finish up here, but I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. I've been going for entirely too long. We're just wrapping up the stream here with a bit of an air show. And then I'm going to pass you along to someone else. I'm going to love you and leave you. Because what has even happened to my day? I have no idea. 12 hours gone, just like that. It's a sign of an addiction, right? I think I did one more pass here before landing. Was ripped some asses apart on the new Cold War server. Nice. Yeah, I was playing on there earlier. That's great. Yeah, 12 hours. I have no self-control at all. I was thinking, oh yeah, I might do like a, 5 or 6 hour stream. No, 12 hours. Captain Bayekali, thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, like, I never mean to stream for 12 hours, it just keeps happening somehow. I don't know how. Alright, this is the landing. So this is the landing, and then I'm out of here. I'm going to find someone to pass you along to. I need to go. I'm not going to distract myself with some other flight to do. Oh, no, trust me. Opposite. Absolute opposite. There's the clunks. I don't know why it's on the UI audio layer, or like the game ambient audio layer. It's fucking bizarre. And then we've got the checked routine where the parachute goes out before the wheels are on the ground. And I forgot to turn the smoke off. So yeah, that's what the MiG-21 can do when you actually, give it some welly. But, with that said, where can I send you guys? Yeah, like, I kind of went long. I was worried I was going to float all the way down the runway, but it ended up being good. I'm just going to... I think when I do those landings, I'll push it out a bit further, because you notice I was crabbing in towards the landing, because I needed to get rid of the speed. And that doesn't look real great, so I might push it further out and then just be slower over the runway, pretty much. My main issue is just getting the timings right. The precision I can kind of do, because you need precision to fly combat anyway, but I don't have the timings. Which is what I need. Oh, hey, Conti's going. He's flying around Australia in IFR. Oh, that should be interesting. You can watch an actual competent pilot do actual competent pilot things. Send you guys his way. Thank you all for hanging out with me today, guys. I know it's been a long one. I appreciate every single one of you, including you, you quiet people watching in chat, not saying anything. I saw you. Raid Continuum. There we go. Cheers, guys. I hope you'll have a wonderful, safe, enjoyable rest of your day, whatever time it is in your time zone. I will catch you maybe tomorrow, but probably not, and then later in the week for some more DCS, hopefully some Mirage, and some more MSFS. Till next time, guys. Catch you later. Have a wonderful day, and enjoy Conti.